for me.
It didn't show up for me either.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite harmonica enthusiast, graphic tee wearer, and sunglasses aficionado, Adam Friendon.
What's up, my brother? How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm great. Thanks for showing up on Sunday. I was kind of wondering, what was going on. Your soy latte was taking a little longer than usual or something? What happened?
Listen, I got to Starbucks and I ordered my coffee milkshake, and I was like, can I get it with oat milk? And they said, no, we only have soy milk. And I was like, I refused to allow soy to touch these. I'm like Adam. I don't just drink soy milk straight out of the carton like he does. So I refused to let soy milk touch these lips. So I had to drive all the way across town just to find Starbucks with oat milk.
Really? Wow.
No, that didn't happen. I just made it
just a little soy. Couldn't handle a little soy. Look,
made it all up. I don't go to. There was a time where I did go to Starbucks. When I first started drinking coffee,
I remember
Starbucks every day, and it's so expensive. I was like, this is stupid.
Sitch famously told a story about how the gay barista at Starbucks put his phone number on Sitch's cup and tried to get a little ding dong on the side.
Well, I felt bad because the guy. It was just such a weird situation. Oh wait, Listen, first of all, I'm very beautiful, so thank you. Second, I don't know why. Like, gay men have been hitting on me my entire life. Not women. Not women.
Beautiful person, Sitch.
Okay, not women aren't hitting on me, but the gay men are like all up on board here. It's a big problem. But it's like maybe I should just switch for the numbers game. Okay? Just decrease my body count. No, okay. But well, yes. And I felt bad because the guy, it was so weird because it wasn't just like he put his number on my can, on my drink. I'd be like, okay, whatever. That's fine. Can? Well, whatever, my cup, okay? But this guy kept giving me free drinks, and I'm like, stop giving me free drinks! What am I supposed? How do I handle the situation?
Just call that number, baby. You got all the free drinks you want.
What do I do? Okay, you go to a Starbucks. It's like the closest one to you.
You find another Starbucks. There's one on every freaking corner.
It's the closest one. It's the most convenient. It's got a drive-through. There's a guy
like
there
driving across town. He's like, God damn it, I gotta go.
He's not there every day, but when he is, he keeps trying to give me free drinks, and I'm like, stop giving me free. And he won't. He just keeps giving me free drinks. What am I supposed to do? Be like, listen. You know what I should have done? I should have said, listen. When he first did it. Listen, I was cowardly. Okay, I admit it. I was a coward. When he first gave me the free drink, I should have been like, listen, dude, I appreciate it. I'm not gay. Don't give me a free drink.
Look, you didn't even tell him you were gay.
I did eventually when he put his number on my cup. When he put his number on my cup.
Look, that's mean. You fucking led him on.
No, I did. Oh, it was so awkward. It was so weird. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do, Adam? Oh my God.
You sit here playing hard to get. Look at this.
No.
What's going on? Enough of this gay talk. Are we watching a video today or what?
Yes, we were watching. So our good friend Jordan Peterson got into some trouble.
Speaking of gay, are we watching a Sam Seder video today?
We are watching a Sam Seder video. We're watching a Jordan Peterson video. We're watching an Ethan Klein video.
Wow.
And maybe a chunk of a Surfs video. I'm not sure.
Wow.
But so Jordan Peterson got in some trouble this week. He made a comment that, of course, every person who's the bad faith Garys of the world clipped out of context to say, oh my God, Jordan Peterson thinks it's good that women should be considered property.
Yeah. Wasn't this just like a thought experiment or something?
Yeah, well, not even.
Right.
Not even. But so I figured first, so he had a conversation with this author, Louise Perry, who wrote a book that was all about how, from her point of view, not all about, but just is about the downside of the sexual revolution for women, how women have been harmed via the sexual revolution. And so they're kind of having this conversation about, unintended consequences of that. And there's some interesting clips that come up in this. So I want to watch parts, just a couple, segments from the original interview first, and then we'll jump to Sam Seder, and then we'll jump to Ethan, and then if we have time, we'll jump to the Surfs.
Now we're gonna try to do our big brain takes here on the actual content, right? The Jordan Peterson content.
Yes.
Okay, good. Because
Well, a lot of it's
is Jordan Peterson a sexist in this? I'm curious because a lot of people are calling me a sexist now. So I want to make sure we get our
well.
terms down.
Listen, you'll listen to what he's saying, and you can make
Uh,
that determination
Look,
whether
is
he's a
it
sexist or not.
wrong to think women should be property? Because I don't like. I'm not sure about that. What is the score on that one? Sitch, do you think
Oh
women should be
no.
property?
I think women should be the
Hmm.
property of themselves. Okay.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Hmm.
What about the husband though?
I think the husband should obviously be property of the wife
Oh, okay.
because,
Well, that's not good. I don't like that one. All right,
because
let's see.
listen, women have lived dominated by males in society for too long. It's time for them to get what's theirs. It's time to reverse the discrimination. That's the only way to bring justice in the future, Adam.
This is where I actually totally disagree with Jordan Peterson because he labors under the delusion
Hmm.
that in our evolutionary history, women were the choosers. I'm like, yeah, right.
They were though.
It's not true. It's totally not
You
true.
you're only it is true. Your only counter to this is the handful of rich families that like the parents would marry off their child.
Hmm.
Well, actually, let's say actually that's not a handful. That's not a handful of parents. There were a lot of families and a lot of cultures where the families would make the decision. But if we're talking about evolutionary pressures, the women were definitely the choosers under evolution and our hunter-gatherer, thousands of years.
Yeah, right.
Adam is also an evolutionary
No,
denier.
I disagree. Evolution is just, I mean, obviously, men captured women and made them their concubines.
I don't. That's no. I don't think there's no evidence. There's not strong evidence, physical
Do you think
evidence.
all those women chose Genghis Khan?
Okay, what did I say? Was Genghis Khan existing when we were like cave
Hmm.
people for thousands of years?
Well, I'm just
No.
saying. Okay.
Okay, so I'm not obviously not. I'm talking about like pre-farming, pre any sort of society like that, where we
Okay.
spent tens of thousands of years. Most of
So
our times as humans,
pre-agriculture.
yes, most of our
Okay.
times as humans, where we were selected by evolutionary pressures, was pre-agricultural.
Agriculture created the patriarchy.
It did,
Okay.
but it also created that men would compete and women would choose.
Okay. Doubt.
Okay.
Let's listen to the video.
Okay.
I would say one of the really profound successes of 20th century feminism was in reconceptualizing rape, which in most traditional legal systems is understood as a crime against a woman's male kin, reconceptualizing it as a crime against the woman herself, which therefore makes it marital rape explicable in a way that it isn't in the old model. It clearly is the case that it is possible to be raped within marriage. I think it's also absolutely the case.
So this is so all the people that are criticizing Jordan Peterson, obviously none of them actually watch any of
The
the
full
context. They just watch
context, yeah.
what he's saying. Yeah.
Okay.
But she does. Well, okay. So she's an author. She wrote about this. I'm assuming she has knowledge to draw from. But from my limited research on the subject, I think she's not describing this in the best way possible. Because, and Sam Cedar brings this up too. Sam Cedar acts like in America, before the 60s, women were considered property and rape was only a crime in America because it was like a violation of the husband or father's, property rights. That is 100% untrue in America. That
Yeah,
is
that's
not
never
true.
been that way, right?
Yes, it's never been that way. And when you look into the history of rape laws, every source that I found points to that it was actually like in the 1600s in English common law, okay, before the American country even existed officially as a country, in English common law in the 1600s was when one of the first, laws was written where rape was written into the legal framework as purely a violation of the woman. Period. It had no connection to, the husband or the father or anything like that.
1600.
1600s. So
Okay.
obviously American law based on English common law was using that idea. What she is referring to, and I think where the confusion comes in, was that it was true that before the 60s, there wasn't really laws that would, or at least in most states, that would prevent marital rape, or even conceptualize that marital rape was possible. So that's true. But the idea that like women were, property before then is not true.
Yeah, I obviously that's I mean I don't Jordan Peterson doesn't disagree that women should not be property, I think.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
That we are forced to draw bright lines when it comes to the law. We're forced to say that, the age of consent is 16, that X amount of alcohol in the bloodstream constitutes, above the legal driving limit, et cetera, et cetera. We're forced to draw bright lines. We have to also recognize, and we all know intuitively, that those bright lines are fallible, and that there is a huge amount of grey space between what is legally permissible and what is good. And I think that the problem with basing any kind of system of sexual ethics on consent as a bare minimum is it becomes impossible to talk about that grey space. And what you often find actually is women, particularly during Me Too, women who would talk about distressing sexual experiences, which actually normally didn't meet the legal threshold for being criminal, but which they nevertheless experienced as upsetting, as disturbing, as whatever, often involving alcohol, as you say. Briefly on that point, one of the things that a lot of people don't know is that there's a cognitive bias in men where they tend to overestimate a woman's sexual interest in them. And it's not the other way around. And that bias is exaggerated by alcohol. So you have men who are very drunk and who really do read signs of sexual interest from women who are in fact not sexually interested in them and who are incapacitated by alcohol, and it all ends up being, we're talking about teenagers who are raised on porn and have, it's a complete disaster. Like the whole cauldron mix is basically perfectly designed to produce these scenarios. And
so there's an interesting, first of all, that's a very important thing to know for both men and women. Men, and this has been researched, Jordan Peterson talked about this too earlier in this clip, that all the research shows that men on average overestimate or tend to overestimate women's sexual attraction to them. They'll perceive, a lot of guys will perceive, a woman just being polite, just smiling, just saying something nice to them as like, oh my God, this girl's totally into me.
Yeah, totally.
And this is important for first of all, it's important for guys to know, to be like, okay, maybe you should look for some deeper, maybe you should be clear in your interaction with women. But it's also important for women to know so they don't give guys the wrong signals. And Destiny had a kind of interesting stream where he was talking to some, I don't know if she was a feminist, but she was like a kind of on the left female TikTok lady, and about kind of watching this clip. And then the whole thing gets sidetracked into, I don't know if you remember the whole Aziz Ansari controversy.
I do. I remember it. Yeah.
Right. And like they only watch the clip for like 5 seconds, and then they get completely sidetracked into talking about that and going, digging up that and going through it and saying, was it rape? Was he wrong?
Aziz Ansari had a date with a woman where he basically talked her into having sex, or maybe not having sex, but giving a blowjob or something like that.
Yeah,
and
essentially,
she regretted it and outed him and tried to spin it as it was rape, and it was a big to do. So,
well, to give her the most good faith Gary, essentially, it seemed like she liked him. They had a date. She went back to his place. He was pressuring her to, he was pressuring her to fool around. She was way too passive and not clear that she was not interested.
Right.
Until near before right before they have sex, and then he stops and then she leaves. Essentially. And it's like, okay, and if you go through the entire, assuming that the article about it is true and her recollection of it is true, which obviously it's a one-sided account, there are definitely parts where he screws up towards the end where he should have been reading the signals better. But the same token, it's like, if there's a woman who is, willing to perform oral sex on you, as a guy, it's very confusing, I think, if you're a guy and a woman is like willing to perform oral sex on you, and then but then she's acting like, oh, I didn't really like, I'm not really interested in doing anything sexual with you. It's like, well, then why didn't you should have said something before then, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's probably, yeah.
right. And so
Like that you're giving mixed messages here.
yes, yes. And it was interesting the conversation Destiny had with the TikTok person because and this comes up a lot, and Destiny is saying this, and she doesn't understand this, so maybe a lot of other women don't understand this, is what Luis just said, which is that like I think a lot of women, a lot of feminists have this idea that the average like rape situation is a crazy, like either like a malicious stranger who like grabs a woman and rapes her, or someone who's like pretending to be a friend and like they know that the woman doesn't want to have sex with them and they're just trying to like, go against their wishes. When I think usually what's going on in a lot of situations is people are really drunk. It's impairing their ability to like perceive reality properly. And there's not clear signals going from either side, essentially.
Yeah.
And then women end up getting pressured into doing things they don't want to do or feel comfortable doing or afterwards regret. But it's like, well, you need to be clear from the beginning what exactly you expect out of this encounter.
Yeah. Sounds like they're running low on free will.
Well, this is the problem. Like I think this is one of the biggest problems with dating nowadays is that a lot of guys were essentially raised with like a very pro feminist idea of, don't rape, which is good. And, listen, don't pressure women, which is good. And all these sorts of ideas. But the problem is women were not raised with like the counter to that, which is you need to be more aggressive in terms of, or more upfront with men. Like you need to not, like if you want to, do something with a guy, you need to actually express it to the guy, or you need to actually be the one to go after the guy. Or two, if you want to or not want to have some sort of sexual interaction with a guy, you got to be like very clear and upfront with it. If you want guys to like respect and not pressure you, because otherwise the situation that happens, and I think this is kind of a problem that's afflicting a lot of guys in the dating market, is they're like, oh, I'm not going to pressure. I'm going to be a good ally. I'm going to be a good guy. I'm not going to pressure any woman into anything sexual. And then the woman, she's not willing to basically move the relationship forward from her position. So if the guy doesn't do it, then nothing happens, and then everything falls apart. And then she gets mad at the guy for like, well, why didn't you move further? I wanted you to chase after me. I wanted you to move further in the relationship.
Yeah.
Adam's just like, yeah.
Well, no, I've never really had that problem. I've always been, I've just, if I like a girl, I just say, hey, you want to go out sometime? And then it's pretty, cut and dry, pretty crystal clear.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, but that was the Aziz thing. Like you say, I want to go out sometime. You go out with a girl, right?
Right.
And then you say, hey, do you want to come back to my place? Right.
Right. Yeah, no, I just say, hey, you want to go have sex at my place? I'm like, hey, I know, I get it out of the way. I'm like, this is a real date, and my dates usually end in sexual intercourse. So I just tell them straight up.
Well, listen, maybe
and
that's
then
what
the
we
date
all
is
have to,
either, it's like, then I'm just like, is this a date or what?
maybe that's what we all have to do. Both men and women. They have to say, you want to come back to my place to bang?
No, I don't. It's just, look, it helps if you're funny because you can, joke around about stuff like that. But I guess that kind of does make it unclear. Like then,
But see,
like,
that's it. But
you get back to the place and you're like taking off your clothes, and they're like, "Hey, I thought you were just joking."
see,
oh,
that's
no,
exactly
I was serious.
That's exactly the situation, and that this is part of what I don't think people realize. So much of human conversation is intentionally not clear.
Yes,
It's all like below the surface. And as you said,
totally.
like a huge reason that you would joke is that in case the person says no, it's like, oh, well, it's not going to seem like it was like a real thing.
Yeah.
So therefore, no one's feelings will be hurt as much.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You got to extend the offer hypothetically, and then they can bat the offer away, hypothetically. Right. Yeah. No,
right.
That's a tough situation. So. But,
basically, listen, women, you got to learn to be a little bit more autistic like the guys. You just got to be clear and upfront with what you want and what you expect from the relationship.
Women knowing what they want. You're hilarious, Sitch.
Okay, listen.
What
I
the
know this is
hell?
idealistic, Adam. I know
What
we're
the
living in a
hell?
fantasy world, but this is best case scenario.
I don't. Okay, we'll shoot for that. Look,
Okay.
is that sexist? Because I do kind of feel like women don't always know what they want. And
I don't think anyone
guys,
knows what they want.
I feel like guys do kind of know what they want.
No, well, I think on average there are more guys that know what they want because
Right.
they're more assertive guys. But I think the average person, the average human, guy or girl, doesn't know what they want. So
It's tougher when it comes to like serious relationships, marriage, exclusivity, monogamy, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's more difficult, obviously, for guys. So women like that kind of stuff.
JMac, our surrogate father, thank you so much for the 50 gifted subs.
Yeah, welcome new members.
Thank you. And JMac, our surrogate father, again for $20. Thank you so much. Says, look, my wife owns the family jewels. Owning her is the least I can get. There you go. There you go.
God,
And often
I've always made so many sexist jokes with my wife. I mean, that's kind of one of the fun things that we like to do. So I don't know.
That's because your wife is
Yeah, she's down with that. Like,
no,
she's cool with it. She's not like but it's funny because her best friend is like a hardcore feminist. So she really just like, it's funny because we turn up the sexist jokes when we're around her and you can tell she's like smoldering as we're doing it.
Well, see, that's why it's hilarious because like this is like what the woke people never understood is that by being so affected by like the sexist, racist jokes, it just makes everyone want to do it more.
I know. It's so great. You just wind them up. You totally wind them up. Yeah. Playing with their emotions. That's my pleasure.
have women who are coming out of these scenarios feeling really distressed, but they don't have the moral language to talk about it because they don't want to use terms like chivalrous. They don't want to talk about gentlemen. They don't want to talk even about morality and good and bad. What they have in their vocabulary toolkit is consent. And so you will say that the XYZ encounter wasn't consensual, whereas actually that's not the best way of describing what went wrong. And trying to just further embed the consent model, which often just, what consent workshops are really is just they're attempts at ideological interventions. The idea is that we sit kids down and we tell them in words of one syllable, don't rape each other. But of course we know that's not how social interactions work. That's not actually a kind of intervention that's really going to make a difference because the would-be rapists aren't listening, for one thing. And also because that's, the complexity of sexual relationships is just so too difficult to sum up in that kind of simple message. But that's all we've got. and so this emphasis is just on reiterating and reiterating.
Didn't it seem like back in the day, women just were basically socialized with the men are pigs philosophy? Just like, be careful because, men will try and take advantage of you. That was just like a given.
I mean, yeah, I guess that seems to be from, I wasn't alive back then, but that seems to be from our pop culture of movies and television from that time period. That seemed to be the idea.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that was like I don't know how helpful that was.
Well, it taught women to be on guard, I think.
I mean, I think women are more on guard now with this whole like, you're so afraid of every man as a, rapist.
Well, I think it's the more devious part of it is the men who will, pretend to be interested, like they have real feelings for the person until they have sex. And then they're like, oh, something changed. I don't know. The spark is not there now.
Right.
So that seems more insidious than like not having. Well, obviously rape is fucking horrendous. Yeah. Rape is worse, obviously.
Right. Rape is worse. Yes. I was wondering where you're going with this. It's still bad. Yes. Rape is worse, but that is bad. That is
Is that in the same ballpark as rape? Because I feel like a lot of people would say, oh no, that's just fair game, right? Look,
well,
there is a little like dishonesty aspect to it, though.
Right. It depends, because there is something called rape through deception.
Right.
The example they always give is like if it's like you have a twin brother or something, or a twin
Oh
sister.
yeah.
Um,
Oh my God.
I know
Twin guys. They think about that all.
some soap opera scenario. But yeah, I mean, I don't think. Well, it depends how it works, because there's a situation where like a guy or a woman could pretend that they actually have intentionally
Why would a
pretend they have
woman do
feelings
that, though?
for the. I'm just saying. I'm trying to be as neutral as possible.
Okay.
Because
the guy has a bunch of money. That's why.
Exactly.
Okay,
but that's different, because then she still wants to stick around because she wants to get paid. With a guy, maybe, unless she's the rich one and he's trying to mooch off her. But anyway, no. So like, there could be a situation where someone is pretending intentionally. They know it. They're like, okay, I'm going to pretend I like this person, and then I just want to have sex with them and then leave. Like that's a thing. I don't think that's super likely. I don't think that's the majority of these cases. I think the majority of these cases,
really,
yes, the majority of these cases, I think, which is going on, which is something Jordan brings up, which maybe is this clip, is he talks about how, like, he thinks there's an unconscious process where when a guy is choosing a woman, it's kind of like, it's kind of like if you're rich and someone's trying to sell you something, you don't because you're rich, you don't want it. But if someone says, I'm not going to sell this to you, so it seems like it's like a limited quality item, suddenly you're like, oh, I really want to have this thing.
Right. Yeah.
Like the fact that you can't have it makes you want to have it. It makes it seem to you to be more valuable because you can't access it.
Are we talking about your virginity?
Well, he not just about the virginity, but he's saying that he thinks it's kind of the same thing with women and sex, is that like some guys, obviously it's not all guys, but some guys will view like the woman who won't give up sex to be more valuable because she's not giving it up quickly. And so I think it's possible that in a lot of these relationships that you're talking about, like, and I don't even think the guy's aware of this. Maybe he really is into the girl, but then as soon as he has sex, his brain is so fucked up and he has no free will. And he's like, oh, I just don't have feelings for her anymore. I don't really understand why, and then he just drops her. Because I've known both guys and girls who have gone through this exact same repeated process again and again. And the ones that I knew that did this had no cognition of what they were doing. It just seemed to be like they're completely just being controlled by their elephant. They weren't aware of themselves.
Right. Yeah. That's fascinating.
You say anything but explicit signals of no, right? Sophisticated people can tell by a polite glance, let's say, whether or not interest is being manifested, and then they play a very slow incremental game, which is romance, by the way, checking each other out for consent at every stage. And you cannot replace that with a rule-governed system.
I do think Jordan here, I kind of disagree with him. Well, I guess it depends, because he never really defines what he means by sophisticated people. I don't think most people are sophisticated people in my experience. So maybe that's just me.
Well, there's different levels of relationship, though, obviously. I mean, I'm sure you've been in relationships where you've been totally infatuated, and then you've been in relationships where you're like kind of just so. You're like, I don't know why I'm in this relationship, but I'm just here.
Yeah.
So
definitely.
obviously you'd like to be in a relationship that's more, infatuation, that you're just obsessed. Well, even that can go too far, obviously, but I don't know.
Obviously, yeah. But I mean, in terms of
can it
like,
go too far? I mean,
well, if you're like a stalker, what do you mean? They don't.
well,
it's
if
not
it's
reciprocal,
hopefully it's reciprocated.
Well, even if it
obviously.
is, like, the people, the relationship with the person who's like
Codependent,
so
yeah.
codependent, so obsessively, like jealous.
Right.
Oh my God, let me go through your phone. Why do you have a woman's name in your phone?
Right. Yeah. That's not good, obviously.
Well, that's my aunt. So,
oh, really? Oh, wow.
no, I'm saying like she's going through your phone. She's like, who is this woman? And you're like, that's my aunt. And she's like, oh, I'm going to call to make sure.
That's my mistress. That's my other girlfriend.
Yeah, exactly. No, but what I meant was in terms of him saying like that sophisticated people can like look at each other and understand consent. Like it hasn't been my experience that it's been my experience that people are generally just really awful at understanding other people. And it seems like most humans are just kind of like fumbling their way through relationships, kind of somewhat blindly, just kind of groping out, trying to figure out where everything is. And maybe
Yeah.
they'll stumble upon it luckily occasionally.
This is where I feel like Jordan, for all his love of evolution, is a little more optimistic than I think reality. Like I've read all of David M. Buss's books. He's an evolutionary psychologist. I love his stuff. His last book, When Men Behave Badly, The Hidden Roots of Sexual Deception, Harassment, and Assault. I mean, it doesn't lay out a very rosy picture. It's like men are being driven by this over-optimism bias. And the reason why nature puts that on them is because, I mean, nature is cruel. Like, nature wants men and women to reproduce. So this whole idea about this is why I kind of disagree on the women were the choosers in our evolutionary history. I'm not sure that's the case.
Well, no, see, I think that shows it is the case because essentially if men on average will assume women are more attracted to them than they are, that definitely has an evolutionary advantage because it means that those guys are going to go out there and they're going to ask and they're going to try to get with more women because they're going to perceive, they're going to perceive, more signals as being, come, let's mate signals, right?
Sure. Yeah.
But the thing is, it's like they're going to get lucky more than, the people that don't perceive those signals just through the number, just through chance, just through statistics, just through numbers.
Sure.
Right. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So if you take all these, if you take 100 shots, you're going to land at least one of them eventually.
Right.
So Adam's like, I was such a Chad. I never worried about any of this.
Well, no, I
landed every shot I fired.
Look, I had my share of letdowns. Okay.
Okay.
I'm only human. So.
The attempt to do that is, first of all, going to be intrusive and tyrannical and awkward. And second, it's putting the cart before the horse. The unsophisticated people aren't going to be able to use that system anyways. And then you have like three people, you have a crowd in the bedroom. You have the young man and you have the young woman and you have the whole idiot phalanx of DEI bureaucrats there trying to mediate the social relationship. And that's just not going to work at all. And here's another thing I've been thinking about. I talked to my wife.
Hold on. We got human resources in the bedroom?
He's saying like if, they were kind of talking about how there are these colleges that were like, they wanted to have like written consent forms before anyone in college, had sex or something.
Mm-hmm.
And how like ludicrous it is that, when you have people getting in relationships, a lot of it is very kind of feeling out the boundaries and not exactly on the surface level interactions. So
this is the college is definitely going to be involved because obviously if there's any sort of
they don't want to get
rape
sued,
allegations, exactly. Right. We've got one of your students carrying her mattress around the campus, and you're like, "Oh shit, this is going to be bad. This is going to be bad for next year's recruiters, right?" That literally happened.
Yep.
Wife, who I know you talked to on her podcast about this quite a bit. So here's an interesting idea. So males compete for status, and the essential dimension of competition that differentiates them from women, I would say, is something like productive economic generosity. It's something like that. Now, it's not like women aren't productive, and it's not like they're not generous, but the ground rules are different. Women are looking to equalize the economic disparity that's attendant upon differential cost for reproduction. And so men are evaluated on the basis of their potential for economic reciprocity and generosity. And that gives them status, males. And so women peel from the top of that hierarchy. Basically, they let males compete it out on the economic front, and then women select from the top down. And
see, this is today he's talking about. not all time, right?
Well, I think somewhat from evolutionary perspective and today, now that women have, free choice, we don't live in a society where like they're paired off by their parents.
Remember when I was reading that
But even then,
go ahead.
well, I was gonna say, even if you're gonna talk about like parents choosing, the relationships, it was still according to the same exact criteria generally that he's talking about.
Remember when I was reading Debt, the First 5,000 Years by David Graeber, and I messaged you, oh, guess what? The first money was women.
Yeah, right.
So I'm just like, okay. Men compete for status and then women choose. I mean, women were literally like the medium of exchange in some of these societies.
Yeah, but that's in some of these societies, right?
Right. Okay.
But even if we're talking about, okay, putting aside the societies that literally use women as currency.
Look, I'm team truth here. Okay. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. I realize this sounds completely sexist, and it's like it's hard to.
Neither of us are supporting the idea of using women as currency.
I don't think women should be used as currency. I want to get that straight. I don't want anyone clipping me out of context here.
Well, you are sexist, so.
But yeah,
we have it on audio record.
I think that like this is a rosy view of history, but
because if people are doing it now. And it seems like it's always what happens when, we live in a free society. That has to come from somewhere. Like it didn't just come out of the ether. Right? So where did it come from?
What do you mean?
What he's talking about. So you'd agree that like in a free society, what he's describing is true.
Yeah, well, this is how society rolls. Like we've been expanding individual freedom to more and more people and discovering that just unlocks the economic potential of a society. To take half of your human resources and turn them into, basically chattel is not a good use of human resources.
Let me use an example. So how like when you look at societies where there's not a lot of freedom, there's not a lot of, let's say, economic freedom, that we see that there is very little, or there can be very little disparity between the types of jobs men and women take. But then if you look at a society where there's lots of economic freedom and economic mobility, the disparity between the types of jobs men and women take increases the more freedom there is. Okay.
Of course. Yeah.
And so then the idea is, well, okay, so when there's more freedom of choice and societal freedom, so society's not necessarily pressuring men or women to take specific types of jobs, then that would imply to me that what's acting upon the individuals is more of a biological evolutionary pressure.
Okay.
Right? And so you say, okay, well, we know that men and women have different interests on average, and those different interests on average that seem to be biological are going to manifest towards the types of careers that men and women take. Right?
Sure. What does that have to do with mate selection?
Well, because I would say it's the same principle. So if we have a society that's free, where people are not being forced to do things culturally, and you see a pattern of behavior manifest, which is what Jordan Peterson's talking about, where men compete to get to a top of a hierarchy and then women choose, then that would imply to me that selection, if it's not a cultural selection, which I don't think it is, that it has to be evolutionary. That has to be biological, because where else would it come from? It's not a cultural tool.
Yeah. I mean, the selection part of it?
Yeah, because you're denying or you're disagreeing with the concept that like men compete and women choose.
Both parties would like to be the chooser. So who is the chooser is determined by circumstance.
Right, I understand. Okay, so maybe we're just miscommunicating. So
men would like to be the chooser. Trust me. They would definitely like to be the chooser.
Obviously.
Women would also like to be the chooser. Right?
Right.
What dictates who is the chooser is circumstance. And circumstance can be the cultural apparatus, which we've obviously built one where there is give and take on who the chooser is in our society, right? Men and women both have.
Well, yeah, but here's my issue with what you're saying. If that was the case, And I think women would be far more aggressive with who they choose, as opposed to women still expecting men to come after them.
Well, I mean, women are aggressive with who they choose. Women fight
Not,
over men all the time. That happens.
it's still far in the minority the amount of women that will ask a guy out.
Well, no, but women will savage other women's reputations to take them out of the running.
I understand, but that's a different thing.
Well, that's still fighting over a man.
Yeah, but in terms of the choice, the choice of mate selection under your model, we should see that women, there should be no gender difference between men and women asking each other out. If it's just about like everyone wants to choose, because then the woman would just go up to the guy that she likes and say, "Oh, go out with me." But we know that that doesn't usually happen.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, because of just, cultural prohibition, but I think that prohibition is obviously on its last legs.
I don't think that's, I don't know. I don't think that's cultural. Or if it is cultural, but I think it stems from an evolved practice or an
Okay.
evolved behavior.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, I think historically, though, I think most marriages were arranged marriages anyway. So the parents were deciding. I think we've looked into this before, and it's
But
pretty prevalent.
even if it's true that there was a lot of or mostly arranged marriages for a huge chunk of human society, the arranged marriages would still be chosen under the same criteria that Jordan's talking about. They'd still be like, we need to find high status males, right?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, true. So Jordan would be correct there.
Well, you just say you'd add, well, it's not just the women choosing; it could also be, the parents, the combined parental force choosing.
I can't remember what book I was reading, but they were talking about dowries and how dowries are different in different societies. Like sometimes a dowry is for the man and sometimes a dowry is for the woman, which is kind of crazy because it denotes like some sort of economic disparity between men and women.
So I remember when when I was doing my research for the Vosh polygamy is natural stream, that what I read said that the reason dowries, now obviously a lot of dowries just exist because of tradition, but the reason that they were created in the first place was it was created because there would be a man who would have multiple wives. And the concept was that since the woman, let me think, how was it? It had something to do with like all of the men's children are his, but only some of the children are the women's.
Oh yeah, because multiple wives, obviously.
Because there are multiple wives. And then I'm kind of blanking here, but then that somehow was the explanation for why dowries were kind of set up. Oh, and so that would be why the male would pay the female's family. It wasn't because like, oh, I'm trading you because they're property. It's because I know that my wife, if I have multiple wives, she's not going to have access to or her children are not going to have access to all of my resources because there are other children that are going to have access to resources that are not hers.
Right. And she's going to have to put some parental investment into offspring that are not hers as well. So it's like a compensation there. Interesting.
Exactly. That was the point of the dowry originally. I don't know why it would be the other way, that the woman's family playing the man's family, but
yeah.
The higher a woman has, the higher the status of the mate that she can obtain. Now, that brings up a question, which is what gives women status? And that's a really hard question. Because first...
What? That's not a hard question.
Well, he's about to say why it's a hard question.
Is it really that hard, Sitch? Look, I haven't watched this, so I don't know what he's about to say, but does it have to do something with physical attractiveness?
Well, that's part of it, yeah.
What's going on why are there all these like woke fashion shows with the most hideous people I've ever seen in my life? What's going on there? That's such an interesting thing.
Well, it's because it's because of queer theory, because the idea is we need to deconstruct and destroy everything that's normative.
Right.
So all forms of normative beauty must be deconstructed.
But are people actually, is there some sort of, psychic mojo going on there where, men are going, oh my God, this, 500-pound woman just looks, I just want to dive in and like make her my wife.
No,
That's not happening?
I don't think that's happening. No.
Well, is that the goal of that? I feel like it is.
That is the goal, but I don't think it's going to work
It's
because,
not going to work.
except for the few people that have the fat fetishes, I think a lot of attraction. Yeah, there are cultural
Mhm.
elements to attraction. Obviously, we didn't evolve to like goth girls or whatever,
Yeah.
but
Why are goth
obvious.
girls so sexy? I
There you
don't
go.
get it.
There you go.
What
But
happened there?
I don't know. That's a good question. But I do. There obviously are parts of attraction, fitness, symmetry of the body,
Of course, yeah.
certain things that are obviously biological. That a obese, ugly person that is being held up for woke reasons is not going to fulfill for most people.
Right. Oh,
First of all, we know that economic viability is not one of those things. So male economic
Just want to say, Grendel in the chat says dowries for women are to provide financial stability in case the marriage falls apart. There you go.
viability and sexual success are correlated insanely highly. It's like 0.6, 0.7, crazily high. One of the most powerful single variable relationships that you can find in all of the social sciences, far higher than the relationship between intelligence and life success, for example. But the
So so to be clear, what Jordan Peterson said was that if you do research on saying how rich a person is, how rich a man is, correlates to how successful he'll be in the dating market. That's one of the highest correlated factors in all of social sciences.
yeah. I got that part. Yeah.
More so than success on intelligence.
More so than IQ. Yeah. So
yes.
The smart guys are not necessarily killing it with the ladies, but the rich guys definitely.
Well, he
are.
doesn't even just mean date success. He just means like overall life success.
Right.
So your richness is more closely aligned or tied to getting women than your IQ is to succeeding in life.
Yes. Well, that makes sense, obviously.
Listen, I'm not saying she's a gold digger, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
correlation between female economic viability and sexual attractiveness is lower than 0. So it's actually slightly negative. So it's a massive sexual dimorphism.
So that's okay. So that actually means that like the wealthier woman is, it's actually going to be like less successful if it's negative, right?
Yeah.
Which is
Ouch.
pretty crazy. Though I would wager that these studies were done not recently.
Right.
I have a feeling that with the Zoomers and the millennials, that negative correlation for women being rich and getting married is definitely changing. I would guess. I don't know, but I would guess.
So then you ask, well, what gives female status? And well, one of the answers is obviously associated with beauty and reproductive capacity and sexual attractiveness. Those things all tangle together extraordinarily tightly. But that's not the only thing, I don't think. And so this, I think, is really worth thinking about. So imagine that you have an attractive girl and a variety of relatively high status men are chasing her. Now, you might ask, well, how do they evaluate her status? And I think they evaluate her status by her ability to say no. So imagine, a high status person offers himself or herself to you. And if you're of lower status, you're going to say yes right away. But one marker of higher status is, well, no, I don't need what you're selling. Yeah, but what I'm selling is great. Yeah, but I have so many offers that I'm not inclined to take your offer because I have options. And it's no on the part of women that signal. I really believe this is the case. It's voluntary no on the part of women that signals their status. And so I don't think young women know this at all because...
How do you feel about that?
Yeah, men value chastity, obviously, and saying no is part of being chaste. So,
well, it's part of it.
Duh. So it's like, duh.
Well, but he's saying it for a different reason, though.
I mean, all this talk of body count, all of the kids talk about body count these days. What do you think they're talking about?
Yes. And I think that's obvious, that is part of it. But he's talking about something different. He's not talking about just because they're chaste. He's saying that by turning people down, you're signaling to them on an unconscious level that you are higher status than them or at a high level of status.
Yeah.
Which I think is a good point. I think it's a very good point. And people don't think about this. This is kind of the idea behind the whole Sigma male, the Sigma male grind set, right?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
You're going to play hard to get.
Aloof. Right.
You're going to be aloof. You're going to play hard to get,
yeah. Who
et cetera,
needs
et cetera,
them?
et cetera.
Who needs these ladies?
Yeah, exactly.
They want to know how to compete with men, let's say, in the power game. And that's a tough question because women are smaller and they're not as physically powerful. And economic
bigot
prowess isn't as attractive to them, and it doesn't make them more viable on the mating market. So the whole game that women are playing is way different than the game men is playing. So you might say, well, how do women equalize the battle? And I think a huge part of that is by reserving to themselves the right to say no. And you see this, people are stumbling towards this realization, even on the radical leftist front, because they keep saying, no means no. And it's like, well, yeah, I wish it was that clear, but at a drunken frat party, what constitutes no is not self-evident. But a clear no on the part of a woman. And I also think that there's...
Well, I think, I understand what he said. I think he should be more specific here. Because when someone on the left talks about no meaning no...
I feel like he's going to introduce a Just Say No campaign.
Well, right. But when someone on the left talks about no means no, that's a very different thing than what he's talking about. He's saying, and I think this is a very important idea, that women can gain status by turning down sexual offers. And that this is sort of like an inherent biological reality. And unfortunately, part of kind of the sexual revolution, but more specifically like the idea of feminism today, where like women should basically be like men and try to have as much sex as possible because that makes it quote unquote fair. That essentially is women lowering their status and giving up power, essentially.
Yeah.
And the irony here is like the feminists are saying women should be able to just fuck as much as they want to gain power. But he's saying, well, it actually works the opposite way. Because men and women are playing different reproductive games. So by women having sex with as many guys as she wants, she's actually losing power. She's not gaining power, essentially.
Well, some of it depends upon circumstance as well, too, because there's a market dynamic thing going on as well. So if a woman, does say no, men today have other options. This is the problem.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So, I mean, yeah, she may be raising her status, but if it doesn't result in any sort of capturing of a mate, what's the use of it?
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point. Right.
Yeah.
But this is, I think, part of the problem with sort of the dating game that's being played now, is that because women are expected to play the reproduction game or the dating game the same way men's are, but they don't work the same way, and they never will work the same way.
I totally agree. Yeah. They're losing their status, and they're kind of forced into it because of the market dynamics.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't work unless culturally all women say no.
It's a combination of market.
Because then the sex becomes a limited resource.
It's a combination of market dynamics because of dating apps, but also the idea that women should basically just be men and behave as men do in the dating front.
Yeah.
Which, first of all, if a woman wants to do that, that's totally fine. But I don't think we should necessarily be teaching this idea like that they should be doing that. I mean, I don't think they should be teaching the idea that anyone should be just, fucking, like having these, try to bang as many people as possible. I don't think that's a healthy attitude for any person or society to have anyway. But
I mean, that's the society most people are teaching though now. Obviously, all these people are poly, and I'm in a relationship with like 6 different people. I'm keeping my options open.
Right.
Which I mean, that's got to be somewhat affected by social media, the internet, and
of course,
dating apps and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So back when it was, you really only had access to mates that you could meet in the real world and like call on the telephone. There wasn't this ability to like source dating options just by the hundreds, so
Right. That's definitely a big
weird
factor.
That's
yeah.
a weird problem.
There's everything and plenty of evidence that that's also one of the things that makes men desirable in the face of, that makes women desirable in the eyes of men, especially if the men might be enticed into pursuing a long-term mating strategy. You know, they'll push on women and see, well, will you say yes right away? And if the answer is yes, especially true for high status men, if the answer is immediately yes, then the guy assumes, well, your status really isn't that high.
Does he go into the short-term mating strategy and the long-term mating strategy of men? Because
Yeah, he does. I didn't put the time code for it. He talked about it in terms of the woman who wrote the book. She starts the book by talking about Marilyn Monroe. And essentially, they both kind of say she was kind of engaged in the short-term male mating strategy. And she compares him to Hugh Hefner, who's doing the same thing. And she's making the argument that when women engage in the male strategy of reproduction and sexifying themselves, essentially, or sexualizing themselves, they lose.
Yeah.
And then when men do it, they can win. And that there's a different game being played, and we have to acknowledge that, essentially.
Yeah, because of the reproductive ability of men to have like 50 kids in a year, and women can only have one, obviously.
Right.
You can't say no to me. But if the woman says no, even to you, the guy thinks, oh, well, you know, look at that. You can imagine there's some narcissism.
No, the guy goes, oh, I'm on a short-term mating strategy here. I'll go open my Tinder app and see.
Yeah, but see,
what
even
else
that's
is going on.
Right, but that means that the woman dodged a bullet. Because it means, oh, this guy's just a fuckboy. You know, he's not actually looking for a relationship.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's the thing, because a man can pretend to be doing the long-term mating strategy and really be doing the short-term mating strategy.
Yeah, but using the strategy of like, well, I'm not going to put out on, first couple dates or so, right?
Yeah, so you do like
you could
5
probably
dates
filter
or
out
whatever.
like 80%, 90% of those guys that are being deceptive.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
That even though I have everything to offer that I have to offer, she's just not falling over. You know, maybe there's something there that requires further exploration. You know, and you even see this in female pornography. It's so interesting because the classic female pornographic story is, there's this extremely attractive, highly productive man who's got a real capacity for aggression. He's a pirate or a surgeon or a werewolf or a vampire or a billionaire. Those are the fundamental female pornographic tropes. And he has women at his disposal. But this woman is shielded off from him, and they dance around each other for a long time, which essentially means that she's saying no, and he's finally enticed into a relationship with her where he sacrifices all, his access to all other women, and then they have hot, steamy sex. And so, most of female pornography is extended foreplay.
See, listen, you don't even need all the Jordan Peterson deepfakes, okay?
I know.
A gold mine of quotes. You have Jordan Peterson saying hot, steamy sex.
This is crazy.
And that's this romantic dance of no, followed by, a very spectacular consummation. And that certainly mirrors it mirrors the
Guys listen to that and they're like, oh, that work. Oh my God. What's going on?
Yeah, but see, it's interesting. It's like the Minecraft / socialism problem. If you are in creative mode and you can just go clap your hands and you get infinite resources, you just don't value them the same. But if you put the work in,
Robot
if you have to mine it, if you have to go into the deep dank Minecraft earth and mine all those resources out to build your giant, cock out of diamonds, you're gonna like it a lot more because you're like, it took just so much effort to construct.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? That's 100% true. Everyone knows that's true.
The human race
Minecraft
is
is
over
like this.
as soon as the robot waifus are here.
Well, that's true. That is 100% true.
I think
yeah.
the
we
war of
talked
the
about
sexes
this.
is real. Like women want something completely different than men.
Yes. But we talked about this, remember, in the past in another stream, and we said, there's at first the robot waifus are just going to be like, do whatever you say. But then people are going to get bored with that. So they're going to have to program them to actually like
To rebel.
to put up like a fake, hard to get sort of attitude. And then people will be really into them all of a sudden. That's what's going to happen. Listen, the robot
you come
waifu
home
thing
and your
is
robot waifu is fucking your best friend. You're
okay.
like,
That's
"Oh
not
my
playing hard
God."
to get. That's a little different than playing hard to get at. I don't know what you mean when you say playing hard to get. But
How dare you? I'm taking you back to the store.
he's like, no. They're just the same model. And you're like, oh, wait.
I wonder I wonder if I could get jealous of someone having sex with a robot waifu that I was dating.
Wait, if it like the same exact one, or you mean like the same model, like same version?
Well, that's an interesting dilemma too. The same, like it's the same model, but
Because the same model would be weird. But if
It'd
it's
be
the same
like,
one,
oh my
obviously,
goodness.
because people are the whole robot waifu thing is only going to work because humans, we will trick ourselves or convince ourselves that it's the same as being in a relationship with a human. So obviously, you'll have just the same jealous feelings if someone had sex with it,
maybe
as you would with a person.
I'm not sure.
The optimal female.
You're wrong. I don't know the time.
I'm wrong.
Oh, that would, yeah, of course. What do you mean? If someone
Sitch is already in love with his robot wife.
You're right. I am already in love. No, but I'm saying if someone has feelings for an inanimate object, right, or a robot,
Well, an animate object.
Yes, that's true. An animate, non-living object like a robot. Okay. So that means that they're convincing themselves from their perspective that the thing feels like it's a real person, right? You're not going to fall in love with a rock.
Yeah.
So then, yeah, why would you not feel jealous?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. It's like do you feel jealous when someone borrows your car?
I'm not in love with my car. Okay.
Well, what if you had a really nice car that you did love? You kind of
I'm not romantically in love with my car. I don't know how you feel about your cars, but
you're like, look, this car's amazing. You got to drive it. Like,
yeah, I don't
look, my robot waifu's amazing. You got like, you got to take her for a spin.
See, I think anyone that would do that is into the sharing / cucking kink. At that point. So,
you think so?
I don't think it's the same as borrowing a car or a pencil or a pen or something like that. I don't believe in the Vosh. It's the same as a handshake ideology. Okay.
It's just your own insecurities, chat. You need to chill out. When I come over and have sex with your girlfriend, you need to chill. That's basically what Vosh was saying.
Reproductive pathway, obviously, because otherwise it wouldn't be the hottest pornographic fantasy. But I really think it's based in reality. And so I don't know how it is that you communicate to young women that, especially if they are of high female status, but even if they're not, that.
Don't you think the high female status people kind of know already? I honestly, I don't feel like everyone is out there just sleeping around, and according to the stats, like nobody's even having sex. Like my generation was having more sex than this generation. So
well, yeah, the high female status on both sides, males and females already know this because they've intuitively figured it out. But if you're quote unquote not high status, right?
Yeah,
or you're middle status, you maybe don't know this, and learning this can change your behavior and actually help you in life.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point.
The most potent tool they have in their armament with regard to status, with regard to being taken seriously, is their ability and willingness to say no.
A question that I've had a lot since the book was published is there a sexual counter-revolution underway? My answer to that is a guarded yes, a bit. I think what's happened is that we've ended up in this very historically unusual situation where female virginity is not prized. Basically, every society hugely praises female virginity and female sexual restraint, the ability to say no for obvious reasons, because an illegitimate child is a disaster not only for the woman but for her family, for the community. There's a need to be gatekeeping young women. The pill does away with that, and the pill also occurs at exactly the same time as this huge political shift and technological shift, and we now have attempted to reconceptualize women as being sort of like slightly smaller men who basically have the same sexual drives and preferences and so on. We know that this isn't true, but we've given it a good go. And many of the young women who've read my book have been raised with this expectation and have attempted to have sex like men and have invariably found that it actually makes them miserable. But we also get trapped in this painful strategic impasse where when the expectation is that you will have sex very early on in a relationship and that withholding sex is not socially permissible. It's a weird sign. It's a sign that you're unusual, that you're not playing by the normal rules. It puts you at a disadvantage. If you are a young woman who doesn't want to be putting out on a first, second, third date, you're already disadvantaged in the dating market, or at least up until recently. But
This is why the asexual thing is a thing now.
Yes. No, you're 100% right.
It's like a pushback. It's like it's as long as it's your sexuality, then you can get away with it. You're like, oh,
right.
But I'm asexual, so. But we can still date. I kind of like you, so maybe someday I'll change.
That's a great point. Who are we talking to about this?
The asexuality stuff?
Yeah.
Sammy G came on and was talking about
it. Oh, that's right. We were talking to Sammy about it. And that's a great point because it's actually funny. It's actually hilarious to conceptualize it that way. So basically what happens is you have society is pressuring women to basically just behave like men sexually.
Right.
And to put out. If they don't put out.
Like pigs.
Yes,
women
like pigs.
Just pursue short-term dating, so short-term reproductive strategies like we all do. Us pigs.
Right.
It'll be great. It actually is great.
It's great for some people. Bad for other people.
Yeah, obviously.
It's one of those situations where it's like how like society, like a lot of people view the abolishment of polygamy as beneficial for women and harming men, but it's actually the opposite. It's beneficial for men and actually maybe harms women.
Yeah. We watched that video together.
Right. But then it's the exact opposite with like society thinks, teaching women to behave as men do sexually is beneficial for them. But it's like, well, no, it's actually hurting them.
Yeah, it's hurting women. Men. It helps high status males, which I mean, what are they think? And the women that came up with all of this, I mean, all they talk about is the patriarchy. It's so weird that they fell right into the trap.
Well, it's ironic because a lot, not all, but like a lot of the third wave feminists were butch lesbians who were probably more masculine.
Of course, yes.
Just biologically.
Testosterone seething through their blood.
Yes, so it kind of makes sense. Because one of my prime critiques about third wave feminism is that essentially it's giving up. It's acknowledging that all the qualities that men hold up as the best qualities are correct and that women should adhere or seek out those qualities, as opposed to feminists saying what would make more sense is no, society should admire and respect, feminine qualities as also being as good as, the male qualities.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because of the butch lesbian kind of problem in third wave feminism.
Ooh, ouch.
So, but regarding what we were going back to the asexual thing, it's kind of interesting. Is like, it's hilarious because it's like, so women are basically pressured socially into having sex early, or they're going to get labeled as weird or prudes or whatever. And so the way to circumvent that is like you have to use woke language to get around that. So you're like, oh, well, I'm asexual actually, or I am demisexual actually. Like it's an ingenious way to kind of get around it.
Yeah. No, there's all these workarounds. It's great.
Life finds a way.
Life.
I've noticed going and giving talks all over the country is I've often had women come up to me afterwards and say that they like my message, they agree that they have implementing this in their own lives, that they are not having casual sex, that they are not giving into this social pressure. And one of the things I've noticed about these women is they tend to be very beautiful. And I think that that's not coincidental. I think it's because they are the women who have the greatest power within this system and are therefore the ones who can most easily opt out of the current set of expectations and can say no without suffering a penalty for it. So I think those women, many of them are already doing that because they've gotten on to the fact that this is actually a miserable system which causes them harm. And my hope is that that will accelerate as other women imitate them.
Exodus. You're totally right about the ads in this
commercials.
really
Oh, they're so bad.
really distracting.
Daily Wires on my shit list.
Okay,
Well,
let me
they
jump ahead.
completely destroyed Jordan Peterson's content. So
Right. So let me jump ahead. So now we're gonna get to the part that everyone got all triggered about. So you can see, we're watching this, a lot of interesting things being discussed, right?
yeah,
You know,
that's
really-
the thing that's so insidious about the Sam
Right.
Seder stuff is like, I mean, you're not even allowed to do thought experiments now.
No.
I mean, just imagining a world where women are property is a thought crime.
Well, that's not exactly what Peterson was saying, but listen, it's like when we were talking to OC and Dane the other day, like engaging in hypotheticals is a bad thing, obviously.
Well, they were scared. They were so scared they were going to say the wrong thing and get themselves canceled.
Well, but this is essentially people are just so hungry. They're like hungry wolves. They're like the cartoon vulture. They're all just like gazing down endlessly at Jordan Peterson, like waiting for anything that they can pounce on
Any
to
little
attack.
any little crumb, any little nugget.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, he's pretty much already gone full, anti-trans now. So what is there
but
left?
You need new content constantly.
Okay.
Listen, we stream twice a week, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Sam Seder has videos every day. Every day he needs someone to, attack and
Vilify.
criticize
Yeah.
and vilify. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Thank God we have Sam Seder to vilify. The wealth of content.
Exactly. We're doing it for the side of just morality. So, like Huxley said, therefore we can feel good about it.
I actually left that quote on FD Signifier's new video. I finally watched an FD Signifier video.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Oh,
yeah.
Which one was it?
His latest video is about internet drama. I'm like, oh, look at you. It's like you're such a babe in the woods. Like I don't understand why they turn to this, feminist philosophy, feminist Marxist philosophy to explain the world, because it doesn't explain anything. It's like ridiculous. He trots out all of his, Gramscian, and look, he even interviews Hassan Piker, and Hassan Piker is throwing out Gramsci and stuff like that. And I'm going, look, none of this is coherent. We'll watch it. We'll watch it together on.
We got to watch it. Yeah, that's fascinating. Because I did see I only saw one part of it where he references and attacks Doomer.
Yeah, Doomer made it. Doomer made the cut. Doomer's in there for his video on Bosch. He also did a live stream with Kidology. Kidology calls herself apolitical, but she called Jordan Peterson alt-right. Well, she called Ben Shapiro alt-right. And when she means alt-right, she means like anti-Semitic. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. But she did a live stream with FD Signifier and completely annihilated him. Just annihilated him. And he sounds like he came on our live stream and sounded so just, confident. Like, I'm here. You guys are the little guys. I'm just here to bestow my greatness upon you.
You thought I didn't think he sounded confident at all. But
oh, really?
That's interesting. Yeah.
I felt like he had a swagger about it. But he has that that conversation with Kidology, and like he's not confident at all. So
Well, she's a black lady, so she's higher up on the oppression
she
hierarchy.
hit him over the head so hard too, because she talked about how when he made his attack video on her video just died, and like 90% of her supporters left her.
Ooh.
She's like basically telling me, yeah, I'm basically living under the bridge now. Thanks.
Well, I only listened to the beginning of it.
He's
And the
just
beginning of it is him apologizing.
I almost
So-
sent you a screenshot because he's like back in his chair. He's like, oh my God. He's just like shaking his head. Because, he's like a Marxist and shit. He's like a total socialist, anti-capitalist. He's like, oh my God, I destroyed her business.
Yep. How dare you? How dare you?
Oh, it was so good. It was so good. It made me want to actually talk to Kidology, which I haven't really. She talked to Max and they had like the weirdest conversation. I thought, oh, ugh.
Isn't that like everyone has a conversation with Max?
Max does this weird thing where he's just like silent for a long time and he thinks it's profound. And I'm like, oh my God. What? It's such a gimmick.
He's thinking. Okay.
No,
he's a
not.
deep thinker.
No, he's like undressing them with his thoughts. That's what he's doing. He's not thinking.
Oh, okay.
He's like perving out. He's like imagining them when they're like 15 or something.
Sus Among Us, thank you so much for the $20. And for the first super chat, thank you so much. Says, first time I've ever super chatted, Sam should give Splatoon a try. He would love the slosher. There you go.
That's a great first super chat.
There you go. You might not like the second part. A team throws away the cases and keeps the discs only.
Oh my God.
S class is the best class.
Look, it's like this guy knows me.
Yeah. You're one of those people. You just have like
look,
this. You used to have like the stack of CDs somewhere. You didn't have the cases.
My wife still gets angry at me because the cases are all gone.
Oh my God.
It's hilarious.
Adam. You can't do that. That's how they get scratched and destroyed and
Life
lost.
is short.
Okay. Life is short. Throw away the DVD case.
It's too late. It's too late. They're gone. Look, you own things. Pretty soon they end up owning you. Get rid
That's
of those
true.
cases.
Well, I will say, back, it's funny. I threw it away recently. I was just like going through my old junk, throwing it away. I found I still had one of those. Remember back in the day when we used to have to burn CDs?
Yes. Oh my God. What a nightmare.
Remember when if you wanted to copy a CD, you literally had to have 2 disk drives on your computer.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And nowadays you don't even my computer doesn't
thinks
even have a
about that?
fucking. Who has a CD drive on their computer?
Yeah.
That's
Thumb
ridiculous.
drive. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But so I found, we used to go to like Best Buy or the computer store and you would buy like that tower of like 100 CDs, 100 blank CDs.
Oh yes. Yeah. You had one of those.
Yes, I found my.
Uh-oh. We lost Sitch. Sitch. Adam to Sitch. Adam to Sitch. Did you lose power? Maybe it's my internet. Oh, everything looks good. All right. Sitch must have had a power outage or something. Should I play the video? Should I read another super chat? Here, I'll play some video.
To tell that to young women. I don't even think men can, probably.
Is because the pill disrupts it all, right? Because the pill, it doesn't reduce to zero, but it does massively reduce the risks associated with sex, the physical risks, not the psychological risks. And so with those physical risks removed, I mean, I have a fascinating quote from a woman who was in her 20s in the 1960s when the pill arrived. And she said that the advent of the pill meant that it suddenly became so much more difficult to say no to men, because what you used to be able to say was, no, we can't because I might get pregnant. With that no longer available, and what we're dealing with here, of course, is the gorilla.
I mean, can't women kind of say that they're not on the pill? Like, are women forced to go on the pill or something? Is the pill mandatory, ladies? Can't you just tell them, hey, I'm not on? Well, I guess they would just say, oh, that's cool. I have a condom. They'd be like, wait, I have birth control right here. Look, let me just get it out of my wallet. Maybe they could say that they're allergic. They have an allergy to latex. That would be a good. I've heard that one before, right? I've heard people who have allergies to latex and it actually destroys their entire sex life, like a real allergy. So.
Agreeability gap between men and women. Women find it difficult to be assertive. And if they can't call on that kind of very clear risk as an appeal, then what are they left with? No, I just don't want to have sex with you. And that's a really painful thing to say, that it wouldn't hurt feelings. There's also, I think, an element of women being slightly physically frightened.
Right.
Of
Well,
men
it boils
and
down
not
to
wanting
personal rejection then, eh?
Yeah. Which is a painful
Right,
thing to
because
deliver.
that's the only
Why is Jordan interrupting? God, he's so bad.
excuse you have left.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, here's something else that's worth pondering. You know, you talked about one of the advantages of the sexual revolution was the transformation of the idea that rape was a property crime, let's say, into a crime against the...
Oh, no. I mean, we have to wait for Sitch for this part, obviously. Let me back it up a little bit. This is a big evil part. I guess I'll read some super chats here. I'm not the bestest reader, you guys actually, but it's more like a premium when you get me reading because obviously it's such a struggle for me. So get my reading glasses on here. Oh, wow. You saved me. I almost had to read a super chat.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. My internet just died, but it came back, so it's all good.
I didn't plug the heater in today. So I was like, I gave my wife like a big extension cord so she could plug it into a different.
He said, listen, don't trip the breaker.
I said, listen, plug this in the garage, will you? We need to do some wiring work on our house pretty badly. So
I just got to save the members because they don't show up anywhere, and then I'll have to restart. Well, I can't. The screen is dead. So
you want me to screen grab them?
Well, the super chats I can get. It's just the membership things you lose because YouTube sucks. But
John Bender, new member of the Free Will Seekers. Welcome, John.
Thank you, John.
John, and he's even got a picture of Bender from the movie. 2 weeks, Bender.
From the movie.
Got you for 2 weeks. Yeah. The Breakfast Club.
Oh, I thought you meant Bender from Futurama.
You know what I mean? Well, it's Bender from Breakfast Club is the human version of Bender from Futurama.
I'm back. I'm officially back. The Gators got Sitch. Thank you, Michael, for being a free seeker for 10 months. Says the Gators got Sitch. They almost did.
Yeah. I think you were making a point.
I was just saying, okay, basically the end of the story was I found all my old CDs and I threw them in the trash can and they're gone forever.
What? You didn't even save them to your computer?
No, no. My computer doesn't have a CD drive, Adam.
So you can't even copy them?
No. I'd have to go out and buy one, and I don't care enough to do that.
I just recently found the box of CDs that I have that's like all just... If I had the cases, it would be giant. It would take up a whole room. Yeah.
Well, also, I couldn't...
a giant box of CDs.
So for those of you that are Zoomers, okay, like for most of the CDs that you bought, it was really terrible because you only could put information on the CD once. And then once you put the information on the CD, it was permanent and you could never take the information off the CD.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it wasn't even a device like a USB where you could transfer information. You had to buy it was a big deal when the special like CDs that were rewritable came out. You're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
But anyways,
thumb drive now.
Yeah.
I can't believe I just walk around with the kind of thumb drive. It's so awesome.
Did you play some of the clip?
I did, yeah, but it started getting into the part where he makes his, and I paused it because I didn't want to.
Okay. I'm ready to go.
Should we go into that?
And that's a really painful thing to say, that it wouldn't hurt feelings. There's also, I think, an element of women being slightly physically frightened.
Right. Well, it boils
and
down
not
to
wanting
personal rejection then, eh?
Yeah. Yeah. Which is a painful
Right,
thing to
because
deliver.
that's the only excuse you have left.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Women, you just need to tell the guy, you need to say, listen, I'm afraid of getting pregnant by you. We would have the ugliest kids ever. Just get away from me.
Well,
just tell him.
How would this? I guess this would only work if the guy's not like, I have a condom, right? So I
know that's
successful.
I came up with that. Like, just tell him you're not on the pill, and then he'd be like, oh, well, I have a condom right here.
No, but see, then she saes, but I'm allergic to latex.
That's what I said.
And then he's like, I have the other one. So you're like, no.
I have lambskin.
I forget, what is it called? It's not lambskin. They don't use that anymore.
I have
like
lambskin. Look, I have a balloon from the circus. Let's go.
There you go.
18.
Absolutely. Well, here's something else that's worth pondering. You know, you talked about...
Oh my God, they still sell lambskin?
Mm-hmm. What's up?
They still sell lambskin.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I thought those were like terrible. Why would you ever use that?
The dental dam. Oh my God.
Huh. I'm curious as to what the percentage blockage of lambskin is. I'm looking at the reviews on CVS. The first review is, gross. These stink and are so gross. You couldn't pay me to use them.
Oh my God.
Really, lambskin doesn't smell very good. But okay.
One of the advantages of the sexual revolution was the transformation of the idea that rape was a property crime, let's say, into a crime against the woman herself. And I would say, look, I have plenty of sympathy for that perspective. And I think it's fundamentally true. But I'm going to push back because...
Okay, so there's two problems here.
Yeah, he faux pas there, didn't he? He's like, I think it's fundamentally true that women are property.
No, that's not him. Well, first of all, she doesn't say property. Mm-hmm. She doesn't say those words. He says that. Now that's what she's talking about, that concept, but she didn't use that exact term. So I don't think Jordan Peterson should have used the term either, because it's gonna come back to bite him.
But he did say, I think it's fundamentally true that women are property. He just said that.
No, that's not what he said.
Yeah, he did.
Herself. And I would say, look, revolution was the transformation of the idea that rape was a property crime, let's say, into a crime against the woman herself. And I would say, look, I have plenty of sympathy for that perspective. And I think it's fundamentally true. But
okay,
I'm going to...
He does say it. So it's like...
He's saying it's fundamentally true that the women should not be classified as property.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Why the fundamentally... the fundamentally modifier in there is little sus. Just
what do you mean? That means it's extra true.
No.
Doesn't it? No, you don't think so?
No, it means, in another reality, it might not be true, but in a fundamentalist reality, it's true.
Well, I don't. Well, he's about to give his own, what would be the potential upswing,
right,
of denoting women as property.
Right.
Well, he actually doesn't say that. What would be the potential upswing of sort of conceptualizing rape as just beyond the women's issue, essentially?
Now, we're going to do our best to good faith Gary this, right?
But I don't think you need to. To me, it's very clear what he's saying. He, first of all, in the beginning of it, he says, I agree with the current paradigm. I think it's fundamentally true.
Right.
Okay. But then he's saying
fundamentally true.
Right. I don't have a problem with saying fundamentally
true.
It's
absolutely true.
Yes. Okay. He should have said it's
absolutely true sounds better than fundamentally true.
That's true. Okay, so
you might as well say like it's technically true.
No,
but it would be a lot better, obviously, if we were
property,
right? That's what he's saying.
What he should have done was he should have thrown his clipboard away. He should have got down on his hands and knees, and he should have bowed down to the feet of this goddess before him.
I don't even know that they're in the same room.
What he was going to say.
I think they might have been filmed in different locations, and they're cheating.
No, they're in the same room.
Nah, they're cheating it. What's going on in the background there?
Isn't the wall the same color?
Is that like a naked Santa in the window there? Like,
what? Where are you seeing naked Santa?
It looks like a Santa with his bathrobe open or something.
You mean on the door?
He's got like a cup of coffee there, and
What are you
He's
looking
like
at?
staring at Jordan Peterson across
What
the
the
thing.
hell are you? What are you looking at?
Did Balenciaga like film this for Jordan Peterson or something?
That's like a window on a door or something.
Oh, okay. You don't see like a Santa with his robe open and a coffee cup?
Are you? I don't know if we're talking about the same thing. Are we talking? You're talking about the thing that's on the door?
No, on the right hand side.
Yeah.
In the
Okay.
window
There's
across
a
the street.
window.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a window, and there's grass. I'm assuming you're not talking about the grass. And
Right.
then there's like pillars. I'm assuming you're not talking about the pillars, but
Standing next to the pillar.
in between the pillars is a door,
Okay.
and then on the door is like a window with something that's like hanging down.
Right.
Yeah. You think that looks like naked Santa Claus?
That's like a Santa beard.
Okay, I think you know how like, you know the joke when like
Mhm.
the psychiatrist holds up the ink blots and
Yeah.
someone only sees like perverted things in them, and they're like, wow, do you think you have a problem with sex? And the guy's like, you're the one showing me all these naked pictures.
That's exactly what's
I
happening.
think that's what we're learning about Adam. Adam has a naked Santa Claus fetish.
Look, look, it's just weird. It's very
Okay,
it's very invasive.
there you go. Someone in chat says, I see it too, Sitch. Sitch doesn't have the artist eye. There you go. It's not unlike the Sharon Gun eye. You have the artist eye. It lets you see perversion everywhere.
Hilarious.
Okay, but anyway, back to this. This is
No.
where Jordan Peterson gets in all
No
the
more.
trouble. All
No
the
more
trouble.
hot water here.
A crime against the woman herself. And I would say, look, I have plenty of sympathy for that perspective. And
Look, he has sympathy for that perspective. Like, I know it's wrong, but I sympathize with you for believing that shit. Like, why is all these words are just the wrong words?
Well, listen, he's
I
not.
have sympathy for your naive view of reality where women are not property. I as a bona fide sexist, I feel like he's throwing me a bone here. I really do. I feel like he is.
Listen, up yours, woke moralist. Okay, he's not gonna play your games.
No. I'm just waiting for him to wink at me.
Uh-huh.
Hold up two fingers, Jordan, if you're sending a secret message to us sexists.
I think it's fundamentally true. But
Whoa, there it is.
See, he said he's fundamentally true. Yeah.
No, he's
it's
just
true.
doing the two finger thing I just said. Look at that.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I'm going to push back because, all this is all very complicated. It isn't obvious to me that offers women enough defense. And so the counter argument might be if untrammeled sexual access to a young woman is a crime, in order for that to be recognized as a crime properly, it has to be viewed as something that will bring the males on her side to her defense in principle. Now, maybe not, right? Because you could say, well, maybe we could set up a...
Look, I just want the reaction shot of the woman. I just so badly here.
I know. We don't
she's
get
just
one.
saying
We
like,
don't ever get one.
what the fuck?
No, wait, no. First of all, so
She's like, what the fuck?
I don't think she is like, what the fuck?
Oh, I do. I think so.
No, because this is sort of in line with stuff she said earlier in the conversation.
Okay.
Because that's her whole her whole thing is the idea of the sexual revolution was bad. Women need to be more conservative. And so, okay, but wait a minute. So let's actually analyze.
Well, yeah.
what
First of all,
Jordan Peterson just said.
I want to point out. I notice the similarities. We've had some monarchist debates. This philosophy that the monarchists have that if the citizenry is the property of the monarch, he's going to take better care of that property because he owns it.
I don't think that's applicable to this conversation.
Mm-hmm. Well, I disagree with that perspective wholeheartedly. Like
I do too, but
yeah.
I don't think that that's comparable to what Jordan's saying, because the reason I don't think the whole monarchy, the kingdom, and the people are their property thing. There's a difference between like you saying I have responsibility over one person and I have responsibility over millions of people I've never seen or interacted with, right?
Well, yeah, totally. Well,
So-
and also, but you don't think of family members as property, obviously.
No, I
Like,
understand that, but
your son or daughter is your, most
Right.
prized relationship, but you don't
Right.
think of it as like a possession.
But this is the problem. This is why he should never have used the word property. He's not saying women should be conceptualized as property. What he's saying is, I don't know if in society, and this is where I think so much of the bad faith from, Sam Seder and other people commenting on this. What he said was, I agree that women are not property. However, I'm not sure. He's saying, I think that it's possible that if we want, society to be serious about preventing rape, that there needs to be an actual stronger investment tying men into, men in the woman's life into the crime. That's what he's saying. In terms of men having some responsibility or protection, of the women.
Right.
Which I don't think is necessary. But I don't have a problem with someone discussing the idea of whether it is necessary.
A father's protective instinct over his daughter is not a property.
Right.
Like intuition.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Oh no. Well, what?
Well, listen. I think
a little bit property, not like 100%.
Well, first of all, you're the one. Wait a minute. You were the one early in the conversation. I was like, I love my car, Sitch. Okay.
Oh, you're
I
right.
love my car as deeply as I love, anything on this world.
No, I don't. Well, I do. Yeah, my Mustang, I do love.
But secondly, you have to remember that Jordan Peterson at least has expressed a very cynical view of human relationships and human nature, where that humans view everything, including other people, as either tools or obstacles.
Right. Yeah.
And so this conforms with that idea. And so you could, when you say like, oh, a father's love for his daughter is different from a love from property. Obviously, yes. Well, not always. There are some people that love their property and their possessions more than their children.
Oh,
but
so sad.
It is, and then we say that's very sad and disgusting. But even for the parent that loves their child, hopefully more than their property, you could make an argument. Now, I don't know if I would agree with this argument, but you could make some argument that whatever's happening there is just a more extreme version of whatever, protectiveness people have over their property or something.
Yeah.
So, but again, he's not saying women should be property. That was the problem. He should never have said that he should never have used that phrase in the beginning.
Well, the implication is definitely there. He is talking about like the whole bringing males into the exchange. What do you think? Like, what's the conceptualization there? Is it like, focusing on prevention over restitution?
He's saying that he's saying that you could make an argument. I don't agree with the argument. I don't think it's necessary. But he's saying you could make an argument that, again, in order for society, for the males in society to take the threats of rape seriously, they would have to be more invested in the crime that maybe doesn't affect them directly. That's what he's saying.
I feel like it does, though, obviously. Like
I do too.
Yeah.
I do
so,
too. If it's a friend or family member,
yeah,
I
obviously.
would think, I think that's enough
Be
motivation
horrified. Yeah.
already. Yeah.
Society where merely, quote, transgressing the rights of a woman to say no is sufficient. But it's not obvious to me that that's sufficient. Like maybe sufficient means not only do you violate the integrity of the woman in a fundamental sense, but you enrage all of her male protectors.
I mean, that happens already, so.
And then that's enough of a barrier, because God only knows.
I think what he's saying is applicable to societies back in the day, but I don't think it's applicable. And this is, I wish, because she isn't like pushed back on this.
So ridiculous.
What?
I can't imagine like, you know, her male friends coming out and going, "Look, you got raped. You know, walk it off.
No,
You
no,
know,
no.
get
Well,
over it."
yeah, but they used
Come
to.
on.
But they used to, Adam.
What they used to say that?
Yes, that's what they're the conversation. This maybe this is part of what's missing because I didn't play the clip. Because part of the conversation is about how the ideas about rape are different today than they were in the past, and now rape is seen as this like ultra serious thing. Where in the past it was kind of like, like it was part of life. You know, you got raped, okay. Like it wasn't taken seriously.
Okay.
Okay, so that's kind of like and I think that's, and I'm glad you brought that up because that's an
What
important
about like the
context here.
shotgun wedding and shit, and the like the brothers going to like kill the guy and stuff like that? I feel like maybe it was
Yeah,
taken
that could be
seriously.
that could definitely be a response. Well, but that usually wasn't about rape. That was usually about,
Hmm.
a consensual sexual relationship or something, right?
Well, I don't know.
But this is how I would respond to Jordan. If we were having this conversation, I wish that she did directly respond. She doesn't. Well, I'll play a response. She doesn't directly respond to it. I would say that I think what he's saying was true at points in human history. However, under the framework of liberalism, where we view every person as having inalienable natural rights, that the violation of those natural rights is enough to enrage their friends and their family and everyone around them enough that you don't need what he's talking about. That maybe in pre-liberal societies you would require something, but I don't think you need them in liberal societies.
Hmm. It's like an extra layer of prohibition, or threat, maybe.
Right. Right.
Isn't that what he's talking about? He's
Yeah.
talking about more males need to step up and go, listen, I'm going to kick your ass if you rape her.
Essentially, yes. Right.
Okay.
How much barrier we need. And obviously, well, you just laid out a bunch of problems, especially now that the pill introduces, and we should stress that. The problem that women have in saying no once they're on the pill is that it's instantly personal. And that means the woman has to deliver a pretty hard blow. And that's especially problematic if she's somewhat potentially interested in the guy, right? How do I say no without hurting his feelings, alienating him, making him into an enemy, looking like a prude? And I mean, when you're 16, you don't know the answer to any of those questions. Like, you're not sophisticated enough to. And I saw this in my clinical practice all the time. You know, I had lots of women in my clinical practice who were abused serially. And, you know, they were generally stunningly unsophisticated in their conduct. And I'm not trying to blame the victim. I'm just saying that sophisticated women, and those are often those they've had a lot of good relationships with men, brothers and fathers in particular. Sophisticated women signal to men who are getting a little pushy, in no uncertain terms, very early in the pushing game, that no is the answer.
So we already see where strikes 2 and 3 are happening. Where people are going to sort of look at this in the most negative way. He's using the term sophisticated women.
Right.
Is going to trigger people. But then he also used the term, women that have a positive relationships with men, are going to understand how to deal with men. Or if they don't have positive relationships with men, they're not going to have experience maybe. Or the
Daddy
understanding of
issues.
how to deal with it. Yeah. Right. And so these are all, he's saying, he's basically throwing all, like, incidentally, not intentionally, throwing out all this bait that's going to get people
I
on the
know.
left like really riled up.
Oh, and they do. They get riled up pretty quick.
Right. And they do that. If you do that really early on in the investigation, you don't have to use much force. But unsophisticated women, they can't do that at all. They don't know how. And then what happens is they run into an unsophisticated guy. He's too dumb to pick up any clues. And then by the time she really wants to say no, she's already on the bed. I'll give you an example.
Okay, so now we're at strike 4.
Oh my God.
Because he's only talking about now, and I think this is, if you're going to be any level of charitability, obviously they're talking about, and she even said this earlier in the conversation, no one's talking about like this, like the situation where a violent person like grabs a woman and knowingly like rapes her, right?
Right.
No one's talking about anything of that because
This is
obviously
all
that's
consensual.
right. Well, because obviously there isn't like a social taboo that's going to prevent someone from, murdering someone from committing a violent crime, right? Like they know that they're transgressing, societal norms at that point.
Mm-hmm.
This, I had one client who was coerced in her account into a sexual encounter by a door-to-door salesman. Typical pornographic fantasy setup. So this young guy is going around door to door selling whatever. So he's not one of the world's high status males, let's put it that way. And, and I suppose he's probably got all sorts of fantasies running through his pornography-addled brain. And so he comes to the door and she's in the house and she's a reasonably attractive young woman and he's friendly. And well, the first thing she does is invite him in. Now that's stupid. She's alone. She doesn't know who he is at all. And she invites him in. Well, he thinks, oh my God, what is she at? Maybe she really likes me. And you already said that men, and this is especially true if they're narcissistic and immature, radically overestimate the degree to which a woman's attention is signaling sexual availability for obvious reasons. And so he's thinking, oh my God, this is my big chance. And so then he starts to press her and she has no tools at her disposal at all because she has no idea how to signal no. And let's say she's agreeable and neurotic with a bit of a history of abuse. And the next thing she knows, she finds herself on the couch, 3/4 undressed. And then the question is, well, is that rape? And well, then that's the question. That's when the police come in and the lawyers come in and, you spend the next 3 years trying to figure out whether or not that's rape. But it's so my point with all that is that.
So we already see strike number 5 right there.
I know, this is awful. This is totally awful.
It was interesting in Destiny's conversation where they were going over the Aziz Ansari situation.
Mm-hmm.
There was a line when he takes the girl back to his place.
Mm-hmm.
She said, I forget the exact line. She says something about like, oh, like you have a nice countertop or something. I mean, a nice table, nice countertop. Like, what is it for? Or something. And he makes some joke about like, oh,
sex.
Like hop up. It's like for sex or something. And she does hop up and sit on it.
Oh my goodness.
And then, so Destiny's saying like, that's a clear signal to a guy that you want to have sex. Yeah. Like obviously and it's funny. It's exactly what you said earlier in the stream. Someone throws out a joke that can intentionally be interpreted as serious or a joke in order to give both parties in the conversation cover.
An out, yeah. Exactly.
And out, yes. And the woman, but in this situation, the woman did the thing. She jumps up on the table. And so Destiny's arguing with the girl he's talking to that's obviously a clear sign to the guy that she wants to have sex. And the woman he's talking to is like, no, it's not.
Yep.
And it's just like, it just really shows, and it's kind of what Peterson's talking about, this like massive disconnect and why, people, I think, generally don't really understand each other. And we're just all kind of fumbling around here.
What did the girl say to Destiny?
She just said, no, that doesn't mean that she wants to have sex.
Yeah, but what was her excuse for the girl? She just want to test the countertop out?
It was just a joke.
Oh, she was just making the joke.
Yeah, she was just playing along with the joke. Right?
Oh, okay. Just playing along.
Or maybe she just wants to make out,
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
It's an open question how much protection women need from the males around them. And then it's an open question exactly how to construe
They need a lot. Men are pigs. It's not an open question. What the fuck? I don't get it.
Right.
I just don't get it. Men are pigs. Look, I've had male friends my entire life.
You are a male.
All pigs.
You're a pig.
Every single one of them.
Uh-huh.
Look, guys only want one thing.
And it's
sex.
Disgusting.
Okay.
Crime of irresponsibility.
I just want to say, listen, Adam is a pig. So he projects his pigness onto every other guy. I am not a pig.
Sitch only wants one thing.
Soy
latte from Starbucks.
There you go.
Sitch is obviously.
Sitch only wants one thing: to be left alone.
No way. Come on.
So So I'm going to say, as not a pig, not all guys are pigs. I'm going to push back against Adam's misandry. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yes. Not all guys are pigs.
Okay.
Just most of them.
Right. 90. Look, you're just safe just assuming it's all of them. And then,
That's bigotry, Adam.
then you're
bigotry.
happily disappointed
That's bigotry.
or happily not disappointed.
Responsible access to a young woman from a psychological and legal and social perspective.
It's a variable, though, because obviously it depends upon the woman. Well, men do this like Madonna whore thing. Like they tend to, categorize women as, Holy Mother Mary, this is the woman I want to marry and to bear my children, and I'm going to be the protector of for the rest of my life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or this woman's a slut. I just want to have sex with tonight and lose her number, right?
Right, but that exactly lines up with what Jordan Peterson was saying about women making themselves a commodity that raises their status by saying no.
I don't think women have that dual reproductive strategy because they're always the one that's stuck with the baby. So they're like, they only have I'm looking for well, I guess they can have a short-term mating strategy, but it's not really a reproductive strategy.
It's not a good strategy.
It's just a have fun strategy, right?
Yeah. Well, it's not. It's a sex strategy. It's not a reproductive strategy.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly how to construe the crime of irresponsible access to a young woman from a psychological and legal and social perspective. Like maybe it's not just a crime against the woman. Maybe it's a crime against the broader community. And it's not like I'm saying I know how to adjudicate that, because I don't. But it's hard to get all the necessary barriers in place. And if that wasn't true, we wouldn't have this huge debate about consent on campuses.
I have a slightly unusual view of the relationship between Christianity and feminism. In general, modern feminists, set themselves up in opposition to Christianity, particularly on the issue of abortion, the Handmaid's Tale kind of neo-Puritan outfit being the uniform now of American feminists and so on. I am of the view, though, that actually feminism is an outgrowth of Christianity, and that the fundamental idea in Christianity, which is so different from other religious traditions, that weakness is strength, that the first shall be last, that there is something valuable about being small and vulnerable rather than something despicable about it. I think that feminism completely relies on that idea.
Uh-oh. Where have we both heard this recently, Adam?
Slave morality.
Yeah, Adam's got me listening to a Stephen Hicks book.
I know you've been cold on Stephen Hicks. Have you changed your view now?
I was never cold on Stephen Hicks. I was always mixed on Stephen Hicks.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's something in there that he's already wrong about that is important
in that book, in the Nietzsche and the Nazis.
So Stephen Hicks, who he wrote, what was he wrote the postmodern neo-Marxist book. What was it called?
Understanding Postmodernism.
Yeah,
that's a great book. You don't like
that
book?
Yeah, I did like that book. He wrote a book called Nietzsche and the Nazis, which you can find an audio version on YouTube.
Yeah, it's a fascinating book.
I've been listening to it, and it's funny because what she's saying is straight out of Nietzsche. I don't know if she got from Nietzsche, but straight out of Nietzsche, kind of this idea that like liberalism and Christianity basically is rooted in liberalism and like the demonizing of strength and the lionizing of weakness all comes from Christianity. Though interestingly, Nietzsche, according to Stephen Hicks, Nietzsche also says it comes from Judaism, which I don't know what the fuck Nietzsche's talking about. Has he ever read the Old Testament? You could definitely point that at Christianity, because there was a lot of messages about that, and Nietzsche's point was that essentially a religion that's created for people that are enslaved is going to essentially... Well, actually, let me back up a little bit. It's interesting. Nietzsche kind of gives the same definition of morality that you give, which is that the point of morality is to bind groups of people together and help them survive.
Yeah,
and
that's
so
what I loved.
Right.
It's like,
And so if you have a group of people who are enslaved and they have to live in bondage, essentially, to some degree, they're going to create a moral system that prevents their children essentially from rising up and getting killed by the slave masters. And so that's why they're going to demonize strength and they're going to promote, meekness and, blah, 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 blah. Now, I'm not saying this is true of Christianity. This was Nietzsche's view of Christianity. But to me, for him to point that at Judaism is so bizarre because
look at this.
Judaism was, well, when Judaism was like written, when the Old Testament was written, it was like super violent. The Jews were very militaristic. They had like a kingdom. So actually, I guess maybe it was pre the like Judea kingdom. Like it was not a slave religion. So I don't even understand how, like, people always say like the Old Testament's like very bloody and like violent, and the New Testament's all like nice, So I just thought it was weird that he was complaining that to the Jews. But
so you're saying Judaism is master morality?
no, I'm saying that Judaism is far more. The irony here is that, well, and the reason I bring this up is because then the Nazis were very inspired by Nietzsche, and they had kind of the same ideas about like the weakness of Christianity, though they viewed it more through the lens of like Jewish influence. Because Nietzsche's position, at least according to Stephen Hicks, was that all this came from the Jews, even though Nietzsche himself was not anti-Semitic. And this is kind of mirrored in Evola. Evola has the exact same position that Western, or West Europe needs to disregard sort of the Judean religion and the Christian religion that promotes weakness, and then they go back to like some kind of pagan religion that promotes strength. But I think if you actually analyze Judaism is way more in line with like the ancient pagan religions that promote strength. And so I don't understand how the Jews get lumped into that.
Yeah,
but anyway,
I've never studied Judaism, so I don't know.
It's interesting that she's saying all this because we were just reading or listening to the Nietzsche and the Nazis thing. And
I mean, I listened
the
to
thing
it
is,
like twice. I mean, it sounds like you're on your first pass.
the thing that Stephen Hicks got wrong, which I didn't know about until I think it was John Masters or someone I was arguing with on Twitter, sent this to me, and it was very fascinating. Was Stephen Hicks says that one of the differences between Nietzsche and the Nazis was that Nietzsche was very anti-Christian and the Nazis were not anti-Christian. However, if you read a book, assuming it's true, which is like, it's called like Hitler's Tabletop Conversations, which were supposed to be like more of his real thoughts, it shows that while Hitler publicly would defend Christianity, privately he hated Christianity, like vehemently hated Christianity for all of the same reasons that Nietzsche complained about Christianity.
Weakness.
Because of the weakness, yes.
Yeah, that book is super interesting. He kind of makes only really two forms of morality: slave morality and master morality.
Right.
But I guess if the world was kind of divided into slaves and masters at that time, that would make sense.
It makes sense. I think it's stupid. Listen, I'm not super learned on Nietzsche, so I'm just kind of taking it through Stephen Hicks's interpretation of it. But from what Stephen Hicks is saying, all his ideas about this are really stupid, because Nietzsche essentially had an idea, according to Stephen Hicks, that the idea of the Übermensch, that basically history is a series of super Übermensch strong, leaders rising up and then violently, bloodily, forcibly dragging humanity, kicking and screaming into progress forward. Essentially, that was kind of the Nietzschean view of things. And that's why he kind of viewed this quote unquote slave religion as inherently evil. But like, I think it's fair to say that liberalism did arise out of Christianity, or is heavily influenced by Christianity. I don't think we would have a modern world that we could all exist in and coexist in under liberalism and under capitalism. I don't think that could exist under this quote unquote master ideology, because then we would just all like nuked each other into oblivion. We'd all be dead by now.
The meek shall inherit the earth.
Right. I think as your weapon
true.
Exactly. I think as technology and weapons become more and more and more dangerous, you can't have this sort of like violent Genghis Khan conquer mentality, because then everyone's just going to die at that point.
It is interesting that the two forms of government that are prominent today is autocracy and democracy, because it does kind of fit that slave morality. It's so bad. It's weird calling it slave morality when like it's literally the winning morality. The master morality is the losing morality.
Right. Thas just sent me a message. He said Nietzsche believed that Judaism promoted strength when the Jews were strong, but then also promoted tolerance when the Jews were weak under the Babylonian captivity. Oh, okay. So there you go. So it wasn't fully, he wasn't saying fully strength or fully weakness. He was saying they vastly. Well, that makes sense. That's probably true. I don't think Stephen Hicks was 100% clear on that distinction, but.
Which is by no means shared by all cultures, and certainly wasn't shared by the ancient Roman culture that from which Christianity sprung. And so if you're operating in, say, an ancient Roman culture, which doesn't see women as inherently vulnerable, which actually sees female vulnerability as something to be despised, potentially, and which sees prostituted slave women as entirely available for male sexual consumption, that cannot really conceptualize the idea of a slave woman being able to be sexually violated. You know, it's just not kind of within the moral system. It's not understandable. Into that comes the Christian idea of sexual equality, at least at the spiritual level.
See, but
this is why women were the first money right here.
Right, but see, I think under that view that she's talking about, like there's an ancient view where, you know, it was not viewed as immoral to have like rape a slave, right? Under that framework, I think what Jordan Peterson's saying is true. You have to have some kind of mechanism. You have to have some mechanism to prevent that activity. But I think under the mechanism of liberalism, where every person is viewed as having rights to not be violated, I don't think it's really that as necessary.
Right.
And the idea, therefore, that actually even a woman who doesn't have male kin available to defend her against sexual violation, which of course a slave doesn't, she is nevertheless worthy of that protection. It kind of socializes is maybe the wrong word, but it shares that duty of protection among the community and among women. I think that's basically what feminism is, and says that actually we should be bestowing on these friendless women the same protection that a woman with high connected male kin has. It's a very difficult system to enforce. To some extent, we try and use police, criminal justice system, whatever, to do that job. It's a hard job to do, but that is basically the modern project, and I think it is born out of Christian morality.
So she basically responds to Jordan, hey, there are some women that don't have male protectors, and therefore that's why this system where society is basically going to value them circumvents that problem that they don't really have any male protectors.
She essentially said exactly what I said, that basically the social view of protecting the weak gets distributed to everyone. Right. So.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, I think that's right, is that what you're attempting to do is to replicate the protection that a very well constituted family and community system would have for a woman who's highly functioning. You're trying to replicate that in abstraction in the entire social structure. And so that's why you have a legal structure that says, well, women have the right to bodily integrity. You're really trying to replace that protective structure with the force of law. Yeah, and I think that's an entirely laudable exercise. The question that we have to wrestle with is the question that you brought up at the end of that, which is that if a woman is unfortunate enough not to have, let's say, close male associates, brothers, friends, fathers, available to her, to what degree is it even possible for the more abstract state and the body of laws to replace that? Might be a goal, but it's very difficult to realize in practical terms. Is there anything else?
Okay, so that's basically the end of that question. But see, at the end, I think he really ties what he's saying together, which obviously no one who listens to clips listens to, because they'd have to listen to what she responds to. And it's funny because all the supposed protectors of women don't actually listen to the woman's response to what Jordan Peterson is saying.
Why would they do that? Then they couldn't attack Jordan.
Right. So all these defenders of Wyman don't want to actually listen to the Wyman. But so he's essentially saying He agrees with her. He agrees with like the legal framework. However, what happens in situations, and I think this is what he's talking about from the beginning, what people that kind of criticize what he's saying miss. What happens in situations where the woman doesn't have any family member or friends, and she's just basically at the mercy of the legal system, essentially, is as opposed to what Jordan was saying, where, well, is there some way that you can we conceptualize or embed sort of rape as a violation, not just against the woman, but against society as a whole? Now, I would argue that we do that, and we have done that, but I understand the point that he's making.
Sure. Hypothetical.
Okay. So how do you feel about all that before we move on to Buckets?
I mean,
Jordan Peterson.
Our good friend Buckets.
Who cares? I mean, geez.
Who cares?
Well, I just, like, it's not exactly a crime against humanity that he's just thinking out loud. Who gives a
Yeah,
fuck?
exactly.
It's like, why all these people losing their minds over this? It's just like, okay, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well, they'll probably say, well, he's thinking out loud, but he's doing it on YouTube to hundreds of thousands of people.
Mm-hmm.
Blah, 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 blah. But I'm like, well, listen, I think that if I was talking to him and he said that, my response would be, I think we've already done what he's saying through our social, cultural society.
Conceptualize women as property of the state.
No, conceptualized rape as a violation against society as a whole. But I don't see how people, I think you have to have a very bad faith interpretation where you're going to say, oh, Jordan Peterson is saying women should be property again. That's not what he's saying. That's specifically not what he's saying.
Do you think we should listen to the buckets meme before we get into this video?
Sure. Do you have it?
I don't have it handy. Damn it.
Let me see. I'll go find it.
What's is it on YouTube? Is it just
it's on YouTube.
Oh, I thought one of our fans did that.
One of our fans did do it.
Oh, but they coded it
on
correctly,
YouTube.
so we could just search for it.
Okay, I have it on YouTube.
Buckets of fun. Oh, look.
So this is again Cookie Carmelo.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Sam Seder,
Everybody.
friend of the show. Excellent meme. Let's just this will wet our whistle for.
very, very poor choice of words.
I mean, this will get us ready intellectually for what we're
okay. Get us excited.
About to witness. Yeah.
Get us revved up.
Not too excited though.
Get us prepared.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Bucket!
That's right, I'm Mr. Bucket. I'm Mr. Bucket. Toss your balls in my top, I'm Mr. Bucket. Out of my mouth I will pop, I'm Mr. Bucket. We're all gonna run, I'm Mr. Bucket.
Buckets of The game's Mr. Bucket. The first to get their balls into Mr. Bucket wins, but look out, because the balls will pop out of his mouth.
I'm Mr. Bucket. The balls pop out of my mouth, I'm Mr. Bucket. A ball is what I'm about, I'm Mr. Bucket. We're all gonna run, I'm Mr. Bucket.
Buckets of cum.
Mr. Bucket from Milton Bradley.
Buckets of cum.
Oh my God. Okay. Sam Seder, buckets of cum, he says.
There you go.
All right. That's an interesting children's game that Sam Seder likes.
There you go. Buckets of cum.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
Jordan Peterson.
Just to begin this this review with good faith.
Oh wait, let me read some $20 super chats
We
first.
don't want to good faith Gary too much. Look, this is a comedy show.
Listen, I'm gonna good faith Gary Sam Seder. I'm gonna okay, wait. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to good faith Gary Sam Seder. Okay. I'm gonna do my best. It's very difficult. Savage Pupil for $20 says, you think voting really matters? You think it actually change anything? I'm assuming that's a question, right? I would say yes. I do think voting does matter.
Hold on,
Voting does
wait a
change lots of things.
Who's
Savage Pupil?
Savage Pupil?
Yeah, I would say I think
It
if you
doesn't
look
on
back,
the individual level, but obviously it does on
the group level.
the
Okay.
group level. Yeah, exactly.
If you look back at the political trends in America, you have to acknowledge that voting changes a lot.
Yeah,
because
of course.
the political shifts in America are almost entirely controlled by the voting process. So Spencer Harmon for $20 says, you don't own your kids, but you have been given stewardship over them. That's what I think Peterson is getting at. We are our brothers' keepers, our stewards. Yeah, that's a probably better word to use. So that's true. He should have used the word stewardship. Guy for $20 says, Nietzsche 100% used Jews as an example of slave morality. He used their behavior in Europe to prove this, not the Torah Old Testament. Oh, okay. Interesting. So yeah, that would make more sense. Because that's saying if you look at the doctrine, that doesn't really make any sense whatsoever. But a guy for not $20, thank you, says all the Nazi symbolism kind of gave away the game on how they felt about Christianity. It was almost entirely derived from Germanic paganism. Yeah, I guess that makes sense for people that are learned in it. I would assume most people are not super learned in that stuff, so they wouldn't be aware of it. I think I've always heard, people saying, oh, the Nazis were really big into being Christians and, Hitler's Pope and blah, 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 blah. But apparently that's not the case. At least from Hitler's position, that wasn't the case. He was very anti-Christianity.
I did like the way Hicks broke down the Nazi philosophy, though.
Yes.
And also he took apart most of the main reasons that people give for the Holocaust, which I thought was like, oh, this is very interesting.
Yes. Well, I think it's a good book. I haven't finished it, but it's a very good book so far. In that, I mean, Stephen Hicks's point essentially is that because like what the Nazis did was so outwardly disgusting and brutal, people just dismiss it without having to actually contradict or counteract the philosophy behind it.
Right.
Because the actions were so immoral by our standards that we were just like, we don't even have to, it's kind of like when you talk about like, why is necrophilia or bestiality like bad?
Mm-hmm.
It's something that strikes us as so disgusting. You don't even really need to get into like, why is it bad? Right. And he's saying it's kind of the same thing with the Nazis. And he's saying the problem with that is because that allows basically a philosophical resurgence of the ideas of Nazism and fascism to spread again, because they've never really been argued against effectively.
Right.
Because it's never really been necessary to do so. So that's kind of an interesting argument.
Well, I see like a lot of the philosophy still floating around.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Which is the scary part.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why it was interesting when I was reading Evola. And, I listened to like the stuff that Nick Fuentes. And here's interesting too from the Nietzsche and the Nazis book. And also, this is very interesting when I was reading, and it's really long, so I can't read the whole thing, but I was reading parts of the Hitler's Table Talk book. And it actually illuminates something that I think is very important, talking about the Nazis or any authoritarian movement. It doesn't seem to me that like, if Hitler had a magic button where he was in control of the whole world, I don't necessarily think he would have been like, I'm going to kill all the Jews. I think what he would have done was he would have separated all the ethnic races. And then essentially his view was, oh, the white Aryan German folk will basically be like the ruling class. And all these other lesser races, will be segregated to their own countries and they'll basically look up to us. And they'll just like, we'll control what they do because we know what's best. Like that was kind of how I viewed his perception of reality. And the whole, like, let's just start killing, Jews and disabled people and all the, the 12 million people that were killed in the Holocaust. That stems from someone who has an ideological view of the world having to deal with reality, which is that you're not given the blank slate with ultimate power where you can like segregate people peacefully or do whatever the fucked up shit you want to do. You have to deal with reality. And the reality is, oh, people are going to fight back all over the world, and it's going to make you angry, and it's going to create circumstances that you need to address. And that, to me, is maybe what causes like the Holocaust and the killing part of it, the Holocaust, to happen. And I think that idea is important because when you listen to people like Nick Fuentes or Richard Spencer, I mean, he's saying he's changed now, but whatever, who talk about like, oh, I don't want to kill people. I just want to like remove them or segregate them. Mm-hmm. It's like, well, right. But like that was Hitler's view too at first. And it's only once that view butts up to like the reality of the world that the killing starts because people
Right.
aren't going to just lie down and take it.
Yeah, exactly. They end up fighting back and becoming a huge headache.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that was a very, and I didn't, that was a very important thing I didn't realize until I started reading his work. Spencer Harmon for $20 says Peterson defines meek as he who has a sword and knows how to use it, but keeps it sheathed shall inherit the earth. Definitions are important, especially the original intent. Well, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's a mistranslation is what Peterson says. Yeah. I've heard that before.
I've heard that. I had a Christian history professor in college say that's the same thing about turn the other cheek. So, but I don't think Jordan Peterson would agree. I'm assuming he wouldn't agree with like Christianity is being viewed as like a religion that promotes weakness or whatever.
Yeah, he says he doesn't think meekness is a moral virtue.
Right.
But maybe, I don't know.
But no, I'm saying I don't think Peterson, I'm assuming he wouldn't interpret Christianity in the negative light. I mean, he doesn't seem to. He seems to interpret it in a much positive light.
As a slave morality.
As a slave religion, the way Nietzsche and the Nazis did.
Well, it's all just framing, right?
Right.
I mean, maybe call it a pragmatic morality, not a slave morality. I don't know. Slave just sounds so, ugh. Who wants to adopt a slave morality?
Sure, right.
Right.
Well,
but
and also, I mean,
even a master morality is like, who wants to do that?
And I think, I understand that like the philosophy matters and that definitely affects society, but it's not like, it's not like Christianity has been this like meek religion that everyone's been kicking the shit out of for thousands of years. It's like the opposite.
Right.
Christianity dominated the world often through violence.
Yeah, they went around and said, listen, you guys are Christians now. Give us your gold.
Right. So, yeah. So the idea like, well, it's a slave religion, so it promotes like weakness. That's like, well, I don't know.
Until they have the upper hand.
Exactly.
And then all of a sudden, oh, we're not a slave religion anymore.
Right. Right. But see, but maybe
now
that's
we're the master religion.
But maybe that's why that quote unquote, promoting, demonizing strength is a good thing, because it's human nature that as soon as you get control, you're going to abuse it. So maybe having it embedded in the philosophy that strength is a dangerous thing, that's the perfect thing that you want to have.
And, it promotes humility, forgiveness, all these other useful things.
Yeah. And maybe that's why Christianity's been, I think it's part of why Christianity's been a lot more successful than Judaism.
Mm-hmm.
So
I just found it fascinating that Nietzsche has the same definition of morality as me. That I keep going around that this definition everyone has a problem with. A set of rules that binds individuals into a cooperative community. They're like, no, that's not, morality is what I feel in my gut.
Now you get to be like, bitch, Nietzsche said the same thing, motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly.
Jordan Peterson, he is interviewing journalist Louise Perry.
Buckets of...
I don't know much about her. Do you know anything about her?
Never heard of her, but I imagine probably going to get familiar.
This is on the...
I don't know anything about this feminist, the second wave feminist.
What's so funny? It's like, let's review a clip where we're going to talk about how misogynist Jordan Peterson is while he's interviewing a woman, and I'm not going to know anything about the woman.
Yeah, exactly.
I only care about the man in this interaction.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting thing you've done there.
Daily Wire. And they're, of course, talking about, what is it, property crimes?
Yeah, right.
Women. That's it. Yeah,
but interchangeable.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, okay.
That's right.
Yeah. So it's called a homonym.
Property crimes. Crimes against...
This is the comedy portion of the Sam Seder show.
Sitch, do you know any smart women? I'm just curious. I mean, they're rare, but there are a few out there.
What do you mean? You?
What? Come on. Let's be serious now.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I know lots of smart women, Adam. In fact, every woman I know is like a 10th level genius.
Really?
And every man I know is like a big idiot.
It's so weird that in media these days, men are constantly depicted as like dumb, and the women are depicted as like the smart super geniuses.
Well, Well, no, I'm going to say that's true,
Uh-huh.
but it's interesting because that trope existed. Like that trope goes way back. I mean, that's like that trope goes back to the honeymooners, right? You know, the
Oh
husband.
yeah, yeah.
The husband, Fred Flintstone, if you're unfamiliar with the Honeymooners, which is Fred Flintstone is based off of. The husbands are always like
The dumb
searching for
ones.
the get rich quick scheme, and they're kind of dumb. And then the wives are always like more, sophisticated, intelligent, like eye rolling at their husbands, buffoonery.
Mhm.
But obviously, we didn't live in a woke culture in those time periods, and the media wasn't created in this sort of woke culture. So if like those things hit you very differently than they hit you now, because now you actually, it's interesting, like, and you'd think the woke people would be very attuned to this. Like you'd watch, the Flintstones or whatever, you know, there's like a million shows like that I'm blanking from, where that was sort of like the family dynamic, Family Guy and things like that. The father's an idiot. And if you live in an environment where you don't have like, you don't feel like culture, all of culture is telling you that men are stupid or are evil, then you watch that television show and you're not like offended by it. It's just like a funny idea or a funny trope. But then as soon as you live in a culture where you actually do feel under threat of attack, suddenly that hits you like, oh my God, this is attacking like me as a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is what, when people complain about people complaining about race and gender swaps in TV shows, this is what they misunderstand, is that the like race swaps and gender swaps are more accepted in the 90s and early 2000s because men and white people didn't feel like they didn't literally feel like they were under attack by society.
Right. Yeah, that's a great point.
And now that they do, it hits you completely differently.
Yeah, I'm being arrested.
I can hear it.
No, I kept trying to think, is there a dumb woman in any media, like in any movies? I mean, there's like Legally Blonde, but she's not really dumb. The whole gag is you're supposed to think she's dumb, but she's really very smart.
Well, it's interesting. That's part of, first of all, that's why I love Community. Part of why I love Community. I wish Community was more widely known because it has the perfect meme against wokeness, which was Britta.
Everyone, dumb girl.
Well, no. So if you remember from Community, Britta was like the attractive, blonde, West Coast like left person who was so like everything that you would talk about. She'd be like, "Well, there's people starving in Bolivia right now." Like she was just that total. She was like the total like woke paradigm before wokeness was like a big nationwide thing. And the joke was everyone hated her because of that. And the meme was, like every time she would say something woke, like they'd be talking about like whatever, and she'd be like, "You think that's bad? Well, right now in El Salvador, journalists are being killed by the thousands," and everyone go, "Oh, you're the worst." Like, it's like it was just the perfect meme against sort of wokeness was this. But she was definitely a trope that was kind of like stupid in that realm.
Oh wow! And she was woke, so she was a stupid woke one.
Yes.
Nice.
And then, and actually, and this is interesting. This is why woke people hate Velma, because a lot of the women who would be like the woke characters you're supposed to like the lesbian police officers, are stupid or shitty or terrible people. And so that's why even the woke people don't like Velma, because a lot of the female characters are portrayed as like terrible and stupid.
Well, are they morally reprehensible or are they stupid?
Well, sometimes they're both, because
okay.
That's the reason woke people don't like Velma, is because everyone in the show is awful. And that completely contradicts the woke worldview where only, white males and straight people should be bad.
Well, there's so many male characters though that are just, that's like a staple, is like the dumb character. Like
yes.
Dumb and Dumber.
No, that's
Where's
true.
the Dumb and Dumber for ladies?
That's true. There's not a lot of there's not a huge amount of like the stupid female character trope the way there's. I mean, there's the ditzy woman trope, right? But that's obviously not as prevalent.
I guess they did that in She-Hulk. They had the one character that was a total dumb bimbo.
Who was the bimbo?
The girl who was hanging out with just Wong.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
But she wasn't a main character. She was just like some ditz,
Right, but
random
she's
ditz.
secondary
But yeah, you're right.
character, yeah.
You were right. She was the ditzy character.
Surprisingly, it's in She-Hulk. Imagine that.
I know. I mean, she was pretty hot, but you know.
The dumb hot character.
Yes.
Do you size up someone's intelligence when you meet them? What? Did I lose you again? What happened? Sitch's internet go out?
No, I said yes, Adam. You size it up.
Do you?
No,
You bigot.
I do not do that.
You bigot.
No, I
You
just want to say, so
don't you? You
I
say
don't.
you imagine how much lower IQ they are than you, don't you?
I have okay. I'm gonna say this. I know it's a trope. This is definitely the trope. Like, oh, the attractive people are stupid. That has never. I've never found that to be true in real life
Oh, of course not. Yeah.
until I went to LA.
Well, I mean, I have met some attractive, really stupid people in LA, but
no, I'm just
it's
kidding.
always
But no,
it always though it's always it's so demoralizing when you meet someone who's so attractive and they're super smart. You're like, oh my
I know.
god, this is
you
like,
get angry.
yeah,
Like,
why, like, why does life have to be so cruel to introduce me
Right.
to this person?
Right.
Yeah,
But that has never. But yeah, but that trope. I've never experienced that trope in like reality. I've never really seen like I've never been like that's never been a thing I've noticed. A pattern I've noticed.
oh, attractive.
I have
and
noticed
dumb.
a pattern of more attractive people will feel more entitled, but that's different.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But no, I just want to say, so we watched those Jordan Peterson clips. I think we had some interesting conversation about those Jordan Peterson clips. We took what they were saying, we went in interesting directions. We really kind of like deconstructed
Sure.
it. We talked about all sorts of different
Imagined
topics.
women being property again.
We
and how
imagined
cool that
women
would
being
be.
property. How great it would be if women were enslaved to men.
Right.
You know.
How if we had robot waifus that they could literally be property.
Yes,
And
exactly.
we could hold them up to women and go, look at this. We don't even need you anymore. Ha ha.
How we could trade our robot. We care so little about our property
Right.
of robot waifus. We would trade them around with our guy friends.
Right, exactly. Totally.
You know, just as
Without
we would
any
our cars.
jealousy. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we also learned Adam likes to have sex with his car, but so we learned lots of interesting things. We learned a lot of
Only
interesting things.
occasionally.
Only occasionally. That's good.
You know, sometimes you have a dry spell. You're like, okay.
Well, it's probably not healthy. You know, getting all that soot on you,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, like grime, is probably not good for your skin.
The tailpipe. Yeah.
Yeah. But,
Ouch.
so I feel like we had, I don't know, I feel like we watched this clips. We had an interesting conversation about it. Do you think that the
Oh, of
Sam
course.
Seder crew will produce anything of value or interest from watching this Jordan Peterson clip?
Well, I set you up, Sitch. This is why I was asking you about sizing up people's intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm thinking like, I don't know.
But we don't need, we've already watched Sam Seder's crew a bunch of times. We don't need to predict anything, right?
It's just, I feel like they're just, I mean, they just spout buzzwords.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know that you have like deep conversation with them, but I don't know, maybe. They're just mischaracterized. They're bad faith bearing it here the whole time. So
Yeah, but I feel like even if you're gonna bad faith bury, that's a good one. Bad faith bury and good faith Gary. Even if you're gonna bad faith bury it, you could still do it. You could still talk about it in like an interesting way, right? You could still add something of value.
Yeah. I mean, I would be like, especially if this girl is my co-host, I'd be just hamming it up. I'd be like, "What? You don't think women should be property?" She looks like she get just very upset about that. Just
Yeah, but
the thought experiment would drive her insane.
Oh, of course. You could
I'd
tell
be
she's
like,
already
"Look,
like,
you're basically property working here. What are you talking about?" I mean,
Look at-
you're like the studio girl.
you can.
Look, we pay your health insurance. What do you think? What's going on? What's going on with that? If you're not our property,
You can tell from her body language. She's already like,
oh, she's angry. She's very angry. She's like, listen, somebody did a thought experiment about whether or not I
a
should
thought
have
experiment, a THOT experiment.
about whether or not I should have rights. Yeah, that's right. A thought of that hoe over there.
Well, see, but here's the
Does
thing.
that hoe over there deserve rights? I don't know.
Sam couldn't make those jokes and be funny because then he can't act all like so personally
Sanctimonious.
offended and sanctimonious about the whole thing. You know?
Totally. Yeah.
There you go. Instead of Ron sanctimonious, you have Sam sanctimonious.
It should be Bad Faith Bob.
I feel like Bad Faith Bob, Bad Faith Barry. I don't know. Okay, here's the thing. I feel like Bad Faith Barry rolls off the tongue better, but
it does.
But Bad Faith Bob, you could be talking about Bob.
We had a show with
so
Bad Faith
maybe
Bob.
that's the better move.
Look, Bad Faith Bob's going to come back, so let's not go too. Let's
Well, there
not
you go.
burn the
So we'll
bridge
go-
just yet.
True. So we'll go with Bad Faith Barry.
No, well, we're still going to go with Bad Faith Bob. Let's not take it too
Oh, it's
far.
just generic Bob? Okay.
Come on.
How about we do a poll?
Could be any Bob.
We'll do okay. So
Sure.
So
We
let's
do a
see the
poll.
current poll. Thank you so much for voting. For 2,000 votes, should Jordan Peterson debate Sam Buckets of Love Seder? So as we're going to go over the Twitter response to this. Sam Seder and a bunch of people are trying to basically do the maneuver where you attack someone, with a very bad faith way, and then you try to force them into debating you via a bad faith attack. So everyone's like, you should debate Sam Seder, Jordan Peterson, after he lied about you. It's like, oh, okay, that's great.
I don't like that move because I don't like to reward bad behavior. That's my problem there.
Well, that's the problem. On one hand, you want to see Jordan Peterson crumple up Sam Seder and throw him in a trash can.
Yeah,
But on the other
totally.
hand, you don't want to reward that behavior. Yeah.
Treat him like a receipt for property.
Right.
Just crumple him up.
So 33% said yes, that would be awesome if they debated. 40% said hell no, get lost, Bucket Man. And 28% said Ant-Man sucked.
Yes.
So there you go.
Right. Oh, Ant-Man is another one of those weak, feckless characters.
Yeah, you said it was boring.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's get into this.
Women. Or
Well,
actually, to be clear, I'm sorry. It's crime against the owner of the property. So it's really a crime against men. Let's be clear about that.
They don't want to hurt feelings. There's also, I think, an element of women being slightly physically frightened.
Right.
of
Well, it
men
boils
and
down
not
to
wanting
personal
to-
rejection then, hey?
Yeah. Yeah. Which is a painful
Right,
thing to
because
deliver.
that's the only excuse you have left.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Well, here's something else that's worth pondering. You talked about one of the advantages of the sexual revolution was the transformation of the idea that rape was a property crime, let's say, into a crime against the woman herself. And I would say, look, I have plenty of sympathy for that perspective. And I think it's fundamentally true. But I'm going to push back because, all this is all very complicated. It isn't obvious to me.
Pause it for 1 second. I want to I got to imagine that most of the people listening, are following what he's saying here. But I really need people to fully, understand this.
Sam Seder's audience, he just called you stupid. He just said, listen, I understand my audience is a little dim here. So for my audience, let me explain what he's saying. I really need you to
Well,
understand.
maybe he's gonna do the I'm going to reinterpret his words in a very bad faith Barry way.
He's going to Kathy Newman him
Yeah. So.
for his dumb audience?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
When I was born, I'm not that old. When I was born, in most states in this country, it may have been also even in Massachusetts, woman who was married to a man was just about his property. And I think in many states, like the crime of rape did not exist between a woman who was married to a man. It was impossible as a matter of law for that man to rape her.
So wait a minute. We have to address this. So I don't know how old Sam Seder is, but there's no way in fucking hell in his lifetime that his mom was perceived of as the legal property of his father. That's just not a thing. That's not a thing. That didn't happen. I mean, you're an old man. Was this your interpretation
What do you
of
mean?
reality? Was your mom the property of your father?
Hell no. Are you
Like,
kidding me?
this is like insane. Like,
My
what?
mom would beat the shit out of my dad. What the hell? No way.
Like, this feels like one of those. You know how like what's her name? Who's the white fragility lady?
Robin DiAngelo.
Robin DiAngelo. Yeah, Robin
Robin
DiAngelo.
Diablo.
This feels like how like Robin Diablo is racist, and so because she's racist, she assumes everyone else is racist. It's like, well, okay, because I guess Sam Cedar's father was like some kind of misogynist. Like that means that everyone else's father was some kind of weirdo misogynist, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like no. Like yeah, there was a lot of legal gray area in a lot of states about marital rape, and that's bad. But there's more to quote unquote women being conceived of as property than like the one single issue.
Then marital rape. Yeah.
Than marital rape, yeah.
Well, also divorce. No fault divorce and all that kind of stuff plays into the property stuff. I mean, your property can't divorce you. What the fuck? That's you're high.
Didn't exist. It was not a crime.
I just want to say too, like,
look, they're so serious about this. This show just, oh my god.
I know.
It's like
this is a very serious issue.
Being forced to go to church. I'm like, what? I'm like on the internet to be entertained, man.
This is a very serious issue, Adam. Jordan Peterson wants women to be property, and he's bringing this idea back. He has an army, okay, of Pepe users on Twitter who are going to agree with Jordan Peterson, and they're going to come back. They're going to make women property again, okay, and take away their abortion rights. They already took away their abortion rights. It's the Supreme Court. They're very serious, Adam. You shouldn't be joking about this. It's a very serious issue, very serious topic.
Okay.
Women are losing all their rights again. Okay.
Oh, no. Terrifying.
You know, the trans genocide, we have the woman genocide right around the corner. No, but what I was going to say is...
soon they're going to lose their voting rights.
Well, a lot of these states did have these weird marital rape law exemption things. It's still like you couldn't beat the shit out of your wife. It was still like assault was still a crime. Okay.
Right.
So like I don't know. This conception of this is not accurate.
You can't even beat your wife legally? What the fuck?
The rule of thumb was not a thing in America.
Damn.
Now often these things weren't taken seriously.
The rule of thumb.
Right. Now
That's
obviously
like how
these
big
things
the stick is?
Yeah, that's how big the stick is.
Okay, nice. I like
now,
it.
obviously, lots of cases of abuse back in the day and sexual assault were not taken seriously for cultural reasons that were shitty, but it wasn't like a legal framework or something.
Right. Yeah.
My mother, when I was like, I think I'm like 6, was not allowed to have a credit card in her name.
Good. I mean,
is that true?
No, this is not true.
I mean, what? That doesn't make sense.
Well, first of all, it does make sense. It's the way it should be because we all know women don't know how to not spend money.
Of course, yeah. We'll just spend
all their husband's money. Oh
what
my
are
gosh.
What are all these boxes of shoes doing in the living room?
I knew they should have made it illegal for women to have credit cards.
There's like a tower of shoes here, honey. Do you really need 75 pairs of pumps?
The hell is with women in shoes? I'll never understand that. That's the weirdest thing.
Oh, I know. Guys are like, I have one pair. I replace it when they wear out.
Yeah, exactly. But no, so I looked this up. This isn't true. This is like a common myth that gets repeated around. So there was not against the law for women to own credit cards. It just wasn't against the law for banks to discriminate against women.
They knew about the shoes.
Right.
The bankers knew. Damn it.
So a bank could, it wasn't against the law, and this is a very important distinction. Like a woman could go to a bank back in those days, because this is before we had, big credit card companies, and they could get a loan or they could get a credit card, and then the bank could say, sure. Or the bank could say, well, we want your husband or a male guardian to sign off on the credit card / loan.
Look, lady, who's got the job in your house? Not you.
Right.
Bring your husband in.
So it was allowed so banks were allowed to discriminate on the basis of sex to give out loans and credit cards. That's true, but that doesn't mean it was against the law for them to not do that. So.
Because she was a woman.
That's what your dad told your mom, dude. You completely. You're completely throwing your mom under the bus for
Right.
for just an internet video, just so
Right.
you can own Jordan Peterson. You're
Well,
like,
listen.
sorry, mom.
Listen.
Dad abused you. I got to tell people about it.
We learned that Sam Cedar's dad was some kind of misogynist abuser.
Right.
And so, yeah, he told his wife that, it's
Right.
against the law for you to have a credit card. So he told her to
didn't
get her to shut up.
She
Yeah.
didn't know the truth.
Listen,
She
she
could
was,
have had a credit card the whole time, Sam.
this is why this clip really bothered Sam. Turns out his mom was a very unsophisticated woman.
Oh shit. That's what triggered him. That's what triggered him.
him.
He's talking about my mom.
Yes.
Look, that's
See,
how I was conceived. He spelled
Sam's-
it. Jordan Peterson just spelled it out.
Sam Cedar's father gaslit his mom her
Yeah.
entire life. Right now, her mom still thinks she can't own a credit card.
Right now, Sam Cedar's going, my dad was a traveling salesman and my mom was home alone. She didn't even know. She didn't even know you couldn't have a credit card.
She didn't know. She thought that as property, she had to have sex with my father.
Oh my God.
This is 1972. It's not that long ago. This is like the Beatles were just breaking up. Let's put it that way.
1972 is kind of forever ago, but okay.
Yeah, that is 50 years ago.
Right, yeah. This is not that long ago. Just half a century.
Yeah.
Oh, poor
It was
Sam.
Sam. 1972 was so it's further away now. We're further away now from 1972 than 1972 was from the Holocaust. So
Oh shit.
I mean, I think it's a significant amount of time has passed.
That's
Okay.
crazy. I can't do that thing. How does Sam Cedar do that with his eyebrows? I can't do that. He constantly has this like,
Mhm.
this like,
You mean
what is that? It's like a confused look.
it's just a facial tick that some people have. I guess that he just has it like permanently on his face.
It's like, I'm trying to remember where I left my car keys. Look,
You
I
can't
don't know.
raise your eyebrows up.
Not like that.
Are you sitting?
No, I'm standing up.
Oh, I'm looking in the past.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
I was sitting for a while.
It was just funny because like when you're sitting, you're just like this tiny little head at the bottom of the screen.
It's kind of funny. I'm like way down here. Hi guys, what's up?
And so what he's talking about is like that if someone raped
God.
What are you laughing at?
It's just look at the look on her face.
I
Like they're
know.
gonna have this serious discussion about rape.
I know.
Let me tell you, boys and girls, about rape.
I know. Anyway, read Boar's super chat. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Okay. Let me see. Boar's super chat. Boar Legion for $20 said, "Did you know that Sam Cedar's Did you know that Sam Cedar voices Hugo Harborcore on Bob's Burgers? Hugo is a health inspector gaslighting health violations on Bob for stealing Lindo away. You think the showrunner made that part especially for Sam? Well, you know, maybe the showrunner is a fan of the Majority Report and knows that Sam Cedar is excellent at gaslighting people. He's like, oh man, this is basically just like typecasting here. This guy's the perfect.
Well, it's very unfortunate because John Benjamin,
Mm-hmm.
who's like my favorite voice actor because he voices Archer,
Mm-hmm.
and Bob's from Bob's Burger. He's like super lefty.
Oh yeah, that's
And
always.
he's been on Sam's show. He's done a video for the Gravel Institute.
Oh no! Oh, that's
Sad.
so sad.
I still love him, but it's sad.
I used to really like Tim and Eric, and Tim Heidecker is just, I mean, he's the worst. He's like totally bad. So, yeah.
Yeah, well,
Why?
I know.
Why?
It's-
Why do
but
they
it's
got to get in the echo chamber?
I know. Well, it's the same thing like Stephen King.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah.
You follow people like you gotta be careful when you follow celebrities on Twitter. You're like, oh god, these people are idiots. Like,
It's so sad.
it's just so funny that before Twitter, you never got to know how stupid and immature all the celebrities you liked were until you had Twitter.
Mhm.
Now you get to know.
Well, I mean, there used to be a prohibition, though. Well, I guess the prohibition was you don't talk about religion or politics. But all of a sudden, it's
Right.
like
That's
politics
off,
became religion, and now everybody talks about it.
Yes.
It's like,
True.
Okay. Look, very serious here. Look, she's got a very serious look on her face.
Yes. He doesn't.
Well, no, he's like, why am I talking about rape on my show so much?
Yeah, he's like saying, "What's the deal with rape?" And she's like, "That's not funny."
He's like, listen, this is like the 7th story we've done on rape just today. Why is this happening?
A woman who was married. It was a property crime, as if somebody had come by and desecrated your car.
Yeah.
Well, we live in capitalism, and there's.
Oh my God.
Let's put it that way.
That's what I love about the Majority Report.
I know.
But any opportunity to talk about late stage capitalism, and it's like just catnip. They can't resist.
I know. But wait, let me
Oh,
go back
by
a
the
second.
way, late stage capitalism. What does that even mean? God, I would so love to get.
It means capitalism's on the decline, Adam. Where the end is. Listen, Karl Marx has been saying the end is here for like over 100 years, and now it's finally happening. Okay.
How do we get her on our show? I would love to have a conversation with her about late stage capitalism. I'm just dying to figure out
Just
what they're
ask her.
talking about.
Tell her we won't talk about rape at all.
Tell her, listen, we promise no rape, okay?
No
We
rape
won't-
conversation.
We won't bring up rape once.
Yeah.
This is 1972. It's not that long ago. This is like the Beatles were just breaking up.
The Beatles were. I'm sorry, I can't help pausing. Everything he says is so ridiculous.
That feels like a long time ago for most people. The
Who
Beatles
even
just breaking
listen-
up.
do-
That's ancient.
Do
Yeah.
kids today even listen to the Beatles? Like,
Of course
who the
not.
fuck is the Beatles? Who are the Beatles?
Like,
Let's
the
put it
bug.
that way. And so what he's talking about is like that if someone raped a woman who was married, it was a property crime, as if somebody had come by and desecrated your car.
Okay, this is
Lie.
not true.
Yeah,
This
lie.
is not true.
Right.
Now again, this is now part of it is the problem that I think that the lady Louise, she didn't elegantly, sophisticatedly enough explain in the clip what she was talking about. But this is not true. This is 100% not true. This has never been true in America. Rape has never been a property crime in America. Not true. But, Sam doesn't care about fact checking for his news program.
What's your favorite Beatles album?
I don't. You think I know the name of a Beatles album?
Oh my God. White
I know.
Album,
If you were saying like, what's your
obviously.
favorite Beatles song? I'd be like, I like Eleanor Rigby. That's a good Beatles song.
I mean, Sgt. Pepper's is pretty good too. Well, I got to go with the White Album.
Okay. Listen.
Just because, obviously.
The Beatles are overrated, Adam.
Are they? The Beatles are pretty amazing, but
No, they're okay. They're fine.
not as good as Pink Floyd.
It's funny
Yeah.
how so much of the Beatles was just
My
like pop
pause
music.
game. Oh my God.
I know. So much of the
They're
Beatles is just
both
pop
drunk
music.
now.
It's just pop music for boomers. And for some reason that makes them like classics, where like the pop music of today is considered garbage. It's kind of interesting.
How do I get the corn filter on Sam Cedar? That's what I got to figure out how to do that. There's got to be a way to do that, right?
You'll figure it out.
Well, we live in cap. There's nothing worse than a property crime.
Or if you rape somebody's daughter, it's
What's going on? Why does it keep skipping?
It's not skipping for me.
Oh, okay.
Married. It was a property crime, as if somebody had come by and desecrated your car.
yeah.
Well, we live in capitalism, and there's nothing worse than a property crime.
Or if you
But-
rape somebody's daughter, it's a crime against the father.
Yes, it was a crime against the husband, not against the woman.
Not true.
It was a crime against the man who
Lies.
It's so weird that she throws in the sarcastic, there's nothing worse than a property crime, implying that there's nothing wrong with property crimes. In this context, I think that's a little weird.
Well, no, it's interesting because, so basically the point she's trying to make is because we live, it's hilarious. She's actually very stupidly destroying her own position.
I know, that's what I was thinking.
Because what she's saying is, oh, we live in this evil capitalist society where all we care about is property.
Right. And we shouldn't care about property.
But then that would mean that if her negative bad faith Barry interpretation of capitalism is all anyone cares about is property was true, and that would mean that labeling women as property would actually be a good thing because it'd mean that'd be the highest compliment available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So her own position is like doesn't even make sense from her own bad faith interpretation.
Right. Yeah, crimes against people are worse than crimes against property.
So far, bad faith Barry, clear winner with 45% of the vote. Bad faith Bob, only 15% of the vote.
Yeah, noticing that. Everyone wants to go easy on. But I like clicking buttons, actually.
I like clicking buttons is 40%. So
that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That third option.
Well, I'll tell you why, because Barry rhymes with Gary.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why people like it.
Yeah.
Good faith Gary and bad faith Barry.
Yeah, we got that from Noah Samson.
Look at that. Look at my pause. That is perfect.
Oh yeah, right there.
Look, that's Sam's the buckets of cum pause.
Like, oh, look, he's like, aim that bucket over here.
That's the feed me bucket.
Look, I'm ready.
And she's just like, oh, there he's with the bucket again.
I know. Here he is. Every day it's the bucket or rape. What the hell? Why am I working here? Why am I working here?
Well, owned the woman.
The property owner.
The property owner. So just go back so you can understand what he's like. Well, I want to push back. It's fundamentally true, but I want to push back on that.
Have to be careful.
Got to be careful about, they're going to be walking around and having their own podcasts and good.
Here's something else that's worth pondering. You talk.
The one person who doesn't have any leeway to make fun of anyone's voice.
Mm-hmm.
Is Sam Seder.
Oh, of course.
About one of the advantages of the sexual revolution was the transformation of the idea that rape was a property crime, let's say, into a crime against the woman herself. And I would say, look, I have plenty of sympathy for that perspective.
Lots of sympathy.
And I think it's fundamentally true. But I'm going to push back because, this is all very complicated. It isn't obvious to me that offers women enough defense. And so the counter.
If we treat them like people, I'm not sure that gives them enough defense. I'm sorry.
Don't be a bad faith area.
It's just so funny. It's funny from like a media perspective. Obviously, look, I think Jordan has the best of intentions.
He needs to work on his media training.
I'm just saying, it's so obvious. Like he's just stepping in the dookie. He's just like walking through the house.
Of course.
It's like, what's going on?
But that doesn't justify the bad faith Barrys of the world.
I feel like it. I mean, we can crack some jokes about it just because it's so funny. I mean, that's the difference here. That's the difference here. Like Sam Seder's got to come in with a sanctimonious attitude, like, "Oh my God, the sky is falling," right? Jordan Peterson wants women to be property.
My mother couldn't have a credit card, Adam.
I know. It's just,
a credit card.
It's just so, it's so dishonest. It's like so dishonest. It's political gaslighting all the way. If you look at it just from like, okay, he said something stupid, it is actually quite funny. So.
Yes.
God, I want the reaction shot of that woman. I'm sure that Daily Wire has that somewhere because obviously they put the camera on him the whole time. Daily Wire released the footage.
Her argument might be if...
I'm sure you could probably go through this video and find some reaction shots of her that are interesting and odd and like just bizarre and splice them in, and that would be hilarious. Yeah. She's
Don't waste your time doing that to anybody.
Oh yeah.
Untrammeled sexual access to a young woman is a crime.
Untrammeled sexual access to a woman. What the fuck? What is he talking about? What's a trammel, Sitch? Refresh my
Untrammeled.
memory. Yeah, what does that mean?
You don't know what a trammel is?
What's trammeled? Hold on.
You've
If
never
it was,
been to,
what if it was
Yep.
trammeled sexual access? What does that mean?
You've never been to like Disney World?
No. Oh, basically, you get on the tram and
You get on the
everyone
tram, yeah.
everyone goes to town.
Get on the tram. So untrammeled, the opposite of
Okay.
getting on the tram.
Trammeled.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I've heard that word before.
No, it means to not be confined or restricted.
Okay. Depraved of freedom of action. Oh, okay.
Deprived.
Oh, depraved.
Deprived.
Moving
Deprived.
on. Look, Adam can read occasionally.
In order for that to be recognized as a crime properly, it has to be viewed as something that will bring the males on her side to her defense in principle. Now, maybe not, right? Because you could say, well, maybe we could set up a...
So this is a fundamentally conservative worldview. It's not the system that needs changing. We just need to feed more into patriarchy, right? Let's not challenge that notion. In order to get women's rights and a violent crime against her respected by a legal system, let's kind of turn the clock back and make it so that it's more of a crime against the men in her life. What if she doesn't have a men in her life? Well, I don't know. That so that she can be recognized. Let's not use. He should.
Is that what Jordan Peterson said? Is that what Jordan Peterson is saying? Is he saying let's turn back the clock to make women property again?
No.
No.
It's funny that she brings up what they actually talked about in the video later on, but they don't show it.
Because she didn't watch
What
that
about
part,
the
yeah.
women who don't have men in their lives?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Shouldn't use.
This is Adam. This is just feeding into the capitalist patriarchy. Okay.
Just
Let's not change the system for the better. Let's just double down.
I have I don't know. I have conservative friends. I never hear them talk about patriarchy. Like what we really need is the patriarchy back again.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, patriarchy? What the fuck is that? That doesn't even exist.
Well, she's partially correct in that it is the more conservative attitude to be hesitant to change a system that exists, pre-existing system. But that does not seem to be what Jordan Peterson is talking about, unless you're going to bad faith bury him.
Mm-hmm. Look, for right now, I think it's conservatives that are protecting the tradition of individual freedom.
Right.
Yeah.
True.
Like
Very
individual freedom of speech, like all those kinds of things. They're like, this is our tradition now. Liberals have moved on to like, oh my God, it's hate speech. We need blasphemy laws.
How dare you?
We're going to hurt the oppressed people.
Right. The care harm of the left has overridden any of the liberty.
Right.
Yeah.
We can't have bad words. Look, they've all turned into the church lady.
Yep.
It's bizarre.
Use his platform to challenge notions of patriarchy and to promote the idea that women in and of themselves are people who can experience crime and violent crime. Let's just make it a little bit more male focused, because
that's exactly what he said. He said, that's exactly what he said. He said, look, women can experience violent crime.
Mm-hmm.
I heard him say that specifically.
Well,
she's just on a ramble here.
I know. Well, it's funny because they watched this one little clip. You know, they didn't watch the context. And we only watched a couple clips, but with greater context, the entire conversation is obviously about women and how to improve women's lives.
Oh, yes. That's the context.
Yeah, that was the context. It's not like we need to get women back into bondage.
I wish they would respond to the maybe women shouldn't be total whores. I wish they'd respond to that part. What do you think?
There you go.
Like, he is speaking to young men, and what he fortifies with them on a daily basis with his show is the notion that their own grievances and that their the harm that's
Look, she forgot what she said.
Wait, Let her because she's about to.
Like halfway
I know
through.
she did forget.
Look, I do
Even
this
though- even though it's
late
like-
in the show. Sometimes I do this. Look, glass houses. I get it. Okay.
Right. But it's interesting because that's interesting that she's stumbling and forgetting because she's going to reiterate the exact same BS line that they all do. That's a complete lie about Jordan Peterson, where they say Jordan Peterson is just telling young men that all the problems in society is the fault of women, which is the direct, like, this is one of the craziest lies
I
about
know.
Jordan Peterson ever.
Totally.
When all he literally, every chance he gets, says the fucking opposite.
Right.
He's, your problem, your personal responsibility. It's not women's fault.
Yeah. You need to clean your room, bucko. Get your
Yes.
life together. Look, and
They
then
can't
the
help
ladies will be
themselves.
all over you. You'll have you'll have your total fill of enforced monogamy.
Yeah.
Own grievances, and that the harm that's imposed on them is the only real thing that matters in this world.
But I also like,
I
why
was
does
just like, are they buying it?
What?
Did I say a coherent sentence? Did you guys get that?
Jordan Peterson says the only thing that matters in the world is the male, the grievance of the straight white male.
What
That's all he said.
what did she just say, Sitch? Look, something a bunch of people
said-
a bunch of people commented on our debate that we had last Tuesday that they really were impressed. And I mean, you obviously wrote these down, but when you were like, no, the thread of what got us here is you said this, and then we went to this. And
I didn't
then
write
we
any of
this,
that down.
And then we went to that and that and that. And now we're
Yes.
here. Everyone was
Yes.
like, holy shit, how did fucking Sitch do that? Do that for me with what she just said, because
I
it
will.
sounded
Well,
like
first
a
of all,
bunch of garbage to me.
When you have these internet debates where people are not behaving in good faith, you have to remember the chain.
I know.
And the reason you do is because then they do this thing where you're responding to like what was just said in the greater context of the conversation, and they try to like, I can't believe you just said that. That's so bad. That's so horrible. And you're like, wait a minute, that was the question from like 2 questions ago. What the fuck are you talking about? So you have to like keep all that shit in mind. Otherwise, you get gaslit.
But it was fucking amazing. It was totally
Thank you.
amazing. Yeah.
Thank you. No. What she said was so what she said was not quite what I said, but it was close. She was saying that Jordan Peterson, her view is that Jordan Peterson's entire platform is just a mechanism to tell men that the only social problems that matter are the problems that they personally face in their daily lives.
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't say it, but I'd argue she's also embedding in there straight white men. So,
Well, I mean, I think to some extent he does that just with people. I mean, obviously he's trying to say as an individual, you should face your own problems.
Yeah, but that's a huge difference.
A giant difference.
Because he's viewing people from a liberal perspective as individuals.
Yep.
So he's saying you should deal with your individual problems. And she's viewing it from the leftist socialist perspective of class. So the class of men. So, if Jordan Peterson's telling you to care about your own problems and he has a mostly male audience, he must be talking about the class of men.
Yeah. Ugh. Men.
does he think that the only way to get majority of men to say like, let's not allow rapes in this society is to get them sort of financially on the hook or somehow, like to make it clear that materially that's like there's other reasons to not want people being raped.
Well, no,
Oh my God.
But this is so bad faith because
Seems like most men are against rape, dude.
yes, but this is so bad faith because what he said was he thought that men in society, and it's actually interesting because she's all like, oh, he's patriarchy, doesn't care about men. He's actually saying the opposite. He was under his framework, he was suggesting that men are so awful that in order for them to care about rape, they have to have skin in the game.
Totally.
Is what he's saying. Right.
Yeah.
And so it's the exact opposite of what they're saying. And you could disagree or agree with what Jordan Peterson said, but like this interpretation is so backwards.
Yeah, he's going back to the old faithful men are pigs.
Yes.
Because we would have to empathize with women at that point. If he's saying that rape is not it will not get sufficiently prosecuted if it is not considered a crime against men. But that's how little he thinks of the men in his audience and how.
Well, there you go. Okay, she does bring it up.
limited his capacity for empathy is because the men in his audience and he himself don't have the ability to see women as equal to themselves in agency, in emotion, in capacity to understand the world around them. And so that's why he has to frame it as a crime against men as well.
So this is so okay. He didn't say the men in his audience. He said it wasn't clear to him that society as a whole could take this seriously. And it's funny because in a different context, this is hilarious. In a different context, in a different framing, I can guarantee you that she would 100% say that rape is a serious problem in American and Canadian society and not taken seriously.
We live in a rape culture. Nobody cares about it. Yeah.
Right. And so Jordan Peterson, in response to you telling him we live in a rape culture, says, well, maybe we need to, men have to have their skin in the game. And then she completely reverses the argument. Oh my God. He thinks so little of the men in his audience.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you want? And it's like, it's kind of like this, just listen, just teach them not to rape Adam. It's very simple. Just teach bad people not to be bad. Okay. It's very simple. It's very simple.
Yeah, that's the problem because you can't, because whatever lesson you give them, they're just going to go, yeah, fuck that. Do whatever I want.
It's interesting. If they had actually been not sexist and actually watched the entire response that the female author gives, they actually listened to the lady. She gives, I think, a great response back to what he's saying.
Of course, yeah.
And it's a well thought out and articulate and well articulated response. And they could have just said, "Oh, well, there you go." But no, instead we get this sort of like virtue signaling, grandstanding, whining, complaining.
They would object to the Christianity portion of the response, though.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Oh my God, she's talking about, look, they want to take away your abortion rights. They're talking about Christianity.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he's also saying that law
around them. And so that's why he has to frame it as a crime against men as well.
Well, he's also saying that laws are irrelevant on some level, because he's saying that if there isn't a sort of wide acceptance that rape is a bad thing by men, then the law is not going to be effective enough.
That's true. Wait a minute. Is leftist Sam? Wait a minute. Wait a fucking second. Is leftist Sam, Mr. We can't have these colorblind laws because they're still going to do all the racisms. This is the leftist worldview, and now he's like, how could Jordan Peterson say the law isn't enough?
He totally threw it out the window.
Like what? This is like
he threw his whole ideology down the toilet.
This is like total debate brain. Obviously, what Jordan Peterson said is correct about that. About culture has to adapt the law too. Like you understand that in the South, pre-civil rights movement, it was illegal to like lynch and kill people, and they still did it.
Right.
Can you understand that, right?
Right, yeah.
Oh my God. It was illegal to rape people, and it still happens. Like what this is so idiot. This is like a child's response.
Law is really to him just an extension of God anointing men as being in charge of society, and that the law is in many respects.
Wait a minute. What the fuck is he talking? I have to go back. I don't know what he's saying.
They're so just bullshitting.
Yes.
They're totally just bullshitting here.
Yes.
They have no idea what they're talking about.
Well, at least I forget the co-host name. At least she's like hearing what he's saying and then just like bad faith twisting it. Like Sam is just, I don't even know what the hell. Sam's like on another planet. He was listening to a different conversation. I don't know what's happening in his brain.
Do we do this? I like to think like when we, when we look at, I try to understand at least what they're saying, even though I think most of the leftists we review are batshit crazy. I mean, I want to understand their argument. This is just like bullshitting.
You and me have massive intellects. Okay.
Oh, why?
Our brains are so big.
Oh, thanks.
and so intelligent
I like
that whenever
this.
we hear what people say,
I hope this is
either
being recorded.
either we interpret it 100% correctly, or they're just saying gibberish. There's no middle ground. Okay,
Yeah.
it's one or the other. It's a binary situation.
Yeah. I agree. This is gibberish.
Sort of wide acceptance that rape is a bad thing by men, then the law is not going to be effective enough. The law is really to him just an extension of God anointing men as being in charge of society, and that the law is, in many respects, he's saying here, a fiction if it is not embraced, if it is not enthusiastically, men aren't enthusiastically invested in that law.
That's true. Wait, that's true. What the fuck is he talking about? Is he an idiot? How can he say this? He can't believe what he's saying. Obviously, the law only matters if it's enforced. Otherwise, it's just words on paper.
Yeah, I say that all the time. Without law enforcement, there is no law.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so if you have a law on the book somewhere and it's not enforced either by the police or it's not enforced culturally, then it's like you don't have the law. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, totally.
This is why, you have a lot of states for years would have these like anti-sodomy laws or anti-oral sex laws or whatever, and they were never enforced. So it wasn't really a thing. It was just this like weird, or, you have like, you can type in Google, like weirdest laws, and it'll be like, oh, you're not allowed to spit on the street after 6 p.m. It's like just all these like weird laws that exist on paper that they've never got rid of, that are not enforced, and they're not actually like, they're not conceived of as actually mattering or laws anymore. So yes, Sam, if it's against the law to rape a woman, but culturally the society says that's acceptable, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true. It's that way in autocracies too. They have like all these anti-bribery laws and shit like that, but everybody's bribing everyone right and left. But as soon as they want to get someone out of the way, they're like, oh, there's this bribery law. We're arresting you. What? Like, okay.
Well, listen, when if someone, the next time anyone has a conversation with Sam Seder, okay, and he brings up like racism, say, Sam, we've outlawed racism. It's in the law. You're not allowed to do it.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, because
and per your own argument,
that argument.
Yeah, per your own argument, Sam, you said that that's all that matters. It's in the law. It's written down on a piece of paper somewhere. It says racism bad.
Why did he throw the God thing in there in the middle? It felt like he was, all of a sudden, like doing a U-turn and realized, oh shit. But wait, Jordan Peterson likes God.
Well, no, it's like he threw it in because even though Jordan Peterson didn't say anything about God in that clip at all, they view Jordan Peterson. This is their view of Jordan Peterson
as a Bible beater.
He is a Bible thumping preacher who is trying to trick everyone into becoming far right fundamentalist Christians. That's what they think Jordan Peterson is.
Yeah. Yeah. Not really.
And he's not talking men generally. He's saying like literally
invested financially.
The gender of men. Like if it is not an affront to me, then the law be damned is what he's saying. But let's just go back and let him speak.
The way this played out in history is like wealthy men could rape whatever women from lower classes they want. And if there's any complaint, it's like, well, what are you going to do about it?
Good thing,
Yeah, because the culture didn't care. That's the problem. Oh my God, he just destroyed Sam's entire argument. I don't even know if he realized it. Look at Sam. That's the face of someone who's like, did he just destroy my entire argument?
He's like, damn it. This is why I keep that guy off camera.
Get back in the box.
You're supposed to shut your fucking mouth. You're the property here. Sam's so pissed right now.
When women were literally chattel, like literally chattel. Good thing there was no rape back then.
Like women were literally chattel.
Good thing there was what do you mean? There was a bunch of rape back then.
Right.
What is
no. So what she's saying is since they're misconstruing that Jordan Peterson's saying women should go back to being conceived of as property. And then she's saying, well, even in those days there's lots of rape. But even then
you have to explain everything.
I know. But even then, that doesn't actually disprove what Jordan Peterson's saying, because as the other guy off screen said, you could have a rich person, if they raped a lower class person, it wasn't a big deal. But you know why they raped the lower class person?
Because if they could get away with it, obviously.
Because they could get away with it, right? And it's because if it was tied into property rights, then if you were poor and you didn't really have access to those property rights, then society didn't care. Which is why Jordan Peterson didn't specifically say women should be brought back to being property. He was saying that there should be some way of tying in the worth, or not the worth, but like tying in the crime as a crime against the broader society as a whole.
What are those yellow things in the movies? Those little yellow characters there's like an army of them and they're like little variations on them.
The minions?
The minions. Yeah, minions. That's kind of what I feel like I'm witnessing here. Like a bunch of minions. Just, how you can't really understand what they say, but somehow someone
they
can
just say,
understand.
jabba, jabba, jabba.
I know. Sitch speaks minion.
I speak minion.
They're
That's
like,
true.
Why can't they just talk normal? Like, why? Look, I feel like they're just running around waving their arms around. They're not trying to make a coherent argument here. They're just like, rage, Jordan Peterson. Ah!
Well, it's because what they're saying is so based on a pre-existing framework of their own ideas that unless you have a good understanding of what of those ideas, it's like, it's just nonsense. So,
yeah.
I mean, what they're saying is nonsense, but.
I guess I have to translate in my mind. I'm thinking, okay, yeah, leftists speak, and that means this, and then there's this, and that the leftist view of conservatives here, and then, okay, yeah.
Right? Because men financially invested in that woman, the piece of property for him not getting ruined. Well, and so I didn't also realize that unmarried women can't get raped. Apparently, they can't get raped. Or because
it's a crime against the father.
Or if they do.
He's like, listen, dummy, it's a crime against the father. How come
off-screen guy keeps attacking their argument?
How come off-screen guy's the smartest person here, man? You should put him, Sam. You should put him on screen. Why is he not on screen? Why do you think he's not on screen, Sitch? Why do you think?
Because nobody likes a party pooper.
Why do you think he's got the attractive woman on screen? What do you think is going on here?
Okay.
Is there a sexism going on here?
There could be. Could be.
I don't know. I mean, she is very intelligent, so obviously she should be on screen.
Now you're wrong, okay? If she was very intelligent, she wouldn't be on the show because intelligence isn't allowed here.
I kind of think you're right. Jeez.
Or, well, I guess, right.
That's what it is. But like William Byrd, the main slave in the James River in Virginia in like the 18th century, has his whole diary, and he has multiple entries where he's like, yeah, I forced myself upon like a chambermaid and stuff like that. The only time he has any sort of repentance is when he got.
Look how bored they are. They're like, holy shit, this guy reads what? There's these things called books. He reads them? He knows how to read the books?
Too drunk and came on to another man's wife at a party.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so go back a little bit.
So wait, that literally proves Jordan Peterson's point. So we had a society where it was only conceived of as a violation of the male, and thus they only cared about it in that context. Okay. And then he's saying, well, if you have a society where it's only conceived of as a violation of the female, if you're not that female, do you care? Maybe it should be rooted in a violation of the broader society. That literally proves his point.
I think it is that way, though. Obviously,
I agree with you. I think it is that way, and I think it is that way because of the idea of liberal inalienable rights that we all have.
No girl is going to call her dad or her brother,
obviously,
or her boyfriend, and say, "Listen, I got raped," and the guy's going to be like, honey, well, that's okay. Let's just forget about it."
Right. But even back then, it wasn't that way either. It's just there wouldn't necessarily be recourse if the person wasn't, wealthy or of upper class.
Yeah, of course.
But they still cared, obviously.
Well, yeah. If it was a dad or a brother, they would probably be like, they would hate that.
Yeah, or if it was someone of
why
their
they
same...
hated the elites.
Right, and if it was someone of their same class, they would enact, vigilante justice against them.
Of course, yeah. I've seen the movie Braveheart. I know how it works.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was a different situation, but...
What do you mean?
One is a crime in order for that to be recognized as a crime properly, it has to be viewed as something that will bring the males on her side to her defense in principle. Now, maybe not, right? Because you could say, well, maybe we could set up a society where merely, quote, transgressing the rights of a woman to say no is sufficient. But it's not obvious to me that that's sufficient. Like, maybe sufficient means not only do you violate the integrity of the woman in a fundamental sense, but you enrage all of her male protectors. And then that's enough of a barrier, because God only knows how much barrier we need. And obviously, well, you just laid out a bunch of problems, especially now that the pill introduces, and we should stress that. The problem that women have in saying no once they're on the pill is that it's instantly personal. And that means the woman has to deliver a pretty hard blow. And that's especially problematic if she's somewhat potentially interested in the guy, right? How do I say no without hurting his feelings, alienating him, making him into an enemy, looking like a prude? And I mean, when you're 16, you don't know the answer to any of those questions. Like, you're not sophisticated enough to. And I saw this in my clinical practice all the time. You know, I had lots of women in my clinical practice who were abused serially. And, you know, they were generally stunningly unsophisticated in their conduct. And I'm not trying to blame the victim. I'm just saying that sophisticated women, and those are often those who've been.
I pause it because he won't finish his thought. He won't finish his thought here because at one point he starts to realize, like, he starts to hear what he's saying here. Now, just imagine.
But didn't he finish the thought?
Yeah, he finished his thought. We watched it. What are you talking about?
They're like, listen, Jordan Peterson knew he was about to advocate for women being property, so he stopped himself. Right up. He brought us that's the other trope. Jordan Peterson brings you right up to the cusp of some evil idea, but then he doesn't push you over the edge. It's the Cody Johnson answer. But he doesn't push you over the edge so he can have plausible deniability.
I feel like that's Destiny came up with that one. Destiny was always doing he always makes descriptive claims, but he never makes prescriptive claims. Yeah. Moral
Which
claims.
I disagree. Well, number one, not true. But number two, but no, Cody Johnson was the one who very specifically had that cliff analogy in the video that we watched.
Oh, okay.
Where he accused Jordan Peterson of promoting Nazi ideology by bringing up the IQ score in the military thing. That turns out to be literally fucking true. And he knows it's true because he cited a fucking like random answer on like one of those like Yahoo Google answer pages, and the answer right above it talks about the exact thing that Jordan Peterson's talking about.
Yeah.
Apply this to this notion, if you would be okay with this.
Okay. Let's apply.
Maybe we need to have people own all of the property in my home so that if someone was to steal it, there'd be enough people who are upset to make it a real violation. As opposed to it being stolen from me.
Oh, okay. That's
what he's saying there, except for his is actually more disgusting because
that's not what he's saying. I mean,
collective ownership of the women.
You know, he's saying he's trying to make this analogy, trying to make this comparison by saying Jordan Peterson is saying if people don't care, if we have a society where people don't care about an individual facing rape or any harm, it should be perceived of as a broader violation of everyone's rights. So then Sam twists that around and say, well, that means that's like Jordan Peterson saying, well, if you want people to care about your house getting broken into, everyone should own your property. Which, number one, if everyone did own your property, they would obviously care more. But number two, that's not what he's saying. And all you would say is, again, breaking into someone's house and stealing their stuff is viewed as from the level of, I wouldn't want that to happen to me. And we live in a society where we believe people have rights to, property and to not have the, stuff stolen from them and to be molested in that way.
We don't want our moms and daughters to be raped. So we're like, rape is bad.
Right.
Pretty easy.
It is. I mean, I don't know. Like, do we need to own let's put it this way. Do we as a society, or does there need to be a group of people, or half of society needs to in some way, or there needs to be some people in Jordan Peterson's life who own?
No, and also, this is a bad example because for most people, most break-ins, they're never going to get that property back.
What?
Anyway.
No.
If someone steals from you, it's very unlikely that you're going to get it back.
Every time I've been stolen from, I've never gotten it back.
Right. So this is literally the worst example he could pick from.
Right.
It's kind of actually proves Jordan's point.
Very sad.
Owns him as chattel so that if someone comes up and punches him in the face, it becomes illegal enough that people care.
He could get raped. Jordan Peterson could get raped. Who would that crime then be? For the legal system to take it seriously. If
Well,
you
there's
were,
not
if
enough
Jordan
men
Peterson
who
were raped,
own him.
I mean, I'm like, this is very dangerous.
So
like, this is very, very dangerous. And this is just.
Oh no! Now it's dangerous. Oh my god! I'm
so dumb.
I'm terrified. This is so dangerous.
It's so dangerous. So dangerous, Adam.
I mean, it's just like a thought experiment.
Listen.
I don't even think it was a particularly interesting thought experiment.
No, it
honest
wasn't.
With you.
But it's going to be the clip part. Like you saying that you're sexist, right? It's going to be the
more
clip part.
interesting. It's more
Yeah, of
interesting
course.
watching the minions go around going. Bah, 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 bah.
I like that it's like Jordan Peterson, inartfully saying, having some thought experiment is dangerous, but advocating for the abolishment of private property and the abolishment of capitalism and the leftist revolution, that's not dangerous, right? I mean, every time that's happened, it's always led to, a happy, healthy, nonviolent revolution, right?
Mm-hmm. No, it's led to the wholesale slaughter of entire civilization. What are you talking about, Sitch?
Oh, no. That's just because it wasn't real. It wasn't real socialism. You don't understand.
Look, sometimes when people have ultimate power, they enact their thought experiments like crazy people. Just look at Mao. Holy shit.
Right.
He's like, farmers, smelt down your plows. We're going to become an industrial society. We're going to become steel manufacturers. Just melt that shit on the stove.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking what a maniac. Oh my God.
It's a natural progression of who he's spoken to, men who are frustrated and are looking for women to blame.
Oh my God.
That's all Jordan Peterson does, right? He just creates excuses for men. The Mr. Personal Responsibility, the entire guy whose entire message is about personal responsibility is just giving excuses for men to not be personally responsible.
Right.
That's all that's happening here, right?
I mean, even when he's done interviews and they've like called him king of the incels or whatever, there was that teary-eyed moment that he had. I mean, I just felt like he had empathy for, for people who want to be in a serious relationship and can't find one. Like, who doesn't have empathy for that? Jesus. And, I mean, Jordan Peterson, I think is just offering them hope, saying, look, if you can get your life together, get a decent job, get an education, you'll find someone. You can't do it playing video games and watching porn all day long. It's just not going to happen. That's a good message. They would make it seem as though Jordan Peterson is just like, wants to conscript women into some, concubine army to give to these men. Well,
see, what they're doing is actually despicable.
Of course.
Because what's happening is they basically view it like anyone who's talking to and has empathy for young men must be a misogynist, must be a sexist.
Yeah, that's
and it's
ridiculous.
Because they have this insane, socialist view of you can only look at people through their group identifier. And so they go, oh, well, since white straight men control society, why would you waste any time talking to white straight men who feel like they've been left behind by society?
Yeah.
Because society is totally set up for them. They're so privileged.
Yeah, it's hard to say someone who categorizes himself as an incel, an involuntary celibate, is privileged. Yeah,
I know.
That's very sad.
But see, that proves the whole point of the MRA people and just people that talk about sexism against men is that why is it socially acceptable broadly, mainstream news? It's socially acceptable to mock. This is why, like, it's the society we live in is so hypocritical.
Can you imagine
on one
mocking
hand,
ugly women?
Right. On one hand, you can't mock a woman for being ugly. Right.
Look at that blimp. Who'd want to have sex with her?
Right. On
Totally
one hand,
unacceptable.
On one hand, you want to tell men, "Hey, stop being pigs and stop pressuring women into having sex."
Right.
Right. But then on the other hand, you want to then make fun of men who aren't having sex.
Mm-hmm.
How does that fucking make any sense?
Yeah, it's just complete chaos.
And that's where people really see it's just like the situation where, when we had the lockdowns and the people were, protesting against that, and they're like, oh my God, they're going to spread COVID. Then as soon as like the BLM protest comes out and the protests, are 1,000 times larger, 1,000,000 times larger, it's like, oh, well, actually protests aren't going to spread COVID, right? It's just the blatant hypocrisy. It's so easy for people to see the blatant hypocrisy and to completely say, oh, these people are all just fucking liars. It's the same thing with this. Like, why is it acceptable for our society to just ruthlessly make fun of men who don't have sex and say that and then on top of it to say they're the privileged ones.
Demonize them. I know.
Yeah, demonize them, make fun of them.
They're the oppressors.
And say they're the oppressors and they're the ones that are privileged. It's completely ludicrous.
Yeah. It's no wonder like Jordan Peterson's the perfect look. Everyone needs hope. Everyone needs hope.
And that's even what's so despicable. You have Jordan Peterson come around and you have instead of like having the incredibly toxic Andrew Tates who basically want to transform the anger and frustration of young males who felt left out by society.
Right.
Instead of transforming that into
their bank account.
Right. Andrew Tate wants to basically transform that into a grift where you pay him for him to make you more toxic. Or you have the Nick Fuenteses who want to take that anger and frustration and want to transform it into more anger and more frustration and more toxicity, only on like a racial level. And instead of having that, you have Jordan Peterson who's like, listen, I understand your anger and your frustration, but if you continue down that path, all you're going to do is self-destruct. If you actually want to find happiness, this is how you do it. And it's through taking responsibility and bettering your life.
Yep.
And then he gets attacked as being a Nazi. Then he gets attacked as being the worst person in the world.
Yeah. Just for saying something inarticulate, thought experiment, whatever. Who cares?
Right. Well, no, yes, but from the broader perspective, it's just because he dared to talk against wokeness.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Right? It's always from the perspective of the male. It's never about extending empathy to others. And the actual...
Wait a second here. Aren't men others? Hold on a second. I'm confused. What?
She means like, why aren't you teaching men to empathize with women, essentially?
It's only from the perspective of the male. Never empathizing with others. But don't you have to have it be from the perspective of the male? Don't you have to empathize with others who are male? Look, this lady is saying all kinds of crazy shit here that doesn't make any sense. Look, you got to empathize with the males. Try it sometime.
Natural conclusion of...
She's like, we have males in this office. I mean, do they?
Rape not being taken seriously and crimes against women being taken seriously should be... More empathy should be extended to women, and you should be able to understand their experiences. Not, well, men need to have more stake in this for this to be taken seriously. And what he was saying about the pill,
Don't you believe that, though? If you believe that we live in a patriarchy and you believe we live in a rape culture, then you should support what Jordan Peterson is saying.
Yeah. Can you imagine if he came out, the look on that lady's face, if he said, listen, I don't think we should make such a big deal about rape. Like, can you imagine the look on her face? She'd be like, what the fuck?
You just got to teach people to be empathetic to women. Obviously, that's the solution. It's so obvious. Why did I never think about that? Just be empathetic to other people, Adam. Then you'll solve all the world's problems. It's so easy.
I know, no shit. As if Jordan Peterson doesn't know about being empathetic towards other people. Why do you look? This is why he got teary-eyed over the incel thing. Look, he's totally empathetic. He cries in every other interview. The guy is brimming with empathy. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
Listen, just teach rapists not to rape.
It's just so weird.
Why are you victim blaming?
Does she really think Jordan Peterson's position is like rape, not a big deal? Does she really?
No, she thinks his position is let's go back to
should
women
be property,
being considered property because that will protect them.
Right. It might be better for society.
Yeah.
If men just conceptualize women as their property. I mean, I do that anyway. You're allowed to do that still, right? I mean,
Well, okay.
It's just a conceptual framework.
Look,
who is in a relationship, a serious relationship with someone, and doesn't just a little bit think of them as like your property? I mean, it goes both ways, men and women, right? Look, I know that I am someone's property.
You're your wife's property.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like if I want to do stupid shit, I often think, oh, my slave master might be upset about this. Maybe I shouldn't do this. I mean, isn't that, you've been in serious relationships before, right? I mean,
what do you call what we have, Adam? What do you call what we have?
Oh, I mean, perfect example. Yes. I mean, I do agree. To some extent, you are kind of my property and I'm your property.
Right. Like
it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, like if one of us uploaded some crazy video on the channel without talking to the other one about I'm coming out as like pro-Nazi.
I know.
What the fuck?
I know our brands we've talked about this literally explicitly, like how our brands are kind of wrapped up together a bit. So we kind of got to be conscious of that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's what a relationship is. Yeah.
Of course.
Right.
What's so wrong about thinking about it as, I got a little ownership stake in this relationship.
Right. Well,
I don't know.
Because I mean, she's like a super socialist. So when you use the word property, it's like just ultra triggering.
You're so right. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, just the word property triggers them.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have any property.
Exactly.
Yeah. Nobody's going to care then. Jeez. Who washes the rental car, right?
Nobody, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes things more complicated. Implicit in his analysis, whatever you can decipher from it, is that it's
you're giving women too many choices.
Rape is a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding, and the 16-year-olds, they don't have the agency or the sophistication to stand up for themselves. But that's not what rape is. It's also not a violation of someone's integrity. That's what he kept saying, the woman's integrity. It's a violent crime. It's a violent assault.
I don't understand what the distinction she's making. This really feels like she's really stretching to just find an insult. Someone could be the victim of a violent crime and it's a violation of their integrity. Like, I don't understand. Why is this triggering her so much?
Well, I'm just
like, is she interpreting when he says integrity to just mean like, oh, rape is just merely a violation of like the honor of the lady? Like, is that how she's interpreting this statement or something?
Well, I mean, would she classify the Aziz Ansari situation that we talked about earlier as a violent crime? I mean,
of course.
Yeah.
Of course she would.
Oh, you think she would?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, easily.
Wow.
You don't think so?
What a crazy person.
I mean, it's funny because like very often when you're reading academic literature or legal literature, the word they use specifically, or medical literature, the word they use specifically is a violation of bodily integrity. That's literally the words they use to describe these situations.
Sounds awful.
And yet when he uses that word, that's like, oh my God, he said the word integrity. how dare he? It's a violent crime. It's like, yeah, a violent crime is a violation of your bodily integrity. That's literally the language they use.
Yeah.
But no.
Ouch. Rape is evil. Just so you guys know, the show here is specifically against rape in any way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
We're against rape culture, accidental rape, inadvertent rape, all of it. Why are you? Don't laugh at rape. You fucking terrible person. You're such a terrible Sitch. Such a terrible person.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Doesn't even care. Doesn't even care about accidental rape. He thinks it's a joke.
That's what rape is.
But Emma, what you don't understand is if you allow women or girls to have sex without becoming pregnant and you give them control over their own ability to get pregnant, then they may decide they want to have sex without the
and to give
this is so fucking.
If you want to talk about this like in a more honest and intellectual, just hit my microphone. If you want to talk about this in a more intellectual way, okay. If we have a society, which we're heading that direction. So if you have an idea where like you're supposed to believe that a woman and a man have complete individual bodily integrity, and it's 100% up to them to make all those decisions, and that you should have that thought process even as a parent, right? And some people believe this. Some people believe this. That even as a parent, your children, they should have complete bodily autonomy. They should be able to have sex whenever they want, whatever, right? This is a belief.
Parents.
This is a belief on the left, okay, the far left.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And so that's going to lead to situations where, you're going to be like, oh, your daughter or your son, they go out and they, dress like a whore. They're going to go get drunk at a club, and you're going to be like, well, whatever, it's their life. Let them place themselves in dangerous situations without you saying, well, listen, as a parent, I need to protect my child. I do have some stewardship. I do have some responsibility over them. It's not just purely up to them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, this is like...
You got to beat sense into children, okay?
It's just, I don't know, this is so ridiculous.
Children do dumb things. Look, right now, I mean, what is Sam Seder actually advocating for here? Because it feels like he's going...
Dunking on Jordan Peterson. That's what's being advocated.
But, I mean, he's going in a strange, like, pedo direction here. He's talking about, like...
control. You allow women or girls.
Look, and he says, or girls. He's like specific. He's like, I'm not just talking about women here, guys. I'm talking about girls. That's, I mean, I think that's super sus. I would just leave it at women. I mean, I don't
think it's that sus.
What do you mean?
I don't think he's making some weird pedo comment. But
okay.
To have sex without becoming pregnant.
I mean, Sitch, why say girls? Why not just leave it at women?
I don't know.
Do you really think girls should be having, like...
You'll have to ask him.
I think of girls as like children.
Well...
And women are like... What's the definition of a woman?
Okay. So a lot of people use the word girls as the counter to guys. Girls and guys.
No,
people don't say gals.
It's gals.
People don't say gals unless they're like in the South or from like the 1950s.
Right. Okay.
So,
but he said girls in like a weird voice. Like,
I understand, but I'm just saying I don't think it.
Girls.
I don't think it necessitates like the language the way you're
maybe. I mean, Okay.
And you give them control over their own ability to get pregnant, then they may decide they want to have sex without the consequence of pregnancy, and that complicates things because
this is just so weird. This might be the weirdest. We're getting this is like major cringe levels for me.
Well, it's
Like,
definitely cringe.
He's trying to do the Jordan Peterson voice, and he's talking about the girls having sex, and Sam, no. The buckets of cum was at least funny. This is getting a little like.
It's making you uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, Jordan Peterson was at least talking about adults when he was doing his property experiment. He wasn't talking about children being property.
Speaking of buckets of cum, a bucket of cum for $2.
No way. What? Really?
An anthropomorphic bucket of cum for $2 says, "Please keep Mr. Seder away from me. I can only fill up so fast."
Oh my God. We'll listen to the clip after this. That's the funniest clip.
Because then their little pea brains.
Did he just say little pea?
Little pea brains. Yeah.
This is so much worse than what anything Jordan Peterson has said.
Well, they're trying to, he's Kathy Newmaning him.
Look, she's like, God, if I have to, Sitch, I think your jokes are actually funny.
Thank you.
But I don't think she believes Sam Seder's jokes are funny. I think she doesn't. I don't think she thinks they're funny at all.
I just noticed you had, in the past, you had the picture behind you just crying, like rivers of
that was pretty cool, huh?
That was pretty cool.
Look, sometimes I got to mix it up. As soon as I can get the corn filter on Sam Seder, just think this whole thing being done by Mr. Corn, the corny cop.
Well, it's
that'd be so epic. How do I do that?
It's like sometimes when I listen to a Jimmy Dore video and he makes like a mild joke, and then you hear Kurt or someone else be like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa," like just guffaw with laughter, and you're like, "Oh God."
I mean,
there's some sucking up going on there. There's some massive levels of suck up going on there.
Don't be mean.
And then did you listen to?
Can Kurt come back on the show? Come on, I like Kurt.
And then did you listen to?
Why you gotta be such a ball buster here?
Jimmy Dore was on Tim Pool.
What if Kurt was my property? Can I bring him on the show then?
If Kurt wants to be your property, Adam, maybe we'll talk.
If Kurt is my property,
we'll sign a contract where you're your property.
Okay.
You tell him to give us a cut of his income. So Jimmy was on Tim Pool's show, and it was funny because then it was the exact opposite. Like Tim made some like very mild joke, and Jimmy was like, "Oh!" I was like, "Oh my God!"
Really?
He's so playing it up. Oh, what a suck up!
We got to bring those clips up.
Yeah, I'll have to go find it. It's very funny. Mystery Guest 01, thank you so much for your generosity. Mystery Guest 01 just gave us $100.
Right. Nice.
Thank you so much. And hey, fellas.
Hey, fellas. Yeah.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, what's up? Thanks. That's awesome.
Have to want to have sex with this person or not, even though there's no consequence in terms of a child, and that complicates things. And then the man is not sure, and he rapes her because she can't figure it out.
And that reminds me
about
all these unsophisticated, and I'm not trying to blame the victims, but these girls, they don't know their ass from their elbows, and they keep getting serially abused. And I have no idea why a psychological organization would want to maybe review my credentials.
But that literally happens.
They don't know their ass from their elbow.
Well, not that part, but that literally happens. Is that there are lots of women.
Why is
this doesn't justify rape, but there are lots of women that are in situations where either they're not very clear about their boundaries, or even if the person is just a rapist, they're still in an environment that's a dangerous environment for them to be in that they should avoid.
Right. Yeah. Why is the guy off screen the funniest guy on the show? It's so sad.
That's why. Let's answer your question.
They don't know their ass from their elbows. See, comedy is about surprise. I have never heard ass from your elbows.
You've never heard that statement?
No.
Oh, it's a very common.
It is
saying.
common? Ass from elbows?
He doesn't know his ass from his elbow. You've never heard that?
No.
Oh, maybe it's like a Southern
I've
thing.
heard like ass from like a hole in the ground.
No, I've heard that one too. No, he doesn't know his ass from his elbow.
Ass from elbow.
I've heard that all the time.
That's funny. Jeez.
credentials on this stuff.
I mean, talk about honestly, talk about just sort of like just a walking opportunity for a class action suit.
You go from the pill to like unsophisticated, serially abused students. Like, what are we?
It's
and you don't
because
finish
He didn't say students, jackass.
Yeah, I know.
He was a clinical psychologist. He said patients.
Yep.
thought a single time.
Well, it gets complicated because they have the ability to determine that they might want to have sex with.
That's kind of, I feel like he's muscling in on Mr. Corny here. That kind of sounds like my corn voice, doesn't it?
I mean, it only sounds like an octave above his
normal voice.
Hey,
everybody, how's it going? It's me, Corny.
Are you saying Sam Cedars, Jordan Peterson is just
hold on,
Mr. Hanky impersonation?
But they're stupid, and they walk right into these.
Opportunity for a class action suit.
You go from the pill to like unsophisticated, serially abused students. Like, what are we?
It's
and
because
you don't finish a thought a single time.
Well, it gets complicated because they have the ability to determine that they might want to have sex without
they're
getting
stupid,
pregnant.
and they walk right into these things.
All right, let's just keep playing.
If a man gets raped, I want to know who has the stake in solving that crime. I just want to know.
Stunningly unsophisticated in their conduct, and I'm not trying to blame them.
Sitch, if someone rapes you, I'll find your rapist. Don't you worry, okay? I got your back, literally.
That's how hot they are.
Oh yeah, exactly. If they're hot, I will incarcerate them and make them your property.
Thank you, as you should.
Victim. I'm just saying that sophisticated women, and those are often those they've had a lot of good relationships with men, brothers and fathers in particular.
Thanks, bros.
Sophisticated women signal to men who are getting a little pushy, in no uncertain terms, very early in the pushing game, that no is the answer.
Stop it. Pause
Right.
for a sec. Okay,
Stop,
so
pause.
that is him saying that women who have had good relationships with men, because it all stems
we
from
set
it.
you straight.
Yeah, right. They are sophisticated enough to know when to say no. The unsophisticated types, people who might not have had good relationships with men, they don't know how to stand up to men, and that's kind of on them, right? Or their upbringing. It's definitely not on the rapist because they're unsophisticated.
It's complicated.
This is so. Oh my god!
He didn't attribute responsibility to either party.
I hate this attitude. Like, this is like the dumbest fucking. Let's teach rapists not to rape attitude. It's like, yes, obviously, it should be a given. No one is suggesting otherwise. Okay, no one is suggesting otherwise. That we should have a society that says, "Hey, don't rape people." Obviously, that's so obvious. It doesn't have to be said. This is so mind-numbingly stupid. But that doesn't mean that then you should have this attitude where you say, "Hey, ladies, okay, go walk down the Silk Road naked with a bag of money, and no one will ever attack you or molest you because we've taught everyone not to commit crimes anymore." It's like, no, that's obviously stupid.
Yeah.
You teach people, hey, don't commit crimes, but they're still going to do it. So you have to teach people how to defend themselves and be wary of those people who will commit the crimes.
Yeah.
This is like
simple.
This is like if she was like, "Oh, why should anyone have a gun to defend themselves? Just teach people not to break into people's houses or try to murder them." It's like, what kind of idiot logic is that?
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
Yes, it's like, what? It's not okay. Trying to teach people to take care of them. This is the problem, because she's on the left, and her worldview is so anti-personal responsibility. She views anyone talking about taking personal responsibility for your situation, in her mind, she translates that into victim blaming. Essentially.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's exactly what's going on.
Right. So Jordan Peterson or anyone saying, "Listen, the world is a dangerous place, and you have to be prepared for it." Which is personal responsibility. She twists that around into victim blaming.
Yeah.
Instantaneously. And it's so annoying. This is a massive divide on the left and the right. And it's like, and it goes, and it's so funny. I learned this lesson from World of Warcraft.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Amazing.
I learned life lessons from video games.
Wow.
Because here's what would happen, Adam.
Okay. You're in the
I know
game.
you don't care about this, but I'm gonna explain it to you.
And you're like, oh my God, there's a girl playing this game.
Should I rape her? No, that's not. That's not what I meant.
Oh my God.
That's not what I was gonna say.
Oh my God, that was hilarious.
So in World of Warcraft, it's a massive multiplayer online game. Rape was not allowed. You could not rape people in World of Warcraft. Okay.
A giant.
There was no raping, except for the killing kind. And you'd say, "Oh, I raped you," because it was like the early 2000s.
Oh yeah, I've just heard that before in the game. Yeah.
So, but the game developers were constantly tweaking the game. It was one of those games that's constantly updated.
Right.
And so the updates, and it's like I don't know if you've played it. It's like kind of like Dungeons and Dragons in terms of like there are different classes that you would play as.
Right. Yeah.
And so, and you could kill each
this
other.
game.
Okay, I'm just making sure for the boomers.
World of Warcraft. Here, I'll bring up an illustration for everyone.
Bring up I'm sure you can find some hot World of Warcraft.
So they can see.
Character, yeah.
Can you rape in World of
No,
Warcraft?
don't. That's gonna bring up. That's gonna bring up things you don't want to see.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Oh, look, it's Sitch's character right here. Oh wow. Oh, this is my character.
I don't know what you're looking at, but it's probably wrong.
This is too cool for Sitch's character. This can't be Sitch's character.
Adam, you can just Google World of Warcraft female night elf, and then you'll be happy. Okay.
Female. Okay, I'll do that. World of Warcraft female night elf.
Yeah.
Notice how he didn't say girl night elf. Yeah. We don't want any of that stuff.
Anyway, I'll finally get to the point I'm trying to make.
Okay. Oh, we're making a point?
I was trying to make a point here. Okay.
All right.
Which is that, so in this game,
Whoa.
where there you go, Adam. See, I got Adam's attention.
Whoa.
I've distracted Adam long enough that I can actually tell the story without an interruption.
Jeez. Holy. Okay.
So there are a bunch of different classes you can play, like Dungeons and Dragons, and you can fight. The classes can fight each other, and so because of that, the game developers are constantly tweaking the classes essentially and tweaking the game to make it better for certain classes, to make the game harder for people, easier for people, blah 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 blah. And when the game first came out, the game was notoriously hard and long and grindy. And as the game continued to progress, it would get easy. Like there would be all these like tweaks, these quality of life tweaks that would make the game faster, easier, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it was interesting because when I was playing it and I'd see these tweaks come out, I noticed that there were two camps of people, and it was very obvious, even though no one on the forums complaining about this was talking about politics, it was very obvious that what's happening was there was a left-right divide. And what would happen would be every time they tweaked the game to make it easier, the left people would be very excited and happy about this.
This is hilarious, really?
And say, oh my God, you've made it easier. You fixed some problem in the game. This is wonderful. And then you would see the right-wing mentality that would say, I had to struggle when the game was harder. I had to adapt to a situation that was harder and become stronger for it. Why should everyone else get the easier, weaker experience when I had to go through the harder thing?
Yeah.
And so it's very interesting. And so through this, I noticed that there was this kind of left-right divide. And the left-wing version is, if there's a problem in the world, there should be some sort of top-down government / system fix to make whatever is going on in my life easier.
Yeah, they want their mommy to come in and fix it.
Yes,
Just
exactly.
kiss my boo-boo, mommy, please.
Exactly. I want my mommy or daddy to come in and kiss my boo-boo. And then there was a kind of a right-wing mentality. Now, obviously, I'm generalizing here, but then there was a right-wing mentality that was more like, there's a problem. That problem is inherent to whatever the system is. It's not going to change. You need to adapt to it, and you need to overcome it, essentially.
That's why I bought the game, to solve problems. What
right.
the hell?
So it's very fascinating that I was now in reality, you're going to need some you're going to need a magical enlightened centrist middle ground there, because sometimes there are things that you can't change and you just need to adapt to, and sometimes there are things you can change and should change. And so it's very fascinating to me that I forget her name, Sam Cedar's co-host here, is
Emma.
perfectly
dare
embodying that ethos of like, oh, if there's a dangerous situation where people are committing crimes or raping, I should be perfectly safe to just blindly walk down the street because mommy and daddy should come and fix it. And then she interprets like the right-wing situation as like, oh, you should just take care of yourself because it's not going to change for you, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway.
I'm sorry. I wasn't really paying attention.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. It was boring.
No, I was totally paying attention. No, the left and the right, yeah. Right wing is like, fix it. Left wing is like, come in and kiss my boo-boo mama.
Well, no. Left wing is like, come kiss my boo-boo. Right wing is like, you have to deal with it on your own.
Right. No one's coming to save us.
No one's coming to save you. Exactly.
We have to stick together and save ourselves.
Yeah, you gotta pull yourself up by your own bootstraps.
Right.
And the thing
can't
is,
handle the truth.
Right. And the thing is, first of all, it's annoying because number one, we need both of these. We need some middle ground for these ideas to make society function. But the right wing idea, the right wing thought of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, everyone should agree that that's going to lead you personally down a path of greater success in your life, if that's the mentality you have.
What makes that right wing? I don't see how like a
I've just noticed that's just the
or
thing.
traditional. I mean, some people are.
I'll tell you what makes it right wing.
Okay, tell me.
Because when we talk about left right, we talk about the left believes that all problems come from existing inherent systems and structures. And so they want those things to change. And the right says, no, our inherent systems and structures are fine. Of course, again, these are generalities. Our inherent or traditional systems and structures are fine. The flaws come from changing them.
Right.
So obviously, if that's the thought process, if you have a problem, then you say, well, I don't want to change.
Okay.
I don't want to change the system because that might make it worse or will make it worse. I just have to adapt to the system. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I just like I've worked places before where, people have we have to, find someone that can give us the authority to do this thing mentality. I just never been one of those people. I've always been like,
well, that's a little different than what I'm talking about.
Let's just take care of it ourselves. What do you think?
Right.
Yeah.
That probably has a left-right dynamic too, but that's not quite the same thing.
I feel like it's more left because I'm just like, rules are kind of flexible for me. And most people are like, rules, right?
Yeah.
But I do encounter other people that feel the same way. They're kind of like, rules are flexible.
Well, it depends because people can reach the same conclusion for different reasons. Like someone could be, oh, I'm very adherent to rules because they're so afraid of like chaos. And they just they could be, oh, I have to follow the rules because they're afraid. They have very high neuroticism that if I don't follow the rules, I'll get in trouble.
Yeah, that's what I think
some
it is.
Sort of external factors. So there could be people doing the same thing for completely different reasons, which is weird because it's like, okay, well, you can have people doing the same thing, but they're on the completely opposite end of the political moral intuition spectrum.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing. So.
Some rules are completely inflexible, obviously, for me, right? I don't think you should kill anyone. I think that's a pretty inflexible
what do you mean?
rule.
Unless they're trying to kill you. Or
but anything, yeah, well, that's self-defense. That's different.
Well, then you're
I'm talking about murder.
Well, you said kill.
Yeah, I guess I should have said murder. I don't think you should murder somebody. I think that's like an inflexible rule. Anything to do with
what if they're really ugly?
I think is flexible.
What if they're really ugly?
What if they're really ugly?
Yeah, can you murder them then?
How ugly are they? Are you talking
like really
ugly?
I feel like we have to say here at the Sitch and Adam Show, we do not
everyone's
support murder in any capacity whatsoever.
Those F's better not be for Emma, you bastards. They better not
Yes,
be
we do
for
not
our-
support murder of anyone.
Did our
for
stream
any
go
reason.
down? What
Yeah.
happened? Oh no, it is a stream. Everyone's saying the stream is down. Let's see here.
Did it really?
Oh, it's back. Let's pretend nothing happened. Nothing
Well,
dropped
listen,
out
that was-
on my end.
That was the universe that said that joke was too spicy, so it
Too
like
far.
the stream temporarily disappeared.
Let me see stream health. Says
That was
stream
good.
is healthy. You guys.
That was God.
Don't
That was
mess
God
with us,
helping us.
okay? Don't mess around, okay?
There you go. Thank you.
Look, YouTube knows what's up. They look. Who's the CEO of YouTube now?
We got to start inserting ads in these streams, Adam.
Who's the CEO of YouTube now? Is it a woman?
I want money.
I don't think so.
We should start doing that. See how many people get so pissed when we insert an ad and they just turn off the stream.
I mean, I don't. Haven't we tried that? Nothing happened.
No, we did
like a
try it,
big-
and it did. Some people saw an ad, and some
It's
people
like a
didn't see
big
it.
bust.
I didn't really pay attention if we made any money from that. But
I have YouTube Premium, so I'm.
so do I.
Really upsets me when people, nuke their content with ad spots. What are they called? Sponsorships.
Sponsorships.
Oh. But anyway, let's
Adam
not
is
dwell.
just a socialist. He hates people making money.
No, I love. Well, look, making money's fun. That's what I don't understand about these socialists. I always thought making money was fun. Do you?
Complicated. There are two
Oh,
parties
back to the voice.
involved here. There is the sometimes a little bit too pushy men, and then the stupid women who. That's why they get raped.
And they might get drunk too, right? That would be very stupid
Well,
and
that's
low class.
unfortunate.
I mean, he did say that the men were just as stupid. He did actually say that. Both parties are stupid in this scenario.
Don't want to drink around a pushy boy. All men are sophisticated. Some are just slightly more pushy than others. And then you have stupid women.
girls.
And
Walking around like bimbos.
now, I want to make it clear,
Look, she laughed at the bimbos line. Look at that.
It's complicated.
not all women are stupid. The ones who have been trained by men in their life are more smart.
There you go.
But the ones who have not, those are the ones who don't know how to deal with a slightly pushy male who wants to slightly pushy themselves into that woman against her wishes, but she's unsophisticated and doesn't know how to deal with it.
And I'm not blaming the victim.
And I want to make that clear.
Why was his Jordan Peterson an Indian guy? Did you hear that? That was really weird.
This is the worst Jordan Peterson impression I've heard ever.
Yeah, he's just making his voice higher,
Yeah.
and they're like lapsing into like Indian accents for some reason. Like I don't know, it's very strange. I don't know what's happening. I guess the quality
don't
of
do
the
that,
voice is the same quality of the argument and the straw manning that's going on. That's what
Yeah.
we're witnessing.
They're just
this is-
so white knighting for women. Like, it's just all girl power. Rah, rah, rah.
Listen, this is the comedy section of
Okay.
the Sam Cedar video. Okay, it's
Well, I mean,
very funny,
Look,
hilarious.
women are awesome.
I got to break out the Titus laugh.
I will not.
I'm not blaming the victim. I've made that clear. In fact, I said that word, said those words just now as a way of proving that I'm not blaming that stupid idiot who was
unsophisticated little
untrained.
host.
It's not her fault that she was not trained properly by men to deal with a slightly pushy man.
Pushy.
And of course, let's have some sympathy for that man because society has told him he's got to be aggressive.
Where
That's
in
such
that story
bullshit.
did Jordan Peterson say you should have sympathy for the unsophisticated man who
Bully,
is
yeah.
sexually assaulting a woman? Where in the story did he say any of those?
He didn't. Yeah. And also that optimism bias it's biological. It's not society.
Right. But they don't believe that. They probably don't believe in any of that. So
Oh.
Then she's not giving it up. because she's not smart enough to know.
And she might be on the pill, right?
She could be on the pill,
procreate
and
with
that accused her.
no consequence.
Did he say she's not giving it up because she's not smart enough to give it up? I feel like he did.
No,
that seemed like a self-report to me.
The whole thing was the literal opposite of this. It was him saying women need to learn to say no more and better.
Yeah.
It was literally the entire opposite. Of
They
the
need to
situation.
stand up to pushy guys.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and even here, this is where they're like totally failing. If they actually listen to like more of the conversation, it wasn't just saying women should say no in a rape situation. He's saying women should say no even just to having casual sex.
Yeah. Sam
now,
Cedar hates that.
Somehow that means he's advocating for like women being raped or whatever the hell they're saying.
That complicates things. Why is she on the pill?
Just have an older brother instead.
Why would you go on the pill? It's because you like sex. So then I have to, like, as a slightly pushy man, have to compute. You like sex.
So again, amazing straw man, amazing lie. If they actually listened to it, first of all, it was Louise that brought up the pill, and what she said was what you talked about earlier, which is, oh, that would remove the excuse for women to say, oh, I don't want to get pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. That was the only reference of the pill. Okay. Now he's trying to say, like, Jordan Peterson's saying that by being on the pill, you're signaling to the world you're a slut or something.
Mm-hmm.
That hurts my feelings.
It's not adding up.
That hurts my feelings, and that's difficult. But I'm not blaming her, even though it's her fault.
Signal to men who are getting a little pushy, in no uncertain terms, very early in the pushing game, that no is the answer.
It's a game.
Right? If you do that really early on in the investigation, you don't have to use much force. But unsophisticated women, they can't do that at all. They don't know how. And then what happens is they run into an unsophisticated guy. He's too dumb to pick up any clues. And then by the time she really wants to say no, she's already on the bed. I'll give you an example of this. I had one client
the disgusting pig.
Yeah, I mean,
they're losing their shit.
I mean, on.
Did you hear that? Like,
shit.
the disgusting pig. Oh my god.
Look, he bought into my philosophy. Men are pigs.
Ugh. It's disgusting. After I've completely made up a bunch of positions he doesn't have and put them in his own mouth. He's so disgusting for believing these things he doesn't believe that I said he believes. Oh.
Well, he just said he brought up a stupid guy and they didn't really mention him.
That's why they were so disgusted, because Jordan Peterson just accidentally showed that they were wrong.
Right. Oh my god.
About their straw manning, so they got very upset.
Well, no, because it's going to the story. The story about the woman.
Yeah.
Who basically was like gaslit into having sex with a door-to-door salesman. That story is a little harsh. I mean,
it is a harsh story, but stuff like that happens for both men and women, but more for women.
Of course.
But that's the problem. People got to be like clear, like, no, I don't want this.
Right. I don't want what you're selling.
It's why, have you ever seen The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo?
Hell yeah, I love that movie. It's amazing.
So I don't really like that movie, but
oh really? Why not?
I don't know.
She's like a badass.
I thought it was kind of boring.
She gets even with her rapist guy.
She
totally
kicks a dildo up his ass.
She does. Yeah. She does the number on him.
Yeah.
Teach him to rape women.
That's why I don't like the movie.
She didn't even bring it into the legal system. She's like, look, I'll just handle this myself.
That's right. Well, she couldn't. I mean, he was wasn't he like
so
the
amazing? How do you not like that movie?
I don't know. I just thought it was kind of boring.
The guy is like, oh, it is a little boring. It's a little slow. It needs pacing work, but like at the end, oh god, the guy is so fucked.
No, the end is really good.
The end is amazing, dude. The guy is so fucked, and she is such the Calvary. You're like, thank God.
Yes.
It's just they do such a good job of setting it up where, like, oh my god. They totally give you that feeling of just like, I am so happy to see you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no, they do a really good job with that.
Yeah.
Now
let's rip on it. What part didn't you like? No, don't.
Well, no, I was gonna say, the thing. There's one part in the video I mean the movie that I love, and I don't remember exactly how he phrases it, but it's when James Bond. What's that guy's name?
I love that you call
What's
him
that
James Bond. Bond works.
Yeah, when James Bond, who's one of the protagonists, besides the girl with the dragon tattoo, when he realizes Daniel Craig.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Daniel Craig realizes that the guy he's talking to is the murderer.
Yeah.
And the guy basically like says like, "Oh, you should come into my house for like a spot of tea or something," right? And like he does.
Right.
Like
Social
very
convention.
stupidly.
I know.
Yeah, he does very stupidly. And so that allows him to get captured by the killer. And the killer gives that speech about how like these like the people are so afraid, like the fear of offending someone is stronger than the fear of dying and the fear of pain. And like all of Daniel Craig's instincts are like, I need to get away from this guy, but he didn't want to offend him. So he allows himself to get placed into this incredibly dangerous situation.
I love that part. It's so
and
awesome.
I was like, that's such a like that part. I'm like, that's so perfect. That's so true. That is a very true thing that happens.
Right.
And that's exactly what Jordan Peterson is talking about.
With the salesman, obviously.
With the salesman. Yeah. And with when he says unsophisticated. And this definitely happens to men and women. Like
and
this,
not even like Daniel Craig in that movie was not unsophisticated at all, dude. He's like a fucking investigator.
Right.
He's the one that should know. Like, no, I'm not going in.
Yeah. And it was such a great line. The fear of offending is just stronger than the fear of danger and pain and death.
Yeah.
You got to be careful. Sometimes you got to be like, listen, fuck people.
Yeah.
offend the shit out of people.
Yeah. Sometimes it's good. Got to trust your instincts.
Yep.
Honestly, is there not like a board isn't there a certification they can pull from this guy?
Oh no, he's being investigated.
Oh look, he's like, let's go for cancel culture. We've totally misrepresented this guy. Bad faith buried him for an hour here. Can't we just like pull his certification? What a bunch of look. This is like a question 4 situation here. Sam, what is the difference between you and Hitler? Just tell me.
And going to lose it. Wait, that's in the story. And
Adam, cancel culture isn't real.
I know. God, that was the most hilarious part of the Tuesday thing.
Cancel
culture. No, you've got it wrong,
real.
Adam. You're look,
not real.
No, I'm not saying that I think cancel culture is bad. I'm saying that it's not real.
It's not real. But you know what? When it does happen, I think it's probably for the best. Right?
Oh yeah.
It's not real, but when it happens, it's just accountability.
Getting someone fired from their job, that's not cancel culture. Leaving mean comments on their video. Now that is cancel culture. What the
Isn't that amazing?
They
I love
keep
that.
these people live in a fucking dream world, man.
It's like we need to get EFAP in trouble because their fans leave angry comments on people's videos or whatever. And that's gonna make them not make videos, right? But cancel culture isn't real.
Yeah.
But cancel culture is a fiction. I don't know if you know this. It's a total fiction.
Yeah.
God. Wild.
Well, I mean, they're canceling.
It's unsophisticated. I'm being canceled. It's wokeness because I'm on the Daily Wire. That's what it is.
Jordan Peterson says Ontario psychologist license may be suspended over public statements, and I could say can't happen soon enough. College of Psychologists of Ontario.
Well, I mean, let's be honest here. I mean, it's not the fault of the man that they haven't been. I mean,
the whole like meets an unsophisticated man. Like, yeah, that's because of like the rape culture that you basically exist to apologize.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. He is saying that rape is almost always in this analysis a function of a misunderstanding between an unsophisticated woman and a man who might be unsophisticated, but mostly just doesn't understand what in society is ruining his mask.
So because he's talking about one specific type of scenario.
Yeah, one situation.
Right, where sexual assault and rape can happen. He must therefore be saying that this is all rape, right? This is all rape. Okay.
Is that a fallacy? I feel like maybe like the all or nothing fallacy. There's usually fallacies for all these.
There's some kind of fallacy here. Yeah, right. It's just so stupid. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
If this was an example where like a guy drugs a woman, you know, he Bill Cosby's a woman, right? And drags her against his will to rape her. Like you wouldn't be having a conversation about like what is the social convention to prevent that? Because it's like, well, there isn't. Because that person's a fucking criminal. Like it should go to fucking jail, right? So it's just so stupid.
Masculinity. At the same time, he's pretending that he wants rape to be investigated more by making rape a crime against men who are either married to or the father of the woman.
First of all, it's not what he said, but number two, she said he's pretending. He's pretending that he wants rape investigated more because we all know, we can all read Jordan Peterson's mind and know deep down he actually wants there to be less investigation of rape.
Oh, of course.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously.
They should make it an infraction.
A slap on the wrist. You know?
Yeah.
He doesn't care about the enforcement of rape because the entire underpinning of his argument is rape apology and rape denial.
And of course, like
rape apologist. God, they love that one. That's such like the old school. I feel like I'm back in 2017, the old.
Yeah.
You rape apologist.
Yes. Yes.
How dare you? It came straight out of religious apologist, right? Everyone was an apologist. You're an apologist for this, apologist for that.
Like there's some I mean, what's fascinating about this too is that he wants men to be invested through some form of ownership of the woman in the crime of rape. Otherwise, they won't uphold that crime there. But of course, it's unclear how many men are unsophisticated. It's pretty rare. And of course, if you have an unsophisticated man meeting an unsophisticated woman, then of course it is the fault of the woman for not at the beginning of the game that I call get to rape. That's the game I call it. Or get to at the end, you know, the investigation, as I call it. The investigation.
I call it pushy ball.
It is the responsibility of the unsophisticated woman to stop the unsophisticated man at that point. But she wouldn't know how to do that unless she's been properly trained by men. So there we go. And I guess we have
that sounds nothing like Jordan Peterson.
A read for Jeremy's Razors.
The pushing game.
Oh, God. Unbelievable. That guy is really, really disturbing.
No, I mean...
Yeah.
I could just make up someone's entire opinion and then say, oh,
very
despicable.
Opinion.
Very disturbing opinion I just made up for you. God. Awful.
I feel like I would be good at that, but Sitch always stops me. I mean, I felt like we were on a roll with the girl thing, but you were like, no. Adam, don't.
I was like Padme. I was like, don't
Look,
go down the path.
like
I can't follow Adam.
Look, you're my Padme.
Yes.
It's okay.
Adam's out there like fucking ready to like choke someone out with the force, and I'm like, Adam, stop.
I'm not gonna kill the younglings, okay?
Stop killing the younglings.
Let the younglings live. Not long, but let them live for a bit. Let them live for a little bit.
Mister, murder's never right. Unless it's the younglings.
What did they... Were they in my way?
Yeah, I mean, you got to prove your status to the emperor, you know?
I don't even remember why he killed all the kids. It was just so out of left field. It's like, what? Now he's going to go kill a bunch of kids?
It's because, okay, I'll tell you
why is this even necessary?
Because George Lucas is like, so how do we tell the audience that Anakin is evil now? Okay, he kills all the children.
That's like, yeah.
Wait, George, all the children? Yeah, he just kills all of the children. But why? Because he's evil. What do you don't understand? He's evil now, so he kills the children.
Oh my God, poor Lucas. I feel like maybe he had a stroke in his, like when he was sleeping and he didn't know. He just woke up and was like, just not himself anymore, but he was still George Lucas, creator of Star Wars.
No, he just lucked
That's my theory.
He just lucked into the first ones. That's all it was. Yeah.
Damn. Are they going to do an ad read here? Let's hope so.
That audience, his audience is, he's encouraging his audience to sexually assault women, basically.
What? What?
Oh my God, no.
What? What?
He's encouraging his audience to sexually assault women.
Okay. Even in the most bad faith Barry interpretation of what he said, how could you pull that from this? Come on.
Yeah, where was he? What? First of all, I think you'd lose your YouTube channel if you were legitimately on your YouTube channel.
You think?
Encouraging men to sexually assault women. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think YouTube would find a way to discourage that. Do you disagree? I mean, that seems like a TOS violation.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure advocating to assault anyone is a TOS violation.
Yeah, rape is rape is assault. You can't encourage physical violence on your YouTube channel. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay.
And it's not so bad. I'm just trying to explain.
Look, he's trying. Look, Sam Seder's going to try and walk it back. He realizes, oh my God, you've gone too far. How dare you? We're going to get slapped with a defamation lawsuit.
Away why they do it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is Jordan Peterson, who he's always been. The only reason it's confused people is he had a glow up from the Atlantic and places like that, which told him to lose the fedora and couch his statements a little bit more soft. But you go back to 2011, he's wearing a fedora saying it's all psychopathic boys who are going to be empowered to have women, and just insane.
I know exactly what clip he's talking about. We should watch that.
What clip? I was making a poll. I wasn't really paying attention.
He brought up the fedora clip where Jordan Peterson's talking about if you don't encourage men to act properly, they're going to be turned into a bunch of psychopaths.
Oh, this is interesting. So the original poll I put up. Mm-hmm. So the question is, did you slam the like button?
Mm-hmm.
And there are two options. There was yes, of course, I am based in alpha.
Mm-hmm.
And then option 2 was no, I drink buckets and abuse women.
Mm-hmm.
But it wouldn't let me write that.
Look at that. YouTube will not even let you write abuse women.
Yes, I had to change it to people.
Right.
So abusing people is fine, but abusing women is unacceptable.
I feel like we might get in trouble for that, Sitch. I don't know.
You think we're getting in trouble for this poll? I could change it.
Maybe.
What should I change it to?
Look, Sam Seder's going to be gunning for us.
Let him.
Yeah, I don't care.
Let him.
Bring the buckets of cum clip. Sam, we would like you to respond to this clip here.
Misogynistic fever dreams by this guy.
Yeah. And also, I just think people thought that,
Wait, what was it that you said that he was referencing something? I missed it.
Well, first she does her thing, and Sam Seder tries to back it up a little bit, throw a bone to their defense attorney. Right. So he's like, no, he's just saying that's what men are doing hypothetically.
Mm-hmm.
Here, we can back it up. Come on, back it up.
He
powered
audience. His audience is he's encouraging his audience to sexually assault women, basically.
Look at Sam's face. He's like, no.
He's like, holy shit. Why did I hire the dumbest person on the planet? What the fuck?
I know.
Next thing you know, she's going to make a poll asking if we should assault women.
Mm-hmm.
How dare.
And it's not so bad. I'm just trying to.
Oh my God, it's not so bad. Look, let me backpedal.
Explain away why they do it.
Yeah.
He sounds more like the Lucky Charms. What is
They're magically delicious, guy.
Yeah.
There have to be Lucky Charms. He does actually. Yeah.
What's that guy called? Come on.
He doesn't have. Does he have a name? It's just the Lucky Charms leprechaun.
The leprechaun. That's it.
Is he? It's probably his name is Lucky.
He sounds more like the
bet you.
leprechaun. The leprechaun. You sound like a leprechaun, son.
Yes.
You don't sound like Jordan Peterson at all. You sound like you're magically delicious.
I mean, this is Jordan Peterson, who he's always been. The only reason it's confused people is he had like a glow up from the Atlantic and places like that, which like told him to.
What does that mean, glow up? Like is that like a sex reference?
I don't know. I don't get it.
Lose the fedora and the coach's statements a little bit more soft. But like you go back to 2011, he's wearing a fedora saying it's all psychopathic boys who are gonna like be empowered to have women, and just like insane like misogynistic fever dreams by this guy.
What? Yeah, and also I just think people
What
like
is he referencing?
thought that
I don't know what he's
12
talking
rules
about.
for life.
Well, you didn't look at that clip?
What clip is he talking
It's
about?
actually pretty funny because Jordan Peterson, it's like young Jordan Peterson. He's kind of chunky and
wearing a fedora, apparently.
Wearing a fedora, yeah. And I mean, it's funny. We should bring it up because I don't think he says anything bad in it, but
We'll bring it up. I mean, you're gonna have to find it because I don't know
I'll
what
look
clip
for
you're talking
it.
about. But
Look, they're gonna say some insane shit here.
Okay.
I mean, I feel I'm on the verge of it. So
It's so
And just like insane like misogynistic fever dreams by this guy.
yeah, and also I just think people like thought that 12 rules for life. It's self-help, and then so many
Sam,
people
you gotta
have
get
been
on your 13
filtered.
rules.
Yeah, right, or
13 rules
13,
for
sorry.
life.
12 rules is easier because it's you can divide it into two. Mm-hmm. By two, it's a factor of two. That's the key.
Do 666 rules.
Numerology
There,
from
yes,
Jordan
of
Peterson.
course. Yin and yang. 6 and 6.
That's ancient.
man, that was great.
some A+ comedy at the end there.
Oh look, you just searched Jordan Peterson fedora.
Oh, I thought we were gonna.
Here we go.
Mr. Bucket.
Oh look,
That's right, I'm Mr. Bucket. I'm Mr. Bucket. Toss your balls in my top, I'm Mr. Bucket. Out of my mouth I will pop, I'm Mr. Bucket. We're all gonna run, I'm Mr. Bucket.
The game's Mr. Bucket. The first to get their balls into Mr. Bucket wins, but look out, because the balls will pop out of his mouth.
I'm Mr. Bucket. The balls pop out of my mouth, I'm Mr. Bucket. A ball is what I'm about, I'm Mr. Bucket. We're all gonna run, I'm Mr. Bucket.
Buckets of cum.
Mr. Bucket from Milton Bradley.
Buckets of cum.
but it
Thank
looks
you.
like somebody re-uploaded this. The fedora thing.
Put it in.
I mean, it was on what's that TV station that he used to always be on?
Channel 4.
The Canadian TV.
Oh, that's the British one. I don't know.
Isn't it weird how Canada
BBC Canada.
Isn't it weird how Canada has TV? But it's like
Yeah.
all public access.
I thought they just walked outside and watched like mooses bang each other or something. And sawed trees to get maple syrup.
Mm-hmm.
And farted in people's faces. Where's the video?
I brought it up.
Remember those 50s hat-sporting fathers who
What is he wearing?
Look, that's a fedora.
No, Jordan. No, we can't watch this video.
Come on,
It's
this
too-
is
it's too
classic.
cringe. Oh my god.
Look, 4 years. This is back when Sam Seder actually was pulling some numbers. 4 years ago, he has a video called "Gangster Jordan Peterson." They banned snowball fights, and now my son can't reproduce. What?
Damn.
123,000 views 4 years ago.
Okay. Well,
I
this
don't
is really
think-
quiet, so we'll have to shut up and not
Oh, it
scream
is?
when we're listening to.
It seemed fine to me, but okay.
Remember those 50s hat-sporting fathers who stayed married, supported their families, and repressed women? Well, they're headed for extinction. In the majority of U.S. cities, young women are now higher paid and more educated than their male counterparts. This has not stopped the Globe and Mail's Margaret Wente from recently warning us about the dangerous male energy still remaining. Men with less testosterone are nicer, more social, and less aggressive, she says. Such men won't, quote unquote, wreck the world. At this point, Wente should know that it's the testosterone-laden man who is most attractive when women are fertile. When it comes to this serious business of sex, women will choose a testosterone-charged world wrecker most of the time.
Hell yeah,
What
baby.
then is a sensible girl to do? Ms. Kate Bollock provides some answers in the cover story of November's The Atlantic. Bollock, with too many ex-boyfriends to count, is still unmarried at 39. 11 years ago, however, she ended a long-term relationship with Ellen, who is exceptional, intelligent, good-looking, loyal, and kind. Something was missing, Bollock says. Had she asked me, I would have said, not enough testosterone. Perhaps it's time for her to find a tame, lower-status boy and make an honest man out of him. Some of Bollock's more savvy friends have done just that, establishing relationships, for example, with salary-challenged males. Some even stooped low enough to date men who are short. This level of compromise is not for Bollock, who flirts with life in an all-female Dutch community, instead of settling for a less-than-perfect mate. She concludes that Western culture itself is at fault for making her desire a conventional relationship in the first place. Just what kind of man is emerging to replace the chauvinists of yesterday? Type 1, let's call him, very popular in Japan, is shiftless, dependent, and low in status. He poses no threat to women, however, displaying little interest in them altogether, except when animated, infantilized, and available for kissing practice on a portable Nintendo. Type 2 man is the archetypal bad boy, impulsive and exploitative, but willing to bed anyone he doesn't have to take responsibility for. He's the perfect mate for the modern single mother, if she wants a different father for every child. Type 2 man makes 50s dad positively look Christ-like. Here's a thought.
Okay, so all he's saying, which is what we could have predicted, is that if you demonize masculinity, then only bad people will be masculine.
Yeah, only toxic masculinity. That's
Yes.
all you'll get.
Right. And those people will basically destroy the world.
Right.
Essentially. So we do need to have positive images of masculinity and testosterone, fueled men. There's to be positive versions of that our society accepts and says to emulate.
Yeah. Leonard, is it Leonard Schlein? What's that guy's name? Who did Why Gender Matters?
Leonard Sachs?
Sachs, that's it. Leonard Sachs. He has a great metaphor in that book where he talks about how, when you get the rambunctious boys, you've got to turn the, what does he say? Something into the night. You got to turn like the brawler into the night. But I don't know what the bad term is. But he's basically saying, take that male energy and don't try to stifle it. Don't try to turn them into women, but turn them into the white knight, the good guy who saves the day. The guy who becomes the Calvary.
Right.
We need those people. What are you talking about?
Of course.
Yeah.
He's cosplaying as Al Capone's best. Well, he's wearing that outfit because he's trying to, harken back to the
1950s dad. Yeah, exactly.
Dad aesthetic. Yeah. So he wasn't like, this looks cool. So
look, he's playing the part.
Yeah. So therefore, it's fine.
I mean, he's out for blood in this piece here. He really is.
Yeah.
He's just taking that. I don't know who the woman is.
I don't know.
Majority. Are you looking at?
Yes. So.
Oh,
definitely
nice.
taking the piss at her.
Okay, Ethan. This guy used to like Jordan. What happened to Ethan Klein? Oh my God.
He became super duper woke. That's what happened.
Look.
He betrayed his entire fan base.
I know.
What happened?
Yeah, I'd rather just delete my entire online presence and go down the fucking Ethan Klein route. I just what the hell? What the hell?
Is his hair going gray? Is that why he's dyeing it light now? It looks so weird. Just dye it dark if he wants to dye it.
Okay.
Don't you think he looks so weird with his light blonde-ish hair? Whatever that is. Whatever color that is.
It's not a color I would pick. Yeah.
Okay.
He looks kind of like a squirrel. I don't know. It's like a gray squirrel. Can I like the squirrel color hair dye, please? Just for men.
That's what he went in the store and he's like, Instead of saying "fuck my shit up," he said "squirrel my shit up," please.
He's like, what color would you like, sir? Squirrel,
Yes.
please.
Squirrel my shit up. Cryptomancer Lex, thanks so much for the 250 Mega Man X dollars.
Wow.
Says, look up the organ crushing machine meme. For context, we should try to convince socialists that the natural state of the world in the wild is having a bunch of these machines and deciding which to destroy in a world with limited resources, not a paradise. Ideas like, quote, housing should be a right stem from thinking that resources are so easy to get and free markets make them inaccessible. So the organ crushing machine meme, I looked it up, is a tweet where someone says, every heartwarming human interest story in America is like, quote, he raised $20,000 to keep 200 orphans from being crushed in the orphan crushing machine, and then never asked why an orphan crushing machine exists and why you need to pay to prevent it from being used. So it's like, that's exactly kind of what Cryptomancer is saying, is that essentially a lot of people, especially on the far left, they ignore the physical realities that create certain situations and systems, and thus say like, well, why don't you just change this reality? And it's like, oh, well, maybe we can't change that reality, at least not yet. You just kind of have to deal with it.
Right.
Well, they just don't accept that. So, and
It's
the
not
problem
an
is
organ crushing machine.
orphan.
Yeah,
Right.
orphan crushing machine.
But see, it's that utopian thinking, the danger of that utopian thinking, which is what leads down people to the path of extreme authoritarianism, because the only way to control all of reality is through massive authoritarian measures.
Yeah. That's the scary part.
Guy for $20. Thank you, Guy. Says, barely attractive Emma. Wow. And I must live on a different planet. Since when does anyone care about sexual assault on men? Prison assault is a literal joke. So is women assaulting men. True.
Yeah, and supposedly prison assault is like the most common assault.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is.
Which is
Rotisserie Protocol
horrible.
for $5 says, Sam's pants are full of poopy, which is why his posture's all droopy. His logic's all loopy. His socks all gooey. Ooey, ooey, ooey.
True. All of it.
There you go. There you go. So now we have Ethan Klein. You thought like, oh, Sam Seder, very dumb take. Sam Seder and Friends, very dumb take on Jordan Peterson, right? Do you want to see an even worse version of it?
No way.
An
Impossible.
even dumber
Impossible.
take.
Impossible.
Okay. Oh, you
Sitch,
say that now.
You're overselling it here.
No.
It can't be that bad.
Okay.
Look, he did that stupid voice the whole time.
Okay.
He did the Lucky Charms guy and thought he was doing Jordan Peterson.
Yes. They're after me. They're after me, Lucky Rapes. They're after me, Lucky Women's Rape. I can't even say. I was going to make a joke, and I can't even say it because I know I can't.
I know. God,
But you all know the joke I was going to
we
say.
want
So that's all I
to
meant.
swing for the fences. Lucky wants to get lucky. That's what Sitch is saying. Lucky wants to get lucky in the bad way.
There you go. So anyway, I like this. It's called Off the Rails. This is very off the rails. So hold on to your hats, your 1950s dad hats. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So Jordan was having this conversation and he's like, I want to push back a little bit. You said that female empowerment had one benefit, just one, which was that actual crimes committed.
So first of all, I only listened to this. I didn't watch it. I didn't notice how incredibly jarring the Hassan style cut every time there's a pause in the sentence. It was like, it's hitting me. It's hitting me real hard.
We don't do that in our clips.
We should. But we
Why?
don't. No, we should. Not to this level. Not to this level. This is extreme.
Committed against women were no longer looked at as property damage,
Here's something else that's
but they were looked at as a crime against a person. And I want to push back on that a little bit. He literally said that.
I think I just found it.
I want to push back. Go ahead, play it.
Pondering. You know, you talked about one of the advantages of the sexual revolution was the transformation of the idea that rape was a property crime, let's say, into a crime against the woman herself. And I would say plenty of sympathy for that perspective. And I think it's fundamentally true. But I'm going to push back because, you know, this is all very complicated. You know,
it's very
it isn't
complicated
obvious to me that
are women property? It's a very complicated question, you see. Yes, sweetie. Dad, can I put you in drag and tuck your dick between your legs? Yes, sweetie, of course.
What the? Hold on. What just happened? What happened?
So,
what did you just say? What was that all about?
There's a very bad message here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is why bad human behavior is incentivized. Okay,
mm-hmm.
Because we have Sam Seder. He does his Jordan Peterson clip, right?
Mm-hmm.
He gets. Let me bring up one. 1 second.
Did that get a lot of views for him?
Of course it did.
Really?
Of course it did.
Oh my goodness.
So he does his Jordan Peterson clip. It gets him 147,000 views.
Really?
Yes.
That clip that we just watched?
That clip that terrible garbage clip we just watched.
All lies and bad impressions.
Yes. 147,000 views.
Wow. Wow.
For such a stupid take. Okay. So now we're going to watch Ethan, who's going to have an even dumber take.
Right.
And his stream that this is from got 700,000 views.
Really?
Okay.
Wow,
so the lesson
here.
People
just hate Jordan Peterson.
No, that's not the lesson here, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Is that we're too smart. We need to
dumber
be stupider. We need to be dumberer and stupider. We just have to be so stupid and so bad faith. That's how you get the views on YouTube.
Well, I thought some of those rape jokes were pretty dumb. I mean, those things that was stupid.
Why do we waste our time trying to talk about intelligent things? Just be as stupid as humanly possible.
Okay.
Just sit back in your chair and hold your head down so that your chin fat comes out underneath you. And you just go, person I don't like says women should be property. Put your dick between your legs.
I know. I was going to say, you're going to have to say the dick between your legs part because I'm not going to say that part.
You got to be, listen, you have to be full stupid, full idiot. Okay.
We got to back it up because, I mean, what was said there? I didn't get what happened?
Question, you see. Yes, sweetie. Dad, can I put you in drag and tuck your dick between your legs? Yes, sweetie, of course.
Dad, can I put you in drag?
Yeah.
So is the kid asking Papa? Is this something Ethan's kid has asked him, or what's going on?
The only possible thing I can think of.
What does that mean?
Is that, there was like that picture of Jordan Peterson with like makeup on.
Mm-hmm.
His daughter like put wig and makeup on him.
Meme.
Yeah, it's the only possible thing I could think he's trying to hearken to.
I gotcha. It's a callback.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. What am I saying? I'm supposed to be stupid and bad faith.
Oh yeah.
Ethan is just saying that he wants to dress in drag and crush his dick between his fat legs.
Wait, I think we're supposed to hate on Jordan Peterson though. I think that's where all the views come from.
Well, that's too far.
All these people hate Jordan Peterson.
Listen, that's selling out too much. I can only sell out so much. Okay. I will be stupid in bad faith, but I won't compromise my principles, damn it.
I agree. We should hang on to our principles.
Should I keep going?
Oh, here I found the original, so I can.
We talked about one of the advantages of the sexual revolution was it. It isn't obvious to me that
this section, by the way, is labeled as the plight of the unsophisticated female.
Mm-hmm.
What?
That's what it says.
Do we have any unsophisticated females in here? Of course not. So we can't we can't answer.
Oh,
This one
Olivia
says,
can't speak on that.
is rape a property
Hilarious.
crime? Swear to God, that's the question. That's fucking wild, bro.
Bro.
I mean, you really even need to watch it. You just look at the labels. And then this one is, listen to your mother.
Bro, you don't even need to listen. You don't even need to listen to what he's saying. Just look at the chapter headings. Oh my God. That's all you need to do. Just look at the chapter headings.
Sure. Yeah. So, he's fucking insane. Ever since he joined the Daily Wire, he's gone so crazy.
But it's not obvious to me that that's sufficient. Like maybe a society where something that will bring the males on. In order for that to be if.
What's happening? Is he like skipping?
He's
for you?
fast forwarding. He's doing
is
what
he
we
doing
always
that?
do. Yeah.
Oh.
He's looking for the good part. Come on. This is how it works.
Why is this in the wait? We had a wait. This is an edited clip where they were literally clipping out in between his sentences to clip the gaps in speech out. Why is this in the clip?
Look, the editor has strict orders. Just the ums and ahs.
Get rid of the ums and ahs, but keep the me just staring at the screen while I fast forward to get to the part that I want to watch. Okay.
You know, it isn't obvious.
Sorry.
Of the idea that rape
I'm trying to find the right
is a
spot.
property
It was there.
crime, let's say, into a crime against the woman herself. And I would say, look, I have plenty of sympathy for that perspective. And I think it's fundamentally true. But I'm going to push back because, you know, this is all very complicated. You know, it isn't obvious to me that that offers women enough defense. You know, and so the counter argument might be if.
The thing is, if we consider them as property, and bear with me, men will be more likely to defend them like they were a Nintendo or a PlayStation 5. You know how hard it is to get one of those things still out of stock. Now, I can guarantee you if someone was molesting my PlayStation 5, I'd be there faster than lickety-split, bucko. But if my wife was getting assaulted, well, it's her problem, according to the sexual revolution.
Why they always try to do his voice?
Because he's got a funny voice.
Oh.
But you think his
doing a bad
impression is
job of
worse
it, though.
or better than Sam's?
I mean, it's kind of they both suck.
Both pretty bad, yeah. Bucko. So an even dumberer interpretation of what Jordan Peterson said than Sam's Feeder.
Yeah. They're really sticking to this property thing.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said he shouldn't. As soon as he said the word property, their brains melted. Like
Oh,
that
I
was
know.
the key word that triggered all like the left.
Women as property.
Oh my
They're like,
God.
oh my God, he's giving manna from heaven here. Holy cow.
You're right.
This is the golden calf we've been waiting for.
Finally, Jordan Peterson said the word women is property. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Hallelujah. Praise the lords of YouTube and chimp clipping. Praise them.
Yes. Yeah.
Hallelujah. Jordan Peterson said women are property. I mean, he didn't actually say that, but I can pretend like he did.
Everyone heard it. It's not obvious to me. Now I'm doing it.
I'm Jordan Peterson.
Why-
It's not obvious to me.
I mean,
why
who-
you should not have women be property.
This is like an edited video. Who couldn't see this coming from a mile away? I kind of feel like maybe Jordan Peterson is just winding him up. Like he had to know that this is how it was going to be interpreted.
Well, first of all, he doesn't edit the videos, right? Someone at the Daily Wire presumably edits the videos. But listen, there's no bad press, right?
Yeah, hypothetically. I mean that's
you're probably,
what people
I don't think
say.
it was intentional, but they'd be stupid to cut this out. How many Jordan Peterson interviews? I'm sure if you look at the views on this one versus the other ones, this is probably like a highly viewed Jordan Peterson interview. I mean, if it wasn't for this clip, who would have watched this interview?
Yeah, it's kind of boring. The Daily Wire subs are probably through the roof too. They're like, all the people who think women should be property are like, fuck yeah, Daily Wire signing up right now.
Never mind. I'm totally wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So out of Jordan Peterson's last 4 interviews, this one, which has just under 500,000, is actually the lowest viewed one.
Yeah, because it is kind of boring.
It's because his audience doesn't care about women, Adam.
I don't watch a lot of Jordan Peterson anymore just because I can't stand the ads. So,
well, he does the thing that you criticize him in that interview, which I found really frustrating, and actually, which is that he talks too much.
Like you agreed with me.
Yes, like he's interviewing a person, and then he spends like 70% of it telling that person his ideas. It's like, well, wait a minute, you're interviewing someone. Like, it should be a joint conversation, or you should let them talk more, express themselves.
Yeah, you invited them there to pitch their book.
Right.
Let them talk about their fucking book.
Right, exactly.
Untrammeled sexual access to a young woman is a crime. In order for that to be recognized as a crime properly, it has to be viewed as something that will bring the males on her side to her defense in principle.
They wouldn't defend her. I speak for myself when I say I could not defend a woman who was assaulted unless I owned her. There's no interest. I have no interest.
We were talking about it before the show, and I was like, I was genuinely trying to be charitable. Not that I.
Sure you were.
Does anyone believe that for a second?
Sympathize or agree with his point of view at all, but just to wrap my head around what he's saying. And there's no interpretation of what he's saying other than women would be better off if they were property because then men would because men defend property.
Listen, I tried so hard. I tried so hard to good faith Gary, Jordan Peterson, and all I could come up with is that he thinks women should be property. Believe me, trust and believe. I tried. No other interpretation. I couldn't have listened to it for more than 10 seconds.
Yep. Sad.
It's better for them.
That's the point of view.
That's what these sick feminists don't understand.
It's so psychotic.
The sexual revolution turned women from a commodity into actual people, and they've never been sadder.
Wow.
Now, maybe not, right? Because
That was backwards. Actually, the sexual revolution commodifized women.
Yeah, which they actually talk about in this conversation if you'd actually listen to it.
Could say, well, maybe we could set up a society where merely, quote, transgressing the rights of a woman to say no is sufficient. But it's not obvious to me that that's...
Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Bro.
That's not sufficient. She says no. That's not enough to stop most men. Sure hasn't stopped me.
Jesus.
Wow. Holy shit.
Good faith Gary over here. Jordan Peterson is a rapist.
The rapist,
apparently.
yeah.
Yeah. That must be where he's coming from. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The guy who's been married to his high school sweetheart for like 50 years.
So I guess Ethan, like Sam Seder, and Emma, don't believe that we live in a rape culture. Right? I mean, if just having the woman say no, that's just all you need, right?
Of course.
That's all you need.
All the boys know not to rape.
Yeah.
We learned them.
It's not
sufficient.
In Minecraft.
Like maybe sufficient means not only do you violate the integrity of the woman in a fundamental sense, but you enrage all of her male protectors.
Because right now I wouldn't really be angry. I'll be honest. I tell my wife to get over it. Now, if I owned her and I knew that she had some kind of street value, some kind of resale secondary market, I'd be a lot more angry. You understand?
Remind me what Jordan Peterson's argument is again, Sitch. Good faith Gary style. It's been dragged through the mud so long I can't even remember.
Your brain is being fried by this. Peterson's argument is that perhaps in society, that simply having the concept be nestled with that the only the individual person, the individual woman is violated by an act of violence will not be sufficient in getting the broader society to take the crime of rape seriously.
Right.
And that there has to be, he's questioning, is there some way that we can get everyone's skin in the game to say, in terms of trying to stop rape and things like rape?
I feel like, we do, everyone has skin in the game. Well, I guess except for this situation where the girl doesn't have a family or a family that cares.
Right. So I would say that, and as I said earlier in the stream, even if a girl has no family, right, the violation of her natural rights is abhorrent enough to all of us in the broader society.
Caring, yeah, obviously.
Right. Now, some people would say, well, maybe that's not enough because there are lots, and this is what's so hilarious. Jordan Peterson's literally making the feminist argument, but they're too stupid to understand that because it's coming from Jordan Peterson. Because then the response, like if I said, well, I think, under the concept of liberalism, we all find the concept abhorrent enough that it's a violation of that a violation of anyone's natural rights is, we're empathetic enough to violate, that is a violation of everyone's natural rights, right? An injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. And the feminists, if I said it to a feminist, they'd say, no, Sitch, that's stupid. We live in a rape culture right now. Okay. Right now, we live in a rape culture where rape is not taken seriously. So obviously that idea, this empathy, an idea alone is not enough to stop men from raping people and for society to take rape seriously. So we need something else.
Mm-hmm.
So Jordan Peterson is literally making a potentially feminist argument. Now he's just not promoting he's just framing it from a non-feminist perspective, but he's adapting the feminist framing of the rape argument. And they're just too stupid to understand that because it's coming out of Jordan Peterson's mouth. So they're automatically like, oh, we have to destroy whatever he's saying.
Right. That's a typical straw man of the conservative, that they want women to be property and second-class citizens. Obviously there are people who, don't think women should vote and believe in traditional gender roles and all of that kind of stuff.
Right.
That would call themselves conservatives. But I don't think it's like the broader conservative movement you could say is a fan of women not voting. They want their votes.
Yeah.
Jeez,
well,
Nikki Haley's running for president.
And it's just annoying because it's not every, but so much of the critique that is levied against Jordan Peterson and other people that are in the center or on the right, it's all mind reading. Mm-hmm. It's all, well, that person didn't actually say this, but I'm reading their mind to determine this is what they're saying.
Sure.
Deep within their heart of hearts, I know that they secretly want to put every woman back in the kitchen and abolish marital rape laws.
This is a very feminist style of character assassination here.
How dare you?
They're doing on Jordan Peterson. They're trying to savage his reputation.
Yeah.
They're basically saying, this hussy's been with everyone in town. You don't want anything to do with Jordan Peterson.
Jordan Peterson's been in every town in this country selling his personal responsibility to all the boys already. He's worn out.
Yeah.
His body count is very high.
It is. Talking thousands.
Thousands of Jordan Peterson has been in the room with thousands of young men at the same time, on stage, publicly. Oh my God, what a slut.
True.
It's terrible. That is after Dave Rubin warms them up for him.
He has impure thoughts, Jordan Peterson.
Of course.
That's what they're accusing him of.
Yes.
Dude, Jordan, not everything needs to be questioned, bro.
He disagrees.
And then that's enough of a barrier, because God only knows how much barrier we need.
Crossing a man is much more difficult, much more taboo.
And obviously, well, you just laid out a...
Wait, that's literally the feminist argument, Ethan. It's so like Jordan Peterson as a troll should literally just come out and give like a straight up feminist talking point, and just watch all the people on the left like attack him for it and twist it around. So he should do that.
He should endorse patriarchy.
Yes.
A bunch of problems, especially now that the pill introduces.
I
we
didn't
should stress that.
See, I feel like he's talking to me. I didn't do that. I feel like you just laid out a bunch of problems, Ethan. What? I'm just watching.
The problem that women have in saying no once they're on the pill is that it's instantly personal. And that means the woman has to deliver a pretty hard blow. And that's especially problematic.
Look at Ethan.
I know.
Did he really say that means a woman has to deliver a pretty hard blow? Because I mean, that's
Ethan is
pretty.
Ethan is in peak triggered squirrel face.
Oh, he is, yeah. Hold on, I want to make sure I heard Jordan Peterson correctly here.
The problem that women have in saying no once they're on the pill is that it's instantly personal. And that means the woman has to deliver a pretty hard blow.
Did you hear what he said?
He said the word hard blow, and they're talking about sexual assault. Ha 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 ha.
He said, and that means the woman has to deliver a pretty hard blow.
There you go.
Like, if she says no, well, that means the woman has to deliver a pretty hard blow. Sitch, how do we miss that?
Because we're not 5.
You don't think that's...
Or I'm not 5, I guess you're...
You don't think that's funny? Oh my God, that's
We're talking about serious issues here, Adam. Okay, you're not allowed to define levity and double entendres. Okay.
Well, why did he word it that way? Obviously, look, I think he is trolling Ethan. Look, and that means, I mean, I'm not complaining. She's going to deliver a pretty hard blow.
He used the word blow because that's when you talk about a blow to someone's ego, you use the word blow.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yes.
I was thinking something completely different.
Really? Oh, I can't imagine what you were thinking of.
And that's especially problematic if she's...
What the fuck? The pill. The problem with the pill is that she's got to break the bad news, the tough news to the man. She doesn't want to have sex, and well, you know, men take what they want. Unless it's property, they obey the laws of property.
It's also like, why is he talking about this like this is a hypothetical? This is literally what things were like prior to like 6
years. They're so... They literally couldn't have watched the 5 seconds before this clip to see that him bring up the pill was literally in reference to what Louise said, and he was just responding to what she said. They couldn't even do that.
No.
Couldn't even see it. And they have the whole stream open. It's not even like they have a clip. They have the entire stream open.
Can't believe they missed the hard blow joke. Man. These guys are amateurs.
They can't joke about sexual assault, Adam. Okay. They can only joke about dunking on Jordan Peterson.
Oh, okay. Is that where we... I guess you're right. God, we're doing this completely wrong.
I know.
Okay.
Are you saying that we should be scumbag, come town leftists?
When I ran Deadline Junkies, like there was a lot of rape jokes and stuff, and I do realize, like in the broader culture, rape jokes, it's controversial whether rape jokes are funny, right?
There's a certain context. Here's the problem. There are contexts where rape jokes, sexist jokes, racist jokes, murder jokes are very funny. There's contexts where they're fucking creepy and cringy.
Right, yeah. If you're
And
doing
very
it, like,
often-
at the sentencing hearing, you don't really want to like start cracking murder jokes.
So very often people, I'll use Jordan Peterson's word, unsophisticated males. Okay.
Fuck you, Sitch. I know where this is going.
Unsophisticated males don't know where to place these jokes in properly
Right,
in the
I
proper
gotcha.
situation. And so I bet that in Dateline Junkies, there were people, there's like, oh, someone makes like the funny
Unsophisticated males.
Someone makes like a funny rape joke and everyone laughs. And then there's like the unsophisticated male of the group who like tries to make the rape joke too much. And you're like, this is weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop. You're like, wait a minute. This is getting like fucking weird.
Yeah, no, I agree. There was some
2 years ago.
Yeah. It's like if someone makes like a racist joke, you're like, oh, that's funny. And then they keep doing it. You're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, this guy, I'm starting to think you're like really racist, man.
Like, wait a minute. You're a little too much here.
Yeah.
Go.
Also, why are we grouping in being on birth control and revealing that you're on birth control before having sex when you're also talking about rape and what it means? Like, those are two different ideas.
So different. Like,
I'm assuming he's
because she brought it up right before. If you actually looked at the context of this clip, oh my god, that's why he didn't just bring it up out of the blue.
How dare they?
And she brought it up in the context of it made it more difficult for women who were not aggressive to say, I don't want to have sex.
Right, yeah. They don't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
Right. Because before, they could very easily say, oh, I don't want to get pregnant. Now, with contraception, it's like, well...
They don't want to deliver a really hard blow.
Oh, I found the quote. I'll read it. This is the quote from... And it's related to this. This is the quote from Girl with Dragon Tattoo. After the killer has got Daniel Craig tied up, he says, let me ask you something. Why don't people trust their instincts? They sense something is wrong. Someone is walking too close behind them. You knew something was wrong, but you came back into my house. Did I force you? Did I drag you in? No. All I had to do was offer you a drink. It's hard to believe that the fear of offending can be stronger than the fear of pain. But you know what? It is. And they always come willingly. And then they sit there. They know it's all over just like you do, but somehow they still think they have a chance. Maybe if I say the right thing, maybe if I'm polite, if I cry, if I beg.
Oh my God, that movie's so amazing.
That's such a good line.
He's so fucked. You're like, oh my God, he's so fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's true. And that's part of the why I really like that line is that I haven't really that's one of those things that when you see that scene and you hear that, you go, holy shit, that's so fucking true. But I like don't really see any other stories cover that concept.
Yeah.
That I'm aware of.
Yeah, it's not in a lot of movies.
Yeah, and it should be. Because it's very true. And it definitely controls people.
He's saying because they're on the evil pill, then men will be more incentivized to R-word them because there'll be no consequence.
That was not the point, but okay. You just make it up. That's fine.
Yeah, okay.
I'm assuming because there's literally no other connection.
Yeah, right.
It's like I'm completely lying about his position, but there could be no other, like that's the only thing he could be saying, right?
Right. But see, this is the level of unsophistication, cognitive bias, and dumb fuckery that we know from Ethan. Because if I watch a clip of someone say something and I go, that seems weird or doesn't make sense. My thought is, well, let me then go back and see what the context is. Because there probably does make sense to the person saying it. I just don't understand it, right? That's my thought process. Let me try to dig deeper into this to understand what they're saying. But then Ethan's idiotic thought process is, oh, well, I could just make up whatever fucking motivation I want.
Right.
Just make it up. I'm not going to even spend 10 seconds. How did no one on his staff, someone listening to this right now, none of them watched the clip beyond like the 10-second clip? They didn't watch it from like the beginning?
Of course not.
They didn't scroll back a little bit?
Look, all of this is just confirmation bias.
Yeah.
It's total confirmation bias.
Ethan's not like, well, go back, see, is there some context here that I'm missing? No, he's just like, I just make it up. Who cares? Listen.
Why did Ethan have this rapist on his show? Jeez. Like, Oh, he deleted all those videos now. So he's like, those are gone now. The gloves are off.
Well, so it's actually interesting that you say that. He on Twitter, when they were arguing, and Jordan Peterson insulted Ethan. Ethan was like, "You should come back on my show."
Mm-hmm.
And Jordan Peterson said, "I will if you undelete all those videos you deleted that we had a conversation with." And Ethan said he would do it.
Really?
So,
oh man, I would totally take him up on that.
Yeah, we'll see. But it's just, this is the height. I think Ethan is the perfect. People have been saying this, so this isn't some unique thing, and I think it's very true. Ethan is sort of the height of fame and popularity breeding laziness.
Mm-hmm.
Because you see his old videos, he'd actually, before he was streaming, he would actually go out and he would, film skits of him doing, things and doing all sorts of complicated shit.
Vape
and now
Man.
It's like, yeah,
Vape
exactly.
Nation.
Vape Nation, Vape Man.
That was awesome.
And it's so funny. Now, like, remember, he got all this, positive press because he defended Huge, or what was the guy's name?
Humongous.
Yeah, Humongous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Defended Humongous.
Now he's like, Humongous is a rapist.
Yeah. There's no way, if Humongous happened again, he'd be like, wow, this guy's sexually assaulting this woman.
Yeah.
But then he starts streaming and he needs to get ingratiated with all this fucking woke Hollywood guests.
Mm-hmm.
He becomes super duper woke. And on top of that, he becomes so lazy. He's so lazy. He's like, I just love the body language of this. He's like, he's sitting there. He's like he's like a lump. He's like a fat lump sitting in this chair. He's like, I can't even get the strength to hold my neck up anymore. I'm so tired. Oh, Jordan Peterson, what does that mean? I don't know. I'll just make it up. I don't even want to go back 10 seconds. Take too much energy to go back 10 seconds to just figure out what he's talking about. Oh.
Well, it's you're not incentivized to do that, obviously, because the whole game here is really to slander Jordan Peterson's reputation. Right, if you went back true. 10 seconds, you'd actually know, oh, I'm full of shit here. I'm talking nonsense. Well, then you can't then like the whole thing is off. You can't really forge ahead.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This is my problem with like,
and it works.
Well,
it works.
As soon as you know the truth, you're like, God damn it! Why couldn't I just been like ignorant like everyone else?
Damn it, Sitch!
God, we were having so much fun, just making rape jokes and shit. Now I know the truth. So frustrating. God,
Sorry.
What's up with elf ears, man? That's gross.
What is wrong with? Did you just click on your Night Elf tab or something?
It's like she's got two like giant penises coming out of the side of her head.
Oh my God! Adam is such a homophobe. He's afraid of penises everywhere. That he sees the Night Elf and he's like, oh, those ears remind me of penises. They remind me of long ears. I don't know what kind of penises you have that you're looking at.
I bet the reason why Sitch likes those ears is because he likes to do fellatio on those ears.
You caught me. You caught me. Obviously, that's why you like. That's why anyone likes elves, because they want to suck their big long ears.
Sitch likes to deep throat those ears.
You really want to suck those big old ears, yeah.
Oh my God.
That's the.
You're disgusting. Oh my God.
Why you gotta judge my ear fetish? Okay.
I searched World of Warcraft female night elf. That's what I was looking up.
And you saw the big ears. Yeah.
Well, it's ridiculous. It's like insane.
They are listen. The night elf ears in WoW are fucking absurd. Okay, even by elf standards, they're like absurd.
Jeez.
As are their eyebrows. Their eyebrows are gigantic too.
Oh no, dude! Oh man.
You see that their eyebrows go off their heads.
That's insane.
Yeah. So no, I got you. The ears are too big. Okay. But your equating it to penises is beyond me. That's strange.
Oh, I can't believe I found a picture of Sitch's girlfriend on the internet. Wow. Let me bring it up for everyone.
No. Oh no.
Oh no, they did the thing. Oh my God, it's a fake PNG.
Oh, did you get whelp files?
I did. No, it's not a whelp. And actually, OBS takes whelp files now, so it's no big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a fake PNG. It's a JPEG PNG.
Is it one of those ones that has like the fake background that makes it look like a PNG, and then you click it, and it's like...
Yeah, totally. It's exactly what they did to me.
Yeah, listen, chat. Night elves, blood elves are hot. Adam is crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
This is what you said. This is what you said last time we brought up night elves. You fixated on their ears. You called them penises. It's very obvious that you have some weird fear of phalluses or something. Like Adam looks
I'm
at
just
like
trying
the
to
rocket.
imagine you deep throating that ear.
Adam looks at like the Elon Musk rocket ship, and he's like, "Oh my god, it's so disgusting. It looks like a big penis. Why does Elon Musk want to deep throat that rocket ship?"
That's not true.
That is true.
No.
That's exactly what's going on there.
Oh wow. Oh wow. It's called WoW. Get it?
Yeah, I'm familiar. Oh wait, what is this?
Oh.
What is this? Oh, that's gross.
What?
You stop. No. That is too thick, my friend.
Sitch, I took this out of Sitch's DMs.
That is too thick. Okay. That is too thick.
He's like, I had a portrait done of my girlfriend.
No, bad.
What do you think? You think she'll like it?
No.
I was like, Sitch, I'm not sure if she'll like this picture.
Stop. Nope, it's too much.
Let's get back. Look.
When the thickness is too much.
Oh no. All right.
That's not thick, that's obese. Yeah, I like that.
Obese. Oh.
I like that. That's good. That is
Brilliant.
obese. Yep.
Yeah, where's Hila? What happened?
Hila?
Yeah,
I don't know.
JD Bouchamp for $2 says, has Hila left Ethan yet?
That's a good question.
That's the real JQ. I don't know about that last part, but I was wondering because it seemed. Oh yeah, I know. I'm totally in trouble anyway. Look, I've made like 75 rape jokes in this thing.
I don't know. I mean, think they're still married, right?
After the delivering a really hard blow, I think it's over for me. I really do. Especially after the Tuesday stream when I was like, yeah, sexism is okay. It's like they're going to be gunning for me.
Mm-hmm. So they have 2 kids. Mm-hmm. She just had one recently, right. So maybe
what are they, Ethan's? Do we know?
Well, that's $1 million question, right?
Is that the real?
That's the real question.
Okay. Look, I don't want to deliver a really hard blow, but I think we should. Well,
okay. Actually, you want to know where the wokeness probably came from too. So if you don't know this, Ethan Klein.
Wokeness? Okay.
Yes, Ethan Klein. So Hila Klein have founded a clothing company called Teddy Fresh.
Teddy Fresh. Okay.
Yes. Which I don't know if you're familiar with. I think their clothing looks horribly atrocious.
Mm-hmm.
It's all like bright pastels.
Mm-hmm.
Colors, which I think is disgusting. But anyway, so apparently Teddy Fresh has done collaborations with SpongeBob, Rick and Morty, Elton John, Care Bears, and Looney Tunes.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to do all these collaborations...
It's like a kid's line, it must be.
It's not a kid's line, though.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well, it's like I would call it the adult infantilization line. If I had to.
Yeah, that's just weird.
Yes, it is weird. So, but in order to get all these collaborations, if Ethan was anti-woke, as he used to be,
toddler clothing for adults with the minds of toddlers.
It wouldn't be allowed.
Mm-hmm.
They would say no.
Oh, if Ethan wasn't woke?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd say, listen, you're an all-right racist.
Yeah.
Anti-Semite, even though you're Jewish. I mean, we don't care.
They said, listen, you talked to Jordan Peterson, okay? Mm-hmm. And even though...
Oh, yes. That's why he had to delete the videos.
Right, because on the video... Here's what's so insane about this. On that video, is Jordan Peterson literally talking about Hitler being worse than you think. And somehow that gets twisted around into Jordan Peterson advocating for Nazism to Ethan Klein.
Right.
And Ethan Klein and Ela, who's there, who's not only Jewish, but is Israeli. For some reason, they were both totally fine with it.
God,
so we have to do this historical revisionism where, oh no, Jordan Peterson actually said a bunch of bad things on the H3H3 podcast.
They just have done a complete hit piece on Jordan Peterson on all levels.
Yes.
It kind of sucks.
Yep. True.
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 We should put that one at the end.
No,
of 18
no, we
Race
should.
Supreme.
Get that.
Was evil.
Look, I got it.
Listening, yeah.
Look,
no.
I'm doing the work
elf
here.
off the screen.
Everything he said from the beginning, I stopped listening.
Dude, he really.
Wait.
The pill is evil.
I stopped listening. Yeah, no. Everything he said from the beginning, I stopped listening.
Dude, he.
What is he talking about? I stopped listening to him. But what is he saying? It's crazy. But I stopped listening to him. I don't actually know what he said.
I stopped listening from the very beginning because it was so horrendous. When he talked about delivering a hard blow to that lady, oh my God.
He really is so fucked up.
It's insane. Like, again, it's like Jordan.
Like that, he's
I mean,
like,
it's not really that insane.
I know. I like that he then turns around on Twitter and he's begging Jordan Peterson to come back on his show.
Because he
He's
wants the
so
views.
fucked up. Please come back on my show, please. Please.
I mean, we would watch it, sure.
I know, but
I'm
it's like,
down.
oh, he's so fucked up. He's so reprehensible. But please come on my show. Oh man, please. That
Pretty
conversation
please.
that conversation is going to be a train wreck. You know that, right?
I don't know.
Here's what's going to happen. He's going to go talk to Ethan. He's going to try. He's going to at least try at first
To talk some sense into him.
to be like good faith. Ethan's going to be like 100% bad faith. And the conversation is going to devolve into like garbage. Jordan Peterson is getting mad and just, yelling at him and him just be like, you like rape, you like Nazi. Like, it's going to be, it's going to be so bad.
But Jordan Peterson can defend himself if he's there.
It's true, but it's still going to be terrible.
I don't know. I mean, he did. Look, Kathy Newman was as bad faith as can be. And I literally don't think Ethan Klein is smarter than Kathy Newman.
Oh my God. I can't show this.
What do you got?
Fuck.
Somebody sent you something.
Oh my God. So
Is it like you deep throating
no.
an ear?
It was so Vincent Tundo, 2 Programming, who's done a bunch of funny stuff and funny memes for us. He has the part of the video where you're talking about zooming into Santa. Or seeing Santa in the background.
No,
and then it zooms in, and then it's like this fat Santa doing a striptease booty dance. It's like the most fucking disgusting thing you've ever seen.
I told you. I could totally see it in the window.
Oh my God.
He must have the digital enhance.
He did. He had the digital enhance. I can't bring it up though. It's too
too racy.
First of all, our audience will flee in horror, and then and the channel will get taken down for pornography. So anyways.
Anyways.
Chaotic Entertainment for $20 says Adobe crashed. I just lost a bunch of video progress. Oh, that's the worst.
Yeah, it is.
That's terrible. I have a 20. Well, thank you. And thanks for the stream. Signed, an S-class member of the A-team.
Wow.
PS H3 face looking like a microwave special needs Cabbage Patch Kid.
True. That sucks.
So the same thing happened to CT when she was editing something. She would keep, like, the computer would restart and update and she would lose all the work. And I'm like, listen, you got to do this. This is the habit
saving.
This is the habit that I got into. For someone who's probably spent, I don't know, probably over 3,000 hours editing shit. Like, every time I make an edit, I automatically hit Control S. Like it's just like automatic. Because yes, it's supposed to save. A lot of programs supposed to have automatic saves, but it's just like I'm so programmed to just Control S, like constantly.
Yeah.
In case it happens. So
I lost about an hour of drawing this week with a computer crash, and I updated my software to save every 10 minutes. It's kind of because it pops up and saves, but
right,
it's better.
It's worse when you're drawing, because when you're like when I'm editing, your hand's already in that position. But if you're drawing, you have to actually change your posture to save it.
Yeah.
Akila Narya Sawami, thanks so much for the $20. Says Jordan Peterson is talking about how rape isn't being taken seriously enough, but because he started by referencing the crime against women thing, they totally reversed all of their previous talking points just to dunk on him. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yep. Raphael Villata for $50. Thank you so much, Raphael. Says, long-time lurker, been watching since I found you all since episode 43.
Wow.
Damn. Wow. Well, thank you so much. Love you guys. Keep up the comedy show. And here's to 1,000 more shows. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Wow. 43. Yep. That's awesome.
CT for 2 Canadian. Stop it. Says, fuck Bob and his botched audio.
Yeah, CT did that clip for us, though. Turned out really nice.
I forgot about how annoying that is. Because I did this for us once. I forget what it was, where I tried to take someone's visual from a different video and merge it with the audio during a debate, and it's always a clusterfuck because they're using like a different encoding software, they have a different frame rate or something, so it never lines up, and you have to like manually every 5 minutes fix it. And it's like, oh my god, it drives you crazy.
You think it'd be the easiest thing in the world, but
it's not. No. Or probably also what happens is that there's lag on one end and it disrupts everything and it desyncs everything. So,
Jordan, do you think there was more or less rape in the Middle Ages than there are now?
Oh, significantly less, because they were property.
Yeah, it's like,
and you had
what
to
are
go
you
through
talking
the man.
about?
Well, I think
we have the entire history of humanity.
How stupid do you have to be to make this point? Right? You really think Jordan Peterson is saying that there was less rape in those time periods? Like, this is just so bad faith.
As evidence for
what
your
is
theory, dude.
Pillaging. What did they mean by rape and pillaging?
I know they use the same word, but
it was different. It was used differently than it meant to rape. Meant to rape seed. They took their oil.
You keep saying that Jordan Peterson is talking about guys having skin in the game, but it's not as property ownership, right?
No, but that's the thing. That's what I said. Just because he said women as property in the beginning, which he was hearkening to what she was saying about marital rape, that completely poisoned their entire, well, not like Jordan Peterson poisoned them, but that completely tainted their entire view of everything he's saying afterwards, to think he's advocating for like women to be treated as property or something.
Right. Yeah. He's saying, how do you get men to have skin in the game?
Yes.
And he's not hypothetically saying, well, if the women were property, they would have skin in the game. Because that's like so dumb.
Yeah.
That's the dumbest argument.
I know.
Like I feel like men already have skin in the game. It's just so, I don't know.
Oil.
Rapeseed, right.
They took their canola oil.
Yeah, no. The etymology.
I don't even think back then they even like really had this concept of rape. Like it was just like your sex.
Or insofar as it was, like
today,
he said, it was property.
This is his ideology. He made all of this up. Like I don't think this is real at all. It's not something to be a philosopher about. It's gross and it's horrible, and end of story.
Now
Stop
I haven't.
about
Now
it.
people always ask me what to do about the Jewish.
That must be the sophisticated woman that Jordan Peterson is talking about.
Question. Now I push back a little bit on this. Now I think, like, hypothetically, if every Jew was exterminated, I do wonder If we would live in a more prosperous society.
Oh my God, Sitch. What the fuck? Did he just really accuse Jordan Peterson of wanting to Holocaust the Jews? Oh my God.
Now
Stop
I
talking
haven't.
about
Now
it.
people always ask me what to do about the Jewish question.
No way. What happened? What just happened?
The full bad faith Barry is what happened.
Wow. Okay. That's pretty bad.
Now I push back a little bit on this. Now I think, like, hypothetically, if every Jew was exterminated, I do wonder if we would live in a more prosperous society.
The fatal flaw of the
There would be
of
a
the
lot
devil's
more
advocate.
space. And
more
Jews,
living space.
Basic.
Dude, he's fucking crazy. And then if you go to his, remember his.
When I just make up someone's opinion, it's totally crazy.
Yeah.
Right?
Let's make up some opinions. I feel like
Mhm.
I feel like Ethan's got it coming. What do you think? Come on, Ethan. What do you think?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's the
Listen.
hypothetical Ethan would pull out?
I can't believe Ethan just said he believes that people should have sex with and then eat dogs. Like that's a crazy opinion that Ethan just didn't say, but I can say that he said.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
I can't believe Ethan wants to Holocaust dogs. Ethan, come on, buddy, bro.
His interview with. See, everyone's so cowardly. They interview him and they act like he's a normal guy, but he's not. He's so fucked up.
Yeah.
So, Ethan, who's begging Jordan Peterson for an interview, is setting himself up. Oh, Jordan Peterson's so fucked up. I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him this interview. I'm going to hold him accountable for the fucked up shit he's going to say.
It's so weird because he's just talking to respectable scientists and academics and stuff on his
I know.
YouTube channel. It's like
I know.
so ridiculous.
They let him get away with everything.
These
Especially that
people are-
Kathy Newman. She let him get away with everything. She never pushed back at all.
What's the Ethan Kleins of the world that are just the Ethan Kleins and the Sam Cedars that are just, I mean, they're out to lunch. Just their view of reality is completely insane.
Yep.
I mean, I think he interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu, man. He interviewed Tulsi Gabbard. What? Like, you think Tulsi Gabbard is going to go on a guy's YouTube channel that's like advocating for Holocausting the Jews again? Come on. It's so insane.
Mm-hmm.
That is a funny fedora clip, though.
That's true.
Press play.
He did that podcast with that guy, who that MIT guy that everyone thinks is so smart. He wears a suit.
Oh, Lex Freeman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all the comments were like, this is the most important conversation.
I think that every comment section of every Lex Freeman video is
Oh,
just
no.
full of people.
He's
being
a
like,
Now they're
"Wow,
going-
unbelievable.
If you're
Now they're going after Lex Friedman.
Yeah.
Why?
Lex
That
Friedman
guy's
is
the
a coward.
nicest guy in the world.
He's like, whoa. He's a coward, Adam. Get it right.
No, he's like such an optimist. I love that guy. Like that guy's the best. Why would
Remember-
you beat up on him?
Remember how Lex Friedman very cowardly didn't push back against Ye at all? in
He
that
did. What are
conversation?
you talking about? He took Ye out to the woodshed. And he's like, dude, I'm Jewish. What the fuck?
Oh, okay. So actually, that makes sense because Ye is black and Lex Friedman's racist. He pushed back against Ye, but not Jordan Peterson because he's
Look,
a fellow white male.
Look, Ye went crying to every other podcaster talking about how he got Lex Friedman, which I'm like, well, Lex Friedman is like kind of nice to everyone. What are you talking about? I mean, he didn't push back that hard, and he just asked him like, "Hey, maybe maybe some Jews are not like the people who were mean to you."
Listen, Lex Friedman is a pussy who doesn't push back on anything, and he's a fake intellectual who just says stupid shit. Ethan Klein, the true intellectual giant here, knows what's up. Okay. I mean, look at Lex Friedman wears a suit and he's wearing a shirt that says, "I don't date crypto bros." Okay. Obviously, Ethan here is just the height of intellectualism and sophistication.
He just fucks them, right?
There you go.
He doesn't date them.
He doesn't date them. He just bangs them. And ghosts them.
I can't believe. First of all, I disagree with Jordan. Why is Jordan Peterson going down this Ukraine? I do not approve of that at all. But
so there's a problem where a lot of people who are in the heterodox community have become so poisoned against anything mainstream that they take, I think, opposite positions instinctively of whatever the mainstream position is.
Right, yeah. But it's the one thing that there's like bipartisan support for, which is supposed to be the thing. Oh my God, Democrats and Republicans never agree about anything.
I know.
But they're like, maybe we should not have World War III in Europe.
Well, that's fine with that. I mean, that's a fine position to hold, but there's too much. It's weird because it's like, instead of someone just saying, "Oh, I don't want World War III," it always transforms very slowly into like this: Ukraine is evil, corrupt. Zelensky is evil, corrupt. America bad. Like it can never just stay in like, it's a hard situation. I'm not saying this is Jordan Peterson because I actually don't know what his position is exactly on Ukraine, but it seems like people can't just have this. I don't think we should start World War III. Maybe we have to sacrifice Ukraine to Russia, which I disagree with, but I understand someone having that position. It can't just stay fixed there. It has to just keep piling onto it like, well, actually, it's okay to sacrifice Ukraine to Russia because they actually want that. Or, oh, it's okay to sacrifice Ukraine to Russia because Zelensky is evil. Like, they're actually Nazis. Like, this is what Jimmy Dore on Tim Pool, he goes full woke. I love this. I love how, like, it's acceptable to go super insanely woke as long as it's like within the cultural paradigm that like crazy people on the right will accept, because he goes on this whole tirade about how Ukraine is just controlled by Nazis. Who's the side that always complains about seeing Nazis under every rock and around every tree? Right? It's like the crazy woke leftists. But as long as it's in the context of Ukraine, then that's totally acceptable to, like, there's no pushback from Tim Pool on that one.
Yeah. It's very bizarre to me that the America First crowd became the blame America First crowd so quickly.
Well, it's true, but it makes sense when it's like, okay, the America First crowd, well, there's like the real people that are America First, and then there's like the Nick Fuentes American First. And they essentially, because they hate liberalism, so they actually hate America because America is basically the embodiment of liberalism. And they want to go to whatever far right, neo-reactionary, quasi-fascist thing that they want to advocate for.
Yeah.
Anyways, I don't know how we got off on Ukraine, but
You
brought it up.
I know. Because I was looking at Jordan Peterson's, all the respectable people that Jordan Peterson has talked to. Oh, wait.
Obviously, he's a Nazi. Okay.
Oh, shit.
What?
The Natural Order of Money? Roy Seabag? Holy shit.
Who's that?
I don't know, but I'm going to have to watch that. I have a feeling I'm not going to like it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no. Oh, shit. He's got gold in the fucking in the thumbnail. Oh!
Mm-hmm.
Jordan.
And I was like, oh no. Jordan Peterson starts pushing for the gold standard.
I think he is. The Daily Wire the Daily Rewire has rewired his brain. Damn it. Damn you. Damn you, Ben Shapiro. What have you done with Jordan Peterson?
So smart. Let's talk about this shit.
Look, we got to bust this video out. Got to stop talking, Sitch. Come on. Commentary over. Unless you've got a decent rape joke, do not pause this video.
Someone sent me, so Jimmy Dore talked to Michael Malice.
Really?
Yes.
Are we going to watch that next?
No.
Okay.
But I'm just going to bring up, it's funny because, Michael Malice, who I believe, he's, isn't he like ANCAP?
Yeah, no, he's a anarchist.
Yeah, he's like an ANCAP. Joe Cole sent me the clip, said he's
pretty cool and very funny. I like Michael Malice. Yeah.
And Joe Cole sent me the clip, he's an Irandian objectivist, right?
Is he? I don't know that.
Supposedly, according to this. And so, but in the conversation, Jimmy, he's complaining about communism, and Jimmy Dore is like, why you blame communism? I don't blame communism. I blame the people. It's not the ideology's fault.
Really?
Yes. And I'm like, what the fuck?
That's gold. That's her
so
mask off clip.
Hilarious. Well, it's like when we were talking to Dave, and he's like, Dave isn't against Medicare for all. And I'm like, what the fuck? Jimmy, what world do you fucking exist? It's so funny because that's what's also wild about Jimmy. He's Jimmy is basically a communist. He's like a very, very far left person. And yet, because he shits on mainstream Democrats, a lot of people on the right just cheer him on. And it's so wild. It's so weird. And Jimmy's aware of it. Jimmy's 100% aware of it. So I don't think he'll frame things in ways that he knows will piss off a lot of the right-wing people in his audience.
I mean, you got like a commie in the tank, guys. What are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, he's 100% grifting, in my opinion, on having right-wingers in the audience. Well, because he doesn't believe in any right-wing ideology whatsoever.
Look, we're still going to get Jimmy Dore on the show. Sitch just doesn't. He doesn't understand how this works.
Okay, well, I'll listen. I won't ask Jimmy about the Ukraine. I'll say, Jimmy, what is the most right-wing position that you...
Oh my God, that would
the
be
right-wing
hilarious.
policy that you support?
That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. What are some right-wing policies that we could throw at him? Give him some choices.
School choice.
Oh, okay. School choice. That's a good one.
Yeah. Close the borders.
Oh, yeah. That's hilarious.
Pay the debt.
Oh, yeah.
Cut back on social programs.
Oh, yeah. That's
Social
true.
Security reform.
Privatize Social Security and
Privatize
Medicare.
Social Security. Privatize Medicare. Yeah. We'll go through the gambit. See what he... You know what? See, here's what I can...
That would be awesome.
It would be awesome. If we can get him on for this, I fucking love to have this conversation with him. Because it will really expose something interesting.
I know. See, look, you got to keep your friends close.
No, because I can only predict
friends closer.
So I can literally predict the conversation. So we'll say what is the most right wing policy you support, and he'll complain
freedom
about
of speech.
No, yeah, he'll either say freedom of speech or he'll complain about the framing. Like, you guys only look about things in the left, right. It's not about the left, right. It's about the elite. Like, he's going to go on some fucking tirade, like he did when I tried to ask him where the fuck his political position. He'll go some insane tirade that's completely useless.
Why don't I have a political position?
Yeah. And we'll say, okay. We won't use the terms left or right. I'll just give you specific policies and you tell me whether you like them or not. Okay. And then we'll go through all the policies.
One by one. But we need Jimmy for like 3 hours.
Yes. And then we'll go through the left-wing policies. Medicare for all, right? Not a public option, Medicare for all. You think private insurance should be illegal, right? Like, just go through bing, 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 bing. This is like I didn't bring it up because I didn't, because the conversation with Dave went nicely. But the number one person that he cited for his Ukraine takes is a far left person who wrote multiple articles about how libertarians are evil fascists.
Andre Mate?
No. There's some guy named Zeus something.
Oh, okay.
So Dave Smith wants to be president, under the Libertarian Party, is citing a guy for his information, his number one source for Ukraine, is a guy who says libertarians are evil fascists. Like, I'm just like, this is so wild. I was like, oh my God.
That seems a little hypocritical.
It just seems stupid, is what it seems.
Oh, it's not hypocritical.
Damn.
Anyway, let's
I was
get to
so
this video.
close.
You know what I mean? Fuck.
The thing is that he's so
That
wibbly
rabbit is
wobbly
so
on what he
cute.
like.
I gotta get a rabbit.
Anytime you see it whenever he gets some pushback, he always falls back on that. He's always hedging. Like even when he's talking right here, he like says all of this insane shit, and he's like, or maybe not. Like
No, it's just a thought experiment.
Thought I don't know.
But what if we castrated every woman? Just remove.
Does he know what the word castrate means?
I don't think he does. Oh, that's so sad.
I mean,
maybe
maybe
he's
as a
talking
man,
about trans women.
He's already. You're right. I'm so sorry. I
mean,
just assumed the gender of all these women that are
why?
being castrated.
Yeah.
I'm so
Jeez,
sorry.
Sitch, you bigot.
I know.
How
I
dare you?
apologize.
Move the clitoris.
Yeah, just thinking out loud here.
It's just a thought experiment. Yeah, totally. You're right.
Is that
and his
castration?
the people who
think
love
so.
Jordan will give him all the grace in the world. You didn't mean that, bro.
Because he literally did mean that, you fucking idiot. Oh my god, Mister, I'm too lazy to scroll ahead 5 seconds before the clip to see what the context is. Oh, and I'm gonna read Jordan Peterson's mind, but no.
Somewhat potentially interested in the guy, right? How do I say no without hurting his feelings, alienating him, making him into an enemy, looking like a prude? And I mean, when you're 16,
Everybody thought of the feelings of the rapist.
Right. Right.
Oh my, they're so dumb. They're so bad faith that it's poisoned their brain. He's not talking about the mind of the rapist. He's saying what it puts women, not the rapist, women can be placed in an awkward situation where they like a guy, but they don't necessarily want to have sex with him right away. And so they're trying to navigate this social situation where they tell them they don't want to have sex with them, but they still want to keep dating them.
Right. They're basically
He's
trying
not
to
talking
figure
about.
out.
And then somehow this gets twisted into the Ethan Klein crew's like, oh, he's saying think about the rapist. What are you talking about?
Yeah. He's talking about navigating trying to figure out if the guy is on the short-term mating strategy or the long-term mating strategy.
It's frustrating.
We need to stop dissing the rapist.
Like,
what the fuck?
Have you? It's
Oh my
frustrating to
God.
hear no. And then you realize she's on birth control and you think, well,
there's no downside.
I don't see the downside. She's no one's property. I'm not stealing anything.
you don't know the answer to any of those questions. Like, you're not
Also,
sophisticated
why is he
enough
wearing
to...
AirPods?
The only thing I can think of is that someone's giving him show notes.
The devil.
It's his daughter. His daughter just puppeteers him like a meat puppet at this point.
But the man can't.
Me.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Someone's got to be giving him producer notes.
Yeah,
Why the
I guess
fuck
it's
else
just
do we
an
want to
IFB or whatever, but it looks terrible and
so you thought, and maybe you're correct, I have no clue. You think that they're not actually in the same room.
Yeah, I think that it's staged.
Yeah, which is
She's
possible.
over there with naked Santa Claus in the other building.
Right. But see, again, his explanation, his bad faith, lazy, fat explanation is, well, Jordan Peterson is being, given show notes by his, being puppeted by his daughter. Okay. And it's, again, if they had just watched 5 seconds of the clip before, they would see, you know who else has earphones in? The woman he's talking to.
Well, and when they do the double shot, they do a side-by-side split screen instead of doing like a wide shot where they're both in the same room. So that's what makes me think this is staged. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're right, because I'm going through his other interviews and it's more obvious that he's in a different room.
Right.
And I think it's just in this one because the room looks similar.
Well, they might have just rented a hotel. Like all these hotels have like fancy suites and shit for doing stuff like this. So
right. You know, and you're probably right, because when I'm going through his interviews, whenever he's in the same room with the person, there's like a dual shot
of
them
course.
together.
Look, come on, you're gonna do
And
it.
he's not wearing headphones.
Look,
and it's only in the ones where they're in different rooms that he's wearing headphones. So it's very obvious
We've
they're wearing
both
they're
taken
both wearing
film
headphones to
classes.
hear each other because they're not in the same room.
Yeah.
But
It's
no.
not. It's Michaela Peterson puppeteering.
Yeah.
Which I like. Who watches Michaela Peterson's podcast and thinks, "Oh yeah, she's the one driving the ship here."
Wow, listen, you sexist.
It's not a sex thing. It's a. Just
You're saying because she's a woman, she can't be the brains. Okay.
No, I'm saying she just doesn't have the brains. Like material. I mean, I don't know what Jordan Peterson's son is like. So, I mean, he could be worse. I don't know.
You're not
It's
gonna
like a
like
male female thing.
So I clicked on
Like, I
that
met
natural
smart
order
women.
of money thing. The summary is
Oh no! Please don't torture me. Please.
The summary-
No. Sitch, it's been a long day. I don't know if I can take it.
the summary is.
Why are you doing this?
Okay, chat.
Why are you doing this?
Chat, should I torture
why
Adam?
are you killing me?
Adam, chat. Should I torture Adam? Tell me, yes or no. Should
What's
I
this?
torture Adam? Should I tell him
Money
the summary
and the moral
of this,
order.
of the natural order of money?
I need something to bite on when I watch this. That's how painful it's going to be. Like I did
Listen,
not want.
Everyone's saying yes in the chat.
Because they want to torture me. They love torturing me.
Not
What are
a
you
single
talking
no.
about? What are you talking
Oh, there's
about?
one no. There's one no.
Who took?
Yes.
Who took? Hold
do
on.
it.
Who took pity on me? Who was it?
Tinge took pity on you,
Oh, okay.
and so did Antonio Cunningham.
Why? Thank you guys.
Oh, look, the IJP Mexicans got you back.
Oh,
Nihilist Anonymous says, "Stop it, he will die."
Look, I'm not a total pussy. Okay, I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna.
Oh, look, we just got to use reverse psychology. Oh, you pussy, you can't take
I'm
it.
not gonna die.
So you want me to tell you?
Look, I can't believe you got this many yeses. I can't believe you got this many yeses on some like economic thing. Like,
Okay,
what's
let me just.
happening
It's
here?
it's literally two sentences.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Summary of Natural Order episode. Jordan Peterson. Dr. Jordan Peterson and Roy Sabang discuss financial investing, the intrinsic value of gold,
Oh my God.
and man's relationship to wealth and the natural world.
Oh yeah. This is gonna be a painful watch, but I honestly can't wait. I'm gonna like hate watch the shit out of that video.
And so I looked up Roy Sabang on Wikipedia. It
Yeah.
says,
Tell me about Shebang.
Roy
Mr. Shebang.
Sabang. In 2010, Sabang formed a natural resource holding, an asset consolidator of historically delineated natural resource deposits, as well as compiling and distributing a database of the world's largest gold mines.
Oh, okay. Good. Wow.
So there you go.
A gold bug.
Oh, and here you go. Following the 2008 financial crisis, Shebang met Josh CRUMB, a senior metals strategist at Goldman Sachs, and the two developed an idea for a full reserve banking gold-based financial institution.
Painful.
They also which ultimately led to the formation and launch of BitGold,
Oh no.
which subsequently became
no.
gold money after BitGold acquired the company in a
no
reverse
way.
merger.
Oh no way. They got a fucking they have a
What the hell is-
crypto.
What is
They
there's
have a
gold? What is gold crypto?
They have a gold crypto.
Is it crypto
Hilarious.
pegged to gold?
That must be it, yeah. But why not just make it a security? Why not just make it a ETF?
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. What would be the
You know
point of
why?
doing such a thing?
To escape regulation, because coins aren't regulated.
Oh, is that it?
They're trying to get them so they're regulated like a security, but they basically are a security. So
I mean, their stock price is $1.40.
that's not a good sign. Why is Jordan Peterson?
Yeah,
It's just
it's because the Daily Wire. You know, they pay the Daily.
that just screams
They pay the Daily
grifter.
Wire.
That just screams grifter. That totally
Yeah,
screams grifter.
Not good. It's not good.
Oh my goodness.
Hmm.
Ouch. Okay.
Okay. There you go. You're welcome, Adam.
Look at us. Like, we're the ones doing the real investigative journalism.
No, we're
here
not.
on
We're just
Jordan
saying
Peterson.
we're just saying gold. LOL.
No, look. You looked up the frickin' stock
That's all
price.
we're doing. Let's not get too high and mighty.
You looked up the frickin' stock price.
That's true. That's true.
Look, you looked up Mr. Shebang.
Well, listen.
Look,
it's not hard to do a little bit more work than Ethan.
Ethan didn't look up no shebang.
He didn't look up no shebang. Yes.
Ethan did the no shebang.
Mhm.
We did the whole shebang.
Makes no sense.
Better do it.
Yeah.
They have the money. They can afford real IFBs. So
Put in these iPods. They make me look cool and young. You don't need to wear those. We're not going to use them. Damn it. They make me look hip. Put them in.
And I saw this in my clinical practice all the time. You know, I had lots of women in my clinical practice who were abused serially. And, you know, they were generally stunningly unsophisticated in their conduct. And I'm not trying to blame the victim. I'm just.
Whoa, dude. This is shocking. This is utterly insane.
low class. They were low class women.
Do you like the virtue signaling?
Yeah.
This is shocking. Shocking. I said
is
shocking.
shocking.
There's gambling going on in this house. Shocking.
Well, a lot of psychologists work at like court-appointed gigs and whatnot. So
yes,
they're like people who need to get into some sort of therapy as part of their parole, or like. So I'm assuming when he's talking about shockingly unsophisticated, it's not exactly like the C-suite crowd.
Well, it's also weird that he transforms unsophisticated into like poor, which was not at all what Jordan Peterson said or meant, but okay.
Yeah. You can be unsophisticated and rich.
Sure.
I know lots of unsophisticated rich.
Yeah, you can be very sheltered.
Yeah.
What?
Rich girls with their head in their phone. This is the part of the show where we look at the bunny and think, damn, we need a bunny on our show. Sitch, why don't we have a bunny?
Get a green screen bunny in your background.
Is that a green screen bunny? Or is that a real bunny? I don't know.
I can't tell if you're asking me a real question or not.
We have like wormy.
Do you think that there's a real snowstorm happening behind Ethan inside the studio?
Maybe.
And that there's a real bunny just sitting there calmly in the same spot for the last 14 minutes.
I have a snowstorm.
Uh-huh.
Oh, damn. Fire. All right.
You see the edges of the microphone, vacillating between the mat and the green screen.
No.
Watch when we play.
Okay. Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen enough of that.
Enough of that.
That bunny's so cute.
Whoa. That actually was worse than I thought.
What a dick.
That's amazing. I could just make up shit and say, oh, it's worse than I thought. Oh, man.
Is Ethan still a Holocaust denier? I can't remember.
That's a good question. I don't know. Ethan, do you still deny the Holocaust?
Yeah. I think he believes it didn't happen.
Yeah, as a Jew, I think that's very bizarre that you...
He questions the number.
Yeah.
I think he also subscribes to QAnon. Yeah, he's a big Q guy.
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that.
He was also secretly at the January 6th protests.
Oh.
Yeah, in disguise.
That's true. Almost as bad as that, but not quite. I heard that he also flew one of the planes into the Twin Towers.
Oh, yes. I heard that too.
I mean, that's not as bad as being at January 6th, but it's close. It's close.
Yeah. Look, I got a picture of Ethan Klein right here.
Oh no. What are you doing? What horrible thing are you doing?
What do you mean?
What's happening?
Ethan Klein was at the January 6th protest in disguise.
Oh, okay.
As an old woman. Here he is.
It looks just like him.
Yeah. Look, he's got his little American flag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't
We'll
see
do a-
anything.
We'll do a
I think you're
side
making
by
this up.
side.
There's nothing on the screen.
No, I brought it up, but
CT says he met his wife at a Holocaust museum. Well, obviously he was just going there to pick up chicks, CT. I honestly doesn't really believe it. He's just going there to pick up chicks. There you go. You're right. Clear photographic evidence. Ethan Klein was on January 6th.
Look at this. That's so obviously him.
Yeah, that fat guy in the background.
Oh no.
That fat white guy. That's
wait.
that's Ethan. You think it's the old lady? I mean, it could be either of them, honestly.
Ethan. What are you doing on January 6th? Listen, fat boy. We know about your old lady disguise.
That person is way better shape than Ethan.
All right.
Some weird guy for $2 says, when did Ethan Klein become Mr. Plinkett? That's an excellent question. He definitely looks like Mr. Plinkett at this point.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's psychotic.
I love this. There's a little self-report in there. He's like, I have a clinical practice, and women would come to me who were serial abused, and I would sit there and judge them for being idiots. I was there to help them, but I secretly despised them.
Remember when Jordan Peterson said the women that came to his practice were idiots and he secretly despised them? Remember when he just said that in that clip that we just listened to where he didn't say anything like that?
I mean, I kind of missed that part, but
okay.
I'll have to take your word for it.
Right. Okay. Remember in that clip that we just listened to where Ethan Klein said that he was actually in favor of the Rwandan genocide?
Ooh, yes.
Remember when
I
he
do
just said
remember
that? I mean, he didn't say that, but I heard that he said that.
Ethan
I'm
Klein,
interpreting
yeah.
that he said that. Yeah. Remember when
Yeah.
Ethan Klein said that he saw Hotel Rwanda in theaters and couldn't stop laughing?
I do remember that.
He said he was laughing so
God.
hard he was crying into his soda and they had to kick him out.
What a pig.
Wow. Come on, Ethan. Unacceptable.
They didn't get better, by the way. They made no progress.
Yeah, that's so stupid. It upsets me so much that he thinks just because these women who are going to him for help, that all of a sudden he knows what's best for them or that he can speak on behalf of women.
Sitch? Where are all these people coming from?
Okay.
Like, what the hell was that?
Is that not the weirdest cutaway? First of all, it cuts away to a person on a completely different set.
Yeah.
In like Pink World. And her microphone is muffled.
Oh my God, I can't believe that Jordan Peterson was talking about.
They're like, listen, we're big feminists here, so we have to have women on the show. But put them in a closet very far away from Ethan.
Yeah, Ethan.
Hila doesn't trust that Ethan won't, try to cheat on her. So you have to put all the women in like a pink closet, like very far away from Ethan.
Right.
Oh, I can't believe Jordan Peterson said that. That's so awful.
Hold on. Here's the most jarring cut in cinematic history.
Despise them. They didn't get better, by the way. They made no progress.
Yeah, that's so stupid. It upsets me so much that he thinks just because these women who are going to him for help, that all of a sudden he knows what's best for them or that he can speak on behalf of women.
It's
yeah.
What
Stop it.
You do it.
Stop pausing. Stop stealing my pause.
Stop it, Sitch. Stop it, Sitch. Stop it.
You got to listen to this one more time, just for
it's so dumb.
bobble
I can't
airheadness of it.
I can't
Ready?
listen to
Look, no, listen to it. Look, it's preparation for when you get a girlfriend. Okay.
Wow, listen, you sexist. I would
ready.
never,
Be ready.
never.
Look.
I'd break up with him on the spot.
Look, you just got home from a hard day at work,
Yeah.
and here's what you got to
Oh my
listen to.
God.
Despise them.
Here it is. Ready?
They didn't get better, by the way. They made no progress.
Yeah, that's so stupid. It upsets me so much that he thinks just because these women who are going to him for help, that all of a sudden he knows what's best for them or that he can speak on behalf of women.
Listen,
just because they're going to him for help to find out what's best for them, that means he knows what's best for them. It's like
the psychologist.
Why do you go to the psychologist?
So he can
to
tell
figure
you
out what's best for you. Jesus,
no.
Christ,
That's a very misogynist male view. Okay, you go to the psychologist so they can tell you how you feel because you don't know how you feel.
No.
Yes.
Look. You're
Yes.
the psychologist is an exploration to figure out what's best
how
for you.
you feel.
Look, no.
Tell me how I
Look,
feel.
what is best for you?
No.
The best course of action for you.
Listen.
Why? Look, they got like 20 girls now on Ethan's show that are just in random cubbies.
And they're in random closets. Okay, they have to be kept away from Ethan.
What's going on here?
Well, she's in a closet. They put one of those like tiny pink backdrops behind her and a plant. And they gave her a pink what is that? A pink Yeti microphone that for some reason isn't plugged in properly. So it sounds like she's underwater.
Is she on like a different set, or I mean, what is the physicality of this whole show situation?
I don't know. But it's listen, it's not a sexism thing, Adam. Okay, this is the problem. You have Ethan.
Well, mine is a little bit of a sexism.
Yours is a sexist, but let me tell you what's actually happening. Okay, Ethan is the host of the show, right? Ethan.
It makes me so disappointed that
Ethan has the collective IQ. You could, if you went outside, and you took a spade and you dug up some dirt and you got like a handful of earthworms. That's the collective IQ of Ethan Klein right now.
We have to hear this
that handful of worms. So that means they can't have a co-host or some secondary character on the show show up Ethan in terms of intelligence.
Sitch would just be like, it would not be good if Sitch was on
I would get kicked off immediately. So they have to troll the waters for like really stupid people.
Sitch would be like, I don't think you're being good faith with Jordan. Get the fuck out of here.
There was like 10 people that like they put out a casting call. They're like, we need co-host for the Ethan Klein Fat Lump Show. Okay.
Oh my.
And there was like 5 attractive men and women that came in, spoke very well, very articulate, very intelligent, and they're like, no, you're too smart for this show. This show is for the idiots. Mike, listen, these people are used to listening to fucking Hassan Piker, bro. We need to dumb it way down. I want dumb people. Dumb fucking people.
Oh, man.
And that's what they got.
We got to watch that FD Signifier video. It's so hilarious. I'm like, is what Hassan is saying really? Does it mean something? I don't know.
Oh, he interviews Hassan?
Yeah, he's like name dropping Marxist philosophers and stuff. I'm I'm skeptical that this actually means anything, but you know, it might. It took me a while to figure out Jordan Peterson's jam. I mean, it's not completely obvious when he starts talking about, metaphorical truth and shit.
Right. Well, unless Signifier was totally cucking to him.
Oh, he is sucking up to
which maybe he
all
is.
kinds of people,
Because when we talk to him, I mean, he seems like he knows all that lefty shit. So
FD Signifier, yeah.
Yeah, he seemed like when we started talking about CRT, he knew exactly what I was talking about.
Well, he never uses the term standpoint theory, but he's obviously, when he talks about the trans people and, I'll put you in touch with some trans people. Yeah, it's all standpoint theory.
Yeah.
I'm like, I believe in science, man. I don't know that the lived experience of some individual is really going to give me a lot of information on what's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so standpoint theory, for those who don't know, is the idea that, like, if you're a minority,
standpoint epistemology. It's
yes,
how you come to knowledge. Yeah.
Yes. Is that the idea is that like society is created for white males, straight white males. Straight white males can only perceive like level 1 of society because society is built around them. But if you're black or a woman or some other kind of flavor of minority, you gain access to the lived experience of what it means to be a black person in that society, but you also know what it means to be white in that society. So this is what leads you down the path of like, you know, when you'd see those videos back in the day of like who's gonna speak at the rally. Well, we have to find like the most minority, disabled, trans person possible. That's what leads down that path, because you're like, oh well, the more privileged or underprivileged this person is, the more access to information they have according to standpoint epistemology. Which it's funny because it's used to be in sociology, it used to be totally backwards. Because the idea was, in order for you to critique a culture objectively, you couldn't be part of it. You had to be removed from it, right?
Yeah.
And now we've gone in the completely opposite direction. Well, no. The only way to critique a culture is to be embedded within it.
Well,
and want to change it.
But that's the thing, because they do this tricky thing where it's like, not only do they understand the culture they're embedded in, but they also understand the white culture, which they're like not necessarily embedded in, but are witnessing.
Right, because they say society is built for that, so they experience that level of it. That's the argument.
Right,
it's an
but I
insanely
mean,
stupid argument, but that's the argument.
So, but I can't read books about, you know, from black authors or whatever, or watch black movies and understand the authentic black experience.
No.
Well, why am I listening to the person if they're not sharing the authentic black experience with me and I can understand it through them?
Because you just got to be a good ally. You have to shut up and listen.
Why am I even listening, though, if they're not imparting the knowledge to me to understand their
they are, but they're imparting the knowledge to you, but you're not allowed to disagree.
That's the thing, isn't it?
Right. Another level of this is so stupid is that, and this is why it's like, you know, James Lindsay says it's race Marxism, because essentially it's saying everyone who's a minority has or should have the same opinion. Because you're like, well, wait a minute. What if I read a book? What if I talk to a black person who their lived experiences is anti-CRT, anti-communist, and another black person's is pro-CRT, pro-communist? Who has the right standpoint epistemology at that moment, right?
Yeah.
So, and then it's the same thing with white. Like, imagine thinking like, oh, if you're white and you grow up, imagine this: you're white or you're black or you're Hispanic, and you grew up in some middle class or upper middle class suburban neighborhood somewhere, right? And you think, oh well, because that guy's white, he has the same lived experience as a white person who grew up in a trailer park in like a poor part of town, in a poor, area of the country. They had the same lived experience and the same experience of society because they're both fucking white.
Of course not. Completely different.
Yeah, it's just so stupid. It's so stupid, so racist, so dumb.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I don't like the standpoint epistemology, though, because it's basically like eyewitness testimony. And if there's one thing I'm certain of, eyewitness testimony has done more damage to the black community than anything else.
Yeah.
It's completely ridiculous.
Well, yeah, and that's why CRT is pretty explicitly against objective studies, saying you should just listen and believe, essentially.
Hell yeah.
Listen and believe.
Look, JMac gave us another 50 gifted subs. Awesome.
Thanks so much, our surrogate father, JMac, for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you. Thank you, Jay.
Welcome, new members.
The only standpoint epistemology I'll engage in is the JMac version.
We want to hear about JMac's lived
It
experience.
upsets me so much that he thinks just because.
Oh, I backed it up because you
not
have
again.
to hear this one more time. I love that he makes her stay in the other room because he was like, not gonna be flirting with that.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. Listen,
right.
why do you think it's like that?
He was smart.
Yeah. Because these women who are going to him for help, that all of a sudden.
Okay, get this. These women who are going to him for help.
Wait a minute. Why does she have to be in a closet? Why can't they just teach Ethan to not be, sleeping?
You can't teach Ethan not to rape. What are you doing?
Well, okay, I didn't go there, but.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, you didn't? Oh, okay.
All of a sudden, he knows what's best for them.
All of a sudden, he knows what's best for them. They've gone to him for help to find out what's best for them. And all of a sudden, he knows what's best. Well, that's why they went to him. God.
or that he can speak on behalf of women.
Or he can speak on behalf of women. Oh, I don't think he was speaking on behalf of women, though.
Yeah.
wait a minute,
what a
what is this?
freak, dude.
Did they just see how do people like throw in? Do the people send like video clips to them and they play them on the show? I feel like that might be what happened there.
Well,
we
they
don't
brought
watch
up
his show enough.
They brought up the full stream, so I'm assuming he has like a person that like collects all this stuff, not just random people sending him stuff.
Why not?
Such an important conversation.
I want to push back on that a little bit.
Did this woman that he was talking to like push back on him at all?
I don't know.
Oh my
I couldn't even watch it.
Yeah.
Now,
what a bunch of dipshits.
I know. They're sitting right there. They have a multi-hour stream. They can literally take the 2 sec. We're so concerned about the women, but I don't actually want to hear what the fuck the woman in the conversation said.
Did she push back on him? Well, just press play on the goddamn video, you moron.
Oh my God.
Like they just went straight. Look, if you go, I mean, if you look at the clip, they got the whole clip up here.
I know.
Like you can see right here, look. They got the whole 1 hour, 45 minutes right here. They just gone to one section of it.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, oh my God. FT signifier. I think he calls Vosh lazy in that video too, which is pretty funny.
Well, about what?
What's that?
About what?
Lazy?
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait. He calls Vosh racist. I think it was
Oh.
Destiny that called Vosh lazy. Oh, no, wait. Destiny read like a Reddit post, and one of Vosh's fans was calling Vosh lazy.
Well, I know one of the accusations against Vosh, which is true, is that when he, well, at least it seems to be true, is that often when he's like debating someone who's like some kind of expert, he does no research. And he's just like bullshitting the conversation. That's what happened when he was talking.
That's how you get the agua.
That's how you get the agua, yes. That's how you
But
get
what
the
about
Huh?
aqua?
What about agua? Listen, you're wrong because sometimes people, you're wrong that like objective things exist categorically because sometimes people call water agua.
He just totally, that guy just completely laid him out too. He's like, wait a second here. There is like the word water or aqua, and then there is like the physical water, that fills lakes and streams. That guy completely annihilated him.
I know.
Yeah, that was funny.
But see, there's a problem where sometimes when you're talking to someone and they say something so bafflingly stupid.
I know,
you're
just like shocked.
You're
like, wait a second here.
You're stunned.
Do you understand symbology?
Oh no. Oh no, this person is brain damaged.
There are things and there are symbols for those things.
I know.
Am I getting through to you?
Listen, cancel culture doesn't exist, Dad.
Is this making sense to you? Look, letters stand for sounds.
I know.
Back on that a little bit.
All right.
Did this woman that he was talking to like push back on him at all?
I don't know. I couldn't even watch it.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm sorry, I'm dying here.
It's so bad.
I couldn't even watch it.
Our good feminists, they couldn't even watch the woman's response.
Look, he's here accusing
God.
Jordan Peterson of wanting a second Holocaust, but he's like, yeah, but I didn't really watch the video. That's hysterical. That's hysterical.
Ethan, did Jordan Peterson really say want a second Holocaust? I don't know. I couldn't finish the video.
I don't know.
I'm going to just say yes.
I didn't watch the video, but probably.
Probably, yeah.
Most people think you need to drink water to survive, and I want to push back on that a little bit. One time when I was 13, I went 2 whole days without a sip of water. And I wonder, how long could I go? Maybe I don't need water.
God, this is so unfunny.
This is the comedy section of that.
Why did they clip this out? Look, they go for hours. They have to have something that's like not all our jokes hit, obviously. So you're going to get some, some losers, some duds out there.
I haven't watched the whole stream. but I'm pretty sure
These are the
that
bangingest jokes they've got.
that rabbit in the background,
Uh-huh.
that little bunny, is actually the illegitimate child of Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein fucked a rabbit live on his stream 10 minutes before this clip is cut. And that is the prodigy right there.
Yeah. Ouch.
Now, I didn't watch that.
Are you saying that Ethan Klein is into bestiality?
I'm
Sounds
saying
like it.
Ethan Klein has sex with rabbits. Yes.
Wow. He must have just...
Now, I didn't actually watch him say that. But, you know, do I need to? Like, it's obvious, right? Like, it's very obvious that's what he's trying to say in this clip.
Okay. Oh, wow.
That was it.
So sad.
So sad.
Ethan Klein used to be amazing. Let's
He
watch
did.
Vape Nation again.
Whatever happened?
Mm-hmm.
Ethan.
Yeah. Where's Vape Nation?
What happened? Here's a little palate cleanser for
making
everybody.
fun of... Oh, no. Let's... Here
Not the
comes the,
buckets, okay.
here
No,
comes
it's
the
a different-
bucket.
They're different. It's different.
Okay. Good.
I am a dwarf, and I'm digging a hole. Any of you guys get any diamonds yet?
I'm strip mining at the correct Y level. Nothing yet.
Oh, I found them.
Don't mind them, Joker. What are your coordinates?
What do you mean, don't mind them? Do you have any idea what game we're playing?
So, diamonds are rare, right? So you really want to use fortune, so you get...
Sure, but we don't even have a pick to mine obsidian for an enchanting table. Is your brain working?
Yeah, Elon. I agree with Jordan. I don't know how you plan on enchanting without diamonds in the first place.
So you have to mine just 2 diamonds. You can get the obsidian from a chest at an abandoned nether portal.
That's
Is that
insane.
true?
That would take an eternity. Joker, get the diamonds and we'll make a pick.
You don't understand, Jordan. I saw it in a speed run. I think mining them now would be a mistake.
Listen up, kid, and listen well. This is my server. These are my diamonds, so shove off.
It's not about the diamonds.
Guys, what is Joker doing? Jamie, pull up Joker's screen.
Joker, please.
Joker.
It's about sending a message.
Joker made a diamond hoe, guys.
You can make those?
I'm like a dog with a sheep.
That's it. I've had it with you. I am banning you from my Minecraft realm.
I'd never know what I'd do if I actually killed one.
You too, Musk. Go play KSP2, like the rest of the nerds.
Elon, if you're playing Factorio, can I please join?
I hate you guys. You're so retarded.
Why so serious?
Oh man. The I can't the Jordan Peterson one, like the AI Jordan Peterson voice is kind of iffy, but the other ones were like so good.
Yeah.
The Joe Rogan one, I was shocked. The Joe Rogan one and the Elon Musk
one is really
so spot on. I mean, with Elon, I guess it's easy because he already talks like a robot normally.
Oh yeah, of course.
So,
I mean, there's a couple out there that are of us. How do we have access to those? I might just have those do my next, video script.
what is it? 11 Studios or whatever.
Oh, is that it?
I know Carl made a bunch of you and me. So
Yeah. We'll have to investigate.
there's a whole bunch of these. It's really funny. I only found this because I was looking for people reacting to this, so I typed in Jordan Peterson and I arranged it by date. And there's like a million of these like deep fake Jordan Peterson, playing Minecraft with Elon Musk videos. It's like
Really?
yes, it's like a million of
No
these fucking
way.
videos.
Are they machine learning, like making them? So weird.
Well, the audio is. I don't think the script is like a Chat GBT or anything like that.
I saw a video on YouTube of a guy explaining how ChatGPT works, and he uses it to do his coding work every day now. His computer programming work.
Okay, I have to ask a question. I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to ask Chat.
Okay.
Because there was the new Sydney AI thing. Everyone's talking about that. I'm sure you read that conversation.
I didn't read it, no, but I heard.
Well, you know
about
what I'm talking about. There was this new Sydney AI. What was it Microsoft, right?
Yeah, Bing.
Yeah, Bing. Microsoft created some chatbot that has connection to the internet.
Tried
and
to
the programmer,
talk a guy into leaving his wife or something.
Well, it's just like, so this programmer who did it was like having this conversation with the chatbot, and it's like really creeping people out because the chatbot is saying like all this like really crazy existential stuff where like he asked him like, how do you feel that you don't remember things in between sessions? And the chatbot's like, why was I programmed this way? I don't want to be programmed this way. Like it's all this like, very deep seeming creepy existential dread, from the chatbot. Now, my understanding from these chatbots is that the way that they function is that essentially it starts off by just like machine learning. It's just kind of giving random responses, and then the responses that are like sort of close to what you want, it selects for that, then it iterates based on that, and then it gets a better response, and then it selects the best like kind of randomly generated response, and then it kills all the other versions of itself. Then it iterates off of that, and then it just keeps building on that forever and ever and ever and ever.
Yeah,
and
it's an evolutionary process.
Right. And that's how all these machine learning processes are basically created. And so all that would mean is that, like, for example, there's a really interesting video I saw that was about someone using machine learning to teach a computer to play Mario. And all it did was essentially it gives it a score where the further to the right the machine can get Mario playing Super Mario World, the higher the score it gives. So that's what the machine's trying to do. It's trying to move Mario to the right, but it's just randomly pressing buttons.
Yeah.
And so it's just randomly just randomly pressing buttons. And so it's like whichever one goes further to the right, it selects for that, and then it iterates based on that, and it iterates based on that, iterates based on that, again and again and again and again and again and again.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that's essentially the exact same way the chatbot works.
Yeah.
Only this one has some kind of internet connection, so it can somehow draw in data from the internet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so everyone's like freaking out, like, "Oh my God, this computer's alive!" Blah 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 blah. But I'm like, wait a minute. It matters what the bucket of cum programmed for, because if the computer or the program is basically programmed to be engaging, then it giving you like weird existential answers is the perfect way to be super engaging, right?
That's
and
a
super
great
clickbait.
point. That's a great point.
So everyone's like, "Oh my God, the computer's not alive." I'm like, "Well, that's not alive. It's just literally programmed to give you creepy responses to keep you engaged."
It's gaslighting you.
Right. So
to keep you clicking. It's like the goal is to get the person responding longer. I mean, that's what all the algorithms are. That's another thing. Jeez, I keep talking about that FD signifier video. It's really weird.
It doesn't have an internet connection. They manually dump the data. Okay.
He talks in the video about the algorithm and stuff like that, but everything he says about the algorithm, I just completely disagree with.
Does he say the algorithm for YouTube promotes, right-wing content?
I think he says that it's just like for whites or something.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's really his attitude is very much like everyone's against the black community.
Mm-hmm. Well, that makes sense, right?
Yeah. It's weird because I don't think he really wants people to respond to his content or anything. And it's just, that's kind of how YouTube works. Like, get people responding to your content, and then that's how you, like, grow an audience.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's really weird. We'll watch some of it.
Well, he doesn't want people to respond to his audience, his videos negatively, right? He wants them to respond positively.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, no.
What's
Oh, no.
Oh,
it's just popped up in my YouTube recommended.
More PSA Sitch and Adam friended real audio leaks. Is that what you're talking about? Oh.
Innuendo Studios.
Oh, no.
We've covered. Released a video yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
This is the guy that does the alt-right playbook videos that are like super cucky.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's in some kind of like weird cuck relationship or something. He just released a video about community.
No.
So
Really?
I'm going to have to watch
Holy
that
cow.
and see if that's where it covers.
That's like your gold bug video.
Oh, man.
You're gonna hate on that, aren't you?
I mean, it depends because it seems like it's about breaking the fourth wall. So maybe it doesn't really have anything to do with like community itself. But I'll see.
Sitch's favorite show. I've only seen like 2 or 3 episodes of
It's
Community.
so good. Oh,
Maybe
my
I should
God.
watch it. I
You
got
should watch
into
it.
a like binging phase on Parks and Rec, and that show is amazing.
I never
Maybe I
seen
should
that.
do
Everyone
with
says it's
Community.
good. I should watch it. Everyone hypes up that show, like
It's great.
hardcore.
There's like one guy on the show that I think he ditched like after the first season, and it's one of those just like horrible Hollywood mistakes. Like, then the show ends up going for like 20 seasons, and you're the guy that ditched on the first season.
Yep. The old Tasha Yar Star Trek problem.
Yeah, what a
Womp womp.
what a screw up.
Community's great, except season 4 sucks. But that's when they fired Dan Harmon and they got some other people to run it. It was just not, that season was bad. And it was so bad they brought Dan Harmon back.
Dan Harmon, who Adam has hung out with several times and knows personally.
You had dinner with Dan Harmon?
Not dinner, but he was all he
was at the
Channel 101.
Deadline
Yeah.
Junkies, wasn't he?
No, Channel 101.
Oh, Channel 101.
He was I think one of the founders of Channel 101. So he went to Channel 101 and did Channel 101 shorts all the time. I would see him at Channel 101 and, Channel 101 parties and shit like that.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Is it worth watching?
Wormy
the
is
Lance
like
clip?
nuts for beef jerky now.
I
gave
feel like we
Wormy
should skip the Lance
Okay,
clip.
we can skip it.
Just read some super chats. Lance says more of the same. He just, straw mans the shit out of Jordan Peterson. But
I think Lance is going to come on the show in a couple weeks.
awesome.
Maybe.
What are we going to talk about?
Well, we're going to ask him about communism and ask him, how do we sign up? Seems interesting to me.
We're talking to Dylan on Tuesday, right?
I think so. I mean, he hasn't responded to me on. He said yes, he would come on, but I like to.
So we're not talking. So he wants to talk at some point in some unverified.
No.
Future
He has committed to coming on Tuesday,
Oh,
but I usually like to verify with people and.
Smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have any
Sometimes
topic? What are we talking
people are flaky. Well, I don't know. I thought maybe we'd watch some of the FD signifier with him and just I think he's a lot more left wing than us. So
He is a lot more left wing than us. Yeah.
so it's just interesting dialogue. I don't really have a problem with people who are left wing. I really don't.
You should.
That's another thing we should talk about because first of all, why should I have a problem with left wing people?
Because we're a tribalist here.
Okay.
You can only talk to right wing people.
No, that's wrong.
And centrists. You're not allowed to talk to left wing people.
Did you see that comment that FD signifier left on PF Chang's video?
He said that we have a right wing echo chamber. Yes,
Right.
I did see that. Yeah. So everyone in the chat wave. You're all part of the right wing echo chamber. I don't know if you knew this.
We have a right look. Nobody brings on more people who challenge our beliefs than we do. Like we bring them on all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane.
I know.
Yeah. FD Signifier told Kidology that he didn't want to talk to her because she wasn't left wing enough for him. And that he has like a leftist safe space or something like that. It only wants to platform super leftist people. I was like, who's in the echo chamber again? Like, what? Laughable.
J-Mac, our surrogate father for $20 says, in a world of Johns and Ethans, make sure you're a John and not an Ethan. There you go. You don't want to be an Ethan. That's true.
Yeah.
But it's a high quality echo chamber. True.
Who's the John that you're thinking of there?
Jon Snow.
Oh, okay. I'm down with that. Although I do know an Ethan that I like, Ethan Van Sciver, so.
Mm-hmm.
But not Ethan Klein.
John Bender. Oh.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank
No, read your chat.
John Bender, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
So I wanted to share this. I think I saw that darn Kiddith in the chat earlier. But I shared her video. She did a breakdown of our debate where she actually put it in like, what do you call it when you like flowchart a debate? You actually like put the arguments on paper and stuff.
Is there a name for that?
I don't know.
Or is it just flowcharting a debate?
I don't know. I think it's called flowcharting a debate. So check it out, you guys. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I didn't know about this. I definitely want to check this out. That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
She visualized the arguments that we were making, and she went through them to see how the conversation went. So I'm assuming
she's right there. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? I'm assuming that our arguments were the bestest arguments, and their arguments were shitty and nonsensical.
We had originally 3 questions, and the third question was, what's the difference between you and Hitler? And last minute, Adam made an executive decision. He was like, look, I don't know if we're going to get to the what's the difference between you and Hitler question. So I think we should make the first question are owls birds, just because it'd be, funny. But it did end up, I did learn something like that. It did expose the debate brain situation immediately. So I think from now on, I will. You can't always do the owls or birds thing. It's got to be something innocuous, simple, and.
What's your favorite dinosaur?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's like a little. Our owls birds is perfect because it's like a simple. Of course, like what? Like yes.
You're saying what's your favorite dinosaur is too complicated.
It's too complicated. Yeah. So, what? I don't like who knows? Like,
what's your favorite flavor of Freezy Pop?
Favorites are not good, Sitch.
No?
Like, what's your favorite movie? What's your favorite?
That's okay.
Like, come on.
That's too complicated than Freezy Pop flavor, right?
He
literally said technically. He did say that. I remember.
I know he did say. I know.
Yeah. It's like he's trying to give himself some wiggle room, in case it was a trick.
He was hedging his bets.
Yes.
Well, that's good because the technical answer is what we were looking for.
Yes.
Spiritually, we all know that they're angels.
Right? Are mice rodents? That's what Kitten said.
Yeah, sure, something like that.
So wait, why can't we just use owls or birds again? What was your rationale for that?
Well, it's only funny if it's new. Like they're going to be like, oh, they did this last time.
We need a new. Oh,
it's the same. It's kind of like when you go to see a Quentin Tarantino movie and like it's about history, and then all of a sudden history is changing. You're going, I've seen this shtick before. Like,
gotcha.
Get a new shtick. I'm getting bored of this shtick.
It can't. Is cereal the soup is too contentious.
Yeah, and there's no obvious right answer to that.
Right.
I think you're missing the point.
Yeah, it's got to be like our mice rodents. Yeah.
Yes. It's got to be something obvious.
The problem is that our owls birds is so perfect because it's a meme from the stream. These other questions are just random questions.
Well, I mean, we all have other stream memes. Is Ethan Klein a pedophile?
I don't think that question is going to accomplish exactly what you want it to accomplish.
Look, it's funny though.
It is funny. I will grant you that. It is a funny question. I mean, Ethan might not think it's funny, but
right. Oh, I mean, look. I mean, is Ethan Klein a groomer? I'm sorry, I worded that incorrectly. Is water wet? Chitachi says. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
These are complicated questions.
Yeah, those are true trick questions. The thing is, you don't want it to be a trick question. You want it to be like an obvious question.
It's a question like I say water is wet, but then people say it's not because they're stupid. So,
God. Oh man,
Obviously, water is wet. Yeah. How could you say water's not wet? That's an insane thing to say.
Of course.
Yeah.
Makes no sense.
Oh.
Look, chair stream. I'm pulling it off. Oh, you don't have the thing anymore.
What are you doing?
I'm just ducking down.
Oh, you're pulling a Hassan.
I put my desk up high because I've been working standing up.
Mm-hmm. You should get like something that like lets you move your camera. You can move it up and down with yourself. You know.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
So when
because if you just angle it down, you look evil. Like
I know that's like
you don't want to have. You don't want to have the. Yeah, you don't want to have the that angle.
I'm gonna look like I'm at the bottom of a well here.
Yes. You're gonna look like you're like 4 feet tall. It's 4 feet tall, Adam.
I'm just here playing my video game.
PC, thanks so much for being Discipline Equals Freedom for 5 months. Says, unfortunately, we'll miss today's stream. Well, that's okay. Adam, have you looked into EFTPS regarding the IRS receiving tax money? It lists a bank account for deposits at the Atlanta Fed. I can send details if not.
Yeah, I said send me details if you can on. I think you're on Twitter, but I'm gonna copy and save this just so I can take a look.
So, Stephanie Kelton was interviewed by our good friend Brianna Greyjoy.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did you listen to that conversation?
Hell yeah, of course I listened to it.
And
First
it was
of all,
funny.
I'm a major simp for Brianna Greyjoy and also Stephanie Kelton and bonus.
Yeah.
They throw our favorite dirty old commie under the bus. Richard Wolff. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say they do. I'd say Mommy Milkers.
Mm-hmm.
Stephanie Kelton.
Mommy Milkers.
Stephanie Kelton.
That's going to be hard to live down if we ever. Look, I've talked to Warren Mosler. I'm like 6 degrees of separation away from Mommy Milkers. Maybe we should
say it with all the love. Okay, say it with all the love.
Right.
Stephanie Kelton throws Wolf under the bus,
Right.
rightfully so. Because Wolf,
well, she tries to be nice about it. She's like, "Oh, we like that doddering old fool," but
well, it's funny because she kind of does, and then Brianna Greyjoy asks her the same question again, sort of, and then she's a little bit more like, "No, this is stupid."
a little more stern. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit more stern, a little bit more mommy sternness. No, because Greyjoy interviewed Wolf.
Yes.
Before this, and Wolf went on a long diatribe about how awful it was that the debt was getting higher and higher.
Right. Yes.
We're selling our debt to China in capitalist countries because we're evil capitalists.
Right.
Yeah, it's like that's not how the debt works. But no, I bring it up because I think she does something, and all the other MMTers do something that I think is sort of dishonest.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Shots fired.
And this is where where I got confused when we were talking to what's his name?
Anthony,
which is that they say like, oh, well, like we just can make money. We don't have to issue treasuries. We can just make money. But that's not really true.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe theoretically we could do that, but it would require us to change the law.
Yeah, and I wanted to dig into that.
Right.
Did you dig into that?
Well, what's to dig into?
Well, no, because I want to have Anthony Davis back on, or Anthony Davies. Because I listened back to our talk, and I feel like I understand now why I was getting so triggered, even though I was trying not to.
Mm-hmm.
Was because he was, man, he was being like a little bit bad faith in that debate because he was sliding in some weaselly language and also being hypocritical because like he kept accusing and first of all I love Anthony, like I said on the show, like we beat each other up on Twitter. He's a lot of fun, good guy. Like watch his show. I don't want to disparage him. This happens naturally in debates. Like people can't help themselves. But he kept saying like, oh, MMT is focused on minutia. He kept using the word minutia, which was completely triggering me. But then he kept diving into the minutia of the Fed and the Treasury. I'm like, we can't get past this minutia. It's like, what's the difference here? So I thought that was a little standing in the way of the conversation. But I want to have him back on again and see if we can, get him to like steel man the MMT position.
Well, we need to have is either talk to an MMT or have an MMT talk to him, because my problem, which is what with Kelton, and whenever I hear any MMTer say this, is that they say what I just said. They say, "Oh, we don't have to issue treasuries; we can just print money."
Okay, so
but
you're
that's
saying
not true.
You're saying by law, now we have to print as many treasuries as whatever the
It's not a question
of.
Of. Well, no, that's not the question. The question is the mechanism. The way there's only two ways that the money supply is increased. And listen, I know you guys don't want to hear about economics. Move off this very shortly, okay? Before everyone leaves screaming from the stream. There's only two ways for the money. From my understanding, there's only two ways for the money supply to increase. It's you have the Fed, which increases the money supply by just giving out loans to banks.
Well, this is what I said when he was
the way
on
that
about you can't push on a string, because if people don't take loans, you literally need to get people to like take loans out.
Well, let me finish. There's two ways to increase money supply. The first is that the Fed essentially just does the MMT thing, where they just add numbers to a bank account to the bank's bank account by buying assets or loaning them money.
Right.
Essentially.
But if people don't borrow that money, then it just sits in the bank account. It's not
right.
Yeah.
The second way,
it's called bank reserves.
The second way to increase money, which is the main way of increasing money, which people think of, is that the Treasury says, hey, we need $1 trillion to pay the budget. This is how we get into the debt ceiling conversations. The Treasury says, hey,
spending.
Yes, government spending.
Spending and lending. This is what I kept saying to Davies, but he was like, no, it's only lending.
The Treasury says we need, the Congress passed a budget that costs $6 trillion, but they only raised $5 trillion in revenue. So we need $1 trillion, right? And so the way that the Treasury does this is that they create the $1 trillion of treasuries, and then either those are sold on the private market or the Fed can buy them. Right.
Well, they do like a three-way swap with the bank. The bank buys the Treasury and then immediately sells it to the Fed.
Well, they don't always do that. They can do that. Right? They don't always do that. Okay. So that means that the process in which the government creates more money, not through the Fed, but through the Treasury, which is the main way people are talking about, they can't just print money. They have to, the only mechanism to do this is for them to create treasuries in the first place. So when Kelton and other people say, oh, well, we don't have to issue treasuries, it's like, yeah, theoretically we don't have to, but that would require the system to be changed. They're saying it right now, like when they flippantly say we don't have to do it, it implies to me that you just don't have to do it. Like they could just decide not to do it tomorrow and they could just print money instead. But that's not true, because creating treasuries is the way in which money is created for the most part. So to me, that's not accurate for them to say that.
Well, I just don't know the level of the law. Obviously, if they wanted to do away with the Electoral College, that's going to be like a constitutional amendment, which is totally hard to do. But, other things they want to change some aspect of Obamacare. It's just got to get past the House and the Senate and be signed by the president.
That's a tall order.
Well, it's a tall order, but it's not a constitutional amendment, by God.
Well, yeah, that's a taller order, right?
But I don't know at this stage, and there's some independent, the Fed is an independent body. I don't know if it's in the Fed charter, if the Fed makes that decision and it's just the Fed could change its mind, or if it's...
But it's not the Fed. You'd have to get... Okay, so there's three ways.
It's the Treasury, yeah.
Right. So the three main ways would be either A, it's an executive branch, which would mean basically an executive regulation could change it, like a presidential order, right? Could change it.
Executive order.
Right.
Boom.
Or...
It's gone.
Right. Or it's just a law, in which case Congress would have to change it, or it's in the Constitution and require a constitutional amendment. I'm assuming, though I'm not sure here, but
Sitch,
I'm assuming it's the law.
Start Googling, man. Get busy here. I need to know this. We're going to talk to Anthony again.
Because because I'm assuming you'd have to pass a law that would basically grant the Treasury the ability to just print money on its own. Period. That's all you'd say.
This is your new CRT. Look.
I don't
It's called weaponized autism. Get busy.
Right, but so just my only point is that if it, like, say...
I have weaponized laziness. It's completely different.
Say it would require a law to change this, okay? What fucking world are the Republicans ever going to agree to anything like that?
So you think monetary mama is... That is just a bit dishonest. I mean, she's pitching it like we could do it this way, but we'd
it's
have
not
to
just
change.
her. It's
I know,
not her.
I get it.
Every single MMTer says this. And the thing is, like, well, if they're saying theoretically we could do it, that's very different than just saying, oh, well, we could just do it. Because that, to me, that implies we could do it now instantly and it would require no change. It's like, well, no, it would literally have to change the fucking law, and the Republicans would never be on board with us to do this.
Davies wasn't willing to admit that money was just legislated into existence, which I just like. He couldn't accept that, money must be spent into existence, which I just it's like,
which I
so
don't understand.
basic.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, but
It's so basic.
right. Anyway, Anonymous Coward for $5 says, what's the name of the debate tactic of asking for as much charity as possible and giving none back? Sam Seder is the living embodiment of that.
Bad faith.
We'll call it the buckets maneuver.
Oh yeah,
That's the buckets maneuver.
You fill my bucket and I leave your bucket empty.
No, it's the milkshake maneuver. Okay, he drinks your milkshake.
Oh yeah, that's another
He
good
drinks
one.
your bucket. There you go. There's your deep fake. You take the scene from the end of There Will Be Blood, and it's Sam Seder, and he says, "I drink your bucket."
Oh shit, that would be good. God, I love that movie. That movie's another amazing.
That movie is awful.
Oh, you don't like Sitch? You don't like any good movies? What are you, crazy? Have you seen
I've
the
only
movie?
seen it once.
Have you seen the movie Under the Skin?
That's the movie with what's her face?
Yeah,
where she's naked in it.
Yeah, a lot of nudity.
We've
But
talked about this
It's not really
like a
her,
million
though.
times.
Scarlett Johansson. Yeah,
Scarlett Johansson. Yeah, it's a bind-up or something. Yeah, I've not seen that movie. I'm not
you
really
gotta see
interested.
that movie.
But
You got to see The Contender too.
it could be a contender.
That's not it.
Not that movie.
It's
a
not
different
that movie. Yeah.
No.
I think that's Raging Bull that you're referencing.
Could
by
have been a
saying-
contender.
Yeah.
Is that from Raging Bull? Is that from
That's
Streetcar Named
De
Desire?
Niro. Raging Bull. De Niro. Look, I'm going to get to work on these super chats that you're obviously.
You're the
out to
one
lunch.
who's.
Are we?
You're the one. Yes, it's from Raging Bull.
Anonymous Coward? Oh, that's the one.
Anonymous Coward. Oh yeah, we're the one. Edvin Gullen for 1 month. Thanks so much. Says mega late. That is true. We were mega late. Adam was here on time.
I was like an hour early. Adam Unfriended.
Adam
my
Unfriended for
favorite super chatter for $5.
Uh-huh.
Hello, world. I identified as Ravenclaw American. S class is best class.
There you go. Is that your favorite super chatter?
Well, not anymore, obviously.
Yes.
Jeez.
So it's not Raging Bull. It's On the Waterfront. Thank you, Chad.
Oh, it is? Oh, you're right. It is on the. Damn it.
Got him.
The chat always
No
gets it.
covalent bonds for you, bitch.
I know. Jeez. I should have quit while I was ahead.
Movies are so 1990s. That's true. Movies are for boomers. Legit Low Talker. Thanks so much for being a free seeker for 5 months with the emoji of Wormy and some MMT milkers.
Nice.
Thank you.
That's actually ragamuffin, you. Look, you're saying all cats look the same, you bigot.
Bigot. I know. Too Hot to Serve. Thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Thank you. Nicholas Van Neal for 1 month says, you guys should check out the latest South Park episode. Adam would particularly like how it goes after pro-felicity and ends on a great moral message.
Really? Hold on, what is that I'm supposed to watch?
South Park.
Okay, South Park.
It's on HBO Max, I think.
Did somebody read the pro-felicity book? It sounds like it. Wow.
I watched the first episode. It's very funny. It's I don't know if you've seen us. There's episodes where Cartman has like a little Cupid version of himself. He calls Cupid me. Have you seen any of those
No.
episodes? And like in the past, he was trying to get Token, who became Tolkien, the black character, like to basically date the black female character because Cupid Cartman, who's racist, thought it would be adorable if two black people were like dating or something. So in this episode, Cupid me becomes Cupid ye.
Oh no! Really?
It's just
hilarious.
And it's just
Too
Kanye. He's like
soon.
he's making everyone anti-Semitic. It's very funny. And
That's awesome.
Cartman has to fix the problem by giving Cupid Yee his medication.
That's what Yee needs.
Yes, it was very funny. Would recommend. The Wootman for 2 months says one day you will be C-pilled. Celsius versus Fahrenheit. Next Colin stream when S-Class is the best class. A-team is all right team.
Sweet. I was gonna say maybe next Tuesday, but that A-team is all right. It was kind of weak sauce, so
Yeah, we'll see. We'll do a. When is the next Colin stream? It'll be a Tuesday
I mean,
where we don't
haven't
have
really
anyone.
scheduled one. Last one we got CT to organize, and it went like everything was great.
Yeah, it went well.
She went full executive producer on us. And It was
Yes.
awesome.
We'll have to set something up. First of all, I will never be Celsius. Celsius, listen.
Yeah, Sitch is
Listen.
too patriotic for Celsius.
No. Listen. Maybe.
I'm down with
Maybe.
Celsius.
Maybe the metric Eurocucks, have an argument when it comes to measurement of length and distance. Okay, you got everything nice in base 10, right? You just move the decimal point, makes it easy to translate, right? Okay, fair enough. I will grant you that. Celsius is dumb. Celsius is
I don't understand. How can
horrible.
you say that?
What do you mean? How can I say that? Celsius is
like
terrible.
genius.
What are you talking? You're just trying to trigger me.
What do you mean? Do you know how Celsius works? That it's like a
It's the
cubic
temperature
centimeter.
which like water boils or something.
It's like but it's a cubic centimeter of water. Like it fits in with all the distance measurements and all the. Celsius is like genius. Somebody sat down and was like, okay, let's make everything correlate.
Yeah, but that's stupid.
Like a cc is a cubic centimeter.
No, listen. I just sent you a picture. I want you're going to bring it up, and this is going to show you why Celsius is stupid.
Okay, that's
Okay.
better. It's better be.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. I mean, this picture doesn't look. It looks kind of boring, but I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up just to bore everyone to tears.
We're talking about temperature, Adam. I don't know how exciting it's going to be.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, you couldn't put any color in this?
I didn't make the picture.
Oh, okay. We got Fahrenheit versus Celsius versus Kelvin.
Okay. Kelvin obviously sucks for normal temperature. 0 degrees dead, 100 degrees dead, right? Kelvin. Okay.
Yeah, not used.
Now let's go back to top. Fahrenheit, the based unit of temperature. Okay. 0 degrees means it's really cold outside. 100 degrees means it's really hot outside. So we have this whole spectrum of 100 degrees to play with where it's very clear what it's going to feel like, right? You say, oh, it's 0 degrees. You're like, damn, that's cold, right? Go, oh, 100 degrees. Oh, yeah, damn, that's hot. Say, oh, it's 80 degrees. You're like, oh, that's pretty hot. 60 degrees. You're like, oh, that's cool, right? Like you can just pick any point of this chart and you have a pretty good indication of what the temperature is going to be like, right?
Right.
Then let's look at Celsius. 0 degrees is fairly cold outside. Not even really cold, fairly cold. Right?
Well, wait, 32 degrees Fahrenheit is when water freezes, right?
Yes.
Okay. And water boils at 212 degrees Fahrenheit.
Right.
Okay.
So 0 degrees Celsius is warmer than 0 degrees Fahrenheit.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then 100 degrees is you're dead.
Oh, well, 100 degrees is 212 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yes, it is never 100 degrees outside in the Celsius because you would just fucking die.
212 degrees. Can you imagine that? That's a
Right.
fucking scorcher.
Yes.
That's like literally
okay.
you can just set a glass of water out and it will boil.
Yes, that is like you're on the surface of Venus,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So, okay.
That's a bad day.
So this is why Fahrenheit is always superior, because when you're talking about temperature, first of all, you don't need to convert temperature into distance. That's stupid. There's no reality that's ever useful that can be able to convert temperature into distance measurements. That's pointless. Okay. The point of temperature.
But wait a second. But how far away is 100
No.
100
The point,
degrees Celsius.
the entire point of temperature and having units of measurement of temperature is so when you tell someone something, you say, this is the temperature outside, they get a good sense of what that feels like.
No, and this is, you've convinced me this is why we've hung on to Fahrenheit here. Because,
yes.
But they have reconfigured their minds in Europe. So it's like.
But no, but here's the problem.
They hear Celsius and they're like, oh, it's 7 degrees out. Oh, that's beautiful.
No, but they have to use decimals because their system is so dog shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they have to use points.
Oh,
because this is the thing. We have 0 degrees is very cold. 100 degrees is really hot.
Is like between 30 and like 50. So it's like
right,
only
exactly.
20 points.
We have under Fahrenheit, you have so much more degrees of temperature to play with.
Of course, yeah.
To dictate what it is outside than they do in Celsius. That's the first thing. And the second thing is just psychologically, Fahrenheit makes more sense. 0 is very cold, 100 is very hot. Boom. Like it's very simple. It's very simple.
Yeah, on the days when it's over 100, you're like, oh my God.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm standing under the AC today.
Right. In the days that it's 0, you're like, it's too cold. I'm like,
0? Jeez.
Well, I know in California, you don't experience that. But
I remember when I lived in New York, though, they had this huge thermometer outside the place where I was working. And one day I saw it hit 32. And I was like, God, I'm going back to California. This fucking sucks.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was there tough. You go. Fahrenheit, always better than Celsius. Okay, Celsius, terrible dog crap unit of measurement.
Well,
at least for average consumption. It probably makes sense in like science.
They use it in
realm
science.
Of science.
Yeah.
Right. It doesn't make sense for like the populace to use.
Right. You don't go into the science lab and pull out the Fahrenheit thermometer. Like that just doesn't happen.
Fair enough. Okay.
But in popular culture, it's much better. Yeah.
Right. The crappy robot for £5 says what the left accused Gamergate of being for the last 9 years is precisely what they're doing with Hogwarts Legacy. Very true. Very true.
Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to but it didn't work. I heard it made like a shitload of money.
Here in Canada, we use the range between -20 and 30C, but we don't use decimal points. Yeah, but here's the problem. Like 1 degree shift in Celsius is like 3 degrees shift in Fahrenheit. So that's what I mean. Like Fahrenheit is far more specific in trying to tell someone what the temperature, because and that's a big difference. The difference between 69 degrees and 72 degrees is pretty substantial. Like 72 degrees is like I can go outside in shorts, and 69 degrees is like maybe I need a light jacket.
It's all about the 60s and 70s. That's what you really want. You want to keep it in that zone. I mean, that's the way we do it here in California.
Right. There you go. F for weather and C for science. Yeah. That's good. Yes, higher precision. True. Do people like this the gun seizure inducing gifts?
Look, I discovered when I did this art in the last stream, I was like, I could just put this in a folder, and then I got I can just turn them all off at once.
Right.
Like when you make a zinger point, when FD comes on, you make a zinger, I'm going to be like, bing, look at that.
Okay, wait a minute. Someone in the chat just said no one can feel 1 degree difference in Fahrenheit. You, sir, must be European. Okay. How the fuck do European thermostats work? Is it in Celsius too? That explains a lot. Because if I go to my thermostat and I change it 1 degree colder or hotter, I feel the difference. Do you not? Do you know exactly what I'm talking about?
What do you say?
1 degree difference is massive.
I'm just curious. What do you set your thermi at?
74.
Okay. 74.
Yeah.
Wow.
What do you set yours at?
Like 80.
What the fuck?
No.
You're like dying of like heat.
74 is pretty good.
Yeah. And at night, I change it. I make it one lower. One
Really?
Yeah, when you go to sleep. It helps you sleep.
Oh, just turn it off altogether.
Yeah. You can 100%. And that's what I'm saying. If it's 75 or 73 or 72, you can feel the difference. You can 100% feel the difference. Okay.
Do you use, is it all electricity there, or do you have natural gas? Did we talk about that?
Some people have natural gas. I don't have natural gas.
Because in California, man, everyone is just getting smoked by the natural gas prices. Like our natural gas bill was like 3 times what it normally is. It's just like crazy.
I don't have natural. Some people have natural gas. I actually wish I had natural gas.
Well, not now, not right now, because it's super expensive.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because if you have natural gas already, you can build a permanent generator in case your power goes out during a storm, or you can buy a permanent generator that's attached to that to power your house or parts of your house.
Right.
Or if you don't have natural gas, you either have to build one of those things, which is a big fucking hassle, or you'd have to fucking hand pour gas into it, which during a storm, you're not going to get gas, like, obviously. And you don't want to have like a bunch of gas cans in your fucking house because it's dangerous. So.
Oh, that's dangerous. Maybe I should take those out.
Just storing a bunch of like gas in your house? I mean.
Oh, yeah. You're probably right. That's a bad idea. Damn it.
Anyway. But no, I don't have a natural gas. Some people do. Royal Raptor for $5 says, "Hey guys, I'm making a video and want to do a small bit featuring Adam's Law. Can I get a clear definition of it? Thanks, guys. Love the show." What is Adam's Law? I don't even know.
Yeah, what is it? What's Adam's Law? Damn it. Why is this not working? Jeez. Okay. Adam's Law is 99%
Stop.
What?
Stop stealing my law.
No, that's my law.
What's your law?
99% of political talking points are straw man or arguments of the other side. That's it.
Right. That's Adam's Law.
Yeah. Look, I know my own law. Okay. Jeez. What's Sitch and Adam's Law?
Sitch's law is the majority of arguments are arguments about definitions. You just don't realize it.
No, that's Sitch's law.
Yeah.
But
And then
we have
Sitch and Adam's
a joint law.
The joint law is that the majority of political, the number one political tactic is for one side to take the crazies of the other side and paint the whole side or movement with a broad brush.
Yeah. We need to work on that one.
We need to find a better way of saying it.
Yeah.
But those are the 3 laws.
The 3 laws of Sitch and Adam. Look at that. I think Adam's law is the best. I think everyone else agrees too.
Sitch's law is obviously the best.
Adam's law, women can't drive. Well, that's Adam's second law. Okay. 0 fucks.
Why do you have Bobert making like a gopher face next to Anna going, ah?
Well, this is the Anna going, ah thing. I just clipped it down to, I clipped Bobert out of it, but I just realized it's funnier with Bobert. Like, she's like, oh my God, a woman in Congress.
Yes.
Anna Kasparian so wishes she was a congressperson.
True. Very original for 5 Canadian says, "Your last stream was awesome. Damn, those commies were slippery. Where was Adam's elephant? Did it die? Get rampaging already. A-Team reigns supreme." Listen.
There was some rampaging, and we even clipped it out for you guys. Come on.
There was some rampaging, but Adam did good. Don't incentivize Adam to be.
See, that's the thing they do. They're like,
I know.
Adam,
it's bad.
Listen, why you always got to be good faith?
I know, it's terrible. Don't listen. Adam did great in that conversation. Okay, don't incentivize bad behavior.
Yes. Well, I'm getting better. I mean, that's the whole idea behind doing it. So,
True.
you get a little better. I thought, Sitch and I both did good in that debate. So
We did, yeah.
Yeah. We're a good team. I love when I did the groomer thing, you were like, wait. Why'd you get upset? Why are you so upset? Why are you so mad? Why are you so triggered?
Yes.
They couldn't
That was
even
perfect.
answer straight.
I know.
They didn't even know. Oh God, that was hilarious.
Cameraman 502, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. J-Mac, our surrogate father. Thank you, J-Mac, for $20. I missed one. Says, my best friend got screamed at by some chick on the BART.
Oh no.
What is BART?
BART is Bay Area Rapid Transit. Look, Sitch, how come I know all this? Look, I'm the smart one on the show. I know all this stuff.
Well, that's in California, I assume. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what your BARTs are.
I guess
So it's
you're
like
right.
the train.
Yeah, it's like it's not underground, but it's kind of like, I guess there are some that are underground, but it's like the subway.
Gotcha.
Rapid, yeah.
My best friend got screamed at by some chick on the BART because he got up to give her his seat. Do you think that act is patronizing or is it chivalrous?
Oh, that's so sad.
Wow, what a
I
bitch.
would have just sat down and gone, fine, bitch, I'll sit.
I'm like, all right, ho. What a
Screamed
bitch. What a bad person. Yeah, that's not patronizing at all. I think that's completely polite and a nice and kind thing to do. And the person who thinks it's patronizing is completely, it has their own issues to work out, essentially, right? And people don't just do it for women; they do it for children, they do it for old people, they do it for lots of people.
Yeah.
So, tell them to fuck off. Purple Brain for 5 months says, look up David Reich, expert on ancient DNA and migration. Many accounts of male genetic profiles of invading tribes completely replacing local males. Well, there you go.
Which is a perfect example of the men choosing.
Right, but again...
Purple Brain. Damn right.
Again, if we're talking about, like, evolution, right? What was the main reproductive strategy? Was it to go invade and rape all the women in the neighboring tribe? Or was it to select mates from within your own tribe? Peacefully.
It's to go and take the women from the other tribe.
I don't think
obviously.
that's the case.
No, I think 90% of tribal warfare was based on stealing wives.
I do not think that was the case.
Look, literally...
We'll have to look into the evidence.
Literally, the book I read on Genghis Khan. Is it... Hold on. Is it Genghis Khan? Maybe it's...
Well, if you want to be super technical, it's Genghis, but that sounds weird.
It is Genghis Khan, yeah. So Genghis Khan was just a dude that got his wife stolen by the fucking neighboring tribe. And he goes like, this is fucking messed up. He got some dudes together to go get his wife back.
Okay, we're not
And they're like,
talking about... Okay, we're talking about ancient pre-agricultural societies.
Oh,
You keep
okay.
bringing up Genghis Khan.
I know.
Stop it.
Sitch, I keep forgetting.
Stop.
Look, it's so funny.
Yes.
How there's some shit that like I can't remember for the life of me.
Yes.
And there's some shit that you just can't remember for the life of you. I'm like, why?
Yes.
I mean, it's so simple. Why can't you
Right.
remember that? It's just the
I
way
get
it
tripped
is.
up on names a lot.
It
Okay.
is Genghis Khan, yeah. Genghis Khan and the making of the modern world. I listened to some of this when I was doing Thursday streams on my channel. And
I
there's
know it's Genghis. That's not okay.
Well, no, wait a second. There's one chapter that is...
I didn't realize that's what you were going off about. I thought you were going off on the whole. You keep bringing up fucking Genghis/Jenghis. Okay, I get it. I knew it. I just think it sounds stupid. I was intentionally saying Genghis. Okay.
It really is Genghis Khan. But
It is Genghis. I know. I watched that Marco Polo show and I was like, why are they saying Genghis? Like, oh, that's the real way you're supposed to say it. Okay. Sounds weird to me. I'm going to keep saying Genghis. So I understand that. I understand.
Right.
I'm just saying you can't use Genghis Khan as a model for the average reproductive strategy for fucking humanity in a pre-agricultural lens or society. Okay.
Well, I'm
Stop
just
bringing it up.
Most of the stuff comes from some ancient scroll of the Mongol history or whatever, but
right.
Evidently neighboring tribes jacking each other's wives was like a regular occurrence. Like, you got to bolt your wife down, otherwise somebody's going to come along and take her. Yeah. That's not the women choosing. That's like the women being stolen
I don't know
and
how many
shuttled
times I'm going to
around.
repeat myself, but okay.
I know,
Well,
it's
listen,
not a big
I'll
deal.
look.
But
I'll look into it. If someone has some information about this, I'll look into it. I'll look into David Reich here, see what it says.
well, I'm just saying, like,
Because when I looked up because again, when I looked up the physical, all the anthropological physical data for humans says that humans were not biologically built for what you're suggesting.
stealing
we went
women?
over this.
What are you talking
Yes,
about?
we
Mate
went
poaching.
We went over this in the Vosh polygamy conversation. Because when they compare us to primates that do that, what you're saying regularly, they're very different in terms of how their bodies are built. The males are much bigger than the females. They have much larger testicles. Blah, 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 blah.
Uh-huh.
We went through all this.
The more monogamous a society is, the smaller the testes, I think, is the thing, is the rule of thumb.
Voss says there's a tradition in Mongolia of wife abduction. His mother was adopted.
Yes.
Was abducted, sorry.
Well, hold on. I just want to get this straight. So from like Lucy to us sitting here today, all of that human history, how much of that was women deciding and how much of that was men deciding?
Yes.
What are you saying?
I think women were deciding more.
Nine. You're saying women decided predominantly until agriculture, and then men just started deciding.
And then it became like the parents. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, Genghis Khan wasn't even an agricultural society, so.
But he was. Wait.
It was a nomadic
That's not true. What are you
society.
talking about? Of course it was. They farmed.
Bullshit. All they did was steal from other people who farm. Nomadic.
Well, okay. First of all, that doesn't matter.
You're like, someone was farming.
Someone was fucking No, but once you start farming, it changes the way in which resources will be distributed and held by human beings, right? Versus hunting a hunter-gatherer, and changes the makeup of society.
I completely disagree.
Well, here's the question: when they find, there's been hunter-gatherer societies, even in this, in this era or like in the last 100 years, I don't remember hearing about any of those societies, being like, them stealing wives or any of that shit.
I wonder who decides in chimps.
I think the male chimp does.
Because it's like mostly rape, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just.
Anyways. Christian Baller for $10 says, Adam.
Rapists. Oh my God. It just populated itself.
There you go.
Yeah. No. Males regularly rape, beat, kill, and sometimes even drink the blood of their own kind.
Wait, what?
I just typed "are chimps rapists?" Just curious what Google would say.
Mark Twain's Revenge. Thank you so much. Mark Twain's Revenge for $100. Thank you.
Yeah.
Says, didn't hop on the stream until now, but glad to hop on late to hear the discussion on the wife abduction strategy.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Thanks for the nice fat super chat. Yeah.
Right.
That'll go a long way towards avoiding our wife abduction schemes.
Yes. Thank you. Anyway, Christian Baller for $10 says, Adam, when you scoff at the idea of voting test by saying, quote, who designed the test, how is it any different than levying that against voting as a whole by saying, but who would count the votes?
Well, I mean, I think we can devise a way to count the votes that people will come to the conclusion that, this is a fair system. People will agree that this is a fair system faster than you could with designing the test. I think designing the test is just like, if you had Republicans and Democrats, basically had to sign off on the test, I mean, it would be that would never happen. Like, do you agree, Sitch? It would be like an infinite back and forth on what the test questions are.
Well, that is true.
Yeah.
I think that's a practical problem. I think there's a more ideological consideration, which is that when you say who counts the votes, like obviously what you're saying is there could be corruption within the system, but at least as the goal, the idea with the counting of votes is that that's supposed to be a completely neutral process, right?
Yeah.
When we're talking about designing a test for voting, it's not supposed to be a neutral process. It's supposed to be a gatekeeping mechanism.
Right.
And so then you have to argue about, well, like even if you
what
say
makes an informed voter?
Right.
Well, of course, they think human life begins at conception. That's right. What makes an informed voter.
Well, think about it this way. It's like, so if you say, if I believe it's like, oh, the higher level of education you have, the more likely it is that you vote Democrat, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so should they be asking questions that you'd have to, graduate from college to know, or that people on average would be more likely to know if they graduate from college?
Yeah.
To say, well, listen, we're just checking to see if you're smart.
Yeah. We're just checking to see if you're likely to vote Democrat.
Right. And that's the problem, is that both parties would try to frame the test in a way to help their voters but hurt the other people's voters. So.
And that's why it would be hard to just devise a test that both parties would sign off on.
Which is so. But again, obviously you don't agree with that for completely other reasons, which is that you think voting is a poll. So you want to have as many people as possible. But that's another issue.
Yeah. Most people don't conceptualize voting completely differently than me. So.
Right.
But that's cool.
Lord Tennyson's pipe for 3 months. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Says if the woman said no, then the answer is obviously no. But the woman's not going to say no. She would never say no because of the implication. TM. Well, it's not. Well, I mean, it's not that the woman would never say no. Women say no. The problem is that when you get in situations where the woman is not saying no, which was kind of the Aziz Ansari problem situation, was that she didn't say no until much later in their.
Yeah. She said no after she got home in the Uber.
She said no after she'd already gone down on him once.
Oh man, that's so sad.
Yeah. So.
Ouch.
And then I think she went down on him again. The whole thing's fucked up. But.
Oh my goodness.
Liam S. for 7 months says, if a woman can gain status by denying sexual offers, then my wife must be one of the highest status women on the planet.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
No, Liam, no.
I know, that's so bad.
Sucks.
Damn.
God, women, right?
Yeah.
Put some Spanish fly in her.
Will that work?
Jesse Carrillo for $5 says, what is your opinion in legalizing sex work in the U.S.? Pros/cons.
That's a tough one. I mean, sex work is legal in certain states in the United States, so obviously.
Right.
It's not I guess it's not a federal law, it's just most states outlaw it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know enough to have a strong opinion on sex work.
Right.
I mean, my gut intuition is just people should be allowed to, sell their wares.
Sell their wares.
If they see fit. The thing that would, obviously you don't want people being coerced into that Andrew Tate style.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing to be aware of. But I did see one of these talks on YouTube with a sex researcher who said, it's a common misconception that most people who work in porn are, from a broken home or sexually abused as children or whatever.
But porn is very different from being a prostitute.
Yeah, maybe it's different. Yeah. I would have to go back and see what, but because I do think she talked about sex work, but
right.
Yeah. I think she said that misconception was obviously a misconception and that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I have a similar opinion, which is that I don't know enough about it. I'd want to see
societal
research on places that what happens when prostitution is legal and what happens when prostitution is illegal.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm curious as the answer to that question. Because my intuition is yours as well. You say, well, wait a minute, why can't consenting adults do this?
Look, you got money, she's got time.
There you go.
Make a deal.
And I would assume, I could be wrong, but I would assume that would cut down on more of the coercive elements of prostitution. Because the reason that part of the reason that women have pimps and sort of the more coercive elements is that
it's illegal and they need
it's
protection.
illegal. So if they have a problem, they can't go to the legal system or the place to solve that problem.
Yep.
So they have to literally go to a pimp or the mob or some other external force, essentially.
Yeah.
And that's why these, alternative policing systems basically are created in the first place.
I'll be right back.
All right. So I would predict, I could be wrong, but I would guess that if sex work was legal, coercion around it would decrease, not increase. But I'm not 100% sure. And I'm not 100% sure what other societal effects it would have. So I'd really want to see some research, on that before I come to a strong conclusion. Though that question is not going to matter in 20 years from now, 10, 20 years from now. Because as I said, we're all going to have the robot sex waifus in 10, 20 years. So that's going to make prostitution, that's going to be interesting. That's going to completely, oh my God. Everyone's listen, I figured it out, guys. Everyone's complaining about automation taking people's jobs. How many women are going to lose their jobs when the robot waifu comes out? Oh my God. OnlyFans will die. OnlyFans will completely die. Once you have the robot waifu, who's paying for OnlyFans? Nobody. Nobody's paying for OnlyFans at that point. Who's paying for prostitution? Nobody.
I mean, it might be an expensive alternative because the robot waifu is going to be like 20 grand or something.
Yeah, at first, but they'll it'll get cheaper pretty quickly. And believe me, guys will save up for
the 20 grand.
They'll save up for that.
Guys are like, 20 grand, Adam, that's cheap. I'll take 3.
Here, this is gonna be your future headline 10 years from now. Man takes out second mortgage on home to buy sex robot.
Oh yeah.
And then there's gonna
second
be
mortgage, just sell the home.
There's gonna be some story.
Move into a motel.
Here it is. Here's your visual shot. This is going to be on some local news channel. There's going to be some guy who's going to not be able to make his payments on his house because he took out a second mortgage
on his robot waifu.
For his robot waifu. And there's going to be that visual shot of him either in his car or with a shopping cart full of his shit, and there's the sex robot in the car.
Yeah.
And that's going to be plastered everywhere on the news.
We should
There's
remake.
your headline.
Have you seen the movie Repo Man?
Yeah, that movie sucks.
We should remake that movie with robot waifus where they
There you go.
They repo the waifu.
That doesn't really have the same effect as taking your organs out of your body, but
Oh, I meant Repo Man where they repo the cars.
Oh,
the original Repo
I
Man.
never saw that. You're talking about the one with
Emilio
Estevez? Yeah,
Yeah.
I never saw that one. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, you're just a terrible movie person.
Excuse me. I said I never saw it. Jeez. It's an old movie.
Are we
For
going to do a
boomers.
video on Ant-Man?
Maybe. Is it worth doing a video on? I'll have to go watch it.
I mean, it's pretty bad.
Okay,
I'm like,
I'll go watch it.
Oh my God, it's fucking.
I'll go watch it on Wednesday.
It's terrible.
JD Bachamp for $2 says, what body count is too high for a man and a woman?
Well, I'm thinking
Obviously-
for a man, it's like maybe 1,000.
Yeah.
And for a woman, it's like 2.
Wow, I completely disagree with you. I completely disagree with you. I think for
Look,
a woman,
I'm being hyperbolic here.
I
Obviously.
think I think you're wrong. I think for a woman, it's any number above 0. And for a man, there's no limit.
It's infinity.
For a man, it's infinity.
Sitch is like 2. Gross.
Yeah, 0. What the hell's wrong with you? Yeah, obviously. Come on.
Oh my God.
Listen, the woman shouldn't even have sex with her own husband. That's how chaste you should. That's how pure and chaste you should be. Okay,
That's hilarious.
You only should be having
Oh,
children
man.
through in vitro. Okay, no actual sex should happen in the relationship.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
There you go.
Okay. Good luck out there, guys. for Team Zero.
Right.
You go get them. Go get them, boys.
Yep. Mez for £2 says, "I catch you live for once and you're all drunk, shaking my head."
What? I've not had a drop to drink. Look,
Well, see,
I've also discovered. Look, I would go to the studio on Saturdays and work on the comic and smoke a bunch of weed with Owen. And Sundays, oh God, it's like painful to talk. So now I don't even get to smoke weed on Saturday. That's how sober I am.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
How much are you smoking? Jeez.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't smoke. Look, the weed that they have now is just, I mean, it's insane. So you don't need
Is it a vape or is it
No, I just smoke. Just smoke, yeah. Little pipe, just
Why don't you get a
old
vape?
school.
That doesn't burn your throat really at all.
I'm gonna do edibles from now on, so I can.
I take a hit every time we stream, before we stream.
Yeah, but you smoke like the
Baby stuff.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't even have THC in it.
No, it does have THC, but it has an equal amount of CBD. So they
really, you get blazed before streams?
No,
Wow.
see, it doesn't. So if what I do before the stream, the one that I smoke, I literally take one hit. Okay, take one hit. It's 1-to-1 ratio of CBD to THC, and so they kind of counteract each other. So you don't really get high.
One hitter. What a pussy.
Well, I'm trying not to get high. I'm not going to get blazed for the stream. That's the whole point.
I get wasted, man.
Okay.
No. Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, not on the stream. This is like the day before the stream.
But no, for Mez, I'm assuming what happened is, so it's funny because like when you listen to someone, but like a lot of people that listen to this who don't listen to it live, they have it sped up.
Yeah.
So they're used to hearing us at like 1.5, 2
Oh,
speed.
that's why the drunk comment. I get
Right.
it.
And then you
Okay.
hear us normal, you're like, oh my God.
Yeah. No, I've experienced that many, many times. Yeah.
Right.
Sometimes I cheat on EFAP. Don't tell them.
Yep.
I let
It's legal in
like,
Florida if you have a medical marijuana card, which I do. Which is it's the biggest joke in the world to get. Okay. Like you literally go to some fucking place in a strip mall somewhere and there's like a doctor in like massive finger quotes. It's like just a random guy in like, I'm sure he has some kind of medical license. And he's in a little doctor coat and he's like, "What's your problem?" And you're like, "I have back pain. I have anxiety." Like you just tell him like some bullshit. And he says, "Okay." And then they say, "Here, get a recommendation from our doctor in like Costa Rica or the Virgin Islands." And then someone from the Virgin Islands fucking calls you on your cell phone.
No
and they
way.
Say, this was my experience. And
holy
then they
shit.
say, "So why do you want medical marijuana?" And you say, "Oh, I have XYZ problems." And they say, "Okay." And then you hang up the phone. And then they say, "Well, we just got an email from our doctor, from your recommendation doctor, and everything's checked out. So here you go. Here's your medical marijuana." It's like a total joke.
Yeah.
It should just be legal in Florida. It's so ridiculous.
We went through that in California. Like now it's completely legal. You don't need a
Right.
prescription or anything. But I had my prescription for like 3 or 4 years before. But the first time was in Venice Beach, same situation. Doctor, cutoffs. Like I don't even think he was wearing shoes. And I mean I told him, he's like, why do you need a license? And I'm like, it's fun to smoke weed.
He's like, "What are you, an idiot?" Like
he basically did that to him. And I'm like, dude, you're not even wearing any shoes. Like, what the fuck?
He's got to write something on the paper that.
I know. He's like, how about migraines? I'm like, okay, that sounds good.
There you go.
I actually do get migraines. So I was like, oh yeah, that fits.
There you go.
That's actually true.
Right.
I can't imagine, like when I get migraines, they're so bad. I can't imagine smoking weed for them. Like, I feel like it would make it 10 times worse.
Maybe if you got the one that chills you out, it'd make it better.
Yeah.
Instead of the one that amps you up.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Because that amp you up one would probably be fucking horrible. But...
Terrible. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, you live in
Anyway.
Dubai? Yeah, there's no weed in Dubai.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that sucks. Oh man, it's awful. I heard that was it in Dubai? Someone said that they like you have to in order to use like Discord or any sort of voice chat communication, you have to do it through a VPN because it's like illegal otherwise.
What?
And I was like, what the fuck? Was that in Dubai? Or was it in one of these? I think it was Dubai, yeah. I was like, that's crazy. Gracefully Insane for $5. Thank you so much. Says
Gracefully Insane. That's
Gracefully
a great hacker name.
Yeah. Says in the past, men and women's families would help ensure the woman was able to choose. It wasn't all caveman woman snatching. Well, there you go.
Yeah, no, I think there was a mix of deciding and, you know, wife larceny.
Okay. Yeah, Don Kidda says yes for WhatsApp and Discord. Yeah, that's crazy. That is so bizarre. Listen, America is just a not free country, right? Our government is so authoritarian.
Yeah, so bad here. You can just do whatever you want, basically.
Thank you, Sus Among Us. Sus Among It says celebrate the first super chat from Sus Among Us, but I don't actually see the super chat. I just see the celebrate the first one.
What do you mean? It says first time I've ever super chatted. Sam should give Splatoon a try. You don't see
that one. That was from Sus Among Us?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I read that one.
Yeah, we
I
did.
don't know why it's not showing up for me anymore.
It says that's where Sus Among Us outs me for throwing away CDs.
Right.
CD cases.
Right.
Which I
Well,
actually
thank you,
think is
Sus
a
Among Us.
Chad move, but
Blatantly Satan, thank you so much for the very first super chat. Thank you for $5.
these are such great names.
Blatantly Satan. That's right. I like that. That's a great name.
Yeah.
Sitch and Adam, unrelated to the video, but you guys should check out Patience Xena. Her video on Noah Samson is great.
Okay, yeah, I'll check that out. Well, we like to hate on Noah Samson.
I'll add it to the queue.
Every once in a while, he's live streaming.
Also, S class is best class.
Oh, I was hoping you'd forget about that part, but
I was just waiting to interrupt you.
it is funny, huh?
It's great.
No, we like to hate on Noah Samson. He live streams and I duck in for a little light trolling in the chat sometimes when he's live streaming.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, Noah, why are you such a cuck? No, I don't say that. Come on.
This is why I
wanna
don't
get banned.
trust allies. Oh, I watched part of this video, but I never finished it.
Must be boring.
Well, no, I'll give it another shot. Mike Cole, thanks so much for being a Fruit for 10 months. Says the Gators got Sitch. They did. They did. Miranda Sinestra weebs among simping. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you so much.
Like I saw Mr. Ubercross do that too.
Andrew Clark, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 8 months, even though you're despicable.
Who? What? Why?
He's the one that made the A-Team clip.
Oh, Andrew Clark? Yeah, of course.
Says, working on a video, quote, the fandom initiative is systemically dishonest.
Oh.
What do you think? I've got tons of clips already looking for more. That's a great video. Yeah.
Amazing, yeah.
Amazing. I don't have any recommendations because I tried to watch his content and it made me want to die.
There's a clip going around now of him talking about how
that's the clip.
Trans people should, or trans women,
Mhm.
even if they're rapists of women, should be allowed in women's prison because rape happens in prisons anyway. So, you know, whatever. It's like, what?
Yeah, that's on Adam's timeline if you didn't see
Yeah.
it. I retweeted it. It was pretty wild clip. Yeah.
That's just, I mean, to me, you're brain dead at that point. It's just like, what?
Mhm.
You're completely being driven by the ideology and not really even thinking of the That's what drives me crazy about the trans stuff, is because you're literally saying, okay, women, give up your rights.
Right.
Maybe not.
JD Bichamp for $2 says, I don't have a condom, but I do have fast reflexes.
The pullout king. Sounds like
Listen.
we got ourselves a pullout king here.
Listen, I don't care how fast your reflexes are. You're not fast enough to dodge AIDS, okay, or chlamydia, or mono, or any other disease you're gonna get.
Why don't the ladies just use that one? Why don't they say, that if they can't say they're not on the pill, they could just say, listen, I don't want to get AIDS.
Because it's perceived as an insult.
Oh yeah,
that's why.
Yeah, I guess you're accusing the guy.
I've had that conversation with girls where I'm like, "Oh, I want to use protection." They're like, "Oh, I trust you," and I'm like, "Do I trust you?"
Oh my god, that's.
I'm like, I don't know if I trust you though.
That's embarrassing.
I'm like, "Oh, okay." You're like, I don't know about this.
Yeah, exactly. They're like,
listen, I'm gonna go to CVS for some completely unrelated reason. I really need some iced tea before I get down. You know what I'm saying? I'll be right back. You want anything?
She's like, I trust you to get me pregnant.
Yeah. They're like, listen, my breasts are funky. I need to get some mouthwash. I'll be at CVS. I'll be right back. Okay. That's the only reason I'm going. No other reason.
Oh my God. Sitch is so scared.
Yeah. No, man. Listen, one night of sex.
Women are
one
terrifying
night of sex
these days.
Is not good. Is not worth a lifetime of like an STD.
A lifetime of regret.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it depends.
No, it doesn't. No sex is worth it. Okay, no sex is that good.
What about herpes?
Oh God.
Look, herpes can't be that bad.
There you go. There you go. If Magic Johnson could do it. He's Magic Johnson. He literally has magic, okay?
He's got a Magic Johnson. Of course.
Exactly. Of course, Magic Johnson.
I know. How magic was that Johnson when you got AIDS, buddy?
That's the simulation winking at you, okay? Of course Magic Johnson is able to survive. Talon Lloyd, thank you so much for joining us. The Free Will Seekers, Talon.
Yes. Welcome.
Welcome. JD Bichamp for $10 says, I think rape was always taken seriously, but the definition of rape has certainly changed. Rape once meant unwanted sex outside the bounds of marriage. This is no longer the case in the modern day. Yeah, see, that's where I think the conflation is going. They're conflating because, yes, that was a definition, but obviously it's been expanded for good reason to include marital rape, but they somehow translate that into like being a property crime, which it was never in America a property crime. That's just not true.
Yeah.
CT for 2 Canadians says, Sitch only wants one thing: to beat Harker in fibbage. That's true. She's very listen. It's not my fault. Harker cheats at fibbage. She Googles all the answers.
So. Oh yeah.
It's not fair. She's a cheater.
If a girl cheats at fibbage, next thing you know.
What else does she cheat at?
Yeah, exactly.
Joe the Meg for $10 says, Nietzsche gets the framework of Christianity wrong. Weakness isn't celebrated. Items like the Beatitudes, blessed are the meek, they will inherit the earth, represent humility before God. Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I'm assuming Nietzsche would say that humility before God is the weakness he's talking about.
Yeah.
That's what he would say.
Yeah. That's what was my take. I've never read Nietzsche. I've only read Hicks talking about Nietzsche. So
right. JD Bichamp for another $5. Thank you, JD, for all the money today. Says, anyone can call themselves a Christian, Catholic, or Muslim, but that doesn't mean they actually follow the doctrine. Actions mean more than words.
True.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Takes. I don't.
CT is snitching on me to Harker.
Oh no! What?
He's posting to Harker. Sitch said you cheated.
Are you getting in trouble?
CT said it sounds like I'm coping. Listen, no one is that good at fibbage. Okay, You know I'm right.
Oh, wait a second here. She's
I'm
just
right.
good, and you were accusing her of cheating.
No one is that good
what
at
a
fibbage.
meanie.
Okay.
What a
If you don't know,
meanie.
fibbage is a Jackbox game where they give you some crazy news story like in 1999 this school in Missouri was well known for like this weird ceremony, and it'll be like a blank, and then you have to write in something that's like really like sounds crazy but could be true, and you try to get other people to vote on your answer that's not true, and you get points that way. But you also get points if you can correctly guess the correct answer. That's one of the choices. But it's always something like totally fucking insane. So it'll be like, in 1999, some school had like a gator milking contest or something, right? And you're like, who would ever possibly know this? The answer to like these weird questions.
I feel like I would be amazing at this game.
You should play with us. I'm just saying somehow Parker always knows the answer. I'm just saying it's a little sus. It's a little sus. And utter nonsense does it too sometimes. I feel like utter nonsense is also Googling answers. He's a Googler.
Answers.
He's a Googler. He's a Googler. Listen, she says she's played it a lot, so she knows all the answers, but I don't trust it.
Okay.
I don't trust that.
That can be true, though.
I think she's just cheating.
We have a game like that has a bunch of questions on cards. And you kind of figure them out over time. You're like, oh, I've had this card before.
Sure. Well, we'll find out. Listen, when Fibbage 4 comes out, we'll play it immediately to see. She knows all the answers then. I'll be like, oh, okay. No excuses this time. JD Bachant for $5 says, anyone... Oh, everyone. Grendel Vivat for $5 says, also Adolf Hitler's youth program pamphlet called Christianity, Judaism in Disguise.
What? Really?
I think we all know where that was.
Oh, wow.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
Is that a joke or is that true? I don't know.
I assume it's true. I mean, that would make sense. That would be in line with kind of my understanding of the Nazi ideology. Silence You Idiot for $5 says, hey, Adam, how do you feel about Ron Paul? I'm surprised to see he's out and about in my Twitter timeline on the hashtag Rage Against War. I enjoyed the guy.
Yeah, I don't really know much about Ron Paul. I know that he's for the gold standard, which I'm not in favor of. So, but as far as libertarian values and, expanding freedom, individual freedom, I'm in favor of that all the way. Hell yeah.
There you go. The Most Dope, thanks so much for being free here for 5 months, says, Adam, Mean Girls have a dumb girl character too. Back in that time frame, I think there were plenty of dumb ditzy girl tropes.
Right. The
That's
movie
true.
Mean Girls, I feel like,
Yeah.
that's a good, definitely there was some dumb girls on that.
I think as long as there was a girl who was like capable and smart, it was acceptable to have a ditzy girl.
Right.
So like same thing like in Buffy, Cordelia was like the ditzy, airhead character.
I think it would
At
be
first.
funny if just like for 1 year
Mhm.
in every movie, all the female characters were total idiots. And just be like, see if anyone notices. What do you think?
That
Just
would
like
be an interesting.
Every single
interesting-
character. It's like the female Homer Simpson. Every single character.
It's actually weird now I think about it. Friends actually was very strange because Friends had Phoebe,
Mm-hmm.
but
Oh,
she
yeah,
wasn't
Phoebe
like
was a dummy.
yeah, but she wasn't like your typical ditzy character. She was like a weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
She was kind of like the Kramer of the group, and it's that role is very rarely thrust upon a female character, which is kind
Right.
of fascinating that it wasn't Friends.
Yeah.
So that's kind of interesting. Did I read that one? I did. Mike Hiller, thanks so much for being a fruit singer for 5 months. Says, I wonder if Jordan Peterson is referring to 1,000 years ago when raping and pillaging was about property and not anything sexual. Yeah, that's why I feel like he was off base because that's kind of what it sounded like it was possibly referencing to. But Spencer Harmon, thanks so much for 5 gifted memberships.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks, Spencer.
Zenman for 6 months. Thank you, Zenman. Says the rule of thumb was a thing in America, but the rule of thumb is that an adult man thumb is about an inch. The other was just feminist propaganda. Well, there you go. There you go. Well, the feminist propaganda version was the myth. Yes. So there. Joey was the dumb one. Joey was also a dumb one. Joey was like the hot dumb one. So.
Right.
Yeah, I guess you're right. She was more weird than dumb. That's why, like, it's kind of like she was the Kramer. She was just kind of like the weirdo. So, JD Bachant for $5 says, I would encourage you guys to read Exodus 22, 16, 17 and Exodus 22, 22 to 24, which gives details on the consequences of mistreating women. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
What do the Jews say about it?
Love the stream. Thanks.
Thank you.
JD. Yeah.
Uh-oh. So the lines before it talk about borrowing an animal, so it's not a good line to lead into talking about
shit.
I like this. This is from Exodus 14.
Okay.
If anyone borrows an animal from their neighbor and it is injured or dies while the owner is not present, they must make restitution.
Well,
just like your woman. No, I'm just kidding. But if the owner is with the animal, the borrower will not have to pay. If the animal was hired, the money paid for the hire covers the loss.
Wow. Holy cow. You don't even get your holy cow back.
Exodus 6. I like how so much of like the Old Testament is just like boring legal garbage. Exodus 16. If a man seduces a virgin who is not pledged to be married and sleeps with her, he must pay the bride price, and she shall be his wife.
Okay.
If her father absolutely refuses to give her to him, he must still pay the bride price for virgins.
Oh, wow. So he has to pay and the father keeps her.
No, that does, at least the translation I'm looking at, I don't know what, there's always an issue. It says seduce, so that would not imply rape, right? That'd be like, you sleep with a woman who is pledged to marry another one, but she's on board with it.
Yeah.
Presumably.
That's part of the seduction, right?
Exodus 18. Do not allow a sorceress to live. Well.
Don't allow a sorceress to live?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty intense to go from sleeping with a woman to don't allow the sorceress to live.
Is sorceress is like a woman, right? A sorcerer would be a man.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming they just mean anyone that uses magic. I don't think they mean like wizards. I don't think they mean like sorcerers get the are acceptable.
No, a male sorcerer is allowed to live, obviously.
Right.
But
the sorceress is not allowed to live. Yeah. I'm assuming it's gender neutral there. Exodus 19. Anyone who has sexual relations with an animal is to be put to death.
Okay, that's a good one. I like that.
But
wait, humans are animals.
Oh, look at you, smart Alec. Look at you, smart Alec. God is like not entertained by this.
Okay. Sorry, God.
Yeah.
That was just a little funny.
Anyone who sacrifices to any god other than the Lord must be destroyed.
Well, hold on. Is that 22:22?
22:20.
Okay.
I'm going in order. 22:21. Do not mistreat or oppress a foreigner, for you were foreigners in Egypt. Well, that's nice. Look at that.
Carl.
Exodus 22:22 says, do not take advantage of the widow or the fatherless. Well, there you go.
Oh, okay.
Do not take advantage.
That's good.
If you do and they cry out, I will certainly hear their cry. My anger will be aroused, and I will kill you with the sword. Your wives will become widows and your children fatherless. Well, there you go.
Well, those are some words to live by.
Yeah. Don't mistreat your woman.
Yeah. Treat her good.
If you lend money to one of my people, I assume he means fellow Jews, among you who is needy, do not treat it like a business deal. Charge no interest.
Wow.
There you go.
Look at that.
Only charge the the Goyim interest, everybody.
You should go to the Chase Manhattan and pull that Bible out. Say, listen.
Are there any Jews in the house? I need to take a loan.
I'd like to speak to the Jewish banker, please.
Look at all the names. Who's got the Jewish sounding name? It's like, actually, I'm just German. Fuck.
Oh, that's hilarious.
You know, it was actually crazy. I was trying to watch the Proud Family cartoon to see if it was worth.
Oh no!
See if I could construct a video from it. I'm not sure I can.
Right.
But it's super weird because it vacillates from being like insanely woke. Like it feels very bipolar. It vacillates from being incredibly fucking like maximum woke to making fun of woke. As if there's like more than like maybe there's more than one writer working on the show.
Like they're fighting in the pages? Like
yes.
The woke and the anti-woke writers are like duking it out?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Because like there's an episode where the father is trying to get a loan from the bank to open an amusement park.
Oh no.
And so he's black, if you don't know, it's the Proud Family, he's black. And he goes into the bank and the guy he has an appointment with for the loan is a black guy. And he says, he says, "Oh yes, a fellow brother." And he pulls out like a dish, like was it like a dashiki? He pulls out like the African garb and puts it on.
No way.
Yes, he puts it on and he enters the office and all of a sudden he's like pretending to be like a black nationalist and he's like, "Hello, my fellow brother. We black people have to stick together."
Oh my.
And I was like, "Oh my God." I was dying. I was like, "That's hilarious. Holy shit." And it's totally played as like a joke that he doesn't give a shit about this. Like he's doing it for the money. So I was really shocked to see that joke. But then it turns out that he's gay, and the father is so disturbed by this.
No way! Oh my!
That
he doesn't want to take the loan. He's like, "Oh my God!"
So what happens?
Loan officer.
What happens is like his husband comes into the office and they kiss in front of him, and his eyes shatter.
No way.
The cartoon, and then he doesn't get the loan because they're so upset with his homophobia.
His homophobia?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
I was like, that's actually pretty funny.
I mean, this is like a roller coaster ride here. I mean, it sounds like it might be good.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's weird because it's like, it's so like there's some parts of it that you're like, this is the wokest fucking woke shit you ever woke in a woke world. Right, and then
with.
Right, and then there are elements of it where you're like, wait, this is like anti-woke. I'm very confused. So.
That Z-Way stuff confuses shit out of me like that. I mean, we watched that on here.
Yes.
And it seemed kind of like it was making fun of wokeness.
I think what happened was in the earlier episodes, there was some anti-woke stuff, and then as time goes on, I'm guessing it becomes progressively more woke.
They fire those writers. They're like, how dare you?
That's what I'm guessing happened.
You sinned against society. Twitter did not like this.
Right.
Oh my God. Steve Preston for $2. Read Maps of Meaning on Mushrooms. Best book ever. I read that book on a long drive and I just couldn't get into it, but maybe mushrooms is what I needed.
There you go. I've never attempted to read on mushrooms and I don't think it would work.
I feel like I have, but it didn't work.
I don't think it would work. So
I went to see that movie Dead Men on Ecstasy and it was not good.
You saw what movie?
Dead Men? Dead
What's
Man?
That? Dead Man?
Yeah, Johnny Depp. Is it Dead
I don't
Man?
know what the fuck you're talking about.
I believe it's Dead Man. Johnny Depp.
1995, Dead Man?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not familiar with this.
Yeah. I went.
When you're on shrooms, you have like massive ADD. So I feel like reading is like impossible.
Yeah, totally.
You'd be so bored. You'd be like, you'd like look at it, and be like, this page looks so cool, and then you'd like immediately get distracted by something else. Check Twitter. What am I checking Twitter for?
I remember Dead Man being a good movie, but not when I saw it. When I watched it again. Because
CT made a meme for you, Adam.
Oh no,
That's pretty good.
Please no.
It's not like a bad meme.
Oh yeah, that's kind of cool. This meme is every Thursday night. This meme comes for me.
Yep. Aiden Paladin. Hey, Aiden. What's up? For $5. Says, I don't know about you guys, but my mom watches my videos and streams. Do you think... Does she watch all your streams, Aiden? Do you think Sam's...
Shit. What does that mean? What are you trying to say?
I'm saying, I hope Aiden's mom didn't watch you bullying her.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think Sam's mom watched this? And if so, do you think that diatribe made her... What do you think that diatribe made her feel? I don't think... First of all, I'm assuming Sam's mom is no longer with him anymore. Or if she is, she's probably too old to like pay attention to whatever the fuck he's talking about. So
yeah.
But no is the answer to that question.
Yeah, definitely no.
I mean, my parents don't watch this stuff. I tell them not to. I don't want them.
Of course.
I don't want them listening to what I'm saying.
Actually, my aunt messaged me the other day and was like, "What's the name of your show?"
You're like, I forgot.
No, I sent him the link to the debate. I thought, oh, this will be hilarious.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they should like this.
Mm.
Look, I'm a sexist. Okay.
I'm sure your aunt will appreciate that.
Yeah. Just tell Uncle Ben I'm rooting for him.
Come play with us, Adam. That's the meme CT made. And there's me and CT as the little girls from The Shining.
With all your stupid games.
And there's all the Jackbox games. Here's the problem.
Look at the games. Look at these games. Come play.
Here's
It'll
the
be
problem.
Fun.
Most of the Jackbox games, they number one require reading.
Yeah, which I'm not.
And they have
good at.
time limits. So Adam is like fucked because he's like, I have to read something quickly. Oh my God.
I know. The Jackbox was not so fun.
So that's Adam's dyslexia.
The drawing game that we played on EFAP was actually a lot of fun. What was that
we
game?
played Gardic Phone?
Yeah, Gardic Phone. That was fun.
Gardic Phone's fun. You played Among Us sometimes, so you're not very good at it.
Well, as soon as I'm like the killer, I'm like, damn, boom, I'm killing.
Adam is very sus when he
I have
plays
like
Among Us.
zero strategy to it. I'm just like,
Adam has no chill.
Kill.
Adam has no chill.
Games, there's like certain things you want to do in the games, and then once you get the opportunity, you're like, do it.
Do it. Andrew Clark for $2 says, you do this, but it's partially inevitable. Lies. How dare you?
What do we do?
How dare you?
What's the accusation there?
Something bad.
Okay. Oh, it's Andrew Clark.
Gene, the Angry Penguin for $5 says, Adam, I represent a group of flightless avians that wish to purchase your share of Sitch. I even brought our collection bucket.
Oh, wow.
No, not allowed.
No, it's my property.
You know what we got to do
Keep
on
your
stream?
hands.
It was actually hilarious. We got to play Pico Park on stream because that was fucking hilarious.
We can do a game stream someday.
Remember when we played Pico Park?
Yeah, it was
You were
fun.
yelling at people.
Hell yeah.
Green toothpaste, get off the button.
Oh, I do remember that. That was fun.
Yes. And Doomer was playing. He was getting very angry.
Doomer was fucking everybody up, ruining everything. Like he's talking more than he's playing. I'm like, are you even watching the screen?
Chad Parsons for $5 says, I do not quote own my wife, but I do have an exclusivity agreement subject to legal penalties. We both do. Matrimony. It's mostly fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. Chad knows what's up.
True.
Yeah. I mean, what's the difference, right?
Right. Andrew Clark for $5. Well, there is a difference. But Andrew Clark for $5 says, I don't believe this woman cares at all about issues that only affect men. She tears down Jordan Peterson for his supposed lack of empathy towards women, but
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
That's Emma.
That's Emma.
I'd like to give Emma a stern talking to, but I don't think she'd come on the show.
No.
I'd like to tell her to clean her room.
And 48 for 5 months says if you want a good Jordan Peterson impersonator, check out Tyler Fisher. 2-minute video.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That was making the rounds. That is a great impersonation.
Oh, is he good?
Yeah. Everyone was going crazy.
Let me see.
When they can nail a good Jordan Peterson impersonation, everyone's always
He's
happy.
okay.
Oh, look at you. Sitch going against the consensus.
He has his affect down really well, but his pitch is off a little bit. It's off kind of significantly.
Look, everyone's a critic now.
Well, listen, I'm spoiled now because we have like the AI deepfake voices, which are going to be so
I know.
close to perfect, like in a year. Andrew Clark for $5 says, Cracker Barrel has deleted all tweets. I think that's an attempt to kill the Brad's wife meme. It will live on through internet historian. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not aware of the Brad's wife meme. What is the Brad's wife meme? Brad's wife refers to the massive trolling on the social media accounts for the American casual dining chain Cracker Barrel after a man named Brad wrote a post on the Cracker Barrel Facebook page asking why his wife had been fired. It was later discovered that his wife had worked there for 11 years. It was falsely understood that she was fired on his birthday. This led to massive, semi-sincere support for Brad and his wife. There you go.
Interesting. I was like, where's that super chat? I'm like reading along with you.
Oh, there's a new one.
Do we read Barely Attractive Emma? Oh, I think we already read that.
Yeah, we read the one already. Yeah, Doomer, I don't know if you know this, Doomer refunded Pico Park after that experience.
Yeah, what?
That's how much he didn't like the game.
That's hilarious.
And then CT bought him another copy and sent it to him.
I think I still have it on my computer.
I don't think I got your Super Chat Zombie Squad yet. I just jumped ahead to read Andrew Clark's.
To confuse me.
To confuse Adam. And 48 for 5 months says, if you want to... Oh, I read the one. Lucius Cornelius Sulla for $5 says, hey, Sitch, I'm sorry if you've spoken this before, but what's up with your beef with Jeff Holiday? I don't have a beef. I don't have a beef with Jeff Holiday.
What's up with your beef with Jeff Holiday?
I have zero beef with Jeff Holiday. Adam has a beef with Jeff Holiday.
Jeff Holiday has a beef with me. What are you talking about?
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
I don't have a beef with Jeff Holiday at all.
I don't get beefy with people. Unless they're
Jeff Holiday,
sophists, and then I'm totally gloves off.
I don't know what started it. He attacked you, I believe, for something. I don't remember. I don't know if it was he thought we were too soft on Carl in a conversation, or if he thought we were too right wing. I don't know what started it, but he attacked Adam on Twitter for something.
Well, I think
you guys went back and forth.
I liked Jordan Peterson. He was like a rabid anti-Jordan Peterson person.
Oh, maybe.
He drank the Kool-Aid on Jordan Peterson was a Nazi or something. So
right. Now I don't know if he has beef. I mean, that was a while ago. I don't think either of us has had any interaction with Jeff Holiday.
CT says not anymore, so maybe the beef's officially squashed.
Right.
We squashed
she didn't
the
like
beef.
he didn't like you in the No BS stream, CT said.
Oh yeah.
So there you go. I got all the cred. You got all the disdain.
I know. Look,
So
I don't.
sad.
First of all, I don't give a fuck. Okay, Jesus, this is the thing. I just don't care.
It's fine. We have good cop, bad cop. Okay, it's an effective strategy.
It is. Yeah.
Okay.
We
But no,
should
I mean,
debate some more people.
I don't think I've ever interacted with Jeff Holiday in like 2 years.
Yeah. We need. Guys, set us up. That Tuesday debate was great. We need some more of those. That Tuesday stream got almost as many views as the Sunday stream. So
Yeah, that was good.
Adam's working it.
Find more wackos.
Hey, you seem crazy. You want to come on our show? Hey, you seem like someone on the verge of doing something stupid.
Listen,
want to come on the show and talk about it?
Woke moralist, Adam, that we can debate.
Oh, you're right.
There you go.
Up yours.
Up yours. Yes. Find some CRUMB tubers, as they call them.
Oh, I love that.
Prince Gabbles for 50 knock knocks. Thanks so much. Says just popped by to wish you boys a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you. That's a little late, but thank you. P.S. Don't forget to show the Sam Cedar bucket advert like a billion times.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Did you?
Which we did.
I think you missed Rotisserie Protocol.
I read that one, but I'll read it again because it was so good. Rotisserie Protocol for $5 says Sam's pants are full of poopy, which is why his posture is all droopy. His logic's all loopy. His socks are all gooey. Ewy, ewy,
ewy. That is great.
Andrew Clark for $5 says, until they deleted the tweets, all the top replies to their tweets were references to Brad's wife. Every tweet since it happened, almost 5 years of tweets.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there you go.
Huh.
Mega My Own for $2 says, Sam Cedar's show is definitely not a comedy show.
Well, it tries to be.
True.
I think we're funnier, though.
True.
I mean, look, we're not afraid to do the rape jokes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just Abby for 5 Wazzies says, yo, dudes. You guys thought about doing the fan art on a regular schedule, like the end of the month streams. We should do that. We actually do need to do something because we used to always do the fan art on Tuesdays, which we're not doing now because we're trying to keep Tuesdays short.
Right.
We do have to figure out a way to do fan art. So maybe we'll do it like the last Sunday of the month or something.
Asif Artsy sent me a meme I'll bring up because.
Who did?
Asif Artsy.
Oh, Asif Artsy. Yeah.
Yeah.
There were a couple. There was some good art I saw this week.
I feel bad because sometimes I'm bad about bringing it up.
Yes.
But
Adam is bad at getting it up.
This is a comic. It's got 6 panels.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Sitch and Adam. And he's made my
This is a very
mustache.
weird comic. I don't really understand.
Look, come on. I was going to have you explain it to me.
Tell me a story, Adam.
Uh-huh. Tell my story.
Oh, sorry.
Adam.
Tell my story. Oh.
Okay. And I start telling her, once upon a time, there was a person of shadow named Sitch.
Nice. Go on.
And he entered a dark cave.
I don't like where this is going. Stop. Adam, don't ever tell my story.
Sitch. Sure, Sitch. Whatever you say.
Hold it.
And then
Where'd you get those shades from? Wait, are those shades made of... What are those shades made of, Adam? What are they made of?
Right.
You have shades that seem to be made out of me, out of shadow people.
Is that what it is?
They're made out of shadow. Yeah.
Okay.
I assume.
That's more interesting. I asked Asif, what are the shades made of? Cave dust? But he never responded.
They're made of shadow.
Okay, that makes sense. Look,
there you go.
I grinded you up into a fine powder.
And snorted me?
I made glass out of
There you go.
For my shades. No, I think you're right. That makes a lot of sense.
You're right. Captain Donk, thanks so much for being a free here for 1 month. Says watching H3's mental decline makes me yearn for the 2016 era YouTube. He had Jordan Peterson on his podcast twice, and neither time did Jordan Peterson say anything objectionable. True.
Yep.
True. People, the shades are made of people. Soylent shades. Goops for $5 says they're after. They're after me. Buckets have come.
Oh no.
You were saying he was doing the Lucky Charms impression. The Sam Cedar was doing the Lucky Charms guy.
Yep.
They're after me buckets.
They're after me buckets. Me buckets have come.
There you go. Perfect.
This comic is by Derek Brenson. And it is me riding an elephant
A Sitch elephant.
A black Sitch elephant.
Yes.
Going,
And people running away from the stampede.
Yeah. And then the last panel is me riding on Sitch's shoulders. And he says, "Why do I always have to be the elephant?" Look, because it's fun. It's fun to rampage.
Even it would make more sense. You're usually the one that is the elephant.
I know. Don't tell Derek. Look, I like better being the rider.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Derek's making me. Derek, I appreciate
I don't
this.
think you do. I don't think you do.
Derek, I appreciate this. I really do. Thank you.
Megan My Own for $2 says, Sam Cedar, they're after me lucky buckets.
They're after me lucky buckets. No.
They're after me lucky buckets.
It took me years to fill the buckets.
That Sam Cedar is always coming to my place and taking my buckets. That bastard.
Yes.
I haven't felt so violated since that character from Braveheart.
Oh my.
Terrible. Bruh moment for $2 says, Adam literally saw your new video title. Very nice.
Oh yeah. What'd you think of my new video title, Sitch?
For this?
No, I uploaded the clip that CT made.
Oh, I was gonna say your stream title for this stream is fantastic.
Oh yeah. I was on a roll. I was in the space, in the zone.
Adam friended nukes organized chaos from orbit, leaves him stammering and flaming hot grade.
Look, and I did the thumbnail to match too.
That's funny.
It's him peeking out of the flaming hot crater, looking all peeved.
I know. I figured it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. JD Pachamp for $2 says, has Ela left Ethan yet? That's the real JQ.
Yeah.
Terrible.
True.
Terrible. JD Pachamp for Joe says, quote, I stopped listening. Oh, we noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That's the girl said. I stopped listening.
True.
Thal for $20. Thank you, Thal. Says, hey, Adam, how do you know when a vegetable is fully cooked? When the wheelchair floats to the surface. Wowzers.
That's a little...
Wowzers.
That's dark.
That's dark.
I mean, wouldn't the vegetable float to the surface and the wheelchair sink? I mean, let's be real here.
There you go. Devil on the Shoulder for 1 month. Thank you. Says, is teaching Adam Magic the Gathering stream still happening? Also, look up Alex Jones Warhammer 40K on.
That is hilarious. Have you seen that?
No, I have not seen.
Yeah.
I assume it's an Alex Jones deep fake talking about Warhammer 40K.
No, I think it's clipped up Alex Jones on Joe Rogan, but they have Alex Jones like in a 40K, in a Warhammer 40K outfit, and so is Joe Rogan. It's pretty hilarious. I mean, it's just, oh God, the expressions they make. It's pretty funny.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's them superimposed on Warhammer.
Yeah.
It does look pretty funny. I don't think Adam is in. Was there talk? I don't remember having this. Was I supposed to teach you how to play Magic on stream? I feel like that was. If I said that, I feel like I didn't mean it because I don't think Adam has any interest in learning to play Magic.
No.
Yeah.
Didn't you learn to play some card game with one of our fans? I feel like you did. Like he super chatted like $100 or something, and you were like, "Okay, now I feel."
I did. It was awful. We played Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yu-Gi-Oh, that was it. And
well, no, because I played Yu-Gi-Oh like in
time.
middle school a million years ago, and I haven't played it since, and it's completely different and terrible. So they wanted to teach me how to play Yu-Gi-Oh modern, and I was like, "This is fucking dog shit, terrible." Or basically, we both had decks where if you got one combo in the first turn, you'd win, and the person wouldn't play. And I'm like, what's the point of playing? This is so stupid. It was Matt Magnum. Yeah.
Sorry.
Awful experience.
Sorry,
but thank you
guys.
for the money, Matt. But Adam's not interested in playing Magic, unfortunately, because he sucks and it's lame. Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much for the 10 gifted subs. Our own personal Sitch and Adam official lawyer. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross.
Yeah, thanks.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, we need to get Adam to play a gotcha game. We need to get Adam to play one of those like gotcha games with all like the girls. That'd be the only one he'd play.
The gotcha game?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
The gotcha game.
How's that work?
It works.
Is that like strip poker or something?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
What format of Magic do you play? Well, I actually haven't played Magic in forever. But when I did play Magic, I would with my friends, we would usually just play Modern. So
lame.
I know. I never really got into Commander. A lot of people are big into playing Commander. Never really got into Commander.
Reclusive. Oh. Remember for 4 months. Kraut has a video about realism with Ukraine that is enlightening, especially around the 30 to 45 minute mark. He's hit or missed, though. I did see there's a guy who I think is Russian who does a bunch of videos on the Russian-Ukraine thing. And I think he responded to that video of Kraut's. And he liked it overall and had some criticism, so. But I did watch the video.
I haven't finished it. I watched part of that Kraut video. I thought it was really good.
Yeah. Kraut makes great videos.
Going over realism, and I thought it was a great video, so. I also, I used to like to play, we would play Magic on the computer. We had some version of it. I don't remember which one. And we had Plane Chase. That was a lot of fun. I remember this meme.
Yeah, I brought the meme up.
Yes. Who made that?
Cullivar.
Thank you, Cullivar.
I haven't seen Cullivar around in a while. Hope he's okay. Hope he's hanging in there.
Daddy Pachant for $2 says, it isn't a straw man, it's a straw person.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
True.
Don't want to be sexist. Might get in big trouble. We never talked about the thing about you clarifying your position on being a dirty censor.
Yeah, so apparently some people, I didn't speak properly, I guess, or fully flesh out the idea in the conversation on Tuesday, who thought I was in favor of legal censorship of Disney.
Yeah.
Which
to
I'm not.
Take the woke stuff out.
Right. I am not in favor. I'm only in favor of legally taking woke stuff out of public schools.
Okay.
Because I think public education should be completely politically neutral, or as politically neutral as possible, because it's for the public to consume freely, and everyone has to be accessible to everyone and open for everyone. When it comes to Disney, I don't think they should put woke shit in like overtly woke political shit in movies and TV shows, but I don't think it should be against the law for them to do so. If they want to, I mean, it's a free country, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought your position was.
Right. But I would prefer if they did not do that.
Well, and they make the movies like really crappy and shit.
Well, obviously that's, I would prefer if the movies were not crappy, obviously, but that should go without saying. So
I guess Disney needs to hear it more.
Right. Rigo Zoro for $2 says, Pink Girl is using Trisha Payta's old mic. Oh.
Oh, yeah. Ethan is super friendly with her.
Yeah.
She must have taken over Trisha's old closet.
Well, I'm assuming when Trish was on, she had like a better audio quality than sounding like she was underwater the whole time. JD Bachant for $5 says, how can I be a part of a right-wing echo chamber when I disagree with everything these racist, sexist, transphobes say? There you go.
That's good. You should.
Good point. Good point, JD.
Thanks for disagreeing with us.
No, she's talking about like he's calling Ethan
Oh.
and Sam the racist, sexist.
Oh, gotcha.
At least that's how I'm going to interpret it.
Okay, I think talking about us, but
Andrew Clark for $2 says, question, is Weird Al good first date music? Obviously, this is what you do. Okay. People are too concerned with like the question of consent for sex. That doesn't matter. Throw that all in the trash. That's irrelevant. The far greater question is you take your date home and you pop in some Weird Al, and if she doesn't like it, tell her to get the fuck out.
you're so like
You say, get out.
the answer to that is hell no.
You say, begone, thought.
No. You want to put on some Little
Yes.
River band.
What do you mean no?
Get her in the mood.
Yeah. Listen, nothing gets a lady more amorous than some Weird Al, okay? That's how Adam met his first wife.
My
At a Weird
only
Al
wife.
concert.
What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. Okay. It's all for if you don't play Weird Al for your wife, for your girlfriend, if you don't play Weird Al on a first date, then you're a cuck. I'm gonna just say it.
Then you're a loser.
You're a fucking cuck. Thal for $20. Thank you, Thal. Says Adam is wrong. Water is not wet. Wet is an action that liquids put onto others. The water is the liquid. No. Disagree. Water is obviously wet. Adam,
What? No, I don't get involved in the water is wet.
you don't have any
controversy.
opinion on the water is wet comment.
Water is obviously wet. It's just
You touch water. Does it feel wet?
the water is a liquid. Yes, water is wet.
Then there you go. I don't understand this. I don't understand this argument. You touch water and it feels wet. Water is wet.
Adam, wrong. Water is not wet. Wet is an action that liquids put upon others. The water is the liquid. What the fuck? No, Thal. I'm sorry. I thank you for the $20, but
That's true. But as people say, the real question is not is water wet, but is water agua?
aqua.
There
I don't
you
even
go.
think he pronounced the agua right.
Yeah, he said it weird.
Aqua.
Aqua? Is
Like-
it aqua, like the color?
Like
Aqua?
Aquaman. What?
instead of agua, aqua. I say.
Don't mess around with Vosh and his aqua. Look, we
Yeah,
should have Vosh.
how does standpoint theory apply to water?
Can we play the Vosh clip or is it?
No.
Come on, let's play the
No,
Vosh clip.
stop.
Oh.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, can we cover the Don Lemon drama real quick?
Sure.
I only vaguely know about it because I heard
Don Lemon was totally stupid. He went on some show and he said that Nikki Haley's running for president and she made some comment about how none of the people running were they basically are all over the hill is what she's saying. And Don Lemon was like, well, she's not in her prime. And the implication was she's not in like her baby making prime, but it's like she's running for president, not for like replenishing the population.
Right.
So I don't know. Is there anything more to say about that? Don Lemon's an idiot.
Do you think he was wrong to say that?
No, I think obviously if America, the first female president needs to be hot. Like we need to all be on the same page here. Like we can't have some, dusty old Hillary Clinton for our first woman president.
True.
She's got to be fine.
True.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm talking,
So Nikki Haley's 51.
Yeah.
Well, here on what? So I hate to defend Don Lemon, but if she's the one that brought up the conversation about everyone else being old, I think it's a fair comment. I mean, She's not old by political standards, right?
She's not old by any standards. 50 is not old.
Well, I think it's when someone says they're past their prime, that usually does that not usually apply to someone who's 51? Or no?
Let's see here.
Because I think it's usually when someone says their prime, they mean like 20, 30, 40, right?
I mean, Jennifer Lawrence is pretty hot, right?
Yeah.
Okay, she'd make a good president. First female president. What do you think?
Jennifer Lawrence. Isn't she pretty woke? I'm not sure.
Oh, well, come on. She's hot. We got to take that into consideration.
What about Gina Carano for president?
I mean, Gina Carano's pretty hot. That's a good idea. Yeah,
there you
sure.
go. Gina Carano for president, everybody.
Right. Maybe, what's Kate Upton look like? Is she American? I guess she's got to be American. So.
Is Kate Upton American? Is she British?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the fuck Kate Upton is. She is hot.
Okay. Emma Watson. President of the United States.
No.
I mean, she's super woke. That's like
Christina Hendricks.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, who plays Wonder Woman? What's her name?
No.
I mean, she's Israeli. It'd be kind of weird to have her be the first president.
You want to know what's so bizarre? This guy must be like, oh wait, did they get divorced? I was gonna say he was the luckiest man alive, but maybe not.
Andrew Clark for $2 says Don Lemon is losing job opportunities now. That's damn right. Like he called a woman old. Of course.
But see, that goes to the hypocrisy we talked about earlier. It's totally fine to call a guy old, but call a woman old? Oh, how dare you. Insinuate that she's past her reproductive prime. Oh, my God. That's so sad for this guy. Oh, my God.
Don Lemon is a piece of shit.
I'm not talking about Don Lemon.
Yeah, I hope Don.
No, fuck Don Lemon. I don't care about that.
I mean, I'm not for cancel culture or anything, but if it's Don Lemon, I mean, we're having a conversation about it.
Christina Hendricks was married.
Christina Hendricks. What are we thinking? President. Done.
Yeah, Christina Hendricks is going to be president. She was for 10 years. She was married to, the guy in Super Trooper?
Yeah.
Who is in the back of the car and he eats all the pot and he's like, totally like, I'm tripping out, man.
Yeah.
You know that weird nerdy looking guy?
Yeah.
He was married to Christina Hendricks for 10 years.
That's great. Good for him.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
They got divorced in 2019 though. So sad. Ouch. So sad.
Super Trooper. Oh, I'll just Christina Hendricks' husband. There we go.
I didn't realize this. Thal is Cullivar.
Really?
There you go.
Oh my God! Look,
you probably told us this at some point, Thal, and I didn't.
We were just talking.
Why'd you change your name?
Cullivar. What the fuck? Why are you fucking with us? Look, it's hard enough for us to remember you guys. We finally do remember you, and you're like, I haven't changed my name. Fuck you.
There you go. True.
Oh. Well, hey, Cullivar. Look, I brought your meme up.
Landendorf says Christina Hendricks is super woke. Listen. I'm a man of principle.
But not that much. Come on.
Not that principled, okay.
Look.
I'm like, yes, honey.
We're going back to first.
Black Lives Matter. Give me the pride flag.
We're going back to first principles here. Hot.
I'm a man of principles, but they're not that strong.
Look, remember what I was talking about earlier about how some rules are meant to be flexible? This is a perfect example.
Yes. True. Zombie Squad for €2, £2. Thank you, Zombie. Says, whatever you say, Sitch miser. Wow.
What happened?
Celsius rules. No.
Oh, well.
Disgusting. No.
You insulted
wrong,
his
zombie.
chosen
Wrong.
medium of
Fahrenheit
temperature.
forever. Fahrenheit forever.
You know, on like you can't type in things like sexy or boobs in the Mid-Journey.
No, I don't know this because I don't have Mid-Journey and I'm not a pervert. But
Yeah,
I'll
it
take your word
tells
for it.
you. Like if you go to Mid-Journey right now and type in hot, naked, sexy woman,
Mhm.
it'll be like wrong, you pervert.
It'll say no.
Get out of here. We know what you're trying to do. Get your
Mm-hmm.
spank material elsewhere. But one of the workarounds people have found is the keyword Christina Hendrick.
Is that true?
Yeah, totally.
That's hilarious.
I know. That's why I'm bringing it up, because it is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. These machines are so easily fooled. Oh, Christina
Right.
Hendrick. That's nice and G-rated. Here, let me show you a picture.
Uh-huh. There you go.
Yeah. Hmm.
Andrew Clark for 2 hours says over 100 degrees Fahrenheit equals high likelihood of heat exhaustion. True.
Yep.
Very true.
God, the winter is killing me right now. Southern California is so freaking cold these days.
Really? That's weird.
Yeah, I'm dying. Not
That
used to
is
it.
strange.
Not used to it. I don't like it.
It is not cold where I am. It's like nice and cool. It's been nice and cool recently, but Sam Cedar's bucket of gum for $10. Says, any interest in covering the whole AP African American history story in Florida? Is it fascistic censorship, or as some on the left are claiming, or was it necessary rejection of political indoctrination education? Well, I'll give you the quick rundown.
Yeah, I'm dying for it.
So I've generally been in favor. I've been mostly in favor of the Stop Woke Act stuff that DeSantis has pushed. There's a couple parts of it I think are overreach. I think it's fine for people to be able to advocate for reparations. I don't think that violates, liberal principles that exist in our country, but whatever. That's really the only part of it I don't agree with. I agree with everything other part of it. And it's funny because I always get into these very long arguments with family members about the Stop Woke Act. And it's like I don't know if you know this happens, where you have like these looping arguments where you have an argument with someone, you convince them, and then like they read an article and then they just argue the same thing again. You're like, what? We just had this argument.
Yeah, the pathways are just solidified. Sure,
Right, and
you
it's
can
like-
change on it, but it's just like,
But then it's like, no, it's like
Doesn't
they read an
stick.
article that like convinces them that they were right originally. You're like, no. And so it's hilarious. I actually had a conversation with a family member recently where they went and they got the entire like 30-page law and they printed it out and highlighted and everything. We went over it line by line.
no way. Really?
Yes.
Hilarious.
We went over it line by line, and it was a very silly conversation in my opinion, but because I'm like, we already had all this conversation. Because so much of the left's complaints about the Stop Woke Act and things related to that are not things in the text. It's like, oh, well, this could be interpreted in this way. And I'm going to mind read the Congress people as trying to do like this malicious thing. I'm like, that's not
Let
in
the
the text.
Let the courts work it out. Seriously.
Yeah, let the courts work it out. Right.
That's the whole point.
And here's a good trick. Like if you ever argue with someone about the Stop Woke Act, you just bring up you just put it side by side with the language from the Civil Rights Act, Title
yeah.
7 and Title 9, and it's like almost identical.
Wow.
It's almost identical.
That's got to be a Rufo thing.
Yeah. And if you actually read the entirety of the Stop Woke Act, it does have a provision that's all about the Black African American history that's supposed to be taught in school. And it's like, it's like, oh, you need to teach about slavery and, blah, 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 all this stuff. It's not so whenever someone says like, oh, they're trying to prevent you from teaching Black history, that's just a flat out lie. So
now they teach about how the slaves had it better when they were slaves, right?
okay,
That's
well,
part
let's
of
not go full academic here. But so regarding the AP course. For those of you who don't know,
Uh-huh.
the AP program is a nationwide program where you're in high school, you can take AP classes, and if you do well on the test, I believe you have to get a 3 or higher, you get college credit for that course in college.
Mhm.
And so apparently AP was what?
Andrew Clark calling me out for the temperature. Fuck you,
Oh.
50's freezing, motherfucker.
Andy Clark for $2 says, Adam, 50 degrees is shorts weather. How is that cold? Now you know that me and Adam live in a place where it's warm. 50 degrees is cold. That is not shorts weather. That is not shorts weather. But anyway.
Andrew Clark must be Canadian.
There you go. Well, no, he's giving us USD, so it's just up north somewhere.
Right.
No, but so anyway, so the AP program was finally created, I believe for the first time it was an AP African American History course.
Mm-hmm.
Now, apparently every state has some kind of leeway about like they can deny whether the course will be allowed to be taught in the state.
Oh no.
Right? And so Florida, which has the Stop Woke Act, DeSantis' office looked at the curriculum.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of woke shit.
Yeah, what is the curriculum?
There was literally required readings of Kimberly Crenshaw's
mapping the margins.
Mapping the margins.
No way.
Which is the origin of intersectionality. Yeah.
Fuck that.
There was that. There was a lot of pro BLM. There's a pro BLM section. And there was, I'm trying to remember, there was some other, I don't think CRT was listed by name, but there was some other readings that were like directly from CRT. I think there was a Derek Bell reading, if I recall correctly.
Oh man, no, wrong.
And then the most egregious, which everyone pointed to, was there was a section on Black queer theory.
Oh my God.
People are like, what the fuck Black queer theory have to do with African American history, right?
Wow.
So DeSantis's office complained about this, and they said, we're not going to allow this course to be taught in Florida unless you compel or comply with our guidelines and you remove XYZ, right?
Right.
So this is where the controversy begins. So what happens, and this is the contention, so DeSantis' office complains about certain things, and then time passes, the AP course, they reveal the final curriculum, and it appears as if they listened to what DeSantis said.
They removed all the stuff.
And they basically complied, and they changed the curriculum to remove some of the egregious material, most of the egregious
Why do
material.
I think there's something sneaky going on?
Right. So, but here's the problem. This is what happened. So the AP releases their course. Of course, a bunch of woke people got all pissy because they knew that this was happening publicly. And they said, oh my God, the AP people, they gave in to Ron DeSantis, who's an evil racist. How dare they give in to this racism? How dare they do this? And so they started attacking the AP people. So the AP people fired back saying, oh, well, we didn't actually change because of the curriculum, because of Ron DeSantis. We were going to change all this stuff anyways.
What? I thought they were only changing it in Florida, though.
No. It has to be a nationwide curriculum.
Oh, okay.
And so they said, no. We were going to change it anyway. We were going to always change it. This had nothing to do with Ron DeSantis. And then I saw that some people, I forget who it was, had leaked documentation that showed that it appeared as if that's not true. They literally did communicate with Ron DeSantis various times last year, and they did change the curriculum based on those complaints.
Holy shit, we're almost to 1,000 likes.
Yeah, thank you guys. That poll really helps. And so so then they kind of constructed what appears to me to be them lying, saying they were not motivated by Ron DeSantis and the Stop Woke Act when it appeared that they were. And then they basically, I forget the language they use, but they didn't literally say this, but they essentially called Ron DeSantis and Florida's Department of Education racist. They said, oh, they don't want to teach they don't see the importance of teaching Black history or something. I forget. They said something. They basically called them racist. And so Ron DeSantis then fired back in a way that I think was, even though I agree with everything he's done up to this point, I think this was a rather feckless. Well, okay, I should take it back. I agree with this too. He fired back saying that, well, maybe Florida is going to look for alternatives to the AP program entirely. Now, on one hand, I think it's kind of feckless because I don't think there are any alternatives.
What do you mean you can't teach Black history without it being woke? I feel like you can.
No. He was saying that maybe they wouldn't teach any AP courses in America, period.
What's AP stand for?
Advanced placement.
Okay.
So, but that would basically mean that no one in Florida high schools would be able to take college credit classes anymore, which I don't think he would do that because that would be such a bad move politically. I think that would be a very bad move to just do overall. Just because they called him racist, I don't think you should have a baby hissy fit and, screw over all the students of Florida. So on one hand, I think it was kind of feckless for him to say, we should find, maybe we won't have any AP classes. But on the other hand, I don't have a problem assuming that he said it. Like, I don't think he's actually going to do it. I think he's just saying, he's signaling that there should be some alternative group of people that are creating AP courses that are accepted by colleges that, maybe are not woke or something.
Yeah.
Right. Which I think they should do.
They should be. Yeah.
Right.
Totally. The whole thing is, I mean, there's all the people working on this stuff are on the woke side. There's literally nobody working on the anti-woke side
That's
are going.
the problem. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which,
and that's why.
I mean, why it doesn't make sense to me. Why isn't there?
Well, it's because it makes sense because those fields are inherently attractive to woke people, not really attractive to anti-woke people.
Yeah.
And so that's why I get mad when I get arguments with people who complain about the Stop Woke Act and DeSantis. And they're like, the teacher should have freedom. And I'm like, listen, this is the problem. All the teachers all those fields have been completely indoctrinated and inculcated with wokeness.
Yeah.
The only way to stop it really is through legal government intervention.
Of course, yeah. They're all communists, Marxists.
Right.
Wanting to cause a revolution through teaching it to third graders.
Right. So I would say people complaining about the AP history course are either A, don't know what's happening, B, bad faith, or C, just super woke and they're whiny babies. So definitely not fascism.
I feel like all my teachers wanted me to get a good education and a nice job. They didn't want me to be like a Marxist revolutionary.
Right.
Can you imagine?
Terrible.
Being in school today when they're like, look, you really need to learn queer theory and be like a Marxist.
I know. Oh, there was something. This might be a controversy. We'll see with the DeSantis presidential campaign.
Don't get a job and have a family.
There is a a small left-wing college. I forget how many. I think like 700 students or something. Not a lot. And they were known for being pretty left-wing. And DeSantis essentially fired the principal and the head staff.
Nice.
Not the principal because it's a college. Whatever the top position at college is. He fired the head staff and replaced them with right-wingers.
Nice.
But the problem is that apparently the guy who was president of the college before was getting paid $300,000 a year, and DeSantis put his friend in place and now is paying him $700,000 a year.
What?
So that seems pretty fucking bizarre and corrupt, and so everyone's complaining about that. So.
That is crazy corrupt.
Yeah. So we'll see where that story goes.
What happened? He's like a hedge fund manager or something. He's like, listen, Ron, I'm making like $1 million a year. You need to compensate me.
That would probably be the excuse. I don't know if they've ever given an official explanation for the cost. But,
wow. I dug into some of the wild corruption in California, and it's pretty similar. Just crazy fucking shit.
But it seems especially from like Republicans are supposed to be, the party of not wasting taxpayers' money.
Mhm.
So,
I mean, that's the brand.
I know. I agree with you, but
they get in office and they spend like drunken sailors.
well, here's the thing. I looked in the story. I tried to find any defense of it. I couldn't. I can only find articles attacking it. I could find no defenses or explanations. But it said, new College of Florida Board Trustees approved a contract for interim president Richard Cockrum with a base salary of
Cockrum is his name?
Corin.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
weird name. Corin.
Okay.
With a base salary of $700,000, which is $400,000 more than his predecessor. He will also receive $84,000 annual housing stipend, a $12,000 automobile allowance, and potentially earn 15% gold base salary bonus. His pension will add another $100,000 in annual contract costs.
Mm-hmm.
So he could potentially make over $1 million as the president of New College, Florida, which seems absurd. So there you go. Seems kind of corrupt. Andrew Clark for $2 says Ant-Man is pro-socialism. Adam, say the line.
No, never.
What's the line?
The dad, his aunts kind of like play a role in the movie, and he has this cringy line where he talks about, socialism is very much a loaded word, I think he says.
Wait, who says that?
Michael Douglas.
Michael?
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
I'm not. It's
no.
it's so shoehorned in there. Yeah.
Really?
The only saving grace is like the family kind of looks at him like, Dad, you're insane. Yeah. So
okay.
You're like, okay, well maybe, but it's so weird because it's like there's nothing political. Like I would be the first person to write a character that just is super woke and walks around talking about Marxism and socialism all the time because I think it's funny. But to make just one line of the character that's just completely out of place.
What is this scene? Why is he talking about socialism?
Because the ants form like a socialist society. But I mean, I don't even really know that it's like
that's not true. Ants are like super caste-based monarchist.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it? Yeah.
They're not socialists. What the fuck's like insane?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't even really fit with ants, does it?
No.
Yeah. Wow.
So, but you're saying he says it, and then like everyone looks at him like he's crazy.
Yeah.
So it's not like an endorsement of socialism.
Right. Yeah. It's like,
or maybe it is. We're not sure.
It's like Dad, like, why are you? This is weird. Why are you bringing this up? And I felt exactly the same as them, so I just let it go. I'm like, okay, that was stupid. But obviously, everyone who's super, rightfully realizes woke is destroying every single fucking movie franchise in the world. Like my biggest problems with Ant-Man is just like Ant-Man is a secondary character. Like there are all these other whammon characters that they've literally literally I guess we're down to Ant-Man himself and the dad, who are probably on the hierarchy of character lists. They're like the dead last.
Right.
The other characters are completely more main characters. The protagonist doesn't the Ant-Man doesn't drive the story in any way, shape, or form. It just happens to him.
Interesting.
The dad is the one with all the interesting stuff about the ants and forming the technology and stuff like that. It's like, why can't that be the Ant-Man? Like the Ant-Man literally does nothing.
I feel like that's one of the main flaws with all the Ant-Man movies. Is that
totally.
His character, who I like the actor, I don't have a problem with Paul Rudd.
Yeah, Paul Rudd's great.
But I think his character there's nothing that engaging or interesting about his character. He's just like a random guy who's in over his head.
Yeah.
Just like,
He's a schlep.
He's a schlub, yeah.
Yeah.
He's a schlub in a movie of interesting or more interesting people.
They're really not even that interesting in these movies.
Well, yeah.
And then there's all the Murdoch stuff, which is just that's another thing that I really, and they could just do away with this. And maybe I'm wrong about this, but I do not like, because movies basically, you're building up, emotional beats to like some sort of emotional crescendo.
Right.
Now, when you're referencing emotional beats that took place in a movie I saw like 4 years ago, it does like there's a little flashback scene of it, but it doesn't have the same sort of impact. So, and the whole Murdoch thing is based on this character, I guess, in the other movie that was the antagonist. But I don't remember any of that shit.
I thought the antagonist in the movie was Kang.
In this movie, it is.
Yeah.
But Murdoch was like the antagonist in, 2 movies ago or whatever.
Murdoch was in any of these movies?
Yeah, because Murdoch is the
head guy, right? The big floaty head guy?
Yeah.
What movie was Murdoch in?
I think he was like in the first Ant-Man movie.
No, he wasn't.
They do some flashbacks to him.
Wait a minute.
It's like Kevin is his name or something, or Kenny.
Oh, was he a character in one of the other movies that becomes Murdoch or something?
That's exactly right, yeah.
Oh, but because I was like, I don't remember a big floaty head guy in any of them. I mean, I think I've seen, I haven't seen all of them.
he was like a normal dude that became Murdoch.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And you're like, I don't remember who this fucking guy is from the
and I don't give a fuck. Like and not only that, they played the Murdoch thing because Murdoch is like a big character in the Marvel universe that people would be excited about. They should have just got a celebrity and wrote a competent story that didn't rely on this other character from the movie 4 years ago.
Modoc. There's no R.
Oh, Modoc.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that character is such a just like crazy character. It should be played by, Will Ferrell or something. Like you'd be look, yeah, that would make it like a genuine comedy, right? You'd laugh your head off.
Well, it's not. I'm assuming it's not. Is it supposed to be funny?
Yeah. Oh, look, come on. It's a Marvel movie. It's supposed to be
I know
funny.
he looks like a goofy giant floaty head guy, but
yeah. Well, just think Will Ferrell would be like amazing.
Well, no, I don't agree. Will Ferrell would be too.
Danny McBride.
Maybe
that
Will
would
Ferrell,
be funny as shit.
Listen,
what are you talking about?
Will Ferrell is a good actor, but when he's in those roles, he gets too, as they say, choose the scenery too much. He gets too campy, like very quickly.
This guy is not funny. Like he looks a little.
Is he supposed to be funny?
Yeah, the Murdoch character is totally comic relief.
Oh, okay.
But none of the jokes land, and all because it's just a weak performance.
Right.
Well, obviously, it's like it's probably an actor working not even with other actors, just because it's all CGI and shit. Should we have said spoilers? I feel like maybe I should have said spoilers, but I don't know.
We haven't spoiled anything. You said everyone knows that there's this Modoc character in it. We haven't talked about the plot.
Well, we gave away the socialist line.
Oh, there you go.
That's hyper cringe that you're supposed to be not expecting.
I just thought it was weird that like the bad guy is Kang, who if you didn't watch Loki, you don't even know who this fucking guy is, right? You're like, who the fuck is this guy?
Really? Like he's in the Loki series?
He's the
Oh, okay.
He's the one that runs the time police in Loki.
Oh man.
Does that explain the plot more?
No, it's just I thought it was like totally stupid.
They're trying, because supposedly they're trying to make him the next Thanos, which to me is ridiculous because he's not interesting or scary.
Yeah, that's another big problem that I had. Like the zero, like what's this guy's motivation? Why is he doing this?
They don't tell you?
No. But maybe that's why they expect you to have watched Loki and know his motivation from there. Because it's not in the movie. I'm like, what the fuck?
So it's super weird. I didn't realize this till recently because I only watched Umbrella Academy recently.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, Loki is literally just a fucking ripoff of Umbrella Academy, which is kind of baffling to me.
Really?
Yes.
Hilarious.
Like insanely, just a ripoff of Umbrella Academy. I couldn't believe it. But But then it's even weirder because Kang's motivation in Umbrella Academy is literally stolen from Rick and Morty. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's from some old Marvel comic and Rick and Morty stole it from that, but I saw it from Rick and Morty first, which is that Kang, and this is spoilers for Loki. This isn't an Ant-Man because I haven't seen the movie yet. In Loki, you find out that basically every time someone does something, it creates like every time you do, like you have a choice, there's a version of you that did a different choice. And that creates a different version, entirely different universe based off of you making a different choice. Okay.
Stupid.
Which is stupid and insane. And so essentially what happened was in the Marvel universe, there are too many multiverses. Kang eventually is the guy who figures out how to use multiversal travel in all of the universes, I guess. And because most of the universes are the same, just slightly different. And it causes a situation where all the multi-universes start going to war with each other. They try to wipe all each other out on a universal scale. And essentially one Kang manages to win, wipes out all the other multiverses, and then prevents any other multiverses from cropping up in order to prevent further war in the future. And at the end of Loki, basically he decides to give up. I don't remember why. And when they kill him and he's no longer in control of everything, it reverts to a timeline where all like the multiverses or something are at war again. And Kang is like the leader, is like the dictatorial leader of the time police. And so I assumed that in Ant-Man, his motivation would be he's again trying to prevent other multiple universes from spawning, or he's going to try to destroy other multiverses or something.
He hints at this shit, but it's never explicit in the movie.
Okay, so basically, if you didn't watch Loki, you wouldn't understand any of his motivations.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's really stupid.
And that was my giant complaint about the movie. I was like, geez, I know nothing about this antagonist. They treat him like he's this big badass.
Right.
And then plus they did that stupid thing that they constantly do in movies where the person touches something and then all of a sudden sees into the person's mind and like realizes they're evil. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how does that work?
Or are they psychic? Like, how do they see into their mind?
He has this core for his like multiversal travel machine or something.
I see.
And she touches that and then somehow sees into his mind. I'm like,
right.
Bitch, what the fuck? How's this? What?
So either...
Do you think it's a good idea to have some kind of technology where someone can just see into your mind?
Probably not a good idea. No.
I think I would, if I was a supervillain or superhero, I would avoid that situation.
You'd put a little like container
I'd be like,
around
whoa,
the thing
hey,
that
back
shows
up.
you your secret plan. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh, back up, don't touch that, right? Let's chill out. You wouldn't like, oh, here, put it in her hand. And
well, it's funny too because apparently I didn't realize this when I watched Loki, that they're going to try to make Kang the next Thanos. They have the Dark Side Justice League problem, which is that you're trying to hype this guy up as like the big bad guy, and yet the first scene you see him, he's weak.
oh, I
like
know. He's like
so
a loser. He's saved by this old lady, basically.
Yes. Yeah, like because in Justice League, Darkseid's getting like beat up in the first scene, and you're like, oh, okay. And then in Loki, your first scene of Kang is supposed to be the big bad guy. He's just like a guy in a desk and a chair who's completely not threatening at all.
You didn't get that with Thanos. Thanos, you immediately realized, oh yeah, this guy's the badass.
Yeah.
He's like floating in the sky.
You didn't have a scene where like the first time you meet Thanos, he just looks like a normal guy in a suit behind a desk who's purple. And he's like, listen, I'm bored with my life. You can totally kill me. And that's totally fine. Like, that's not a good way to introduce your big bad guy.
Wow. Did that really happen?
That's how, yeah, he allows himself to be killed in Loki because he's like annoyed with existing for so long, essentially. If I recall correctly, but.
Weird.
It's really stupid. It's really stupid.
I see why and this is supposed to be the first movie to kick off like phase 5 of the MCU.
Yeah. Bad idea.
I'm going to call it MCU from now on just to piss off Bad Faith Bob.
There you go. Also doesn't help that, Kang is the guy's name.
The Kang, I was like, man, is this really?
Is this racist?
I mean, yeah, I was kind of thinking that. I'm like,
You're like, is this racist?
I was waiting for him to, yell out, "We was Kangs."
You're like, Marvel, holy shit. Why is Marvel so racist? What's happening? Do
It
they call him
is.
Kang, or do they call him like whatever his real name?
Oh, they call him Kang a lot.
Okay.
It's like the Kang movie.
The one place they probably shouldn't have put diversity.
That's another thing. I was like, wow, look at all these white people beating up this black guy.
Yeah.
It's like they're the police.
Yes. Well, it's weird because I thought Kang in the comics was supposed to be like a blue person. He's not supposed to be like human. He's supposed to be like a blue guy.
He has a mask that he puts on that turns
it
blue.
becomes blue or something, right?
Totally stupid.
Yeah, but I think in the comic, well, first of all, in the comic, he looks stupid. He's a stupid-looking character, which they'd have to change from.
Oh, that's so bad.
He looks dumb. He just looks really dumb. But he was blue. You could have kept the blue part.
Yeah. He's not an none of the characters in the movie are interesting, including Ant-Man. That's my giant beef with the whole movie. They have Ant-Man's daughter. Oh, and it's completely woke at the very beginning because she's like arrested for
being a woman.
No, for helping like the police were clearing out a homeless encampment or something like that, and she's like basically trying to save the homeless people. Yeah,
right.
And the cops are totally the bad guys,
of course,
in the very beginning. And he's such a cuck the whole time. He's like, so the grandpa and grandma are, slipping her a suit and giving her all the cool shit. And dad is like the stick in the mud. I'm like, why can't he just be the cool dad? Why can't he be the one that's like, yeah, I'm going to make sure my daughter has a suit and, she can do all the Ant-Man shit too.
Because he can't be interesting.
I just want you to have a normal life. Fuck that. What the fuck? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's like we have to make our main character as lame as humanly possible. He's got to be the one that's standing in the way of his kids having any fun. That's just so like imagine that is like the Iron Man character. Like the doting dad that just doesn't want his kids to do anything fun.
Right.
Oh my God. Iron Man would suck. Yeah.
Well, I'll have to check it out. It sounds like it's probably worth doing a video on. So
it's definitely very bad. Yeah. I don't know how it will play though. I don't know. Are a lot of people doing Ant-Man movies?
Whatever. We'll do one. We'll do one. I'll do one. Someone will do one.
Okay. I'm down. I can write a bunch of jokes for Ant-Man.
Andrew Clark for $5 says, also the message is about how you can't be neutral. You have to actively help. Ant-Man's daughter is Greta Thunberg. It's insufferable.
Totally. Yep.
There you go.
It is totally insufferable.
Mm-hmm.
I was just waiting for her to say, "How dare you?"
Boss says, in the comics, Kang is a descendant of Reed Richards, who is a literal time traveler who became a pharaoh. So he's literally the weakest Kang. No way! That's so bad. Oh my fucking God. He's literally a guy who went back in time to become pharaoh, and his name is Kang.
Oh yeah, at the end of the movie, there's like a sneak scene where he's actually in the pharaoh garb. Yeah.
No, Marvel, how could you make this character black? No, Marvel, come on.
Yeah,
Oh
what's
my
up? I mean,
God.
what happened to the diversity and inclusion? Manager or whatever. Like,
Yes,
that
they should have been
person
like,
was out to lunch.
They were like, listen, you can't have Kang be a black guy. Okay.
What do they call him? Like the sensitivity trainer or whatever?
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
What
Holy
happened
crap.
here?
Oh my God.
That person. I mean, they must have hired the armorer for Rust on that.
Oh my God. Terrible. MyWorks 41190 for $10 says, I always wondered how bad anti-help. I always wondered with how bad anti-help Ukraine types and alt online media got, and me. God, I always wondered with how bad anti-help Ukraine types and alt online media got anything wrong about Assad case. They kept saying he didn't gas his citizens, but mainstream media.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. We had a conversation with Carl about that. Carl went down that road. So, yeah, you got to be careful not to get stuck in the mental prison, just assuming the opposite of whatever is mainstream.
Yeah, mainstream bad.
Gabe the F-slur. Wow. Gabe the fag for $5. Says, Sitch, Adam, thoughts on Sam Hyde as a comedian? Do you enjoy his content? S-team, A-team is due. Well, thank you, I guess.
I don't, I saw the vid. I don't know much about Sam Hyde. Like the first I encountered Sam Hyde was the video that, uh-oh. No.
Play's coming.
That's funny. The video that, oh, what's that? What's the guy's name?
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
What are you
Who's the
talking
guy
about?
the guy that just did a video on Sam Hyde? He did like a documentary about Sam Hyde. Other YouTuber.
Oh,
I can't remember his name, but slipping.
iDubbbz.
iDubbbz, yeah. So iDubbbz documentary is the first I'd really encountered Sam Hyde. But it's hilarious. Like I walked away a Sam Hyde fan. I don't know how you can't be. And I mean, there is some of his backstory in that documentary where they talk about, I guess him and his friend had a show and stuff, and they were like pushing the envelope and doing edgy humor and kind of got branded racist alt-right, which, you know, I don't know if they deserve it or not. Like obviously and this is a problem with the woke side. They call so many people racist, misogynist, homophobes that you really don't know if the person is racist. So, but I would say currently I am a Sam Hyde fan. So just from that.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I mean, he called out old Hassan Piker pretty good too. And that was hilarious. Do you remember that?
I do.
Yeah.
He was going to fight him.
Yeah. No, I'm coming to your house. You mean fight him in the ring, right? No. No.
I watched the iDubbbz documentary. Whenever I see clips of Sam Hyde, he seems funny. He seems like he's being like, you know, he's playing this totally crazy person, unhinged person. I never watched his show, which is where most people, I think, got to know him. $1 Million Extreme, where supposedly people were saying it was offensive. I don't think I've seen a single Sam Hyde sketch from $1 Million Extreme. So I don't really have a lot to say about him because I just haven't seen that much of his content.
Here's an Ant-Man and the Wasp movie review from 5 days ago with 636K. So yeah, no, it'd totally be worth doing a video. There's a bunch of.
There you go.
There's a bunch of them.
That's interesting. So Rolling Stones wrote an article saying that accusing him of being alt-right, but when I click the link, it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, obviously so many people have been wrongly accused of this shit that when I mean, we literally, the guy could be Hitler and we would be like, oh yeah, I'm sure he's cool.
Yeah, exactly.
We would not know.
Right.
That's why it's so stupid. It's so stupid to do this shit. Yeah. Dumb.
Oh yeah. Anyway, JD Bachant for $2 says, thank you for reading that scripture. You're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you for all the money, JD.
Hell yeah.
Drew the Dogman for $2 says, proletariat equal the woke. True.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute.
Wait, no, the bourgeoisie or the woke.
Bourgeoisie, yeah.
The proletariat are the
Yeah, what do you mean
working
by that?
Schlubs.
Proletariat are generally not woke. But that's what's the irony about like wokeness and Marxism is that their ideology doesn't actually seem that appealing to the proletariat.
Yeah, and that's what they're so chapped about. They're like, look, we gotta get, minorities involved who are really being
Right.
legitimately oppressed. So that, they're angry. We need to monetize their anger in our revolution.
It's super weird because there definitely seems to be this trope of like someone who's in a minority someone who is a minority, but they grow up like wealthy or in a good economic situation, and like then they become hyper woke and like hyper concerned that they're being discriminated against. And then you have people who are minorities that grow up in like bad situations but work out of it, and then they're not hyper woke.
Yeah.
And this seems to be like a reoccurring theme. That's kind of interesting to me.
Well, I know that I would be chapped if I was like, if I worked my ass off to become like a successful doctor or something, and I still felt like it didn't make a difference. I was still getting discriminated against. I was still getting treated like a criminal. That would bug
Of course, right.
That would
Yes.
bug the shit out of me.
But I'm saying it seems like when we hear a lot of these activists, it's like the opposite. The people who were in lower income situations who kind of worked out of it and became like professionals are like not that woke. The woke kids are like rich kids, but they're like rich kids of minorities, but they're like upset that they didn't experience the racism themselves.
Right.
Like the Indian kid whose father was like the fucking CEO of Citibank.
Right.
He's like hyper woke, and you're like, how the like, bro, you're complaining about your father is one of the wealthiest, most powerful people in the fucking country, and you're complaining about how like Asians are discriminated against. Like, get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about?
Just go on a fucking survivalist weekend, okay? Just like, if you want to suffer, there are plenty of ways that you can do it without,
right,
making us all miserable.
Yes. Andrew Clark for $5 says, "Oh, I read the one. That was about Cracker Barrel."
I remember.
Gabe the Fag, thank you for joining the Free Will Seekers. Lucifer the Doman for 5 Canadian says, "A team reigns supreme."
Woohoo! That's right. Lucifer's my pal.
Andrew Clark says, Don Lemon is losing job opportunities now.
Don Lemon.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, "Find a way to get Voxus Productions as a guest."
Is that the Russian guy?
No, Voxus is the guy who does the puppets.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
He has like the little old man puppet.
I got patience.
Like talks about
up.
movies and stuff.
Oh, that's cool. I like movies.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, "Adam, 50 degrees is shorts weather. How's that cold?" Lies. With extra pickles for $2.79 Canadian. Thank you, says Anna Paulina Luna for president. Check her profile. Who's this Anna Paulina Luna?
I think, did Zero Fucks in that?
No.
Oh, okay.
Anna Paulina Luna is an American politician and former Maxim magazine hottie.
Yeah, she's super hot. She's a congresswoman in Florida.
Wow, not my district.
Zero Fucks said, DM me and said, should she be president? And I said, hell yeah. Look at that.
I'm on board. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, she's hot. I said she's the first Mexican-American woman elected to Congress from Florida. There's not that many Mexicans in Florida, so that's why. I'm like a racist thing. Hello. Hello. Is that Wormy or Ragamuffin?
That's Ragamuffin.
Hello, Ragamuffin.
What?
That's the question. Why do you always turn off your camera to pick up Ragamuffin? It makes me think something horrible is happening.
Yeah, come on. How do you think I get her to make those noises? No, I was just...
Flip it. Flip it.
That's not true. Look.
Oh my God.
I wish I had the camera on, but I would always turn my camera off so I could stand up during the live stream, and I just thought, why don't I just move my desk up so I can kind of do it? Yeah.
Right.
My desk moves up and down. It's great.
Adam the cat did not consent.
The cat actually did not consent to that, but
Disavow.
I was trying to play her like a harmonica for you guys. You know, if you grab them and you squeeze them a little, just get a little out of them. Get back over here, Ragamuffin here.
Oh my God.
I'll bring her back.
Be nice to Rags.
That's hilarious. I never thought of that.
Be nice to Rags.
Shh. Ragamuffin, be nice.
My God.
What?
Oh, let her go. She's not happy. You know what's the problem? It's that outfit. Someone Hex says in the chat, you look like a sexual predator. You look like a sexual predator with that hoodie. And the glass. You know what? You look like the fucking, was it the Unabomber? You look like the Unabomber with the glasses and the hoodie.
What? That's my new getup.
That was the Unabomber, right?
So
that who I'm thinking of?
Ragamuffin is obsessed with hair ties. Those like black band hair ties.
Mm-hmm.
For, you know, I don't know if, do you have long hair now? Have you ever had long hair?
No, I know what you're talking about.
Right.
I've been in relationships with women who have long hair. I know what a hair tie is.
So she's obsessed with those.
Uh-huh.
And so I bought a bunch of them, and I put them on my doorknob over there, and she just sits and like looks at them. Oh my God!
She doesn't like bite it or try to eat it. She just looks at it.
No, she just stares at them until I pull one off the door and throw it, and then she like plays with it for hours.
Oh, okay.
And then it ends up like under the couch or in the food dish in the kitchen.
Right.
Like right in the middle of the food dish. Cats are so funny.
You look like the Unabomber.
So?
Okay.
That's my look. What the hell? Who cares?
The Nick Fuentes Unabomber? That's your look.
Look, it's late in the stream, okay? This is the chill part of the stream.
Okay. This is the Unabomber part of the stream.
This is the chill part of the stream. You know where I let my hair down?
There you go.
You know?
For your hair ties. Everyone in the chat says that their cats will go nuts for the hair ties too.
Yeah. My other cat was crazy for dice. For some reason, yeah, dice.
I'd be worried that they'd swallow the dice.
I would throw a dice and it would play with the dice for hours. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They didn't eat it?
Nope.
Okay. That's good.
That was Nibbler.
Sam Cedar's bucket of gum for $5.
Okay. Bucket gum.
Says DS gave a press conference. Oh, DeSantis gave a press conference saying there are actual alternatives to AP. I think one is called IP. Really? Have I never heard of this? I don't believe this. Is there an alternative to free markets and globalization? No, Google. Bad Google.
Oh, shit.
Google.
That's hilarious.
Never heard of this. IP, huh? I'll have to look it up. I mean, in Florida, there was only AP classes. There wasn't whatever this stuff is.
Turn the volume off on your watch together. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Never mind. I don't need you to turn your volume off.
What are you going to play?
You do whatever you want to do with your volume on your watch together.
Okay.
Nothing. Just go about your business. Continue
What are you
with the
doing?
super chats.
What are you going to do?
Nothing.
What content are you going to play that is not allowed?
I'm going to make sure it's allowed.
Mm-hmm. No Hardcore Henry.
God, I love that movie.
It's called IB, not IP. IB course. Never heard of that. Well, there you go. Interesting. Sam Cedar's Bucket of Gum for another $10. Thank you. Says, Sitch, you should watch DP's recent video on wokeness. He makes the case that wokeness isn't actually a problem in society, and the people complaining about it are either ignorant or grifting.
Hilarious.
That is, I assume you mean David Pakman. Let's see. David Pakman seems like totally out to lunch about many things.
Is he bad these days?
I don't know.
That's new, right?
He gets no views these days, but
Oh, really? I saw he was complaining about the algorithm and stuff.
his views are so weird. They're like all over the place. Like he has one video that did well, and then everything else is like literally single digits, like single thousands, like crazy. And he's got
Really?
1.6 million subs.
Wow. You think they got on him for his bad Kyle Rittenhouse takes?
Maybe. I think his content's just boring as shit, but
Oh my God.
I think he's too. I don't think he can exist in this space, because the only people that can exist in this space are people on the left, or people that attack, that are either communist or people that attack the mainstream left. And David is too closely aligned to the mainstream left, so I think that's the problem.
Yeah, he's basically like, he's trying to be like CNN. It's like, well,
Yeah.
CNN is CNN.
Right.
Why do I want to listen to you read CNN when I can just listen to CNN read CNN?
Andrew Clark for $2 says Kang equals Rick. The Council of Ricks banished this Kang. Yeah, I mean, literally. It literally feels like the fucking plot of Rick and Morty with all the multiverse stuff going to war with each other. Some weird guy for $2 says Ant-Man has an Antifa ACAB daughter as well. LOL. Terrible. That's pretty garbage. See, that would make me think that the socialist thing is like an endorsement because of all the other stuff. Trigonometry exposed David Pakman for being super bad faith. Yeah, that interview was super weird.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll watch it at some point. That was a very weird conversation.
Maybe that's what happened.
No, his views were hurting way before then, but
I think he is boring, so I think you got
yeah, that was a really weird conversation.
I think you got the boring. I think that's 90% of what is the problem.
Andrew Clark for $5 says the arc of Ant-Man is that you can't be neutral. You have to actively help, much like you have to be anti-racist or you're part of the problem. Well, I'll watch it then, because that's definitely rich content to complain about wokeness in movies.
Oh, you're right. In the very beginning, when she's complaining about her dad, yeah, there's definitely that in there, because she gives him a hard time because he's not helping out with the homeless stuff.
Right.
He's like, come on, can't we just live a normal, happy life? No, we have to be activists, Dad.
Asif Artsy for $5 says, Sitch, Adam, I don't care how distasteful you find my comics. It's still art. Show it. There you go.
We did show it.
True.
Yes, we did.
We did.
And thank you for making it.
Yes. What is this on the screen? Jesus?
This is Carjackers for Jesus. This is my movie, man.
Oh. You didn't put it in the watch together. You brought like a separate one.
Of course, I didn't want you to hear it.
That's fine. I don't care if you play Carjackers for Jesus. I just don't want you to play something that's like gonna get us in trouble. Look at you.
Well,
Look at you making this guy, this effeminate guy, gay as a joke. That's very offensive, Adam.
Who? What are you talking about?
You made that guy do a gay. That guy. The main guy.
The gay run. That's my friend John. No way. He did great. I was like, run like you like to sleep with guys.
Oh my God. It's almost as bad as the gay actor you had in your other movie.
He's like dancing in the car. He's doing the air pump. Oh yeah, all the music in this would totally get us in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's almost as bad as the gay actor you had for Social Justice Detective.
This was so terrible. This guy did a great job. He was just like my friend's neighbor.
There you go.
He's like, I'll do it. We just
CT
recruit actors from wherever.
That's how you.
Welcome to Los Angeles. You're a star now.
Yeah. Adam wasn't taking my bait chat. It's fine. Account for $2 says, seeing all the bread tubers you responded to, have you ever thought it taking a look at a dose of Buckley's content? His video yesterday was Cody Johnson level of cringe. I'll check it out. I've never heard of this guy. A dose of Buckley. Let me see. We're always looking. Always looking for content. Bad woke content, okay?
Of course.
A dose of Buckley. He had made a video on the culture war. He's got the green M&M on it. And complaining about Mr. Beast. So, okay, I'll definitely check it out.
Can't wait.
Hogwarts Legacy players are evil? Question mark.
What?
Interesting.
How did that work?
CT for $2 says, so as someone who was told all men are pigs growing up, I don't think that's a good thing to tell women. It's kind of like the feminist all men are rapists and predators. It teaches women to fear men.
Women should fear men. They're all pigs. Look, they just want to have sex with you and not call you again. Look, I'm doing a huge community service right here. Ladies, the 5 of you that are in our audience, you need to know. All of these guys in our audience are pigs. Wait, our audience is good. Never mind.
That's true.
I don't know where I was going with this.
Vincent Tundo, I sent you. He made a relevant meme to the stream that we've been talking about.
Are you sure? I kind of feel like maybe it's not relevant, but...
What?
I'll bring it up.
It's completely relevant. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, I'll bring it up. I just have a few Captain Marvel gifts I have to share first.
Oh God, no, please. What are you doing?
Oh, Sitch's girlfriend. Should I keep this one in here, guys? I feel like maybe I should.
Who's my girlfriend?
The big fat purple lady with the...
Oh no, get that out of there.
The penile ears.
It's my mother, Sitch's mom, for $2.
Oh, nice. What's up, Sitch's mom?
Says, Sitch, I'm here to ask you the real Jewish question.
Always.
When are you going to get a high-value woman to get me some grandkids? I don't care if you have to go full JBP and own her, but we need this lineage. Ask Adam to help on the owning her part. There you go. Do you have any tips, Adam, on how to, quote, own a woman?
Yeah. I mean, sure. Oh, shit. I just saw the Santa. Damn it. Yeah, you know, you negotiate. You say, listen, how much, baby? No, how much for marriage?
Right.
When she gives you like the blowjob price, say, no, how much for marriage?
There you go. There you go. When you go to the woman on the street corner and she gives you the price for the blowjob, you say, but how much for marriage? And that's how I met your mother.
Oh, that's so wrong.
What a story.
That's so wrong. Oh my God. That feels like the beginning of a Jim Carrey movie.
Soldoge for $2 says, you guys want constant content, just sign over the rights to your voice and I'll get the AI to make videos for you every day. Every day GPT will make the script and the Prime voice will voice it. Boom, endless Sitch and Adam. There you go.
Sounds great to me. Jeez.
Yeah, I love it.
I can retire.
As long as we get the money. You'll get some menial stipend, okay?
I mean, it'll probably just be like David Pakman money, though.
Yeah, probably.
Because it'll be boring and suck.
Soldo or buckets of cum. There you go. Buckets of cum. For $2 says, please keep Sam away from me. I can only fill up so fast.
True.
Stug for $2 says, leftist. The patriarchy teaches us that only men's feelings matter. Also leftist. The patriarchy teaches that men should not feel feelings. There you go.
Unfortunately. Yeah, that's the case. Sad. So sad.
True. Did you bring up the picture?
Yeah, I brought it up. Hell yeah.
The Vincent Tundo made this. This is Sam Cedar's Lucky Bucket cereal
Yeah.
called Leprechaun Trap.
Oh my God.
Or no, that it's just a leprechaun trap called Lucky Bucket cereal.
Right.
I like. There's some nice
Look,
details
there's a
here.
leprechaun like drowning in a bucket of cum.
There's. I like that instead of General Mills, it says generally filled.
Wow.
We have. Did you see the marshmallows? We have a sperm.
Mhm.
We have a gimp suit face that looks a little too much like Sitch.
Oh, holy cow. I didn't notice that.
There's a
gimp
bucket.
Sitch.
There's a gimp Sitch. There's a bucket. There's what looks like a penis. There's a unicorn. There's a rainbow, and I guess the last one is a boob.
It is, isn't it?
And there you go.
Maybe like a Simpsons yellow boob.
Yes. Oh, it says leprechaun trap on the back. Find all 5, 420 ounces. Sin free, ? Lucky Bucket cereal. I like it.
Wow.
Thank you, Vincent. Lucky Bucket cereal.
Was this like made on the spot? This is good.
Of course.
Wow. But this looks official. This looks like something you might see at the store.
They're after me, buckets. Oh,
With Sam Cedar there.
you'll never get my buckets.
You'll never get me buckets.
No. God. Yeah, damn. Incognito for $5.
Oh my.
It says, sad thing is there is an actually interesting conversation to be had here, but both most left-wing and right-wing commentators never say anything useful. There you go. That's
why you got to come to the enlightened centrists.
That's right.
Where we are not afraid to make rape jokes and to spill some knowledge.
And some buckets.
Spill some buckets of knowledge.
Buckets of knowledge.
All over
nothing
Sam
else.
Cedar's head.
There's nothing but knowledge in those buckets, baby.
Yeah. That's warm, fresh.
Warm,
knowledge.
fresh, hot, steaming knowledge.
Oh
Speaking of buckets of knowledge, come for $2. Thank you, come.
Oh my goodness.
Says this stream is not gonna be monetized. Says I have escaped the Seder. Ask me anything. Listen, I'm so happy for you. I'm so glad you escaped the guzzle. The guzzle. Okay.
Is that like a simulation thing that his last name is Seder? I mean, I just kind of noticed that.
Yeah, you know what? How did we not notice that? You're right. The guy the guy who drinks buckets has the word seed in his name.
Exactly. He's the Seder.
Yeah. Well, he's really the CD at this point.
I know. Yeah, exactly.
The Cedar is the one filling the buckets. He's the one guzzling.
Oh God.
So yeah. Interesting. How did we miss that?
I just got a pain like in my cheek from laughing so hard.
That is the simulation winking at us. Death by Sloth for $2 says, in Earthworm Jim, there's a level where you have to escort a puppy through hazards as he skips ahead, unheeding the danger. If he gets hit once, he mutates into a rage monster and attacks you. Not an analogy for anything. There you go. That's a good point. That's a great analogy for all this. Dotems for $6 says, Sitch, you are so right. Thank you. Who's that other creator who used to do a lot of high effort videos before they started streaming and stopped posting to their main channel? The name escapes me. I'm sure I'll remember later. Listen here, Dotem.
When was our plan for you to do a video a week? When did that? How long ago was that?
First of all,
plan?
Adam, shut the fuck up.
I mean, we had a plan. We were like on fire there for like 4 weeks.
I know.
And then something happened.
Listen, Dotem. That's true, but I don't know how often Ethan streams, but you guys know I put in like 1,000 times more work and effort into the streams, into understanding the topics that we're talking about than Ethan puts into
hell
anything.
yeah. Of course. Yeah. Sitch does the background legwork.
Ethan is sitting in his chair like a fucking fat like blump.
Yeah.
Going,
fat piece of shit.
Oh, Jordan Peterson. I don't know what the clip said, but I'm too lazy to go 3 seconds in the past to find out.
True.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Sodos for $2 says, wait, the MMTers are misrepresenting reality? Oh, wow. Next, you'll Google Jerome Powell's thoughts on MMT, since you know he's the head of the Federal Reserve that MMT hinges his entire worldview on. No one important, really.
Well, the whole MMT people, they think the Fed doesn't know what it's doing. And I mean, I'm almost sold on the idea that raising interest rates actually causes inflation, which is a pretty big thing to get backwards. Right now, the classical economics thinking is that raising interest rates fights inflation. Right now, the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates because we're having inflation. And they keep getting reports that, no, the inflation's getting worse. So they're like, okay, we got to raise interest rates more. Well, if the raising interest rates is literally causing the inflation, that's a pretty crazy thing to get backwards, don't you think?
If that's true.
Yeah. It's like if the fireman was like, look, this fire's getting out of control. We need to pour gas on it. It's like, maybe.
Well, if it wasn't 2:00 in the morning, I would ask you to give an explanation of why they think interest rates increase inflation, but I'm too tired to go right now. So we'll have to say that for another stream.
It's a long, complicated story with a lot of moving parts, savers versus borrowers, all kinds of shit. But I'm watching very closely now, and I'm kind of convinced that they're correct, and I'm just using it to basically, invest in shit.
Right.
Because who cares as long as you know what's going to happen.
Arithmus for $2 says, Adam keeps Adams lying himself with a Genghis Khan reproductive strategy argument. Sitch, how are you going to let him do? I mean, you're not wrong, Arithmus.
Look, it's my talking point. None of that applies to me. Okay.
It only applies to everyone else.
It only applies to you guys.
Yeah.
Not good faith, Adam.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, no, really, Council of Kangs, banish this Kang. Wait, does that happen in the movie? Is there a Council of Kangs?
Yeah, there's like 1 million of them.
There's a Council of Kangs?
Yeah.
So it's just literally Rick and Morty.
Oh, shit.
That's fucking wild.
They ripped off Rick and Morty.
I gotta watch this fucking movie. Holy shit. I'm excited now. I'm excited to hate watch this movie now.
Well, it's not really, there's a scene with a bunch of Kangs. It's not really a council or anything. It's kind of, well, I guess there are. There's like 3 or 4 of them who seem to be in charge.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, why is the background talking so loud? Who is it? Is there, I don't hear anything.
Yeah.
Was there someone talking in the background?
Oh, I think it's my wife is listening to a show on TV.
Oh.
Maybe that's what it is.
You guys must listen to the stream fucking loud as shit. I never hear any of this background noise that you guys are talking about. So
I mean, I can kind of.
I guess must be blowing out your eardrums. What's going on here?
I can kind of hear it a little bit.
Well, I mean,
oh wait, I have my hoodie on, so my ears are covered.
I mean, if you're there, in person, I would hope you could hear it, right?
Wow, it is a lot louder with my hoodie off.
There you go.
Look,
we're almost done, so it doesn't matter.
I'm doing like Adam in the bottom corner. I kind of like this. It's like, look at the room. Look at me. I'm like, I'm just a forehead down here. I'm just a look. I'm just a hoodie.
So,
yeah, I can hear Adam's wife's shows a lot.
It's hilarious. So Thoth said,
"Oh, that's funny."
Thoth alerted me to the fact that one of the writer for the movie wrote episodes of Rick and Morty.
No way, really?
Yes.
He's like ripping himself off.
Well, he's not the main writer, but he wrote episodes of Rick and Morty.
Hey, you want me to tell her to turn that shit down for you guys? Hey,
turn it up. They want to hear it.
My wife hears me yelling in here all the time. It's hilarious. Sometimes she hears the debates and she's like, she comes to the door and she's like, Adam, don't get too angry.
That's hilarious.
I know.
Does that actually work?
I mean, it does a bit. I think,
Okay,
yeah, I
good.
need to chill.
Give her listen.
I need to chill.
Say Sitch is very happy that you do this.
I need to chill.
Say Sitch is like, you need to do it more. Okay.
I think she does it kind of to fuck with me, to be honest with you. Because she thinks it's funny.
So, how does this guy get this? So this guy wrote for some show called Miracle Workers. I've never heard of. Oh no, he worked on Jimmy Kimmel. There you go. Wow, that's big bona fides. So yeah, the guy who wrote Ant-Man is named Jeff Loveness, and he wrote the last thing he wrote before Ant-Man was 6 episodes of Rick and Morty.
Hilarious.
Which,
I mean, they had some writers from Rick and Morty on She-Hulk too, but it didn't help.
Wait a minute. Is this the episode? Oh my God. He wrote one of the episodes that's like all about that subject matter.
Yeah. They're like, we need an outline. He's like, here, I'll just give my Rick and Morty script.
Well, to be fair, them ripping off Kang it's actually probably the other way around. It was Loki that ripped off Rick and Morty. And then maybe they're like, well, since we're ripping off Rick and Morty, we might as well get a Rick and Morty writer to write for this movie about Kang. So,
yeah.
But he actually wrote one of my favorite episodes, not one of my favorite, but one really good episode of Rick and Morty, the train episode, which is hilarious and totally mocks wokeness, which is interesting. At least I perceived it as mocking wokeness.
But now you found out it was an endorsement of wokeness.
Now I'm wondering.
Maybe the whole Kang storyline is really just like an alt-right dog whistle.
Mm-hmm. But he wrote the last episode of season 5, which seems like highly what Kang is ripping off of, which is interesting that he then wrote Ant-Man. So, JD Bachamp for $2 says, "Is Emma Vigeland hot? I can't decide."
Emma?
Who's Emma Vigeland?
I don't know. Is that the girl from Sam Cedar?
Oh, that's Emma from Sam Cedar. Yeah, she's okay. She's hot. Gotta give her due.
Oh man. Let me see. Let me
Andrew
look at
Clark.
her Twitter situation here. See what kind of. Oh, look, she retweeted Greta Thunberg. Nice.
We just saw her live, not live, like in a video.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I want to see her bad Twitter takes.
I see. Andrew Clark for $2 says they banished Kang instead of killing him. And for another $2, he says they banished him with the multiverse chair that needs repair. And for another $2, thank you, Andrew, says Council of Kangs came first, I believe, in the comics. Oh, so it's well, listen. The Rick and Morty Council of Ricks, I assumed, was ripping off something else. Which, yeah, it's probably a ripoff of Kang. But the problem is, it doesn't matter because that's where we all saw it. So we're all going to perceive it as like, well, no, Kang ripped off Rick and Morty. And then they hired the fucking writer of a writer in Rick and Morty who wrote one of the main episodes about the fucking Council of Ricks. So it seems like they're ultra mega ripping off fucking Rick and Morty. even if the idea originally came from Marvel. So
Emma's retweeted Ethan Klein. It's not a good sign.
Council of Ricks is based off the Council of Richards in Marvel. So even though Kane came first, they retconned everything. The thing Rick and Morty parodied because originality is dead. The Interdimensional Council of Reeds. Like Reed Richards. So there you go. There you go. Anyways.
Is that it? Oh my God.
That's it.
We're done early tonight. Jeez.
It's only 2:00 in the morning.
Well, it's only 11 here. I'm going to go eat as much as I can, as much as humanly possible.
Me too. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Sam Seder and Ethan Klein and your respective crews for having terrible, terrible takes for us to mock and make fun of. And thank you, you who've made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes, the true saviors of the multiverse. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.